This story is about how a boy, John, began to learn a new martial art, becoming a god, in order to save his sister. This is the only way he could get her freedom back. He was in captivity because his whole family died. New leaders came and kept him in a special room for prisoners. He had no other occupations there, except to read books. He found a lot of useful in one of them. He thought every day that if his father had not trusted people so much, then he would not be in this position now. After that, John heard someone coming to his room. He quickly put out the candle and got into bed so as not to attract attention. A servant of their family just burst into his room and started shouting at the boy why he was letting himself sleep so long. He told the boy that he was no longer the respected head of the Luo family, and now his position was different. John got up and continued to pretend he was asleep. After that, he was shackled and ordered to follow the guards outside. Meanwhile, training was taking place in the yard, and the master told the students that now each of them would choose an opponent. Practicing on a live target would prepare their bodies for a real battle and would also help them find the opponent's weak points faster. Some people noticed that John Luo was among the prisoners. He had been in prison for 2 years, but he was still as strong and energetic. No one could even tell that he was a slave. They did not like that he still considered himself the head of the family, but they hoped that the young master would teach him. He just appeared on the platform. He is the eldest son of the second branch of the Luo family, a bone-cleansing, hardening practitioner. He walked up to John and was surprised that he hadn't been beaten to death while he had been practicing all this time. John looked at him and said that he would take it as a compliment from him. But the guards didn't like that answer and began humiliating him for bad words towards the young master. Peiran asked them to calm down and leaned over to John. He told him that he had been practicing with secret pills kept in the Luo family, and he had recently eaten one of them and remarked that this stuff was incredible. It was enough for him to lift without a problem his cultivation level from skin purification to bone purification level. Joe then realized that he was talking about the treasure pills, which are their Luo family's treasure, and he didn't understand how Peiran dared to do this. The Master of Worlds pills are the sacred inheritance of their descendants, which were created specifically for body cultivation practitioners. They were hidden in the secret corners of the lands, so ordinary people could not find them. According to the will of the ancestors, they can only be obtained by someone who has reached the stage of cleaning the bones before coming of age. But in 300 years, no one has managed to do this. They only hoped for John. Since he had already at the age of 14, he reached the second degree of skin cleansing. John started yelling at Peiran how dare he do that. But the master ordered him to shut up and replied that in his eyes he was just an ant. He had reached the peak of cleaning bones and could lift half a ton with one hand, and he called John an ordinary slave that he could wipe to dust. Moreover, Peiran had a good infusion and chose John as a target for training. First, he activated his ability and decided to show John what would happen to him after such a blow on another slave. It was Sandalwood's blow, and that boy asked for mercy. But Peiran didn't care. He destroyed the strong warrior with one blow. Those around him were convinced that the Luo family would not be able to find someone stronger than this guy. They were sure that the strength of the young master would glorify the Luo family and revive its greatness. Peiran turned to John and said that he had no plans to kill him yet and asked him not to be afraid. But he noted that John was yet to learn about his true power. He heard that their sister had caused trouble in the sect. She crossed the path of some important person, and for this she was sent to purgatory. Therefore, he was going to go to Qinyun's sect. By the time he got there, he would reach the stage of purifying his internal organs to save her, and on the way back, Peiran planned to find her a groom and hoped that then she would be of more use. But John began to threaten him and ordered not to touch her even with a finger. Peiran laughed and said that John could not even defend himself, so he advised him not to make such statements, although he was even interested in what he could do to him. John and his sister grew up together. She was the only one of his relatives who remained alive. For her unusual talent, Yan was chosen by the Qingyan sect and accepted into the inner gate. In this way, she managed to avoid all the problems that fell on their family. In addition, she was obedient and never got into trouble, and that's why John was sure that she had been framed. Although he had been made a slave, he still cared about the sacred regalia of his ancestors. Even if Peiran inherited everything that was left of their family, John still would allow him to offend his sister and promised to save her at any cost. After what happened, John was taken back to the room. A little later, Servant Fan brought him one pill. Joe asked why he only brought one, because every day the Luo family gave him 3 pills, but he brought one. And that only meant that he took the rest for himself. John said that stealing in Luo's court was a serious crime. Fan listened to him and said to be thankful that he got at least one. Fan added that even if that was the case, John would not be able to do anything to him, because he had not been the head of the family for a long time. It is understandable why he behaved as if he were a member of the family and called himself untouchable. Fan began to threaten him and said that the slaves couldn't beat him that easily. John sat down at the table and began to think. Just as he was about to raise his level to the level of bone clearing and go to Jan's aid, his pill count was immediately reduced. He was sure that it was all done by Peyron. John grabbed the Book of Great Truths and tore it open and said that he didn't see what use it was to him if he needed help so much. After that, he held it up to the fire and began to apologize to his sister that he was completely powerless and could not save her. Only because for a few minutes, John regretted that he reflected all his anger on this book. After all, it gives him value and wisdom, and it was only his fault that he was so weak. He began to try to pull it out of the fire, but then the book turned into some small scraps of paper with something written on them. They were completely unfamiliar to him. They circled around the boy, and they became more and more. Then they seemed to try to penetrate John's body directly through the skin. The boy did not understand what was happening, but these leaves completely stuck to his body, and he could not get rid of them in any way. He was completely in these pieces of paper, and as a result, after long attempts to tear them off, he fell to the floor. After a while he stood up, and in his head an inexplicable voice told him that his body was a vessel, and his self was a spirit. 1,000 forges and 100 temperings would purify his body and allow him to become the source of creation. The imperial tempering technique is the first of the ancient techniques. John tried to understand what all these words mean. Is such a technique capable of turning his body into a magical treasure? At that moment, his body seemed to start burning, and his pain was unbearable. He was very hot, and he was trying to get to the tub of water. He needed to get to it because of this pain. As a result, he managed to do it, and he ended up in a tub of cold water. But after his dive, it also became hot. John compared everything that was happening to him now to the hardening of steel, but suddenly he felt something suspicious. As if his body was dissolving in the air and his skin was separating completely from his body. As a result, he was transferred to an incomprehensible place and tried to understand where he was. John saw in front of him a large cauldron on which 9 dragons were engraved, and 8 of them had their eyes closed. But it was the 9th who was looking very carefully at the boy without taking his eyes off. Suddenly, black smoke appeared around the cauldron, and above it appeared a living dragon that looked like the one guarding this place. John's body was completely soaked in this black, thick smoke, and after that he seemed to return to his normal state, but everything continued in a circle. He seemed to be moving in different dimensions, and so he finally woke up next to that barrel of water, even though it was destroyed. John felt incredible strength in his hands. Then he realized that that cauldron had hardened his body and soul. He had never felt so strong. This technique turned his body into a treasure. It seems that his vessel is definitely not from a lower class. The next day the guards came to his room and asked what he was doing here, and tried to teach him with the help of physical force. But the fact was that he felt absolutely no blows or pain. It was as if heat spread throughout his body, as if it was being purified. Then he realized that if he could purify his body with such blows, then at such a pace he would be able to reach the degree of purification in internal organs. That's why he planned to anger these guys even more. He said that they hit like girls, and they need to practice more to have at least some chance of wounding him. The guards were really annoyed by this. Fan asked who he was pretending to be. Then he ordered to grab him and wanted to check how long he could last. Fawn brought John to Elder Juan. He heard that he needed a slave, and he proposed John's candidacy. He let him do whatever he wanted. Juan looked at the boy and said that he would be good to serve him food. He hoped that John will not be angry, because it was thanks to him that Juan got this position. But Fawn pointed out that he is now the head of the Luo family, and there can be no questions to him at all. Fan said that John was very annoying, and asked Juan to take care of his upbringing, and he would not be left in debt. After that, he turned to John and asked if he was tired of standing, because he had to kneel in front of his master. Fan pushed John and ordered him to obey the master, but John wasn't even going to do that, so Juan ordered him to be grabbed and forced. The boy pointed out that Juan was very insolent, and even his uncle wouldn't dare treat him like that. Fawn pointed out that now he would just be a whipping boy for disobeying his master. He will be executed. But John was not frightened by these words, and with little effort he broke his shackles into small pieces. After that, he said that he was not clear who was the master here. So he decided to find out and said that the master is the one with the bigger fist. His surname is Luo, and they are on his family's land. His technique is superior to Huan's technique, so he considered himself a real master. He dealt a powerful blow to Fan Yu and pointed out that he would never be told what to do by some miserable foreigner. Huan pointed out that if he even touched his throne with a finger, Master Chen Yun would not let him go just like that. He called him just an ant and advised him to be afraid of being beaten to death for such behavior. John replied that it was not up to him to decide and said that now he will learn a few rules of their clan. He slapped him and said that the word of the Luo family is the law. Only they have the right to decide something here. The words of foreigners are empty sound to them. After that, he slapped him more and continued to talk about their rules. The Luo family has the right to punish for bad deeds. Also, the Luo family punishes those who brazenly lie and distort the truth. It was obvious that after that, Huan would come to Chen Yang on his knees. He begged him to protect his subordinates. He replied that it was his fault that he wanted to take John Luo as a servant to spoon-feed him. Even Chen Yang thought this was a bad idea. Huan promised him not to repeat such mistakes again. Chen Yang promised to take revenge for him, because he is his man. He held the pill in his hands and said that their clan's purification ceremony was a month away. And with that, he was sure that he could achieve great things in that time, and then he expected John to beg for his pardon. A month later, the purification ceremony began. Third Uncle John Jun announced the start of the Luo clan tournament. On this day, they expected a powerful return from their disciples and great fighters. He wanted to see what they were capable of. But before that, he was going to tell them some good news. Thanks to his talent, Pei Ran, the young master of the Luo family received an invitation from the Qingyun sect. The entire crowd began to chant his name. John realized that the World Founder pill was so powerful that Pei Ran was even invited to the sect. The members of the inner gate of the sect had a great advantage. Therefore, saving his sister would not be as easy as he thought. However, he could not wait any longer, and he had to do it. Today. The clan cleansing ceremony is an annual event of the Luo family that tests the strength of rookies and all warriors. For a live target, defeating one of them means freedom. But if you lose, you will be killed in front of everyone. This whole month, John has been asking for fights with all of them in a row, and thanks to this, he was able to reach the peak of bone purification. It was just a pity that the strength of the Luo family disciples became lower and lower over time, so he had to practice the sandalwood spiritual strike himself. Although it was impossible for his punch to reach 8 times his father's power now, even 7 times should be enough to deal with all of Luo's children. In this tournament, he must take first place and protect his freedom. Jun announced that the first battle would begin with choosing an opponent for the son of the Luo Chenyang family. He pointed his finger in John's direction, but then clarified that he was choosing the big man. He asked him to show all his strength. The big man had to defeat Chen Yang in order to get his freedom after the victory. But unfortunately, one punch was enough for Chen Yang to defeat such a strong guy like this brat. Jiang announced the winner of the first fight, and it was Chen Yang. After that, Chen Yang asked to wait. After all, he was just warming up. Now he wanted to choose a real opponent, and it should be John. He called him to enter the ring. John understood that it must have been because of the incident with Huan. He guessed that Chen Yang was not attacked him earlier to put him in a desperate position now. Chen Yang pretended that he didn't immediately notice that it was John. That is, the elder brother from the main branch of the Luo family. Chen Yang noted that he had already reached the peak of bone purification, and if he started begging for mercy, then he was ready to reward him with an easy death. John asked him to watch his tongue and urged him to start the battle quickly. But Chen Yang asked where he was in such a hurry and hoped that he would wonder how he managed to reach this level so quickly. John then realized that Chen Yang also dared to use the pill and go against the ancestors' will. Chen Yang replied that Brother Pei Ran had done it, and he considered himself no worse than him. Besides, he was going to enter the Qingyun sect sooner or later. After a short exchange of words, Chen Yang was the first to punch John in the stomach. John felt an incredible power. The heat spreading throughout his body was much stronger than before. Chen Yang delivered a very large number of strikes in a short amount of time. The other prisoners just stood and admired his power. His purple sandalwood strike could release 6 times the power. Although it was an obvious beating, John felt much better than he had at the beginning. He hadn't felt this kind of heat in a battle for a long time. Chen Yang was depressed because no one could withstand so many blows from him. John looked as if he hadn't received these blows, and even better. He believed that some kind of monster was standing in front of him. The captives also remarked among themselves that John had become much stronger than he had been before. John also had to admit the fact that he had become much stronger in battle. He assumed that the boy had learned a special defense technique. John turned to Chen Yang and asked him not to stand still and continue the fight. This was a major blow to Chen Yang's reputation, and he said that he was not done yet. He could not allow this prisoner to mock him. This made him angry, and Chen Yang lashed out at him with all the strength he had. After this blow, John was stoned, and the referee declared Chen Yang the winner of this fight. He was about to leave and thought that it was really not an easy fight. But suddenly John asked him if he liked it. Chen Yang was scared and thought it was impossible. John saw that Chen Yang was delighted with such a result, and he said that now it was his turn to attack. Even John realized that Chen Yang was in danger. After that, John delivered a powerful blow to Chen Yang. This attack was fatal for him, and he was unable to get up after that. The prisoners began to think that this boy was a monster. He possessed 7 times the power of sandalwood. They recognized him as stronger than Master Chen Yang. John ran to his son and tried to help him. John approached both of them and told him not to worry and that he would not kill him. The boy added that according to the rules of the tournament, he was now free and could leave the Luo family. John began to call him names and said that he was sorry that they saved his life and didn't kill him earlier. He didn't expect this guy to be able to rise to this level, but he wasn't going to let him go just because he defeated his son. John said that only his stupid father followed these laws, but now is the time when John is the law itself. It was obvious that he was going to take revenge for his son. He lunged at the boy and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying into the wall. John then said that he was naive to trust that they would follow the rules. He tried to kill his own brother, took John's headspace, ate the founder of Worlds pills, and now he wanted to take away the divine technique from him. Jiang asked him to reveal the secret of his protective technique, and he promised to pardon him. But John didn't even think of doing that. He came up and punched John with all his might. He considered them a collection of scum. The boy promised that one day he would deal with them and take revenge on every traitor. John realized that his blow was stronger than 600 kilograms. He asked the boy when he was able to overcome the level of purification of internal organs. John laughed and said that it was all thanks to him. Chen Yang then ran to his father to prevent him from falling. No one present could understand what was happening. John asked who would dare to challenge him now. But suddenly someone came up to him from behind and put a hand on his head. It was his second uncle Blitz, the current head of the Luo clan. He is at the middle rank of the inner realm in energy cultivation. He was ready to challenge John and slammed the boy's head into the ground. Then he raised him and put the sword to his throat and said that he saved his life as a sign of respect for his ancestors, and he dared to attack his uncle and decided to run away from the clan. If he was so eager to die, then Blitz was ready to help him in this matter. John couldn't even believe that his journey would end here. He apologized to his sister for not being able to save her, but unexpectedly, John asked not to kill John. He didn't know what kind of gift this guy was able to obtain, but his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. In addition, his cultivation speed was comparable to Peran and Chen Yun, who had eaten the World Founder pills. They must deal with this. Blitz grabbed John and demanded to tell him about the miracle that saved him, and if he told, then the uncle promised to kill him quickly. But John refused to tell anything. Suddenly, some kind of thing similar to a spear flew into Blitz. He managed to dodge it. It was some unusual cauldron from which a human hand could be seen. It was Mr. Lan. He is a dark artifact master, at the middle level of the inner realm in energy cultivation. He grabbed John by the neck and said that he did not expect to find such a treasure while passing by. He noted that he likes this guy, and if they don't mind, then he wanted to take him with him. Blitz recognized this man. He was a master of dark artifacts who specializes in creating any special weapon. This man is engaged in extremely mysterious affairs, and his methods are frightening. He just did not understand why he needed him, John. Lon pointed out that he smelled like his secret rank artifacts. He planned to fuse his body together with his one artifact to raise his level. But Blitz didn't care what his goal was. He had to get John back. However, he didn't have time, and the doe and the boy went in an unknown direction. John told his brother that this man was very dangerous, and it would be difficult to follow him blindly. But Blitz pointed out that they couldn't give John to him so easily. Jian assured his brother that Lon was a very evil person, and he was convinced that he would burn him. In the cauldron. In his hands, he definitely won't survive. They put up with it, but the only thing they were sorry for was that they would never reveal his secret technique. Meanwhile, Lon brought his victim to his cave near the horizon. There were a lot of cages with people, and a lot of dead people. Looking at it, you could make sure that John was not lying, and that he was really a terrible and dangerous person. He threw the bound boy to the floor and began to examine him. He didn't understand why, but this boy's blood smelled like arcane-level artifacts. If he managed to combine him with one of them, he was sure that his Karma Fire Blade would be even more dangerous. He even assumed that he would be able to create a spiritual-level artifact. John said that the most important thing in the way of tempering a weapon is the power of the flame and its components. The boy did not think that it had anything to do with him. He believed that what he wanted to create a spiritual artifact looked like child's play. Lon replied that it is not that strong. It is very far from the special and expensive components, and it uses second-rate flame to temper it. To create a spiritual-level artifact, he could only seal the malice of a person into a weapon. In this way, a very strong spiritual artifact filled with anger will be produced. He noted that if John merged with his blade, he would understand what an honor it would be for him. John thought this person was crazy. The boy had only recently been on fire, and now he was being sent back to the furnace. But when he got into the furnace, he had a very strange feeling. His clothes burned, and even his shackles almost melted. But he didn't feel any heat at all. He assumed that the day he became a secret artifact, his body stopped being afraid of flames. While he was in the furnace, Lon thrust his blade of Karma Fire into him. The blacksmith controls the power of the true flame to create new artifacts. He heated the metal and combines it with the power of the true flame. This technique is truly special. Lon noticed that his sword was moving. He did not believe that the boy was still alive. This confirmed that the fact that there was indeed a secret artifact in his body. Therefore, he decided to add heat, and for this he decided to use a fusion flame pill. He usually does not use it, but he cannot lose such a chance to strengthen his blade. He put this pill in his mouth, and it gave him a special power that he was able to raise the heat inside the furnace with the extra fire. John could feel it very well on his body. Although he didn't suffer from the flames, he didn't know how the body would feel in this state. And at some point, his body began to melt. This is how the power of this true flame acted on him. But it is much better than the horror that he endured burning under the tongues of black flames in his head. While the boy was just waiting for it to end, a black flame began to shoot out from the cauldron in his head. It began to completely envelop this blade. John didn't understand where this black flame came from, and at one point, it just completely engulfed the Karma Fire Blade. Even if his body was a secret artifact, John still didn't understand why he was taking this molten metal into his head with him. As last time, a dragon began to appear from the cauldron, which gradually filled all the free space in the boy's head. He felt himself being filled with energy from the dragon scales burning inside his body with crazy speed. It seemed to him that his body had become several times stronger. Now he began to understand the meaning of that cauldron in his head. With its help, he can absorb secret artifacts and turn them into dragon scales. Even one piece is enough to strengthen the body several times. If he can light them all, he will become incredibly strong. But in order to obtain so many secret artifacts, he would have to put in a lot of effort. It is worth using the true flame to practice well. Meanwhile, Lon was exhausted because this flame had completely used up his spiritual chi. He reached for his sword and was sure that his spiritual artifact was ready. But when he pulled it out, there was no blade at all. He could not understand what had happened there and began to look inside. But there he was, awaited by a surprise in the form of John's fist, which hit Lon as soon as he bent down. After this blow, he flew into the wall. The man was shocked and tried to find out from the boy how he managed to survive. John got out of the furnace and answered that it was all thanks to him. His body acquired the strength of the medium quality of the secret artifact. The boy considered Lon a cruel person, which uses the blood of living creatures to create weapons. He promised that today this man would pay for his sins. John decided not to waste time and delivered a blow using a close-range combat technique. After Lanya's body was covered with stones, the boy saw Sumeru's ring on his hand. This surprised him very much. Since Lan was already dead, the ring had no owner, and he decided to see what was inside. He found some crystals, some clothes. There were also pills, potions, and low and medium level secret artifacts. But then he found a knife, but did not understand what kind of object it was. This throwing dagger looked very battered, but John could still feel how sharp it was. If he was not mistaken, this blade was several times stronger than the secret artifacts. Perhaps Lan had restored it once, but due to lack of strength, he was unable to use it. But he will definitely need him. Then he looked around and decided to release all the boys that were in the captivity of this bastard. After that, the boy came out of the cave and finally smelled freedom. He had been a punching bag for 2 whole years and finally got his reward. He promised that he would save his sister soon and was about to head to the Qin sect. And finally, he arrived there. There were so many different people. He didn't understand why they were all gathered in one place. One master announced that the initial selection stage was over and allowed the selected participants to ascend. Then John realized that it was a set of adepts into the sect. Then he turned to the guy standing next to him and asked what he needed in order to take part in the selection for the sect. The boy's name was Kang, and he immediately understood that John was here for the first time. He replied that the selection into the sect was difficult enough. He needed to pass the initial selection and inspection. The selection rules were easy. To begin, he asked John to use True Qi and create a member's tablet. The boy got it right the first time, and Sang was surprised that he was learning so quickly. Then he told him that in the original selection, he must go through the gate and climb to the top of the mountain as the selection ends. The climb looks easy, but the difficulty is that the force of gravity increases with each step. It is several times higher than in normal time. Step by step, gravity will increase, it will be more difficult to climb, and it will also be much more difficult to descend. He explained that gravity is a formless force that presses on the body. It is there to test strength and breathing. Gravity is compared to pressure, which will feel as if he is carrying a stone of half a ton. If the participant can rise very quickly, it means that his strength and qi are at a sufficient level or he is hiding a special technique. The plates are very fragile and they are important for the selection. If his plate breaks during the ascent, but he even manages to climb to the top, he still fails. If, for example, the initial selection is passed, then the participant goes to the next stage of the test, in which you can get a white robe, and after that be considered an adept of the outer gate of the sect. John asked what kind of people are dressed in black robes. He answered that they are adepts of the inner gate of the sect. They are talented, selected directly from their families, or strong adepts who have made their way through their efforts at the inner gates of the sect. They are here for testing. John immediately remembered how Third Uncle had said that Peiren had already been honored to enter the inner gates of the sect, and he assumed that he now found himself here among them. This proved to be true when he met him. Peiren spoke to him and said that he had heard that Lan had taken him with him, and he was interested in how John managed to survive. The boy replied that he was lucky to escape, but Peiren was not going to talk for a long time and said that his luck would run out here, because he was going to take revenge for the humiliation of the Third Uncle. But suddenly, a man grabbed Peiren's hand and said that according to the rules of the sect, it is forbidden to fight with other adepts for no reason, even if they have not yet passed the initial selection. And in general, he was in this place in order to control the selection, and he did not care what they have a relationship with John. Peiren promised the boy that he would definitely get him. Hua watched the selection. He was a practitioner of internal organ purification. He was not happy with this initial selection, and did not understand why he was needed in the first place. How could adepts be tested in such a stupid way? Peiren noticed Hua. He did not expect to meet a prince among the participants. He approached him, bowed and introduced himself. But Hua asked him where he got out from and forbade him to address him directly. He pointed out, he usually doesn't behave like this, but when he heard that Prince Hua disliked the inspection, he decided to share one artifact with him. He handed him Luffy's bracelet. He allowed the gravity to be reduced in the original stage. He looked good enough. Unusual, but it was enough to put him under the clothes and he could easily overcome the entire initial stage. Hua liked the idea and asked what he wanted as a reward, but he replied that a little help would be enough for him. The judge announced a new stage of the initial selection and everyone began to climb up. John thought that with this gravity, it would not be so easy for him, but as soon as he began to climb, heat began to spread throughout his body again. In addition, he changed to melt some of Lan's artifacts and light up a few more pieces of dragon scales. With such strength, it was not difficult to climb up. The judge noticed the princess nearby and asked why she decided to attend the selection. He assumed that Peak Rain wanted to choose an adept from among the contestants. Sue replied that she was very busy and could not make it to the selection, but this time she decided to come early. Sue assumed that she would be able to find a diamond among the participants. The judge suggested that she settle in another place to better follow what was happening. Of course, Sue immediately noticed John, who with a 20-fold increase in gravity seems like he has an easy walk, and he was just a practitioner of organ cleansing. This is exactly what she is looking for. But at the initial stage, the strength of the body and chi energy are being tested. She did not know how strong he really is. At the 50-fold increase in gravity, Hua met the participants and ordered them to hand over their tablets, and then he would have mercy on their souls. But it was obvious that John was not going to do that. The other members were shocked that the Hua family was here. John Kang's new friend advised him not to argue with this person. His family is one of the 7 great clans. Their might and power surpasses the royal families. Even if he succeeds in winning, it will not be good. John guessed that he had come for him. He asked Sang to go ahead because he would only have more trouble with him. Sang said he would wait for him at the top. Hua turned to John and said that there is nowhere to run, and asked to give back the tablet. Peiran watched what was happening, and so far, everything was going according to his plan. He wanted to prevent him from joining the Qingyun sect. As long as he was not an adept of the sect, Peiran could deal with him in any suitable moment. John took out his tablet and said if they needed it so much, they should take it themselves. Hua thought he was crazy and ordered his assistants to grab him. But with his agility, he dodged their blows very easily. John said they looked like a bunch of 50-year-old helpless old people. He was going to show them true power. He activated his melee combat technique and eliminated all the guards. Then he turned to Hua and said if he still needed this tablet, he could take it himself. The prince asked him not to show off, and at that moment, John saw him a bracelet on his arm. Now the boy understood why it was so easy for him to get up here. He had a special artifact in his hands. John grabbed his hand and asked how such a respected prince could use such dirty methods to pass the initial selection. He simply took the bracelet from his hand and destroyed it. After that, he offered to take the tablet from him. Sang met John at the top and said that he was really cool, even able to deal with the adepts from the Juge family. The boy replied that there was nothing like that because he was even able to withstand such gravity. Sang was sure that now John will be in big trouble. But he said he didn't do anything like that to him. Only broke his bracelet that helped cheat the inspection, so he thought he would come soon. Just on the horizon, Hua could be seen barely lifting his legs to overcome the last stairs. He thought that usually he could handle any practices related to truth energy very easily, but this climb was very difficult for him. All because of John breaking his bracelet. He looked him in the eyes and told him not to be happy so early because he was going to teach him in the next round. The judge asked each contestant to show their nameplates. Since the first stage was completed, all contestants who passed the selection had to prepare for the next round. Trials. Soon the inner gate adepts will have to add illusory beasts to their tablets. The illusory beasts are connected to their subconscious. They were completely under their control. With their tablets, they must head up the mountain and there, with the help of spirit beasts and their own strength, they will have to contend by the demonic beasts in the forest below the mountain. If they can reach the peak in 3 hours, they will be able to pass the test. This was the final stage of the last recruitment of adepts this year. Today, 50 adepts should be selected. Therefore, during the trial, they will not be able to avoid battles with other participants. But the master asked them not to worry, because there are no serious injuries in this trial, and there will be no danger to their lives either. After all, they will be watched by practitioners of the inner gate. On the top of the mountain, the mentors of the 33 Peak sect have gathered. They will observe what is happening. If they can prove themselves, they will deserve the interest of one of the mentors. Maybe they will be chosen. The participants began to think about how to choose the shortest path. Hua approached Peiran and said that because of his stupid idea, he was humiliated in front of everyone. He advised him to come up with a more reliable option, because now he also wanted to take revenge on John. Peiran promised that there would definitely be no problem this time, and began to tell he has a new plan. The participants dispersed through the forest and everyone was very careful, because no one wanted to fall into the clutches of the monster. But not everyone succeeded, and the first ones on the way met a howling wolf and a big bear. They had just started their journey, and they were already attacked by similar monsters. One of the boys told them to release their illusory beasts. John was no more lucky than others. An anaconda snake appeared on his path, and it obviously did not come with good intentions and began to attack the boy. Thanks to his abilities, he managed to dodge all of her blows, but he couldn't run away from her all the time. That's why he activated the dragon scales. After that, he took out his tablet and began to summon the illusory beast that was given to him before the start of the competition. He appeared in a very advantageous position and bit the snake right on the neck. After a few more bites, her head flew off completely to the side. John noticed that there were very few people on this path. It looked like he should not encounter any opponents here. If there were no problems, he would reach the top within an hour. But he was wrong, and he was being watched very closely by Hua's assistants. They needed to clearly identify the boy before attacking him. After that, they all directed their spirit beasts at him together and ordered him to be destroyed. John noticed this in time and managed to avoid a collision. He thought it was wrong to attack the opponent from behind, even in threes. With such methods, they would definitely not earn the respect of the mentors. But the robbers replied that the reward for his tablet was 100 crystals. They could pass the test next year as well, but they would not be able to earn 100 crystals for several years. John understood that this could not calm Master Hua. In this case, he began to activate his dragon scales. As a result, the boy very easily and quickly handled several spirit beasts at the same time without any problems. One of the boys said that they should run away because they would not be able to handle him. They assumed that this boy was a practitioner of internal organ purification. Their illusory beasts, the level of bone marrow purification, could not defeat him. John approached them and ordered them to turn and give their master Hua, if he wanted his tablet, to come to him himself. His words were very convincing, and they ran. Meanwhile, Hua was destroying the monsters, and the participants were delighted with his technique. He was able to defeat the bone marrow purification level demonic beast. After a few minutes, Hua's assistants came and said that they had spotted John. The prince was satisfied that he had finally been found. Now all that was left was do the dirty work. He believed that with this beast in his hands, no one would be able to escape from him. On his way, he met John, who was sitting on a stone. The boy said that he had already waited. Hua said that he knew what power John possessed, but he will have to pay for his rudeness in any case. Therefore, without further ado, he began to call his spiritual beast. A large lion appeared in front of John. This illusory beast was very different from the other beasts of the bloody trial. Princess Su thought that it was cheating to attack with such a strong illusory beast. In the bloody trial, the illusory spirit of the inner realm was far superior to Hua's level. She advised the master to immediately stop Hua and take away his license. The judges replied that they still had no reason to believe that he was engaged in fraud. They assumed that he had a secret artifact that increased his true energy. Moreover, they thought that it was better not to touch the Zhuge family. She understood that they were just afraid of him. But because of such actions every year, the number of non-7 clan members is getting smaller and smaller. Su wanted to quickly find evidence of cheating and let John finish the test. But when she turned to the screen, she saw that John was going to attack this beast. His strike could be compared in strength to the practice of the inner realm. He might even not need her help, and he could handle everything himself. John wanted to strike again, but the beast counterattacked him and struck unexpectedly. John used 2 dragon scales, but power alone would not be enough to defeat him. It was difficult for the boy to break through his defenses. After a long confrontation with this spirit beast, John finally realized that his stomach was much weaker than the rest of the places. It was worth trying to attack him with a close-range punching technique when the opportunity arose. Just after these thoughts, the beast decided to get close to John and jumped on him. This was a very good moment to use the technique of striking at close range. But after the collision, John felt a lot of pain. This was a bad sign. He probably didn't have enough strength to punch through it, and it only made him more angry. In this case, if John can't defeat this beast, then he needs to attack Hua himself. The prince was cunning. He hid behind his animal and behind a tree. It was quite a difficult situation, because the boy could not get him out of this position. While the spirit beast was preparing its next attack, John remembered that he had a special trump card up his sleeve. It was the same blade he had found in Lan's ring. He had no choice but to defend himself with it and hope for luck. Hua was shocked when the boy managed to defeat his spirit beast. He refused to believe it. Su watched the battle very carefully and remarked that she had never seen such a blade. John told Hua that his spirit beast was gone, and now they could deal with it. Male. But then, Peiron appeared and said that the spirit beast was destroyed and Hua's life was now in danger, so they should stop the fight. Now it became clear to John who put on this show. He warned Peiron that such actions would not lead to anything good. The judge noted that the first place in the bloody test was taken by John. His friend Kang was in 50th place. They wished all the participants who failed to get into the sect good luck in the next year. The masters congratulated John and said that they saw his performance and wanted to invite him to enter the raging current peak. They were ranked 20th, but they also invited him to the Spirit Universe peak. They were ranked 5th. But the best offer was the Heaven peak, which ranks 1st. They said it would be a big deal for them. Honor if John joins them. John was thinking about joining the Peak of Heaven because he deserved respect. But there was only one problem. Peiron was also in this pizza. But their conversation was interrupted by Princess Su. She pointed out that they were so busy recruiting John that they had completely forgotten about his battle with the inner realm level illusory beast. The masters pointed out that John had passed the test very easily, and they were sure that there was no need for any verification. Moreover, they had no evidence that Hua was a cheater. Su then revealed that she had taken the member Hua's nameplate and realized that his actions related to one of the inner gate adepts. The selection rules say that each participant creates a tablet with their own energy, and the inner gate adepts can put an illusory spirit into their tablet. After all, the participants are not that strong and will need help during the battle with the demonic beast. Hua's name was written on it, but only the energy from which the tablet was created does not belong to him. They can make sure of this based on the power that comes from him. In other words, Hua changed his tablet with the help of an inner gate adept. The masters agreed with this, but they still couldn't figure out who it could be. One of them felt this energy very familiar. Su pointed her finger at Peiron and said that she checked and made sure that this tablet belongs to him. He is the adept of the inner gate of the sect and should be responsible for the control in the trial. Peiron began to make excuses that he would never do such a thing. The master of the Peak of Heaven asked the princess to let him deal with Peiron because he belongs to his peak. For being an observer at the test, he dared to engage in cheating. For this, he took away 1,000 points from him. He was also punished for 3 months. Peiron was shocked because he had accumulated this amount for a whole year. But the worst thing was that he had lost the trust of the Zhuge clan. Now he would have to look for new allies. Hua was very angry with Peiron. He had brought great shame on himself because of this stupid act. Su came to Hua and said that since he had managed to reach the top without the help of an illusory spirit, he would be credited for this trial. But she warned if it happened again once again, even as a member of the Zhuge clan, he wouldn't be able to take the usual punishment. But he was still very annoyed that John had humiliated him in public. He promised himself that he would find a way to get even with him. Master approached John and said that he should think over all the proposals until tomorrow and give an answer the next day in which peak he wants to enter. Thanks to Su's mentor, Peiron got the punishment he deserved. He needs to find the throwing blade, and then thank her. He definitely remembered that his blade flew in this direction, and he managed to find it. But it seems that Princess Su found it first. The next day, the princess was looking for John at the local dormitory for new adepts. The boy was trying to talk very loudly about how he had lost his blade yesterday and had been looking for it all day. He was saying this so that the princess could hear that it was his blade. He opened the door and pretended that he did not expect to see her in this place. Su said that she came across this blade on the mountain yesterday and thought that it might belong to John. The guy was happy and said that it was really his knife and he had been looking for it for a long time. However, she was not going to give it up so quickly. She said that it was not the first time she had helped him, and in return invited him to enter her rain peak, although he is now at the very bottom of the ranking. But she admitted that it was because she was busy with the affairs of the Empire. This year, she decided to focus on Rain Peak and training her adepts. She said that she would provide him with the best resources and teach him everything. He was willing to enter the Peak of the Rain, only he had one condition. He had a friend from an ordinary family. He passed the test, and if she did not mind, he would like the friend to enter the Peak of the Rain as well. She agreed and noted that until he became an inner realm practitioner, it would be difficult for him to wield this blade. Therefore, she asked him not to use it so often, otherwise he would lose it again. She gave him a copper ring that should help him hide this blade within himself. She said that this will be her welcome ring. Everyone gathered back in the arena for the rookies who passed to decide on their future peaks. Everyone usually chose the peaks that were at the top of the list, but John said that he wanted to enter the rain peak. The masters couldn't understand what Sue was able to interest John, that he agreed to enter the weakest peak. When everyone made their choice, the distribution of students ended. The judge invited all the adepts and their mentors to go to the Imperial Library. Sue believed that quantity is not as important as quality. This year, they have such a quantity because other novices did not enter their peak due to their low ranking. This Imperial Library houses the collection of all techniques. Every new adept comes here to take one of the techniques to study for free. Sang noted that there are a lot of different scrolls in this library, and this is the true power of the sect. Among the shelves, John saw a light. He thought it was definitely not a good sign. It reminded him of the glow coming from the green dragon in his mind, only he didn't feel the same power. Sue asked them not to look at that light, because it can pass through their eyes and harm their souls. At best, they will feel mild fatigue and weakness. At worst, they will turn into mindless amoebas. John approached the teacher and asked what kind of sewing it was. She answered that it was a will. Will exists in everything in this world. People have a will, the heavens have a will, a sword has a sword's will, even a blade has it. When a sect long ago killed the Zintian beast and buried its remains under the Imperial Library, the purple glow is the Zintian's will. If you think like that, the power of the green dragon in John's mind is the will of the dragon. But immediately a question arose. Zintian was buried under the library because of what the green dragon does in his mind. The further they went into the library, the stronger Zintian's will was, and the stronger they were. The techniques are hidden here. There were 4 hidden techniques in Qingyun sect. Techniques of heaven, earth, secret, and yellow. The strongest technique is the technique of heaven, followed by earth technique, then secret techniques, and the weakest are yellow techniques. Over there, we are outside, and the most important techniques there are hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship. And if they want to learn something stronger, then they need to go further. Yisu repeated again. The further they go, the stronger Zintian's will is. Even with his eyes closed, he can injure their soul. Therefore, she advised not to go too far. They thanked the mentor and went to look at the section of yellow techniques. Tsang pointed out that these techniques were complete garbage. Even he had much better scrolls at home, and so John suggested to go further. However, Kang did not dare to move on and said that he was looking for something here. After all, his spiritual development was not that great yet. Also, he did not want to be a burden to John when he went further. Thus, John decided to test himself further. As John headed further, he met a boy on his way. He looked very exhausted, and he was trying to find pills that would increase spiritual power. He had overestimated himself when he went into this section. At that time, John felt no resistance at all. He assumed that it was because his soul was remelted in the cauldron and strengthened. Then he endured a lot of pain and was much worse than from this seeding. Besides, the green dragon suppresses the will surrounding this whole place. Are other wills afraid of the green dragon's will? Teacher Sue said that Sun Yashin's intention existed because he was killed in this place. But at the time, it was unknown how the green dragon's intention in his head came about. John reached the earth technique section, and when he headed to the heaven technique section, a man approached him and said that Zintian's greatest intention was there, and he would not be able to withstand his strength. John sincerely thanked for such care, but he still decided to test his strength. It didn't matter to them. If he wanted to die, it was his decision, although they didn't meet such a desperate person often. People said that the will of Zintian in that section was capable of killing anyone who was below the divine realm. In this section, a powerful energy was immediately felt, but the most important thing was something else. It was not just a scary place, but he was also attacked by some imaginary spirits. Because of this, his whole body trembled. It was very difficult even for him in this place, but he couldn't give up so easily. This pain is nothing, and he must obtain the strongest technique to save his sister. Then John saw another passage on the horizon. It was hard for him to believe that there are techniques much stronger than heavenly ones. He approached the stairs and took a good look at what was inside. He had no other choice but to go in and continue on his way. He was very surprised when he saw someone's grave below in the center of the room. And when John saw another spirit, he understood whose grave was here. The Zintian beast was buried in this very place. Before his eyes was the spirit of the long-dead Zintian. He was incredibly strong. So many years had passed since his death, and his will too was still very strong. John suffered a very strong pressure, as if a hammer had been passed over his head. He decided not to disturb him and returned to the Hall of Heavenly Techniques. He will still have time to come to this place. But unfortunately, everything was not so easy. He was surrounded. No matter which direction he tried to run, imaginary spirits met him everywhere. The boy had already come to terms with the fact that his soul would now be torn to pieces. But the dragon that was in John's mind suddenly appeared. John did not expect that the green dragon was their natural enemy, and thanks to him, John managed to escape and stay alive. The boy got into a room where he managed to find the same secret and strongest technique. When he opened it, he saw that this technique was written in the language of demons, and the description indicated that it was intended for the cultivation of practitioners of the demon nation. He assumed that they had very high requirements for body strength. Even the most hardened human body could not comparable in strength to the practices of the demon nation. But he wasn't nervous about it at all. His body had undergone steel hardening, and the strength could be compared to secret artifacts. Perhaps with this technique, he could achieve much more. When he was going up, he met a girl at the entrance. It was his mentor Sue. He asked what she was doing in this place. The girl replied that she saw him go inside and decided to follow him, because in such a dangerous place anything could happen to him. But she was convinced that he now in perfect order. Sue wondered what technique he had chosen. She offered to help him master it if she could. John said that he had chosen the heavenly demon hand-to-hand combat technique. He assumed that it was the technique of the demon people. If this is really the case, then the needs for physical strength will be very high. He will have to try very hard to master it. But if he was able to get to this place, then his soul is much stronger than that of ordinary people. She noted that for him, there will be more effective spiritual channeling techniques of dark meditation. John replied that this technique was simply further away from the heavenly technique halls, so he decided that it was stronger. Therefore, he insisted on learning it. Sue said that striving for the best despite difficulties is very a good intention, but she asked if he really wanted to do it. John replied that in the path of martial arts, overcoming many difficulties is the best way to develop. Sue was convinced that she had chosen him for a reason. She admitted that she herself had once studied these techniques. She took out a book and said that it was a compendium of saint-level techniques of the demon nation. He believed that heavenly techniques were the peak of development and did not even think about the existence of higher, holy-level techniques. Sue pointed out that saint-level techniques are not the peak of mastery. She agreed with the expression that overcoming difficulties is the best way to develop. With increasing strength, one can find your true destiny and see even more new places. The boy thanked her, but Sue warned that the heaven demon techniques are demon nation level techniques. There are a lot of complications. If any of the sect's adepts see that he is learning them, he will have a lot of enemies. It is better for newcomers to the sect to be more simple. She suggested to him to make a copy of this technique, and he would put the original back in place, and she gave him a heavenly technique so that he could confirm his words. It was a soul-killing book. With her, he should learn spiritual techniques and techniques. With his current spiritual power, this technique would be suitable, for he is better than others. He noted that this was the most thoughtful decision and thanked her for the fact that he could get 2 whole techniques. But the girl said that she was his mentor, and therefore obliged to take care of him. While she was making a copy, he needed to take the original back. San also returned and hoped to hear good news from the mentor and friend. John said that he got the Book of Celestial Techniques and thanked Sang for waiting for them. Sue added that they needed to go. They should make it back to the peak of the rain before it got dark. After that, she showed them where he would be. John got his new way and promised to save his sister Yan. The next day, Kang came to John's dormitory and said that today was a meeting for the novices. All the novices gathered in the arena, and the adept of the inner gate Xian stood in front of them. He said that from that day on, he would be in charge of their affairs. If anyone had any questions, he was ready to listen to them. The disciples immediately began to ask Xiang what the rules were in the Qin Yun sect. He replied that the rules here are very complicated and one of them is strength. After all these rules are made for weaklings. If you want to get rid of all the rules and restrictions, he must have great strength, or the assessed talent. Then John turned to Xian and asked where the sect's purgatory was. The novices were surprised, because he had just joined the sect, and he already needed to know where the purgatory was. Xian replied that it was at a separate peak of the sect. If the adept allowed serious mistake, then he goes there. Xian heard that this is a very terrible place. John wondered if there was any way he could get in there. Xian replied that he could, but he had to pay 100 points to enter. John still didn't understand what those points were, but he remembered Peiren's points being taken away for his guilt. Xian replied that points are the most important currency in the Qinyun sect. Daily meals, accommodation, purchasing pills and items, even entering the inner gate are all exchanged for points. They can be earned by completing daily tasks that the mentor will give them. Successful completion will give them points. On average, 100 points can be collected in 6 months of work. But John was interested in how to do it faster. Xian replied that if he is from a rich clan, then he can exchange crystals for points. 2 crystals are equivalent to 1 point, but for ordinary external adepts, it is very expensive. Therefore, there is an opportunity to take more difficult tasks, because they are paid more. Meanwhile, John sat in his room and tried to learn the techniques he had received. He had almost mastered the soul-killing spirit attacks. The only thing left to do was to find out the effectiveness of this technique. Would he be able to test it on another adept? Now he only practiced the demon technique for 3 days and 3 nights, does everything strictly according to the instructions, transferring the energy into true qi. But nothing works for him. He began to think that this technique is only suitable for the demon race. But he was not upset because he was in no rush. The boys went to lunch, and Sang said that John is so diligent even though he just joined the sect. They rarely even have dinner together. John apologized and excused himself by saying that he was busy leveling up. Meanwhile, the master asked one disciple to help him with one case, and will be able to get a quota for admission to the inner gate. A student Zul suddenly came to their table and hit the table and told them to go away, and this place belongs to him. Sang offered John to move, but he sat still and calmly replied that they would finish their lunch first. But Zul threw away his food and said he could finish on the floor. John wanted to teach this scumbag, but Sang stopped him in time and said that it is not allowed to fight here. According to the rules of the sect, if there is a battle between the adepts, then both lose points. And if there are no points left at all, then the disciple is expelled from the sect. John turned to Zul and said that he didn't know who sent him here, but if he had already come, then John was willing to give him a chance to fight him. Zul agreed and said that he thought he would run like the last coward. Sang was shocked how John could agree to a battle in the arena. After all, this guy was ranked 30th among the strongest inner gate adepts, so he planned to tell the mentor about it. John said that there was no need to do that. Zul came for his head, and even if he reported it to the mentor, he would find another way to summon him to battle. He happened to hear that someone had offered Zul a deal. 3 days later, the spades gathered in the arena, a lot of spectators. John offered to put 100 crystals, and Zul had to put a secret artifact of the highest quality. If he wins, he can take 100 crystals. If he loses, then John will take his only artifact of the highest quality. Jula replied that he was offering a good amount, but he did not have a secret artifact of the highest quality. Then Jula's controller sided with him and said that he was fully confident in his victory and was willing to provide him with such an artifact. Ju told Jule that the arena was the only place where someone could be killed, and the controller felt that he should destroy him. Jule was motivated and charged into the battle with his thunder fist. They faced each other, and the audience noticed that John was a very strong guy. He is an internal organ cleansing practitioner, but he competes on the same level as an internal realm practitioner. Zul said during the fight that John was strong enough, but he believed that his hand was stronger. John counted on Sandalwood's true chi to reduce some of the damage, and the other part to reduce the internal heat. This would help him withstand this pressure. But unfortunately, he couldn't hold on because his hands were very fast. Therefore, Zul was able to strike and cause significant damage to John. The spectators pointed out that Jule was very fast. After all, he had reached the inner realm, so his use of true chi was much better. And each of them concluded that John was in trouble. Kang was also watching the match. If he knew that this would happen, and if Jule continued to advance, then he would be forced to call the mentor. Zuela said that he really thought that John was immortal, but now he saw that he was not. The boy understood that his blows were very fast, and he could not keep up with him. But he was... I wonder why his heat couldn't protect him from this blow. Then he felt it shift to another part. It used to cleanse his internal organs, but now it moved to his bone marrow. John didn't understand what was happening. He could feel the heat cleansing his spine and bone marrow, but he knew that this only happened after the practitioner had reached the level of cleansing the bone marrow. It was a wonderful feeling of coolness that spread throughout the spine, spreading to the rest of the body. All toxins left his body. Zool was also watching him, and this could only happen if he had broken through to bone marrow purification. This was indeed the case. Now that he had achieved bone marrow purification, he could see everything around him more clearly. Not only Zool, but even minimal movements viewers. Therefore, he was able to notice how Zool was preparing an attack, and told John not to deceive the audience with his tricks. The boy did not experience any problems when he fought off this attack and counterattacked the opponent. After such an attack, Zool simply could not get up. The judge was about to announce the winner, but suddenly Zool rose up and said that he didn't expect to be so humiliated by some internal cleansing practitioner. So he decided to use his trump card and activate the holy body. Sang shouted for John to be careful because the Thunder Body gives the user immense power, slowly taking away his life. Sang asked John to surrender, but if it was just physical power, then he was sure he could resist it. John understood that if the holy body of thunder only strengthens the physical characteristics, therefore his spiritual power remains weak, and the boy just wanted to test the power of killing a timid soul. The last words that Zool said were that John was really strong. Finally, the winner was announced, and it was John. No one understood what was happening, and the audience thought that Zool had stopped at some point. John saw Ju trying to leave quietly and ordered him to stop. The boy wanted to make sure that it was Ju who arranged all this, but he was not afraid to admit it, and he didn't care. After all, he dared to humiliate his Juge family. His prince demanded that his assistants kill John, so he advised him to write in advance will. John now understood that this was Hua's revenge for humiliating him in the selection. But the boy decided that it was time to fight them back, so that they wouldn't think that he and Rainpeak could be so easily insulted. John turned to the senior disciple. Xian asked if he would receive punishment if he taught the person who provoked the dispute between the peaks. Xian replied that he was a slave of Ju, a slave of one of the great clans. Besides, he had quarreled 2 adepts and deserved punishment for this. Xian noted that the teacher definitely won't mind. John wordlessly put the sword to his neck. Ju began to shout that he was the closest servant to the 3rd prince of the Juge clan. But at some point, the Rainpeak adept grabbed John's hand and pointed out that if he killed this servant now, he would get a lot of trouble from the Zhuge family. John asked Lei how he could call himself a Rainpeak adept after saying that, if they let foreigners dictate their rules. Lei still insisted that John not escalate the situation to a fight, and if he touched Ju, then Lei was going to stand up for him. Suddenly a guy came up to them and said that he was tired of watching young guys beat each other up. One is maimed. This was Wuxian, who was ranked 7th. He knew that Lei had a very good relationship with the Zhuge family, but this man had really caused a stir in the reign, and Wuxian advised him not to interfere at all. And to John he said that he shouldn't kill him, but you can't just let him go either. That's why he allowed him to be taught a little. Lei turned to Wuxian and told him to stay out of his own business. John noticed that Wuxian was a very intelligent person. He knew that John was not going to kill Ju, and his proposal was exactly what John was actually going to do. Since Wuxian allowed this boy to be taught, then he decided to do it in front of the entire Rain clan. John used some unusual ability and hit Ju. The guy didn't feel any pain at all after being hit. The only thing was that he just flew a few meters away. Those around him also said that it was really a very light punishment, but after a few seconds, his body seemed to be pierced by 100 swords. It was a technique of striking at close range. After that, Wuxian said that this was not the only such act by Master Ju, but only John dared to teach him, and the boys liked this bravery and offered John drink and make friends. Sue was also watching this situation, and as it turned out, she was worried in vain, because John had done this task very well, and Wuxian, as always, was very fair and honest. The girl was sure that he would help John in many ways. The guys drank and talked about that they had seen John raise his rank to bone marrow purification right in the arena. Also, he had mastered spiritual techniques. They predicted that one day he would become the strongest adept in the Rain Pizza. Although he was a very shy boy, it was true. How as soon as he joined the sect, he immediately closed himself for 3 days of practice. He was constantly engaged in completing tasks and accumulating points. Wuxian asked why he had so many points. John replied that one of his friends was locked in purgatory, and he wanted to visit her or free her. Wuxian understood his purpose, but in order to visit someone he would spend 100 points, and if he wanted to free her, he would have to pay much more. 1,000 points will reduce her stay by 1 year. Usually 5,000 points are enough to free someone, only if it is not a Yan girl. John stood up abruptly and asked what was wrong with his sister. Wuxian didn't believe that he knew Luoxian. But John wasn't going to lie to them, and admitted that she was his sister and asked him to tell what was going on with her. Wuxian said that she was an adept of the Jade Maiden Peak Inner Gate. She was talented and ranked very high in the ranking, but she only encountered one very influential person, so she was sent to purgatory for 1,000 years. This story will be talked about for centuries, and if he wants to save her, then he will have to spend 1,000,000 points. John was very angry. He thought it was the same as a death sentence, only worse. But he didn't care who she had wronged. He had to free her. John was determined to accumulate 1,000,000 points and free her. He left into the training hall and began to take all his anger out on the mannequins. John understood that he had little time and decided to go to the mentor in the morning for assignments. The next day, he did everything as he said. The boy came to the mentor and said that he wanted to get an assignment, but Sue asked him to take his time because he had only entered the peak a few days ago. The pills were to be issued to the inner gate adepts soon, and they should be enough to raise his cultivation. But the boy said that he didn't need the pills. Only points are needed. Sue broke away from her writing and asked why he needed points. He clenched his fist and replied that he just needed them. John understood that it would be very difficult for him to score at least 100 points to visit Yan. The teacher handed him a notebook with initial tasks and allowed him to choose any of them. The first task which he saw was to look after the Li clan house and get 3 points in 3 days, but he understood that the rewards for these points were very low. At this rate, he would get 1 point a day, and he would have to work like this for 1,000,000 days. Then John turned to the teacher again and asked if she had more difficult tasks. Then she took another notebook and said that there are high-paying jobs there, but he can't take them. There, they gave 200 points for the task. Hunting and killing a famous criminal of the level of the inner realm. He definitely could not do that. A reward of 1,000 points for resisting a swarm of insects. Then John remembered that the attack of insects is a very big problem in the northern provinces. Every 4th and 5th month they attack the local fields. In order to resist the armed insects, the Empire sends detachments of fighters. Some schools and sects also take part in the defense. Killing 20 armed insects will give him 1 point. Killing 1 beetle captain will also give him 1 point. It was profitable enough, and John decided to accept the task. The teacher said that he knows how to choose the best offer, but then she said that he must not do this. Armed ants do not die so easily, although the practitioners of the inner realm participate in this. The mortality rate exceeds 60%. She was convinced that he would not be able to survive there, and he would die from the first wave. The boy understood all the risks and still wanted to complete the task. However, Sue flatly forbade him to complete it. John was very grateful that the mentor wanted to protect him, but he really needed those points. Sue asked what he needed those points for, but he didn't want to answer. In that case, she promised to let him use such tasks when he told the "What are these points" for him. John wasn't going to leave his mentor's office until she allowed him to take on this task. He stood in one place all day while the mentor did other things. When it was late in the evening, Sue saw that John was still standing in the office by the table. She said that she would go back to her room and advised him to do the same. Sue was sure that John's true power was yet to emerge, but she knew that it is too early for him to go on such tasks, and there's no point in rushing. But he was so arrogant that she still decided to put up with it and let him take the task. But she warned him that it was not easy, and if he wanted to die, then she did not will keep it. John was going to leave the next day, but he also didn't know how dangerous those bugs were. The boy decided to prepare himself. Although his blade was of a high level, he even felt sorry for it a little, but he had to strengthen it. After all, the sword wouldn't be able to help him if it just lay there idle. John didn't expect that this purple blade would ignite as much as 2 scales on the dragon's body. It was much more expensive than Lanya's Karma Fire Blade. Sue thought that this boy was disobedient at all, It had only been a few days since his entry, and he's already going on such a dangerous mission. She hoped that someone would be able to look after him, because she would not be able to do it on her own. When the boy had already set off, a senior disciple came up to him and asked if he was also going to kill the armed flies. He decided to ask because he didn't remember marrow purification practitioners accepting such tasks. Even he was an inner realm practitioner and still was afraid. But John asked what the problem was. The guy raised his voice and said that he couldn't even keep his military ID and wanted to take it away. But John reacted quickly and grabbed him by the throat. After that, he threw the boy to the ground. His friend began to scream and asked John not to beat him and wanted to prove that his friend was just joking. During this commotion, he was noticed by other students and did not understand why he was going to certain death. And finally, they came to the aircraft on which they would go on a journey. John had heard about it, but for the first time he saw with his own eyes a celestial carriage that brings practitioners, an apparatus that flies 500 kilometers per day. It could be compared to high-quality secret artifacts. They set off, and the adventures did not make them wait long, because unexpectedly their ship attacked a squad of ants. One of the students ran and informed everyone about it, so that they had time to prepare for battle. One of the bugs began to attack John. He successfully dodged his blows because he was faster than him, but when he wanted to hit it, his fist simply rested on the insect's strong carapace and it didn't even move. After a failed attack, the insect had a very good opportunity to make a fatal blow, but unexpectedly, someone destroyed it at the last moment. It was Chan. He was an adept of the Serenity Peak, his inner realm level. He told John that the abdomen of armed insects is very strong. Their weak point, it's the head, and it's best to aim there. John began to thank them for their help, and at that moment, the whole wagon began to shake. Chan noted that they were in very bad shape because the insects started attacking the bottom of the wagon, and as a result, they began to fall. Their ship fell straight into the forest, but they also landed in a not very safe place. There were only bugs around them, and they urgently needed to escape from this place. However, they were blocked by armed insect commanders. Not only were they several times stronger than ordinary bugs, there were even more than 100. Suddenly, the students heard strange sounds. They were grenades flying towards the insects. They created a smokescreen between the adepts and the insects, which allowed them to escape and regroup. Later, everyone realized that it was the Imperial Army that had come to help. Their squad was attacking, led by Commander Xiao. John had seen with his own eyes what was said in the records. The Imperial squads are moving very decisively and united. Although they were less powerful than the Qing-Yun adepts, the strength of the entire squad should not be underestimated. Commander Xiao asked to listen to his order. If they want to stay alive, they need to follow them. The adepts replied that they had not even collected the crystals from the corpses. Therefore, they wanted to walk around the area and collect what they could. After all, they would still need the battle trophies. Xiao said that he knew what they needed, but asked them to think carefully. That a large army of beetles is heading to this place, and if they want to die, they can stay. The students were amazed. The Imperial Army always stands out, and their work with the sex adepts is always at their best. It was good, they saved them. But the students did not like that they were getting into their affairs with points. They arrived at the Imperial Bastion and were allowed to rest there. They all accepted the task of countering these bugs and must know the rules of the Longbao Bastion. Xiao said if they were willing to continue the journey with the Imperial Army, then they would meet the next day at this place. And if they choose to leave, they can leave this place at any time. Many adepts thanked for the help, but decided to leave because they came to this place for points. John understood that the sex adepts were strong, but they were completely undisciplined. There would be many deaths surrounded by so many beetles. Therefore, he preferred to go under the command of the Imperial Army. Xiao showed respect for the 4 adepts who chose to continue the journey with them. The commander asked their names. It was John, Suyan, Tai, and Chan who saved John from the insect attack. Xiao suggested that they rest for a while and they would leave the next day. Another ship landed in the depths of Longbao. 3 guys got out of it. One of them asked if they were absolutely sure that John had come to Longbao. The chief replied that if he had not received the report, they would not have landed in this place. The bastion is located under the protection of the Imperial Army. If they killed anyone there, they would not be able to get out of this place. But their leader had a plan to escape. Since they were all working for Zhuge, he promised to do everything equally. He assumed that if this idiot went to the Imperial Army, then he definitely plans to hunt beetles. Then they will have a chance. And there will be many ways to kill him. They won't even have to do it themselves. The next day, they gathered at the same place. Commander Xiao received information from intelligence that there was a small squad of armed beetles in the forest to the north. While they were there, Xiao proposed to go to their nest and burn them all. While he was saying this, John was attacked by an insect. John managed to survive thanks to the fact that he managed to regroup. The commander ordered the army to prepare shields, bows, and spears for attack and defense. After John took a few lessons from Chan on how to kill insects properly and effectively, he started to get a lot better at it. He killed the first bug and found a crystal in it. This is what was used when counting the number of creatures killed. 20 heads of these bugs can be exchanged for 1 point. John was sure that although their stomachs are very strong, with his sandalwood technique he can pierce even a rock. He hoped to be able to damage the internal organs. And he did it very well. The beetles flew into small parts. This was his second crystal. But during the battle, the blue beetle commanders joined them again. Xiao warned that they are beetle captains and their bodies are covered in toxins. He urged not to touch them or they will get poisoned. In addition, they are very intelligent and cooperate and communicate well with each other. For 1 captain crystal, you can get 1 point. Kill them much more profitable. The bigger John's body is a secret artifact and the poison is not scary to him. The boy assumed that the beetle captains were as strong as that Hua beast. John concluded that he needed to use the flying blade. He raised his hand and began to destroy with his blade all the captains who were around him or came close. This time, John managed to return the blade to his hands after the job was done. Xiao clapped his hands and said that it was beautiful, and his technique of wielding a throwing blade was unsurpassed. One of the soldiers ran to the commander and reported that suddenly a squad of beetles dropped their food and began to run away. Xiao ordered his squad to retreat urgently. When beetles are feeding, they will never go to their nest without a good reason. John couldn't understand why they had to turn back and retreat. The commander pointed out that she was definitely somewhere nearby, but John didn't even understand what he was talking about. But he didn't even have to explain anything, because the queen of insects appeared before them. They had no other choice but to defend themselves. One of the practitioners of the inner realm could not withstand even 1 blow and was killed. His comrades saw this with their own eyes and urgently needed to flee. After all, the insect queen had the level of a divine reflection. As she approached them, Xiao showed them where they needed to go and said, "Whoever manages to survive." But the commander himself could not believe that the intelligence was wrong. Normally, the Imperial Army would not send such a small force to kill the beetle queen. The commander said that he would distract her while they fled and threw a smoke grenade. But John saw that she was going to attack Xiao and wanted to help him. John said that he would distract her himself and asked the commander to get the rest out of this place. Chan was confused because Chu's mentor had asked for his help, but no one expected that they would end up in this situation. He told John to run because he couldn't do it alone with a dangerous queen. The boy felt when the queen was approaching, and thanks to the calculations he could dodge the blows. The Chunga family's servant had planned to send the black and white twins to fetch John's head, but now he was convinced that they wouldn't even have to do anything on their own. He was sure that the beetle queen would not give them any chance of survival. John noticed a cave nearby that the queen couldn't even crawl into. But when he ran inside, he saw a fiery manticore there. He couldn't believe that he would be so unlucky again. He had only seen such in books. Fire manticores have scorpion tails, and most of all, they like to live in places with high temperature. Incredibly strong, capable of wiping the inner realm practice into dust in a second. He was lucky that she was sleeping. He hoped that thanks to this will allow him to bypass her and escape from the cave. But when John returned, he noticed that the cave most likely could not withstand the beetle queen, and she very easily made her way in. This noise woke up the fiery manticore. Behind John was the queen of beetles, and in front of him was a fiery manticore, and at any moment one of them could attack him. But it turned out that they collided with each other. It was the perfect moment to escape from the scene of the fight unscathed. Therefore, he decided to run quickly without making any noise. After a long confrontation, they struck simultaneously and thus destroyed each other at the same time. As John jumped into the lava to escape from them, there he felt a very strong heat. From the lava that came from the very heart of the earth. It was much more powerful than the power of the true fire of the dough in that furnace. And John was sure that this time he won't be able to get out. But he was thrown by a flow of lava onto a piece of land. He did not expect this at all. He had already given up any hopes of survival. but unexpectedly he managed to absorb the lava from the heart of the earth. His body became even stronger after being heated by the heat of the heart of the earth. He looked at his chest and saw a glow there, and it was exactly the same glow he had seen before. It was like a void glow. Martial artifacts are divided into several levels of quality: secret, spiritual, immortal, and saint. Only secret artifacts do not have a special glow. The rest, through their hardening, achieve their special seeding of emptiness. Now his body is no longer a secret artifact. It has reached the spiritual level. He wondered how strong his body is now, and what possibilities have appeared. When he got back into the middle of the cave, he didn't expect that these two would destroy each other. He only had to collect the reward. He wondered how many points the Bug Queen crystal would bring. With the help of Fire Manticore crystals, you can create pills and high-quality artifacts. It seems that this is a fairly valuable material. He didn't know if he could exchange them for points, but he could definitely sell them to a blacksmith or healer. John's walk turned out to be very interesting. He returned to the bastion Longbow and tried to find Xiao. The guards recognized John and said that their captain had been captured and asked him to take a look for himself. He asked what happened here. The guards were told that someone had decided to ruin the life of the squad. Yesterday, their sortie was changed by someone from above. Captain Xiao could not stand it and began to argue with someone from the higher ranks. For this, he was arrested and taken away. Most likely, he will be tried by a tribunal. John was shocked, but promised that he would solve the matter. John went to the dragon fortress, and when he entered the room, he saw adepts gathering things. These were the guys he decided to stay with, along with the Imperial Army. He began to pour tea while simultaneously asking them why they wanted to go now. Chan asked what he was planning to do. John began to talk about Xiao's current situation. But Chan felt that the Wangchuan house should not meddle in these matters. John handed Chan a cup of tea. The boy said that a madman from the Zhuge house was involved in this matter, so they were not going to get into it, and advised John not to do it either. The Wangchuan house, like the Zhuge, is one of the 7 great clans, and is not inferior. He has neither strength nor wealth. It annoyed John that this Zhuge family was persecuting him even here. John asked Chan to help him and promised to never forget it. Chan replied that although John was very strong, he had not yet earned his reputation. At this moment, John threw the crystals he had taken after the death of the Beetle Queen onto the table. He also had a manticore crystal with him. The adepts immediately began to look at them very carefully. John said that the madman from the Zhuge house had already interfered with his affairs several times, and he still had a long way to go. He planned to become the best, and he could be useful for Wangchuan house in the future. Chan pointed out that although his speech was good, it was full of show-off and made no sense. However, he still liked it. And if this guy is so confident in himself, then he is willing to follow him. The next day, they came to the Hantian camp chief. He said that he did not expect to see Chan in the dragon fortress, and if he had known about it, he would have given him a warm welcome. Chan decided to get straight to the point and said that they had a man named Xiao, and he asked to let him go. But Hantian said that Xiao was a bit of a problem for Zhuge. Chang stopped him from finishing his speech and asked him if he thought Zhuge's family was more influential than Wangchuan. Meanwhile, in the main camp, Lei was drinking with the general of the Imperial Army and thanked him for helping to get rid of this boy John. But Tian Chen replied that it was a small thing for him if it was Zhuge's request. White said that it was not easy at all. After all, they had to spend several days in a clogged hole. Black added that if he had killed him then, they would not have had to sit here. During their conversation, John appears in the main camp with his company. They were shocked to see that this guy was still alive. Now John realized who had set it up and set him up. Lei didn't know why he was still alive, but it made a lot of sense because he promised to kill him now. Comrade John said that he didn't come here for that and asked to let Xiao go. But Tian Chang started to laugh and replied that they wouldn't get Xiao. If he was released, he would be in trouble again, so he wasn't going to go against his personal interests. John let his friend negotiate, and he said that if they didn't let him go, they would be in a lot more trouble. But Tian Chang was curious to see which one of them would be in trouble. John could see that Tian Chan was not in the mood to release Xiao. He assured them that he would not give him away, and they did not even know who they were talking to. John said that he had taken on too much responsibility, and now he would have to pay for it. John used a stunning divine strike to eliminate Tian Chang, but the general dodged the blow and asked him to listen carefully. He was ready to destroy him with joy. The boy turned to Tian Cheng and said that he was mistaken if he thought that he could behave like this if Juga was protecting him. But he replied that it was so, and thinks. Chan intervened and said that he didn't have time to watch their arguments and decided to go and call General Failong. This sentence completely changed Tian Cheng's attitude to this situation, and he ordered Xiao to be released quickly. After all, Failong is the heir of the Wangchuan house. Xiao understood that he had been taken into custody because of Tian Chen, and now he needed to explain it somehow to his comrades. John's colleague said that before leaving, Chang asked him to help John, but the Zhuge house is involved in this matter. Tian Chen and his black and white comrades are very strong and they need to deal with them as soon as possible. John asked Lu to calm down and said that this happened because of him. Someone just wants to hurt Lu's squad because they helped John. That's why the guy wanted revenge. The next day they met with Tanyakan and his servants. Almost immediately an unequal battle began between them. Because John began to fight with two of his warriors, but the boy still managed to dominate them. They themselves realized it, and Black turned to White to say that this John was very strange, and it was worth admitting that he was stronger than them. But they could not give up so easily, and activated the strike of the 9 dragons. John began to free his consciousness, which allowed him to notice even minimal changes in the environment. He paid attention to the grass that grows, and to the dead insects in this grass. First, John dealt with the white one thanks to his blade, which he found in the deer. And after that, only Black remained. The boy decided not to delay this process and used a shocking divine strike and destroyed the black one. Since their guards were destroyed, John went to Li to take revenge. But he begged him not to kill him, and his argument was that they had trained together. But unexpectedly, John's body was pierced by a poison arrow. He pulled it out of his body, since after hardening his body, he was invulnerable to poison. John said it was just a poison arrow and threw it at Leia. After that, John wanted to leave the dragon fortress, but Tianchen stood in his way, who was not going to let the boy go after such humiliation. The general began to catch up with him. Tianchen could not grab the boy, but threw a spear at him, which wounded him well. However, John did not stop and created an ice wall that was supposed to stop Tianchen. Thanks to this, the boy gained time to break away, and he succeeded. However, Tianchen promised that he would regret being born. Tianchen grabbed his spear and rushed to run after the boy. John decided to use a shocking divine strike and aimed directly at his head, although he confused him for a short time. Tianchen was too strong, and these techniques were not enough for him. So after defending himself, he applied an ice cover, and John ended up in an ice prison. He called him a pathetic boy and he didn't even have the milk on his lips to fight him yet. But John asked him not to be so cocky and activated a shocking divine strike. But this attack did not become a problem for him, and he said that it was just nothing for him, and called him pathetic. Han Tian suddenly appeared and ordered him to stop immediately. But Tian Chen asked him not to meddle in his own business. Han Tian asked Tian Cheng to admit his guilt. He changed the route of the imperial army for his own interests. He also encroached on the life of an officer. He takes bribes and should be ashamed of his behavior. Han Tian said that since he had mastered the ice blast, he could not oppose him now, but he will have to answer to the general. Suddenly, the hero of the imperial army, the pride of the dragon fortress, General Phelan appeared. He immediately approached Tianchen and asked why he allowed himself to behave like this under his patronage. Did he decide to thank him like this? Tianchen fell to his knees and said that Zhuge forced him to do this. Failong pointed out that although Zhuge had great power, they must obey the laws of war. Moreover, they had no right to interfere in the affairs of the imperial army. As an officer, Tianchen allowed himself to sacrifice military discipline. Failong allowed him to have the last word. He lowered his head as if he was thinking about what to say. But in fact, he started running away and smiling after General Phelan. However, this was definitely his worst decision, and the general waited until he ran away and shot him right in the head with his ability. John ran up to the general from behind and wanted to talk to him, but Failong did not say a word and simply disappeared. John began to thank Han Tian for helping him, but he replied that he did not need to thank him. After all, the boy himself had several aces in his sleeve. Only thanks to his talents, he was able to escape death at the hands of Tianchen. In the evening, John sat in his tent and thought. Today was a very difficult day. If it wasn't for General Failong and Master Han Tian, it would have ended. The fastest way to become stronger is to awaken the dragon scale. To do this, he needs to absorb this Tianchen weapon. It is a black flame. Release the essence of the weapon he uses to awaken the dragon scale. He managed to melt out enough essence. He didn't know what kind of essence it was, but the most important thing was that it could awaken the dragon scale. But it seems that even more weapons and crystals were needed to awaken the dragon scale. He had no more work to do, and he needed to return to the clan. The next day, the Green Mist Squad and Xiao personally thanked John for his help, but the boy said that he shouldn't thank him, because General Feilong had arranged it all. Xiao asked if John had to return to the clan. He would not mind having such a warrior in his army. But John showed by his appearance that it was necessary, and Xiao simply hugged him and asked him to be careful on the way. He hoped to meet John again. As soon as John arrived in the city, he immediately went to Mentor Su and told her that he had completed the task. He was assigned to kill armed insects, and she had to find out how many he managed to kill. Su assumed that it was 100 or 200 pieces. John had already forgotten that she had such a sharp character, and decided to just show everything without words. Gradually, the number of crystals increased, and a large mountain of valuable trophies appeared in front of Master Su's eyes. John said that he counted them yesterday, and there were 4,626 ordinary insect crystals. Su pointed out that these crystals could be exchanged for a little more than 200 points, which was not much. Then John replied that he also had the insect captain crystals. Now, these crystals could be exchanged for at least 500 points. The girl admitted that he had indeed acquired a lot of crystals, but he would not be able to count on such a number in their clan. Then the boy showed her the insect queen crystal. The girl immediately asked where he got it from. He said he found it, but the girl couldn't believe it. She asked him to give her the destruction request and his air plate. As a result, 1,500 points should be credited to his plate for such a find. The boy thanked her. Teacher Su tore the table from him and again tried to find out why he got so many points. But John told her not to interfere in his affairs. Two boys met in the bamboo forest. One of them was Wang with a godlike stage. He asked Peiran what he had given him. The boy replied that 2 days ago, returning from Chunyang province, he had brought with him a letter from Luwen's relatives and her favorite toy. Wang was convinced that this time she would be delighted. And it didn't matter what he gave her. She didn't pay any attention to him. He told her about his sincere intentions, but Luwen didn't pay attention to him anymore. He hoped that this time she would definitely understand his feelings. Peiran stood and thought about how easy it was for him to forge Luo Zhen's handwriting. Van asked if Peiran would go with him to Mount Lanui. He said of course he would. He just asked when. Wang said that they would probably leave right now. Peiran was sad, and said that he had not seen Luwen for a long time. Wang asked him not to be sad, and he noted that with the Wang family's medicine and secret techniques, he would definitely be able to gain great power. Even though he couldn't see Luwen, he promised to tell her about his feelings. Peiran was happy, so that his kinship with the Wang family and the patronage of the leading disciple of the Qingyun clan predicted a great future for him. Peiran calmed down and thanked him. But Van didn't care. He already wanted to meet Luoan as soon as possible to win her heart. Not only did Wang want to see Luoan Yan as soon as possible, but John was also on his way to his sister. At the entrance to the purgatory, he was met by guards. They asked if he was familiar with the rules of this place. When he crossed the border, he would be in the mountain area, this place where the Qingyun clan's protection would not extend to him. In other words, if someone tried to kill him, the clan would not interfere. With his strength, they advised him to be twice as careful to survive in this place. Wang came to Yan again, but she told him once again that she didn't want to see him. But he showed what Peiran had given her, and said that it would cheer her up. She didn't understand how long Peiran had started worrying about her like that, yet, and convey something. But then she saw a slingshot in his hands and asked to give it to her so that she could look at it. And it was noticeable that Yan remembered something related to her. She grabbed the slingshot and began to quickly load it to fire. It was the same Yan he remembered and knew before. Meanwhile, John was on his way to his sister. And on his way there were many robbers, who considered him very high-minded. They were about to attack him, but the boy got ahead of them and attacked first with his new techniques, one of which was the sting of fear. He ordered them not to stop him from going further. They didn't understand how such a bone-marrow hardening level snitch could possess spiritual techniques. He still needed to find his sister because he did not know where she was. He assumed that they could have locked her up at the very top of the mountain. When Yan was reading the letter, she recognized her brother's handwriting. If Peiran can't get to the top of the mountain, then she wanted to ask Wang to convey the news that he would tell through him. Wang noticed that thanks to this letter, Yan became polite, and he promised to pass it on. He did not know what was on her mind all this time. But when she saw the slingshot, she immediately became more cheerful. He wondered what memories she had of this slingshot. After a while, he went back to Peiren. He said that she was very happy with the present. He replied that it was quite expected, for his sister had been shut up here for a long time, and it was obvious that she was homesick. But if her brother would visit her, then she will be even happier. And he asked to help her dispel her sadness. Vaughn said that he was very happy today and suggested that we get together tonight and have a nice celebration. Peiren agreed. John noticed them and decided to hide behind the nearest rock. He noticed that Vaughn was very strong and able to use the essence of the Lotus of Death. Vaughn actually asked Peiren if he was her older brother, but he replied that he was a cousin. Then John immediately recognized Peiren's voice. Then he thought that he didn't need to hide and went straight out to meet them. The first thing Peiren thought about was how he managed to get to this mountain. John said that he didn't expect to meet his brother in such a place. Peiren said that he planned to leave it for a while, but no one could even think that he would dare to climb this mountain. Var intervened in the conversation and asked John if he was somehow related to Jan, because Peiren had never told him about him. He replied that Jan was his younger sister, and it was normal that he wanted to see her. Peiren said that he was a burden to their family and doesn't deserve to meet Jan. But Wang wasn't interested in their relationship within the family. He was only interested in why he didn't tell about him before. Because it looked like his letter to his sister was fake. Wang walked up to John, bowed to him, and introduced himself as the lead disciple of the Qingyun sect. John was shocked, but also introduced himself. He was surprised that Wang was so polite to him. Var said that he had heard his name before from Yan. She kept talking about him, and it meant that she missed him. They met a few minutes ago, but John didn't understand why he was so polite to him. Then Wang said that his meeting with Yan was predicted by fate and they will soon get married. Therefore, he said that he will call him brother. But John asked him not to joke like that, because he wasn't a match for her. He remarked that if Vaughn was from that kind of family, he wouldn't necessarily be a good fit for his sister. Peiren interjected and promised to teach him how to talk to others. He didn't understand why. John tries to provoke the leading disciple of the sect. An argument started between Peiren and John, and they started fighting each other. Their attacks were very fast, and they even forgot that Vaughn was with them. During the confrontation, John pointed out that Peiren was worthless and completely dependent on spirit pills. All attempts to attack John ended unsuccessfully, and as a result, John delivered a powerful blow in return when the enemy was already exhausted. He tried to use another batch of pills, but John prevented him from doing so and attacked. The boy said that they were from the same family, so he didn't want to kill him. He wanted Peiren to see how he would get rid of Binsong and Yun. Peiren didn't understand why things were happening like this. After all, he had planned everything in order to get the enhancement pills. Then he could become the pride of the family and claim the title of the best genius. But now he thought that he had lost to some prickly pear. Vaughn's aide asked why he didn't join this battle, because this guy crippled Peiren. He replied that he didn't want to interfere in another family's affairs. They were also brothers. John turned to Vaughn and asked why he didn't want to avenge his friend. Vaughn's aide was irritated by John's behavior and was about to attack him, but Vaughn stopped him. It was obvious that Vaughn was not going to fight him. He approached John and said that he was a talented and brave boy. John couldn't understand what was going on in this boy's mind. He might believe that he is Peiren's brother, but he doesn't have enough strength to climb to the top of this mountain to visit or take her away. And he thought he was one of the few who could do it. Therefore, he believed that John couldn't decide whether he was suitable Yang or not. He used the Lotus intent against John, but John was not going to give up after such a thorny path. And he believed that he was the one who could save his sister on his own, and no one would dare to interfere. He was able to defeat Peiren, even though he was a level below him. Wang recognized that he was indeed talented, but he was still very weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Yan was his sister, he wouldn't even be worthy to stand in front of him, and that's simple to talk. But John replied that it was not for him to decide what he was worthy of and what he was not. A flower began to open on Van's shoulder, as if in spring, and he was going to show him the difference between them and their power. The heaven sphere was truly a terrifying power compared to the others. Everyone standing around understood that this guy was very strong. They didn't understand why he had come to this place. This expert's clothes were purple in color, which meant that he was a host. Student. It was not clear how this was possible. Someone below the sphere of the heavens can turn into nothing with one wave of the hand. Therefore, they did not understand the purpose of releasing such a large amount of power. Meanwhile, at the pizza place, Rain Su was watching John. She understood that he really likes to get into trouble, but she was tired of denying him, because he himself had the right to decide when he should die and for what reason. But she still couldn't calm down and come to terms with the fact that he could die so easily. That's why she still decided to intervene in his fate and went on a ship to purgatory. Meanwhile, Jan sat on the edge of the horizon and remembered those wonderful times when she walked with her brother, how he calmed her down when she was sad, how he made her laugh and made her childhood happy. The girl felt Van's inner energy and assumed that he was competing with someone. When she closed her eyes, she immediately recognized her older brother and understood that he was competing with him. John was convinced that Van was indeed in the realm of the heavens. A dark purple energy emanated from the central area, where violet light flowed smoothly from one area to another. He hoped that now John would feel the difference between them. Wang thought that even one finger would be enough for him to destroy him. But even for him, looking after and protecting Jan is very difficult, and now he has also appeared. And he said that John not worth meeting her. Jan could not allow her brother to die, and she tried to go down to the foot of the mountain and help him, but she couldn't do anything. Vaughn admitted that he had a very strong body and decided to see how long it would last. John withstood all of his attacks and eventually decided that he needed to try his best. He said that Vaughn's attacks were strong, but it didn't matter because they were nothing to him. Vaughn noted that he insulted him and began to force him to his knees. He sent a lotus at him, each weighing about 10 cauldrons. John was almost powerless, but he still said that it was impossible to force him to kneel with such a weak ability. These 20 lotuses compared to 30 cauldrons in weight, he was surprised that it wasn't enough. But it wasn't a problem for him because he was willing to use as many lotuses as needed. He wondered how long he could last. John's legs began to sink into the ground under such pressure. Vaughn was determined to bring him to his knees at any cost. John said that he wouldn't even dream of putting him on his knees. His expression was very aggressive. Thanks to his strength, he freed himself from all the lotuses that weighed down his body and sharply took out his blade. John said that his realm of heaven was nothing to him. John used a spirit spike to throw his body off balance and buy a little more time. And as he regained consciousness, John used his favorite blade and aimed it straight at him. However, he managed to dodge this blow at the last moment. Wang was very talented from his childhood, having reached the realm of heaven at such a young age, but despite the fact that his family was very powerful, it was still inferior to the 7 great families. However, Wang and his father was able to prove, step by step, that their family would not lose to other respectable houses. Vaughn wasn't surprised that Perrin had lost to him. This soul attack was really good enough in the boy's opinion. His techniques were well trained. If it wasn't for the family treasure and his fortitude, he would have definitely been killed by the dagger. This scar would remind him of that he once underestimated him. But he has to pay for it, even if he is brother Jan. He began to attack him with a bunch of lotuses, and promised to tear him mercilessly to pieces for such behavior. Meanwhile, Jan struggled to get out of her chains to get to the foot of the mountain and save her little brother. She even used the Thunder God's forbidden Nirvana technique. Jan had to break this seal. But one of the masters noticed that she wanted to use a forbidden technique and tried to talk her out of it. But the girl convinced him that she was not going to leave purgatory. She just needed to help one person. He said that unfortunately he did not own this formation and would not be able to pass it. Even if he could, it would be very dangerous as there are about 5 other people in it. He was sure of Jan, but these people can suffer. The girl promised that he would not try to break through her, but he had to promise her that he would go and save her brother. But the master said that their help wouldn't be needed because someone was ahead of them. Jan couldn't make out who it was. Then he pointed to the flying ship. John, meanwhile, understood that his tricks would no longer work, and he only had one option left. If he could use demonic chi, then he would be able to use the demonic deity fist technique. In order to use this chi, he must release all of it and let the demonic energy fill it. But for some reason, he couldn't do anything, because he trained every day, but it still wasn't enough. The human body can only have one type of chi if a practitioner wants to use more powerful chi. He must release all of his accumulated chi, but demonic chi absorbs it as well. The demonic chi technique book gave him the ability to absorb it. The boys watched this fight and saw how serious John's wounds were. His skin was starting to peel off. This was a sign of entering the realm of heaven. It was some kind of trap, but only thanks to it, he is still standing. Jan realized that brother uses Shen poisoning technique. Although Vaughn asked John not to try his luck, he still used the demonic deity fist, the heaven-destroying demon. The blow that her brother delivered was so powerful that even Wang had to be careful. The master noted that John remained weak. It seemed that he had absorbed new chi to deliver this blow, and it would not be enough for another such. But on the other hand, there is no longer a chance to kill John since Su has already arrived. Wang pointed out that this blow was not that weak anymore. The ability to deliver such a blow makes him a true opponent. He should be proud of himself because he will die at the hands of the first disciple. But at the last moment, Su's mentor arrived at the scene and shouted to Van stopped. She said that he would be in serious trouble if he continued. Vaughn pointed out that it was just a small skirmish and they didn't intend to kill each other. She could have believed that before, but she wasn't sure what he was counting on when he delivered that blow. Wang said that John's skills were very good and he let him go this time. But that didn't change the fact that he wasn't worthy to meet Yan, and besides, he would never be able to beat him. John replied that he would beat him in 3 years and will bring Yan back. The boy replied that he was very naive, but he was willing to give him those 3 years. His condition would be that if he could not defeat him, then he would also remain in purgatory, and his life would be in Wang's hands. When Wang left, Su asked why he made such a deal with him. The boy replied that he hoped there were no such people around Yan. Being a beautiful person, it was clear that she was no match for him, so he could be with anyone, except for his sister. The teacher said that Wang is a leading disciple and is closely watched by the Qingyun sect, and he is also the only son of the head of the Wang family, who are warriors. Many girls want to marry him. John was going to meet his younger sister at the top of the mountain, but she said he couldn't do it. There is a formation on the top of the mountain and it's called the six-pointed star formation of the heavens, and there's no way he could go through it with his power level if he had no permission. Su couldn't believe that Yan was his younger sister. All he needed was strength and power. He was in a lot of pain as the wounds began to bleed again. Su decided to help him and did not understand why to fight with all her might. The girl placed him in her ship. They headed up to the top. She showed him the formation and said that they would not be able to get any closer. And finally, brother and sister met again. They looked into each other's eyes for the first time in a long time. John was the first to speak to the girl and said that her brother had come to visit his younger sister. The girl could not stand it and began to cry. As a child, he always protected her. And one day when she was humiliated by robbers, John came and protected her. He said that no one would dare to abuse his sister, but they did not believe that he could do anything bad to them. However, John every time took out his slingshot and aimed straight at the offender's head, and it worked every time. They didn't even talk, and John had already told the mentor that they had to go. She didn't understand why he didn't want to talk with her longer. Yan assured her brother that he would be fine, and John replied that he was sure of it too. The mentor was annoyed that even with such deep wounds, John tries to be cool. Su handed him a red cloud pill. It's level 5, and if you convert it into points, judging by the prices, it's worth about 1,000 points. So John said he couldn't take it, but the mentor was angry with him because he was very troublesome and forced him to open his mouth, and almost forcefully stuffed this pill into him. The mentor assured him that these investments would soon pay off. Therefore, she advised him to listen to her while she was his creditor. John slept for almost a whole day, but when he woke up, he did not understand it. The boy immediately began the process of manifesting demonic chi. After that, his chi began to release and enter the heavenly realm. It seemed to separate from the boy. 3 days after that, John went out into the city and met his friend Kang there. He approached John and began to ask if he had heard who the outer disciple had fought on the mountain of purgatory a few days ago. John replied that there were rumors that this fight was intense. Even that heavenly realm boy began to use his innate energy. And then, unexpectedly, they met Brother Wuhan. John noted that he looked good, but he seemed to be in a hurry. The boy replied that he had to leave the sect for a while. There was a big event going on in the auction house. John was surprised and assumed that Wuhan was a member of the Tianlu family. He confirmed this information. But the boys said that it was not obvious at all. They would never have thought that he was one of the Tianlu family if he hadn't said it himself. John wanted to ask Wuhan to take them with him to the auction house. It would be a great honor for them. They all came to the auction house together, because Wuhan could not refuse his friends. The guards worshipped Wuhan and called him the young master. Wuhan gave John the key to the room he had reserved for them, and he still had other things to do. But John asked him to wait a moment, and asked what the procedure was for registering the items to be auctioned. Wuhan asked what he wants to exhibit. John whispered in his ear that he had a manticore crystal. Then the boy asked him to follow him. They went to the head auctioneer, Hao. He noticed the young master and greeted him. Wuhan said that his friend wanted to auction the fire manicore crystal and asked him to look at it to see if it was real. John immediately tossed the crystal to him and he began to examine it. It was a full-grown manticore crystal, 30 feet tall and 60 feet long. Wuhan asked what price they could auction it for. Hao noted that it had been years since the last time. When a fire manticore of this size appeared, it could become the main item of the auction. He said that 30,000 square crystals was a good starting price. John was shocked at this amount. Wuhan seemed to think that John thought this price was very low, but he assured that the final price would be much higher than the initial price. Then Hao was approached by an assistant, who informed him that the next item in the auction was the weapon enhancement skill, and it's time to go on stage. Huo stepped onto the stage and said that the next auction item would be the weapon refinement skill, which is the skill of weapon refining masters. This skill can greatly increase the growth rate of any refiner. The starting price for this item is 5,000 square crystals. The buyers assumed that members of the military families will do anything to get it, and ordinary citizens can't even dare to buy it. Like the 3 top refs from the Wang family and the Fengyang court, they can't meet them regardless of how much they pay. If it's a skill to upgrade the weapon is used wisely, and the user becomes a refiner, it would be a priceless treasure. The 3rd son of the Zhug family was willing to buy this item for 20,000 crystals. Huo asked if anyone wanted to raise the price, and if not, then this skill would be sold to the 3rd son of Zhuge. But unexpectedly, John named the sum of 20,100 crystals. His companions dissuaded him, but John asked them to calm down, because if he can name such a price, then it means that he can pay such a price. Zhuge's 3rd son increased the bet to 22,000 and asked his assistant Fei to help shut this guy up. John raised the bet again to 22,100 crystals. The fairy came to him and said that the young master wanted him to refuse this item, but he did not understand why he should refuse. The fairy replied because the young master said so, and he must follow the order. Now John understood who was his inspiration, who made him spend constantly. The fairy hoped that now he was afraid and advised him to give up trying to compete with him. John began to remember that all of his enemies kept mentioning the name of Zhuge's 3rd son and saying that people who fought him would eventually die. And then when he was attacked by the insect queen, they decided that they had accomplished their mission. John looked at the girl and asked her to tell him to go to hell. The fairy was outraged by this, and she pointed out that those who tried to offend her master regretted in their graves. She was about to attack him, but John asked her to look around where they are located. The auctioneer approached them and asked who was making the noise. Feng raised the bid to 24,000 crystals, and John interrupted her again and said that he would give 24,100 crystals. And Fei couldn't do anything to him for that in Hao's presence. The fairy turned to Hao and said that this child did not know who he was, and he told him to go to hell. This made Fen laugh, because he did not know that such people still existed. He asked if she knew his origin. The girl replied that he is only halfway to the heavenly realm and an outer disciple. His name is John, and he has no origin. If this is the case, then he was ready to give up this subject. The fairy was surprised and asked who this guy is, that her master even wants to give up. Feng said that this boy had already been rude to him several times. He would definitely take revenge on him and remember this incident. Therefore, he wanted to let him take this unnecessary book. Huo announced that the weapon enhancement skill was sold for 24,100 crystals. Feng called Fei and said that they were going away and would take revenge on him later. John said that Fei had finally revealed himself. Meanwhile, the man asked to urgently inform the 2nd young master. A boy approached Wuhan and asked if he was Zhang's younger brother. Wuhan replied that he was, and his brother was sending quests, and that's why he wasn't here. The boy approached him and said that he would respect his family and not cause problems in their territory. Family, but he needed to talk to this guy, so he asked him to go away for a while. He met John and asked how he planned to repay the debt after attacking their servant. John replied that anyone who is not polite to him must die. The boy realized that this time he planned to steal the method of cleaning weapons. John replied that the book doesn't belong to him, and that's why he didn't steal it, but bought it. And after it got into his hands, he can do whatever he wants with it. The guy smiled and said that he hadn't met someone like him for a long time, but they just died quickly enough. From the way he intimidated people, John could see what kind of relationship he had, and how depraved he was. But John kept walking step by step to the top, where he was now. And he was sick of being threatened. He didn't think this boy would be so stubborn. John told him if he wanted to take his life, let him come and take it. He added that he will not take into account his existence in the future. This also applies to his entire Zhug family. But he just promised that he will not cause trouble to the Gen family. Fei asked him not to think that they wouldn't dare to touch him just because it was the Gen family's territory. He was just an outside student, and he had no right to look down on the Zhuge family. The boy called Fei and said that they were leaving. Fei was difficult to agree with that, but she promised that the next time she met him, she would not show John an iota of pity. Tsang approached John and said that he was incredible. John replied that he almost lost ground here, and if he was more humble, it is not a fact that he would show mercy, and if the result did not change, then he saw no point in fearing him. But Wuhan was afraid that next time things would not be so good. Huo stood on the stage and showed off the next two treasures. He took out one bottle. It was Heavenly Amber Essence. It can be directly applied to upgrade them by one class. These are drops of Heavenly Amber Essence. The starting price is 2,000 crystal shards. Some of the people in the audience said that they didn't care how much they had to pay, but they had to get this item. This place really lived up to the reputation of an auction house. They had everything. Some also really wanted to get this item but couldn't afford it. John realized that this amber energy was the same negative energy from his brain that he extracted. He was surprised that there was anything left of it. Tsang pointed out that the celestial amber essence was in the artifacts, but no one could get it. Therefore, it is valuable. But John asked, if no one can get it, then where did it come from? Tsang did not know that. People are so lucky that they can stumble upon a thing by chance. The final price of the amber essence is 12,000 crystal shards. John thought that if he buys 10 Huang-level military weapons, it will cost him 1,000 crystal shards. Then he can extract the amber essence from them. And if he can sell it all, then he can get 10,000 crystal shards. A few drops of celestial amber essence can ignite 10 Dragon Balls, but if he sells it, he can buy himself more battle weapons. John was happy, because he could make a fortune from it. The comrade approached John and asked what he was going to do now. The amount of his crystal core rose to 7,000 shards. After that, he needed to go and get his money. They went to Wuji, and since he didn't take his money, he asked them to follow him to the backyard. Wuhan introduced his elder brother Wuji to them. Since John was a friend of his younger brother, he decided not to charge him for participating in the auction. But John thought it was wrong. Wuhan handed him 4,500 crystal shards, and he had already credited them to his account. Wuji noted that in places where accept such jade checks, they serve as the most common method of payment. He can use it as crystal shards. John took the money and said that he did not intend to take up their time anymore, especially since he had unfinished business. John went to the store to buy a weapon. At the entrance, a guy met him and asked what kind of weapon he wanted. He added that he would search until he found the weapon he needed. John asked how many wand-level weapons they had here. There were 223 of them in this central pavilion. Then John said he wanted to buy them all. But the seller thought that he was joking with him, because he had no idea how much such a purchase would cost him. If you count 100 crystals per piece, it will come out to about 20,000. John asked if that amount would be suitable for them. However, the consultant said that it was not everyone has such money and asked not to waste his time. John then went to another vendor and said he wanted to purchase some Huang-level weapons. The consultant pointed out that they had a large selection of weapons in addition to combat and offered to show them, but John refused. At this point, he asked if the boy had already chose a specific weapon. John said that he wanted to buy 220 combat weapons, in addition to those sold in the furnace. This seller also thought that he was joking. John ignored it and asked if they could give him a discount if he was buying for such a large amount. The seller immediately called all the sellers to him and ordered them to quickly help the valuable buyer and bring all the weapons Huang level. After John had acquired all these weapons, he went to the sect to continue to implement his idea. John was able to refine all kinds of weapons to extract more than 1,000 drops of Heavenly Amber Essence. After using 500 drops of Heavenly Amber Essence, more than 500 dragon scales were ignited. After that, he wondered what improvements he would receive in his abilities. In the evening, Teacher Sue gathered all the Rain Peak students in this place to test them. As a test, the best students would be selected to participate in the demon slaying trial. She was convinced that among the outer students present, there were those who had never seen a demon. She said that they are not called that because they are demonic creatures, but because they possess a demonic aura. The students felt as if their souls were being squeezed by a demonic aura. She pointed out that there is a demon behind her. The first step to killing a demon is the ability to withstand its pressure. From this moment on, only the 3 participants who can approach the demon the closest in 3 days will be able to take part in the trial to kill it. Sue finally revealed the demon, and all the students were terrified. They all started moving away from him instead of coming closer. After a while, when everyone calmed down a little, Haoshi's best outer disciple asked permission to try. The other disciples watched as the elder had already completed the 7th circle. He was almost close to the monster. The students agreed that he was without a doubt the best outer student, and he managed to reach the 8th circle. But the rest of the students thought that the best student was John. The teacher said that this demon was not that dangerous, and all that was needed was courage. She asked if anyone else wanted to try. John came forward and said that he wanted to try. All the students supported him. They saw that even in front of such a terrible monster, John still smiled. John started his way and confidently went round after round. He was concentrated and could feel the heartbeat of this monster. At some point, he stopped. The students began to voice guesses. They thought that maybe he was frozen in fear. The teacher said that when you face a demon, a person should forget all the innate fears hidden inside the soul. John was in great control and made it to lap 10. The teacher asked him to turn back and not go any further because it could be dangerous there. The students also started asking him to turn back and assumed that he was just scared and not responding to them. Or he was very self-confident. Everyone froze and watched what would happen next. John got as close as possible to the demon and began to attack it, although no one gave such a task. As a result, he destroyed him. When the boy returned to the mentor, she said that she wanted to let them get close to him, but there was no need to kill him. John replied that it was necessary to install some protective objects because he wanted to bite him. It was an instinctive reflex. He blamed the teacher. Since the demon was killed, they had to stop the testing. Sue said that if anyone wants to test their powers, they can come to her and she will give a new test. After that, she entered the flying ship and flew away. Then the students attacked John and said that he is very brave with the divine powers that are born in heaven. He didn't even use chi. But being named the best student started commenting on his test and said that he only had strength and no intelligence. The students understood that Haoshi was talking absolute nonsense, despite being the #1 outer student. Meanwhile, the Cloud Peak team leader went to the Sky Forest with his team. He said that there must not only be many beasts in this forest, but also demons. One of the students decided to ask if he had really killed demons before. He replied that he had participated in a trial to kill demons 4 years ago. Some of their soldiers were lucky enough to kill him. Surrounded, and he was able to inflict a fatal wound. But if they met a demon soldier, he was sure that he could handle him in 3 moves. Then one of his students turned into a demon and said that he wanted to try to survive 3 of his attacks. He said that he hid in this forest for a long time and finally met people. People are a delicacy for them. Lin asked how he looked at the body of his student, but he thought that he should not answer these stupid questions and called his children. Then a lot of small demons appeared in front of them. Lin shouted to his team to prepare to destroy them, but one of the demons pounced on the boy and killed him. John was on this trip, and he turned to one of the boys who was trembling and asked why he had come to hunt demons if he lacked determination. And no one knew that the boy whose demon had been swallowed was such a miserable piece of garbage. So he urged the rest not to be trash and prove it. Even if he dies in battle, it will be better than him just standing and waiting for his death. These words cheered him up, and he rushed into battle against the demons. As a result, he was able to overcome this demon on his own, and the boy began to thank John for helping him overcome his fear. Meanwhile, Lin tried to deal with the main demon. He mocked the boy and said that he had already given him many more opportunities to kill, and not just 3 strikes. Lin then assumed that a demon general was standing before him, but he didn't care because he was still going to destroy him. This demon was so attentive that even hidden techniques were ineffective. The demon said that he was somehow special. Lin asked if that was the case, then maybe he would let him go. But the demon denied, because special people are much tastier, and now he began to attack for real. But suddenly John stood in his way. He took out his blade and launched it directly at the demon. But he dodged without problems, and the blade hit the rock. And the demon himself jumped on John and hit him in the stomach. The boy did not expect such a development of events, and from such a powerful blow he flew far away and made a big enough hole with his body. The demon was not going to stop there, and was approaching John. He scoffed at how weak he was. But while he was talking, John managed to recover his energy a bit. The demon general's power began to flow out and helped John accumulate chi. But he was not going to stand still while this was happening, and began to attack the boy again. For him, it was like entertainment before dinner. After all, the skin of special people is very tasty. The demon grabbed the boy and pressed him against the tree. However, John was calm for some reason, and when the demon was slightly distracted, John used a stunning divine blow. The demon didn't expect this, and began writhing in pain. John single-handedly pulled his claws from his shoulder and pounced on him to try and kill him. His children saw that their father was dead and quickly ran away. Lin suggested that John take a recovery pill from the Tianxian Hall. It will help you recover quickly. Lin pointed out that there would be more demons at night, and they should find shelter as soon as possible. One of the participants noticed a light and suspected that other students were there. When they approached a camp, they were happy to find a safe place. But when they got even closer, Lin saw the danger and asked everyone to be careful, because there were flower pear thorns. The flower pear thorns are a hidden poisonous weapon. Due to the high speed and large number of thorns, this weapon is considered deadly and almost impossible to avoid. However, John reacted quickly and covered the entire team with his body. Lin immediately approached him and asked if he was okay. But John replied that a few sewing needles could not hurt him. After that, John wanted to look around the place, but someone asked him to stop. Then they saw a group of people who were stationed in a tree. John said that they were the heirs of the misty rain and asked them to come down to talk. They listened to the boy and came down. The girl said that they are the heirs of Yunu Peak, and she was a disciple of the 7 great families of Yunu Peak. John wondered if anyone had attacked them before because they were very cautious, and asked if they had encountered the demon general. The girl replied that they had seen him, but they were saved by the disciples of Red Mountain Peaks. John noted that they needed to rest, and promised this time to protect them, because they also encountered a demon herald. But as a result, John killed him, and if it wasn't for him, none of them would have survived. But the girl looked at the boy and said that she did not believe in it. Lin said that it was incredible, and he wished they could see it with their own eyes. The commander added that they had been busy all day and advised them to rest, and they agreed to take turns watching the camp. Meanwhile, John used this time to make the second Heaven Demon Divine Fist ability breakthrough. The next day they set off and met the demon generals, not far from the camp. There were a lot of them, and at some point they noticed new guests on their territory. First, they attacked Heavenly Peak inner disciple Hua. However, he dodged their blows well, and the demon pointed out that even if his movement skills were amazing, he would only be able to dodge all the time. Hua's teammates were shocked by such skills, because it is possible to learn how to move with swords. Only after the full understanding of the sword comes. The demon was not going to stop and continued to attack Hua. But the boy decided to show that he could not only defend himself and unexpectedly counterattack the demon with his sword. Lin shouted that they should help him immediately, because the senior disciple was suppressing the demon general. John also went to help him, but it looked like additional casualties to the demon. Zuzu decided to take advantage of this moment and summon an amazing dragon. The power of this weapon was comparable to the strike of a heavenly realm practitioner. When this dragon was released, it immediately headed towards the demon general. Due to this blow, the demon lost his hand. It was simply burned. He could never have thought that such children would have such a powerful weapon. He became very curious. But suddenly, his smile on his face changed to fear, and he began to suffer from pain. Hua had time to accumulate enough energy for a new attack. He used the Blood Eclipse sword and the sword's protective intent. The demons were forced to flee from this place after such pressure. But while Hua was dealing with the demon general, John noticed that the demons were trying to kidnap Zuzu. After all, they really liked her weapon, and decided to take it with them for an experiment. John rushed to the girl to save her, and in Zuzu's body, he saw his sister Yan, who begged him for help. Therefore, John simply could not afford to give Zuzu to the demons. The boy started shouting to let her go. But the armless demon was surprised that he wanted to help her. After all, he had assured him that no one would be able to escape from them. But the demon had no idea that he was smiling for the last time, and in a second he would be destroyed by Tianquan's sword. Hua came to the rescue just in time and cut off the bastard's head. He said he would deal with the rest of the demons and asked John to save Zuzu. John didn't say a word. He left Hua alone and used demonic chi to increase his speed and catch up with the demon that had kidnapped Zuzu. And the boy succeeded. He was able to catch up with the fugitive and told him not to even dream of running away. John struck him with divine power and told him to let the girl go. Then he would let him live. But the demon laughed and called John a pitiful man and asked him, "Don't be so arrogant and look at your surroundings." John was very angry with him. But it didn't make any sense because he was surrounded by 6 demon generals. The most he could afford was to fight 2 at the same time. But he couldn't even run away from 6 generals if he really wanted to. However, he was not going to die. He needed to survive at any cost, because his sister was still on the mountain in prison. The boy threw his dagger on the floor. The demon turned to him and said that he was amused by John smiling in the face of death. And he did not care what tricks he would use, but he would not be able to escape. 6 demons approached him and very tightly surrounded. When they were very close, John decided it was time to act, and his body rose up due to the incredible power of the dagger. While the demons were trying to figure out what was going on, John wanted to take Zuzu out of the demon's hands and run away. But even though the demon suffered many injuries, it held its prey very tightly. Then they began to show their abilities and attacked John with needles. The boy realized that inflicting external damage on a demon can be compared to a hug. The demons stood and mocked John and periodically shot him with their needles. His body was covered in numerous wounds. The demonic chi began to eat away at his bones. John had absolutely no strength left. Zuzu opened the axes and saw how John was suffering. The demon was about to deliver a decisive blow. However, John still reacted to these attacks and managed to dodge the blow with his last strength. However, the wounds were very strong, and he simply fell to his knees. Although he used chi to restore his bones and remove the spikes, he still lost a lot of blood. Zuzu began to cry and begged him to forget about her. And if he could fight his way out, she wanted him to run away. But John was showing her that he was fine, and the demons continued to taunt them like puppets. John was completely surrounded. John was very annoyed by this attitude and wanted to tear each of them to pieces. The demon once again wanted to attack the boy, but he tried to run away from the attack. But he did not notice that another demon was already waiting for him in front of him. Although he caught the boy, it was his mistake, because John gathered all his strength and attacked the demon. He turned him into an ordinary spirit. But as soon as John wanted to leave, he turned in the other direction. Another demon was waiting for him, which pierced his body like a fork. He just screamed in pain and anger at himself. Zuzu cried and screamed John's name. The demon, meanwhile, said that he respected the courage of this poor man. He was sorry that they belonged to different races, and therefore he would be forced to kill him. Zuzu wanted to at least try to help him and retrieve the chest, but the demon simply destroyed it with its claws. Even more demons began to gather around them, and they had no chance left. The girl apologized to John for not being able to help. The demon was not going to wait for them to have a nice chat, so he attacked. But suddenly a shot pierced his head. A large number of swords just started falling from the sky and destroyed the demons one by one. Their bodies simply disappeared, and no trace of them remained. A silhouette of a person appeared in the sky, and Zuzu immediately recognized her second uncle. He came down to her and asked if she was safe. His name was Feihan. The girl replied that she was perfectly fine, but Zuzu begged him to help this boy. Feihan sat down and said that his organs were badly damaged, and his meridians were torn. Then he asked what this boy meant to her. Zuzu blushed and replied that he shouldn't worry about it. She just asked him to help him. Feihan said that he could save him, but this healing comes at a price. Whether he survives or not is up to him. The girl cried and said that he was hurt because of her. The Divine Needle. Ju family is famous for its yin-yang golden needles. They are mainly used as deadly weapons, but they also have other uses. They are also a unique life-saving item. To begin with, Feihan was going to use his needles to stabilize his condition. He would try to heal him as soon as they got back to town. Zuzu told the second uncle that his companions were still fighting in this heavenly forest. The man asked her not to worry. Because of this incident, most of them had already been saved, and they had successfully returned to the city. Zuzu asked the uncle what could have caused this incident. He replied that this problem had arisen in Baidi City. The towers of heaven and earth had fallen, and the Imperial Army had already returned to the White Imperial City. At the entrance to Feihan City, they were asked to show a jade mark so they could identify his identity. After a little checking, they let them through. John opened his eyes and couldn't believe that he was still alive. He assumed that it might be the afterlife. Then he heard Zuzu's voice, and she said that her uncle had restored his organs, but he needed to rest. The boy did not understand what was happening, and the girl asked why he was looking at her like that. He stood up and began to ask where he was. The girl replied that it was the White Imperial City. John looked out the window and saw a spatial gap between the two races. This time, the demons sent all the demon kings. The towers of heaven and earth fell. That's why so many demons intervened into the heavenly forest. John understood that they had managed to escape from the heavenly forest, but he wondered what had happened to the other sect disciples. Zuzu asked him not to worry and said that they had been saved and promised to take him to them. When he went out to his companions, Hua recognized that it was him, is to blame for the fact that John was injured. But the boy asked him not to worry and said that he is better now. Suddenly Zuzu shouted that demons are attacking the city again. Demons attacked the city, but here everything was much more coordinated, and it was easier to repel such an attack. There were many weapons and fighters. After the demons retreated, the city became quiet. But Zuzu pointed out that she believed that this attack was only a test of their defenses. Lin added that when the demons attacked the city, the emperor could not care less about their lives, and he believed that they should quickly to return to the sect. They had to find a way to bypass the demons and escape from this place. A man appeared in front of them and said that all the members of the sect could leave except for John. It was the eldest son of the Zhuge family and the military advisor of the Qingyun Imperial Army. He said that John had offended many people in his family, and he assured the boy that he would not be able to leave this place alive. But all the disciples came to John's defense and prepared their weapons. Qingyun did not understand why they were still on his side. Besides, are they not afraid of death? Hao pointed out that the disciples of the Qingyun sect were not those who wanted life and feared death. He thought it was wrong to use their position and do whatever Qingyun wanted. The boy replied that their desire was to leave city, and he was willing to help them and even give people to accompany her. Suddenly, the dragon that Zuzu had used during their last campaign appeared from behind John. It headed straight for Qingyun, but then it passed him and continued on its way in an unknown direction. He destroyed part of the house. Qingyun guessed that the person who used the dragon was from the Zhu family. He knew who this girl was in the Zhu family, but he promised that today would be the day of her death. He began to suspect that there might be a demon hiding among them, and anyone who would resist will be mercilessly killed. Qingyun wanted to attack John, but the boy counterattacked and hit Qingyun. After this blow, an armored elite soldier appeared between them, but John defeated him without any problems with one punch. Qingyun understood that it would not be an easy battle. Therefore, when he saw that John was going to attack, the boy used a protective sphere. This treasure is called the Divine Light Dispersing Mirror. Even the most powerful user of the magic illusion mirror would take a lot of time to destroy it. But John was not the type of guy to stop and give up, so he continued to press the sphere, and he still managed to destroy this sphere. Then Qingyun became afraid, and reminded John that he was now in the White Imperial City, and if he dared to harm him, he would become an enemy of the million-strong Imperial Army. John grabbed him by the neck and told him that he was simply unimportant, a military advisor. But he said that his surname was Zhuge, and if he made this family his enemy, they would destroy him. John remarked that his family could only intimidate others, but Qingyun himself had almost no skills. Then Qingyun used the blue talisman lightning, is the Zhu family's secret weapon. It binds his muscles and makes him unable to move. Now that he had a winning position, he wanted to kill John. But John was forced to use a stunning divine strike, after which Qingyun lost his balance and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, John picked up his dagger and wanted to kill him. But a certain knight appeared on the horizon and said that if Zhou harms the military advisor, he will become an enemy of the entire empire. It was Xiumu, the imperial general, a user of the mirror of magical illusions. John was tired of people constantly appearing who claimed to represent the interests of the entire empire. The boy aimed the dagger straight into Qingyun's heart, and right after that, Xiumu released his dragon to take revenge on John. John was yelled to duck, and another dragon flew out from behind him and rushed to his defense. But John was still caught in the blast wave and lost his balance. Xiaomen asked that even if John was from the Zhu family, what was the reason he killed Qingyun? John replied that Zhugei's blade had almost cut his throat, and he had to answer for that. Xiaomen pointed out that they were protecting the White Imperial City with faith and truth. and he was sure that if Qing Yun wanted to kill him, he had a good reason for it. But in this case, John saw no point in explaining anything to them, because they would kill him anyway. Xiao Men did not hesitate and proceeded to execute his words. Zuzu said that she could no longer use the dragon. Hua replied that John was going to rely on his own strength this time. John understood Xiao Men's intentions and was ready to answer for his actions. He activated the Heavenly Fist, the Heavenly Demon, and the Demon Strike that can move the world. First, he needed to destroy this dragon. But John decided to do much better. He started infusing his dragon with his demonic qi. Xiao Men didn't understand what this guy was doing. Everything happened as he thought. He managed to control this dragon, and now everything changed dramatically in his favor. Hua and the rest just watched this unique qi, but at some point, John realized that his qi was almost exhausted. The boy tried to order the dragon to fight and charge forward. Xiao Men could not believe that he dared to do such a thing, and used another dragon. The dragons began a great battle in which John's dragon lost and was destroyed. Xiao Men said that reality always shows the truth. But it was far from the end, because John used the remaining qi from the old dragon to fill the new one. The boy pointed out that he had already made a mistake once, but he never learned his lesson. Xiao Men did not understand how this happened, but even that didn't help Xiao Meng to understand the truth. So he started using the dragon again and sent him to battle. Zuzu pointed out that this general must have been in such a hurry to fight that he forgot his brains. And this time, John's dragon won, and now his next target was Xiao Men. He understood that he would soon die, and he needed to stop from the very beginning. But unexpectedly, when the dragon approached him, Xiao Men found himself in a protective square. The dragon that obeyed John began to disappear, and those around them noticed something in the sky. It was a very beautiful girl. But Zuzu did not understand why everyone admired her beauty so much, because she was merciless. It was low, and she began to descend to the ground towards John. While she was heading towards him, all the men around her were simply going crazy for her. When she reached John, she immediately asked what his name was. The guy calmly introduced himself. Luo pointed out that his qi had the unique ability to absorb someone else's qi. But he was only halfway to the heaven realm. Breaking his ability was very easy. At his level of development, there was no way to control his golden five-clawed dragon for a long time. As soon as he dodged, then he would definitely lose control. But Luo believed that there was no point in discussing it anymore. In the city of the White Empire, the punishment for humiliating the Imperial Army is death. She asked how John wanted to die and promised to fulfill his wish. John thought it was unfair, because he called him first to fight. Law replied that there is no injustice here. There are people here only martial law. John was placed in a special cube. There was no way he could get out of it. He couldn't give up and began to absorb demonic qi, and took out a curved heavenly knife. Luo said that all his actions made no sense, and his attacks would not be able to break her spell. And if he had not decided how to die, then she was happy to help him in this matter. While she was preparing for John's execution, Hua's brother suddenly appeared and asked her to stop. However, she was not going to stop, and the boy decided to use physical force and activated the sword of bloody eclipse. She believed that those who helped the criminal should also be punished, and therefore wanted them to die together. To do this, she used the spell of the bloody prison. Murderous blood qi destroys the mind and drains the life force. These spells were ravaging his life essence. However, this bloodlust was very familiar to him. Then he realized that it was very similar to his blood eclipse sword. Then another contestant appeared on their battlefield, and he asked Law to wait and stop. A guy came down to them, and he didn't understand why John started this fight. Law asked what happened. Then the guy said that she should know the laws of war well, and they say that criminals should be handed over to a military court, and she cannot execute a self-trial. The girl thought and really agreed with his statement. Hua pointed out that his brother Lu had done nothing wrong, and why should he be judged? The brother said that he was fine, and now the priority was to protect the disciples of the Qin sect. Zuzu asked Lu not to worry, and said that her second uncle would help him in. In this case, Hua went on a mission. Zuzu asked him to be careful. The guy asked Law to give John to him, and he would transfer him to the court-martial. But she took him with her and said that now the demons are putting a lot of pressure on the army, and the court-martial has no time for that. She took him to her residence. After a few hours, evening came and the girl was going to take a bath. But she was not going to leave John alone in this place and took him with her. Joe said that she might not be afraid that he would run away. Then it was only after a while that he realized that she had brought him to the bathroom and left him to watch how she is taking a bath. He realized that this girl has no sense of difference in gender. At first he tried to hide his eyes, but then he began to carefully examine her body. He noticed many scars on it and wanted to know what happened to her. After she bathed, the girl took the boy with her to the meeting. The Tianshuo army commander immediately asked Luo what kind of boy she was with. Luo replied that he was a criminal, and today he killed Qian Yun and almost killed Xiao Men. Tianshuo didn't expect to hear something so terrible. The girl said that if she hadn't intervened, Xiao Men would have been dead by now. Tianshuo said that whatever happened, it was over. And now they had much more important problems. The demons had already sent 4 kings to attack the city, and besides, they doubted that Law would be able to take this boy with him into battle. A siren sounded throughout the city, and Tianshou ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The boy was confused and tried to get out of this cube, but as a result, he just fell down with the cube. Then he noticed that Law had not left yet, and she said that he would not be able to get out until he was sentenced. After that, she just walked away. But she still took John with her and was going to fight with him. He would really like to find at least some loophole while she destroyed the demons. John didn't understand why, of all the people he could offend, it was Luo. He saw her powerful demonic qi. The 4 demon kings came to meet them. Tianshou turned to them and said that the White Imperial City has been protecting the borders of the empire for more than thousands of years and never lost. So if they understood the situation, he insisted that they hurry up and retreat. But one of the kings laughed and said he wanted to see how they would make them retreat. They made it clear that they were not going to retreat and were the first to kill one of the representatives of the Imperial Council, to show their serious intentions. Law then noticed that she was their next target and was ready to defend herself. The demon was attacking her and wanted her dead. However, it was very difficult to defeat her. She tore one demon to shreds and began to spread it across her protective cubes, similar to the one where Joe was sitting. But he still remained alive and was a serious threat to them. He promised that he would eat her and not even leave any bones, but the girl pointed out that she thought he was a demon and not a dog to eat bones. He took a break to recover his arm and complimented Luo that it was a good effort. He suggested that she fight together and tear these little people apart. Tianshou ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and each of the representatives of the empire began to take out their weapons and activate their abilities. John had no choice but to watch all of this. He clearly understood that if Luo's spell broke, he would die immediately. One of the demons was hit very hard with a hammer, but he was still alive. This really scared John. This battle was indeed of a much higher level than the ones he had participated in. The only thing left for him to do was cheer them on. At that moment, the demon broke out of Luo's shackles and struck her. John noticed that she probably didn't care about his life, but it was strange because she wanted to execute him in front of everyone. But if he continued like this, he would be a burden to her. John began to plead with her to let him go, and he assured that he would not die from falling from such a height. But she did not agree to such a thing, because she did not know what to do if he escaped. It was very strange for him because she herself was barely alive and worried that he might run away. The girl agreed with him. Even if he ran away, she could catch him again. She said she would let him go. Law was warned that this demon king is the Holy Fire Heavenly Demon. The Holy Fire Heavenly Demon is a unique skill of the Black Iron Demon King that instantly increases strength and speed. When John was falling, a strange mist caught him. It began to eat away at his body, and the boy could not do anything about it. Since he couldn't fight the corrosion, he just needed to get out of this black mist. John noticed that even the Demon King could cast spells, and the boy knew that he needed to run very quickly. Luo used the Blood Prison Charm. Although the Holy Fire Heavenly Demon can increase his strength, her punches must weaken him, and once his reinforcement weakens, then she will be able to win. The Imperial officials began to worry about Luo, but one of them pointed out that Luo was not going to lose that easily. As for the Black Mist, they were working on finding a way to get rid of it. Meanwhile, John understood that if he couldn't find a way to escape, then he would just die. But then he began to understand that this mist was like a holy fire. John wondered if he could use it to improve his body. One of the masters asked the advisors to look down there, and the fog was getting less and less. The demons were sure that they would never lose with the heavenly demonic holy fire, and they had to prevent the people from clearing it. And the king ordered to prevent them from doing so. The master with the hammer asked everyone to run away, and he promised to deal with him alone. He turned into a man with hammers and was going to protect his city. Tianshou asked him to go and help Luo as he could compete with the demon kings. As he approached the demon said he wanted to see how he would try to defeat him. John felt something very familiar inside. His body became Lin's medium-level weapon. John looked up and saw that they were competing using Yuan. Tianshou turned to John and said that they had an emergency, and he asked for Luo's help. John first made a displeased face, but then he pulled out his blade and rushed into battle. He used the ability of the demon that destroys the heavens, but the Demon King told John to surrender. He believed that when lions and tigers were fighting, the miserable ant could not do anything. After these words, John approached him and used a divine strike. He hit the target exactly, but nothing happened. The king said that it's good that he can use spirit attacks, but still, it won't work on him. After that, he delivered a powerful blow to the boy, and with its help he threw him back, and John just flew to the ground. The king wanted the miserable ant to die. Then John had an idea. He decided to call Xiaomen. Luo just watched what was happening. He wanted Xiaomen to create dragons, and John to turn him into an even more dangerous spirit with the help of a heaven-destroying demon. While John was carrying out his idea, Tianshou had to admit that this guy was in good shape. The Demon King then recognized that without the heavenly demon Saint Fire, he no longer had an advantage and could not continue in the same spirit. He was forced to give up this confrontation. If he just killed this guy, the black five-clawed dragon would also disappear. The demon had no choice but to kill John, and he promised to do so. John saw that the Demon King was heading straight for him, and realized that he was in big trouble now. The boy started to run away, but the demon ran after him and shouted that it wanted to eat his skin and drink his blood. And as a result, John was unable to escape. The Demon King asked to destroy this boy for him, and a purple dragon appeared on the horizon. The demon told the future that there was no escape from him, but it didn't matter because he would die soon anyway. John realized that running away was a bad idea, and he decided to use the black dragon for now to block him while he came up with a plan. But the demon was saying that it would still destroy him no matter how much he tried to hide. The boy realized that he will be able to cope without the help of little heir Luo. John began to attack him with the help of a black dragon, and it really worked. The Demon King was in pain. Although he said that he would take him to the grave with him even if he himself would die and take revenge there. Law used a good moment to grab Joe again and stop him from escaping. The guy said he helped her. She repaid him by shutting him down again. The Demon King said that the Black Iron was dead, and they had already lost their advantage, so he urged them to retreat. Meanwhile, John wanted to know when Law would let him go, but she replied that she was not going to let him go and saw no reason for it. The boy began to shout that he saved her life, and she says that she sees no reason for it. Law said that if he had not saved her, then he would have died anyway. By saving her in this way, he was actually saving himself. Tianshou descended to the ground and asked Luo to let John go because there was no longer any reason to keep him locked up. But the girl replied that he had not yet been punished for his past actions. Xiaomen said that he would no longer pursue his case because it was his fault and he acted impulsively. Tianshou already investigated this case, and Zhuge is guilty of this. They were the first to provoke John. Besides, the guy he killed was just an advisor. His death is irrelevant, and there is no need to argue about it. In this case, Luo released John and said that she would not deal with this issue either. Everyone gathered at the post-war meeting and discussed that, without a doubt, the person who contributed the most to this battle was not from their imperial family. It was Rainpeak's outside disciple John. Since he was not part of their army, he could not receive the award as a soldier. Instead, they were going to reward him with 3 treasures of the army. He can enter their treasury and choose any 3 treasures. But John said that the reward is that he is finally out of prison, but they still insisted that he go to the treasury and choose 3 awards for himself. Tianshou led him to the treasury of the Imperial Army. John walked over to one blade and began to examine it. Tianshou was very surprised and thought that he would definitely not examine it because it was completely ineffective. He said that the only valuable thing that had any meaning was the phoenix crystal on the blade. John asked, "Can this crystal be arranged into other things?" Tianshou said that it can be done because this blade is here, only because the phoenix greatly increased its speed. In that case, the boy said that this treasure would come first. He then walked further and asked what was hanging on the wall. Tianshou replied that this blade was unnecessary, but the crystal inside it was capable of holding back spells. John immediately remembered Luo, who possessed such spells. John then said that it would be the second item, and Tianshou promised to help him transport it. John looked at the 7 treasures of the Nirvana pill for a long time. Tianshou noticed this and asked if he wanted this treasure. John assumed that he did not want to give it to him. The 7 treasures of the Nirvana pill. This treasure can allow the user to raise his power to 3 levels and be independent of it. No matter how serious the injury, as long as the user is not dead, she can restore him. Tianshou said that with his contribution, he deserves this award. Tianshou asked if there was anything else he would like to take. John replied that after being imprisoned in Luo, he would like to relax and asked for a large room to be prepared for him. Tianshou complied with his request, but when John came to room, he saw that Luo was his neighbor across the wall. However, he resigned himself and took out a book to research the method of qi cultivation. In order to obtain and integrate the crystals, a true flame is required for the appropriate practice. John laid out all the items and got down to business. Then the boy remembered that he didn't melt them down to work. He started to activate the runes to absorb the phoenix crystal. After it absorbed it, then you could do whatever you wanted with it. He still managed to get it. Now to fit it in his hand, he had to use black fire to activate the runes once again. He didn't know if he could stand it, but he had to take the risk. It actually didn't hurt that much. It was just a warm feeling. This phoenix crystal should greatly increase his speed. Now he needed to test it to record the result. He went to the training room and began to test his strength on the pair. John noticed that it really worked, but it was not yet possible to say exactly how it interacted with the jade crystal. As soon as John left the room, he was met by servants, and they had a mirror of demon illumination in their hands. And they said that they needed to look around the city, and they asked to stand in front of the mirror. The woman apologized for disturbing him. After they checked John, the servants went to Lo. Although she convinced everyone that she was not possessed by a demon and did not understand why she was being tested. John said that they were loyal soldiers, as part of the army, and she should understand her sense of duty. It was worth just cooperating with them, and there is no need to complicate anything. The female servant said that this is an order from the superiors, and even the commanders must pass the inspection. Although it had nothing to do with the boy, it was the right thing to do, and it might make some things easier for the servants and for her in the long run. But she asked the boy to mind his own business, and used her strength to grab the boy's hand at a distance and pulled him towards himself. But John unexpectedly managed to escape, and Lo didn't understand how he did it. The guy said that he didn't do anything wrong, but she wants to close him again. He suggested that she just cooperate with the inspection. The girl thought for a while and didn't answer. But then she just put him back in the cell. John had already told her about it, but it looks like she hadn't learned her lesson. Law believed that he wouldn't be able to break the spell, but John replied that the spells of the bloody prison didn't matter to him, because he would break them anyway. After that, he concentrated and delivered a clear blow to the cube. Law told him to try to do it, because her charms were not so easy to break. John could use a jade crystal to create cracks in these charms and fill it with his demonic qi. Although he didn't know if it would work, he had to give it a try. Then he said that he had no intention of breaking the spell because it was good enough there. And even more so, he did not believe that she could lock him in this place forever. Lo said that if he just gave up, it was very boring. She urged him to use all his power, and if he can really break it, then she promised to reward him. John continued to play and said that he, pathetic Xeontian, will not be able to break them. And she is a master of the brilliant divine domain, so her charms are very strong. But John was interested in the word reward, and he began to ask her about it. Lo said that he could choose anything, but that should be the only thing she could do. In that case, John wanted to try his luck. He started to act on his original plan, because he wasn't going to sit in this cube from the beginning. He started to make small cracks, and his demonic qi covered the entire area of the cube. As a result, it cracked completely and turned into a pile of pieces. John asked not to forget her promise. She should agree to her request. Law said that she remembered it perfectly, but she asked not to talk nonsense. In that case, John wanted her to kiss his. Lo blushed and said that the request was simple enough, but she wasn't sure he wanted it. But John was sure and said it was his request. In this case, there was silence in the corridor. The girl slowly approached John. She did not come very close. There was a small distance between them. Then she rose on her tiptoes and kissed him. At this moment, memories of Jan flashed in John's mind. After the kiss, the girl immediately ran away and said that she had fulfilled his request and now she had to go. She noticed that after this act, her heart began to beat much faster. All the disciples of the sect had already left. The sect would not return just for him, so he should return as soon as possible. Luo had not come out to see him for a long time, so he decided not to say goodbye and just leave. On his way, John saw a large mountain. Although he had never been to this place, it looked very familiar to him. But then he remembered that it was the Jade Dragon Valley mentioned in the cultivation method. While John was taking in the local scenery, he was suddenly attacked by a bunch of bandits. They said they belonged to a forbidden family, and this was no place for him to roam, so they told him to leave or they would make him do it. John assumed they were hiding one more secret. He had the misfortune of meeting another one of the 6 big families. Since he was in no hurry to leave, they began to attack the boy. However, unfortunately, they did not know how strong John had become. He snatched their own weapons from them and began to sharply approach the opponents. They didn't even have time to react to all his actions and got their new weapons. However, it didn't save them, and they were killed by John. It was strange to John. If the 7 great families had sent their people to this place, it was unclear where the others were. The boy continued on his way and saw footprints that were exactly in the direction he was heading. John felt that it was an illusory formation. He walked further and pondered. The 7 great families have a lot of influence, and he had better be careful and avoid trouble. This was said by the one who killed 2 representatives of the 7 families a few minutes ago. When the boy raised his eyes, he guessed that it was the eastern region. His jade crystal could destroy the spell, but he didn't know if he could do anything with such a large formation. He decided to give it a try. But this spell was set by an immortal. In that case, John shouldn't even focus on destroying the formation. It's better to just hurry up and run away from this place. However, as it turned out, it was already too late to do this because a huge white tiger appeared behind him, which almost knocked John off his feet with one of his roars. But John was very lucky that this tiger came to take away the core. So he didn't touch the boy, he just took him and left. John thought that if he could take away the energy of this demonic core, it could destroy the entire region. It's a pity he can't do that. He wondered if he continued his journey in this direction, whether he would reach the abode of the giants. After some time, John reached a certain city. He assumed that these charms were created by this particular house, but he doubted that there was a real immortal in this place. As soon as he went inside, he was met by a bunch of people, and they immediately began to ask who he was and what is he doing here. But the most interesting thing is that they did not even wait for an answer and were going to kill him. The guy who was ordered to kill John was named Ju. He started using the same black mist, and John decided that this was his destiny. Ju asked for his name because he remembered everyone he killed. But John replied that he didn't need to know his name because he will be the one who dies. But Ju was amused by this, and he began to cover John with a fog. John did a little analysis and concluded that this guy has several trump cards up his sleeve. However, he is a mere celestial realm cultivator and does not have a deep understanding of innate energy. John could no longer see his opponent because of the black fog. Du laughed and said that he had many people like him who could not understand what was wrong. But each of them was already in hell itself. John tried to predict Ju's movements in this fog and strike at random. When he thought the enemy was on the left, he suddenly appeared from behind and struck John to make him not have fun. He disappeared again and promised to cut John a piece at a time until he will die. John believed that the 7 great ones were very confident and they would definitely send someone to kill him all the time. So now, he must defeat this guy. And John suddenly had a plan. John did a little analysis, and if everything goes as he assumed, then this time he should attack from the front. So he started to attack the area in front of him. But he was wrong, and made another assumption that he must be behind. And it really worked. He was able to locate it. John realized that it was his innate energy to create illusions. He turned out to be right. But Ju didn't understand how he determined what his true innate energy was. But John told him to ask that question in hell when he dies and starts attacking Ju. The mist began to dissipate, and the crowd saw that only John appeared in front of them, and it meant that Ju died. The girl was angry and asked who he was, but he said that it had nothing to do with him. He asked them not to use the fame of the 7 great families, to scare him. He ordered them to stay away from him. Then a brilliant divine realm user, Juan, an elder of the 7 great families, appeared in front of him. He said that he would now personally test John's abilities. The boy could see that this person was very strong, and he would be better off run away. The girl asked the elder not to worry about it, and they should go about their business. He agreed, because as long as this guy is in the courtyard of the immortals, killing him is as easy as snapping his fingers. Meanwhile, some thunder leopard was running away from the monsters. His master assumed, if his beast was hit by a shockwave, he would never again enter the intersect immortal realm. The girl from the palace tried to protect the leopard. This was John's chance to escape, and Juan unleashed his beast to destroy him. It was the innate energy coyotes that attacked John, but he used his demonic chi and filled one of the animals with it. It was surprising to Juan that he lost control of his coyote. He released another one, as he couldn't believe that he couldn't stop this guy. However, John's coyote was up to the task. John now had 2 coyotes. He wondered if the phoenix energy could develop these coyotes. He tried to boost his speed. The assistants couldn't understand how this could happen. Juan himself couldn't even know it. He just wanted to kill this guy. But the assistants said they couldn't do that, because then they would attract the attention of those big dolls, and all their past efforts would be wasted. The girl refused to accept that they couldn't kill even an adept who had partially entered the heavenly realm. She promised to speed up everyone and called to destroy him. They received a speed buff from the girl and were going to attack John together. He was very amused by this. He was popular everywhere he went. Juan said that they didn't mind joining forces to kill someone like him, so he advised John not to smile like that anymore. But John asked him to wait and not think that he didn't prepare. He had something with him. He showed the coyote to Juan. After he strengthened it, he left it in the outer area. If he used that coyote to lure those puppets, it would ruin everything. Since this guy had a trump card, the girl said that they would ignore him. Then one of the assistants asked everyone to turn their attention upwards. They were monster fish that had already taken off. They were devouring people indiscriminately. Juan said that it was too much for them heavenly realm cultivators, and he suggested that they simply leave this place. If it only depended on their speed, then they still had a chance. John assessed the situation and decided to do something about it. He started running towards the pavilions among these monsters. People were watching to see how he would handle it because they thought he would die almost immediately. John went there because he knew he could do something and had a plan. The guy wanted to use the phoenix crystal and it worked out well for him. He attacked several monsters at once. When he finished, he approached Juan and said that his black coyote was still outside, and he could still bring the dolls here at any time. The girl asked the elder to forget about him. Then John saw a strange formation overhead. He remembered that the creation and destruction of this formation was recorded in the chi gathering method. The girl did not know what to do and asked who would decipher this formation. John unexpectedly proposed his candidacy, but Juan said that he knew almost nothing about him, although the elder understood that he himself could not do anything. John asked to leave it for him and noted that he used to study formations. Although he couldn't claim the title of master, he at least had a good command of them. The notes in the method book said to hit Kian's side 3 times, and then he would see if she could decipher it. But Sister Yun also wanted to prove herself, and the boys were delighted with her knowledge of formations. They did not understand how she could be so experienced. She had almost mastered the formation of a master, but Yun said that they were very early to rejoice. Because at the end, the deciphering of formations becomes more difficult and the consequences of failure are more serious. Juan approached the boy and asked him to stop. John said that Dewey's part should have 4 statues and pointed out that Yun didn't do it right. The girl replied that she wasn't really sure if there should be 4 statues or 5, but she was more inclined to 5. John kept repeating that there should only be 4 statues, but everyone wanted to use 5 statues because that's what Sister Yun says. And the boy was asked not to listen to this pathetic kid. He shouldn't influence their opinions. The words "fight to the death" appeared in front of them. They didn't understand what the words meant, but they assumed it was a trap and they fell into it. John knew that a fight to the death meant that everyone present who had the innate energy would participate. They must compete until there is only one survivor left. Everyone began to think about these words and the reason for their appearance. Juan shouted that in this case, he would choose to kill John. But unexpectedly, one of their sect betrayed the elder and killed him. He believed that if anyone came out of this battle alive, then he should to be him. Then a fierce struggle for survival began between them. The traitor noticed that John still hadn't died. even though he was only a cultivator of the heavenly realm. But for now, he was going to ignore him. Then suddenly, a guy who flew in on an eagle appeared on the battlefield. John noticed this and decided to use it as his advantage. He grabbed the eagle and used the demon that destroys the heavens. Now he was ready to compete further. The boy was shocked and decided not to touch him for now. Sister Yun wasn't even going to run away. So the guys asked to entertain them before they killed her. He dared to attack her. If what happened today was known, even the forbidden family wouldn't be able to help them. But they were convinced that there will be no one left who can tell. The 7 families were disgusted by Yun, and she decided to better help that boy. She strengthened his abilities and said that the rest depends only on him. While the boy was watching Sister Yun, one of his brothers thrust a sword into his heart. He apologized to his brother and said that only the strongest would survive here, and he did not want his brother to be his last opponent. He assured him that he would take care of his family. Every time when someone dies, 1 thread of innate energy connects everyone, and 3 threads remain. The guy who fought with Juan said that he didn't even think of taking him with him because he would die soon anyway. The last opponent remained, and he offered John to kill himself. And the second option he offered to kill him, but only very slowly. However, John was going to choose the third, his option. John summoned his eagle and directed it at the enemy. The boy said that his beast was undeniably strong, but despite this, John was far from the heavenly kingdom, and if he hopes that the eagle alone will defeat him, then he is hopeless. The guy was moving very fast and reached John in a few seconds. He threw punches at him and John had to dodge them. He was injured and knew that he needed to find a way to counterattack quickly. The man was surprised that he had survived such a blow. He had strong bones and assumed that he had a protective treasure with him. But that was no problem for him, and he was going to cut John down with 1 blow. John meanwhile realized that he can no longer retreat and he must risk absolutely everything. The boy attacked John with his sword, and the boy grabbed his blade with his bare hands. After a while, the man realized that he could not draw the sword and thought that this boy was very arrogant. While the man was in this position, John called his eagle to return to him. The man was frightened and let go of his sword to escape, but the boy said that it was too late to retreat and he was trapped. John used the divine strike at the same time as the eagle attack, but the man placed his body in a protective sphere that could withstand the powerful blows. He thought, if he survives this wave of attacks, then he will wait until John runs out of energy and punish him accordingly. John felt that those jade charms were as powerful as Luo's strongest charms. The man said that any attempt to destroy it doesn't make any sense. Even owners of a brilliant divine demon will face difficulties in such a situation, and John is just a cultivator of the heavenly realm and he will not be able to do anything. This man's words were true and John was losing his energy for nothing. He was already forced to use the 7 treasures of Nirvana pill. What's more, his eagle was already flying away and this was his last chance. The man was shocked when he saw a treasure of such a level in his hands. He still thought that John would not be able to stop him, but the boy was very confident in destroying his spells, and as a result completely destroyed his protective sphere. The man did not understand how this could happen. When the man realized that his plan was foiled, he began to beg John for mercy. He said that he was a man of his word, and if he let him go, he would never harm him. John said that this battle would never have started if he allowed him to decipher the formation. But now his fate was sealed, and John did what he should have done from the beginning. The battle to the death was over and the formation began to disappear. John's plan had almost worked, not counting the use of the pill. Suddenly a guy appeared in front of John. He looked like a living dead man. But he was happy that after 3,000 years someone finally visited him. John immediately asked who he was. The dead man answered that his name was Afu and he was a servant of this immortal body. His skin is like a marionette, but he has his own soul, and he has been here alone for thousands of years waiting for someone like John. The boy didn't understand what he was talking about and asked what he wanted from him. Afu said that he had to pass the last test, which was left by the master. If he succeeds, he will become the new master of this majestic castle. But if he loses, he still won't die. Afu will save him, but he will take his soul and seal it inside the puppet. Afu asked to ignore the fact that he is very weak, and said that this puppet will not live more than 1,000 years. Afu will train him in the hope that he will become the master of this place. Since John was an ordinary heavenly realm cultivator, he did not understand how he could pass it. Afu replied that the castle had already planned everything. The trials would vary depending on who passes them. He must cross all his limits to pass it. Afu asked him to approach the inscriptions. The first test was called the Dream. It was to test how strong John was. On one side stood John, and on the other a large crowd of pumped-up men, and Afu told him to get ready for a tug-of-war. He grabbed the rope and looked down. The boy knew that if he fell down, then will most likely die. The competition began, and John said that he was using his full powers, and if he didn't use his scale, he would just fall down. So he was forced to ignite the dragon's scale. Although the boy got the upper hand in the tug-of-war, and he understood that their strength was not infinite. Afu said that in order for John to win this competition, he needed not only strength, but also skill. If he paid attention to the details, then he should have already understand what needs to be done. The strength of these people was constantly a little higher than his strength. There was no point in trying harder. And then he realized that he had to follow their cries. They could only pull hard by following the rhythm. He needed to destroy their rhythm, and his plan really began to work. He began to pull outside the norm and collected the opponent's rhythm. This gave him the opportunity to win this competition, and at least not die. Afu said that it was not bad. He gave him a little hint, and he passed easily. He was more and more confident in him. The next test was for his soul and spirit. John practiced spiritual attacks, and hoped that this test would be easier for him. If he will show himself recklessly, then his soul will simply disappear and he will become a soulless slave. However, as soon as he passes the test, he will be imprisoned. Afu warned the boy that the task is very dangerous and much more difficult than the previous one. A ladder appeared in front of John, and the goal of this task was to climb these ladders, and as soon as he reaches the top, he will win. The boy began to climb slowly, but he did not see any traps there. And then he received a notification that the test would begin after the next step. The first 1,000 steps were perfect, but during the next, John felt excruciating pain. John did not understand why he was in so much pain and decided to check the stairs. But they turned out to be completely empty. He tried to take the next step and felt excruciating pain again. Then he realized that it was a mental attack. Now it became clear to him what the meaning was, and he decided to try to jump very quickly over several stairs to reduce the amount of pain. But then, he was waiting for the stairs of hell. On the next 1,000 steps, his body felt like he was burning alive. John thought that there had to be a way to get through this. But at some point, John has a vision, because he can use self-darkening to overcome these obstacles. Afu told him that if he lost, he wouldn't die anyway. He would save him. But he would take John's soul and seal it in this puppet. He asked him not to worry because this puppet would not live for more than 1,000 years. And all this time he would train desperately. It was hoped that he would become the lord of the manor. John asked AFA how he could pass this test, if he was just a heavenly realm cultivator. He replied that the castle had already planned everything, and the tasks would be adjusted depending on who passed them. John remembered this conversation and understood that he could not lose. Monsters appeared before him, but they were an ordinary mirage and were only in his head. And as soon as he realized this, they disappeared. Afu noted that he was moving well, and said, if there is even a drop of fear in his heart, then these monsters would take control of his emotions. He moved on, and was determined to finish this competition. He continued on his way, and he started to walk normally again, but it was very suspicious, so he expected some kind of surprise. And so it happened. The boy began to see his father in front of him. But when he approached him, it turned out to be a skeleton. While the boy was gathering his thoughts, this skeleton attacked him and bit him on the shoulder. The boy needed to understand his true feelings. He actually decided it for himself a long time ago. John wanted to follow his goal, and no one could stop him. That's why he asked his father to rest in peace, and he would take care of his sister. And this step was the last one. John managed to climb to the very top. Afu met him and said that he is considered the temporary owner of the immortal manor. In order to fully inherit the immortal manor, he must go through further steps, but with his current strength, he will not be able to pass them. However, for now, it can take part in one last test to get a high-end graphics card. Afu doesn't know what world he lives in as a cultivator, but he was surprised that John didn't know about the visualization card. The boy was aware that this world was much wider than he could imagine. In order to consolidate his innate energy, John needed a visualization card, even though it was possible and without a map. If he relies on himself, the strength of the innate energy will be 10 times weaker. John asked why he did not see the map in front of him. The strength of these 5 cards is significantly different. The first card is the Heavenly Saint Sword card, the weakest and the last one. The Cosmos card, it is the strongest. Depending on how many levels it can pass, you can see the corresponding level map accordingly. John promised himself that he would definitely get the space card. Afu pointed out that it was very difficult to obtain. Just getting a second or third level card would already be great for their current level of strength. In that case, John was willing to give it a try. Afu moved him to a trial that consists of 5 waves corresponding to 5 cards. The first wave is a horde of fishmen. It shouldn't be too difficult with his power level. It was really true, and John was able to destroy a small bunch of monsters in a few moves. The second wave consists of wild swamp monsters. There are fewer of them than the fishmen, but they are stronger. John decided not to waste time and started to attack the monster. Afu noted that his flying knife was really good, but he warned to be more careful in the third wave. If he cannot win, then he will have to withdraw from the process. To save his sister, he must use every opportunity to become stronger. At the next level, there were snakes waiting for him. This is an ancient beast called the 9-headed Hydra. Afu asked him to be careful because it has a deadly poison. If he can't win, then Afu will immediately return him. John replied that it is just poison and it is not will be able to stop him up. The snakes began to attack him with poison, but John skillfully dodged their attacks. Their poison was so dangerous that even the ground burned under it. At one point, there was so much poison that John was forced to just run right through it. He covered his face with his hands and ran right at the snakes. When he got close enough, he immediately attacked them with his dagger and killed all the snakes with one blow. The monsters were defeated. Afu didn't even expect that John's body was immune to all poisons, but suddenly another snake appeared and attacked by surprise. However, John didn't have any problems with it. The boy passed the third wave and was rewarded with a bird card. Now he has a chance to get out. But John asked what was next. Afu replied that trying to go beyond his limits could hurt him. But even if he couldn't pass it, he would at least want to try his chances. At the next stage, John noticed that there were no wild animals in front of him. Afu explained that they were the apparitions of powerful people who had been absorbed by this swamp. Because they had important unfinished business when they died, disgruntled souls were left to roam this swamp. Physical attacks were ineffective against them. John noticed that they were very agile and fast. The ghosts began to permeate John's body, that he couldn't even move. The pain was unbearable, and he couldn't continue like this. But then he realized that if he couldn't use physical attacks, then he would do something else. He used a stunning blow. He noticed that such an attack worked well against them. John was not going to give up and hoped to destroy them all. Afu said that John had already exceeded all his expectations. However, it was too bad that his stunning strike was a skill for a single target. He believed that the boy should give up. Afu said that the ghosts had already surrounded him, and he did not have the strength to cope with them. But John never gives up, and that's why he used the dragon scales in this critical situation. Thanks to this, he was able to destroy all the ghosts. Afu began to suspect that there was a dragon scale in John's body. The boy didn't admit it, and in fact he had 9 dragons in his body at the moment. He had no idea what would happen when they woke up. Afu praised him and said that he could start 5 ordeal, and when his soul would be attacked, Afu promised to help him recover. John thanked him and wanted to begin. A warrior appeared in front of John, who was only a step-by-step cultivator level. He was sure that he would defeat him, but Afu said that John should not underestimate him. Therefore, he will always match the opponent's cultivation level. However, in addition to the body of the warrior, there is a piece of the soul of an immortal. As a result, his adversary is strong and fights like an immortal as well. John must not forget about defense for a single second. His energy was beyond reality, but John still wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. First, he wanted to use an old trap. As soon as he dodged the flying knife, he was immediately going to use the thorn spirit. And after that, he would throw the knife into his back and be done with it. Thus the battle in one blow. But then John realized that he had missed the mark, and with this type of evasion, he wouldn't be able to use anything to counterattack. He noticed that this warrior definitely didn't just have the strength of a half-step cultivator. He gave him a very powerful blow that John had never received before. This warrior was ready to destroy John with the final blow. This warrior was very strong. He continued to attack constantly and could predict John's actions. If this continued, then John did not know how he could win, or if he even had any chance. John decided to rush at him with his last strength. However, he was so fast that he was behind John in a few seconds, and he gave him a powerful blow in the back. After which, John flew away to a long distance. Then John came up with a new plan, and he needed to get close to him in order to face him in hand-to-hand combat. The boy began to get closer to him, and at the same time wanted to strike, but the warrior repelled his attack without problems. But this was not the end, and the warrior turned his hand into a rope and began to embrace John's hand. John tried to use his dragon scale again and used the force to lift the warrior up, but he found his way out of this position and ended up behind John. Then the warrior lunged at John to finish him off, but that was exactly what he needed. John smiled and shot him in the head with a dagger. John could never believe that he would have to use it to win. There was no other way for him to defeat an immortal. Afu also couldn't believe that he was able to win. If he fought him as an equal, he wouldn't be able to win. His prize was a map of space. Afu said that it really didn't matter how he won, because winners are not judged. John didn't understand why he couldn't look away from it. Afu said that when he sees the map for the first time, he will definitely feel it. After he studies it more and more, he will be able to look away. This map not only visualizes for him power of the sun, moon, and stars, but also helps to accelerate its development. John began to concentrate on the map. After 3 days, Afu came to him and said that he was visualizing the map for the first time, and had already learned the whole essence of star energy. The boy pointed out that the final map of the cosmos is unreal. It feels like the star energy is purifying the soul. Even his demonic chi, which absorbs any internal energy, can coexist with this star energy. Something strange began to happen to his body. He did not understand that happened. It was a breakthrough. John was very happy because he had just passed into the heavenly realm. He could feel the heavenly demonic inner energy. John said that he didn't have much time, and it took a little longer than he expected. If he didn't have to do anything else, then John was going to leave. Afu said that the immortal pavilion was the perfect place for cultivation, and didn't understand why John wanted to leave. The boy said he was sorry, but he had more important things to do. Afu gave him the amulet, and said if he ever wanted to return, he just needed to use this amulet. John promised that he would return very soon and become the true master of the immortal in the future pavilion. Afu advised him to work diligently, and maybe he will be able to return the pavilion to its former glory. And finally John arrived at the peak of the rain. The guards immediately asked him to show his pass. She saw his pass and said that he could not enter and had to come with them. They put shackles on him. The guards put him in a flying carriage and brought him to the mountain of punishment. As soon as John entered the courtroom, the judge ordered him to kneel. In front of him was Deputy Chief Mu. John replied that he only kneels before heaven, earth, and his parents, and he is not going to do it before others. Mu said if he does not kneel, he will only worsen his position. John did not even know why he was in this place. Mu told that a few days ago he participated in the demon slaying competition, but he was one with the demons. After that, he brutally dealt with the disciples of their sect. This is a very serious crime, and its consequences may even affect his family. John laughed and asked what he wants to do. Mu replied that he had already investigated the matter and his family was not related to him, but he still had to accept his punishment. John said that he was standing in front of him and offered to fight him if he dared. Mu saw that John really wanted to die, and he agreed to fulfill his wish, so he ordered the assistants to bring a rope for punishment. John had spent so much strength to go to the heavenly realm, and he really wanted to test his new strength. The assistants started beating him with ropes and ordered Mu to beat him harder. It wasn't every day that John got an opportunity like this to harden his body. He had to pretend he was in pain, or they would stop after they realized it wasn't working anymore. He liked being in pain and demanded to be spanked harder. The assistants were already very tired and could barely hold the whips in their hands. Mu noticed that this boy's screams did not change. He did it constantly with the same tone. He had the feeling that it was a fake and assumed that maybe he really did not feel pain. The judge shouted for the assistants to continue beating him even harder. As a result, they fell to the floor and could not continue. Even John himself shouted at them and asked them to continue. When he saw that the servants simply fell without strength and did not threaten his life, John destroyed the shackles right in his hands. After that, he silently turned around and wanted to leave. However, Mu forbade him to do so and threatened him with death. A young man entered the room and asked Mu what was the cause of the disturbance. He told Master Feng that this bastard was not listening to his verdict and was openly resisting and wanted to escape. It was now clear to John that the Juge family was behind all this. Feng said, that all this does not matter because it is the day of his death. He was going to show him a wonderful performance. John said that with a power like his, he no longer had any right to threaten him. Moreover, he was now the one who could kill him at any second. Feng's sister ran into the room and demanded that he kill him. He prepared his attack and hit John with his swords. He threw several sharp blades at him at the same time. As it turned out, not only Feng attacked John, his sister and Judge Mu also joined in the attack. Mu used his symbol technique that isolates John's internal energy. He wanted to see how John would act now. But the boy pointed out that if this technique shuts down the energy, then it must be magical, and he destroyed it with ease. After that, John quickly took the blow from Feng's sword. The boy himself was surprised by such a reaction, and that John managed to avoid any damage. But it was only one sword, and he wanted to see how it would handle the other 6. But John had his own plan. If Feng was so sure that he couldn't withstand their blow, then John just decided to take their power for himself. And with this sword, he protected himself from the other 6. And as a result, all 6 swords began to obey John. Feng was shocked and was not ready to put up with such a result of this attack. Feng watched as John prepared the heavenly sword technique. He didn't understand how the boy knew Zhugai's 7 demonic swords' secret technique. But in fact, it wasn't this attack. Feng was wrong. John decided to use it against him and scare the boy. Feng started to run away, but John pointed out that it was too late to go. Mu shouted that John would not be able to kill the young master even if he used all his power, and if he could, he would be cursed forever. His sister asked him to run faster and promised him to cover. She really did so. The girl was the first to rush under the blow. John said that Feng's surname was crazy for a reason. He was really a scumbag and even disguised himself as his own sister. Feng pointed out that if John tried to kill him, he would be considered Zhugai's blood enemy. He considered himself the hope of the family and its future. But John didn't care. Feng began to summon an immortal ibex to save him as soon as possible. But John said that even an immortal could not save him now, and after these words he struck a fatal blow. Feng's body split into 2. Capricorn still appeared, but too late. He condemned John for daring to kill a young master in the territory of the Qingyun sect. At the same time, he tried to get John by hand, but the boy threw his sword straight at her, although this sword seemed like a simple toothpick compared to his hand. After this blow, there was not even a small wound on his hand. John thought that he had star energy from the map of the cosmos in his palm. The boy understood that it was time to test the power of the card. Capricorn guessed that this guy had a few tricks up his sleeve, but in any case, he was going to die today. Long suddenly appeared in the battle area and he shouted for the goat to stop immediately. He listened to the master and went down to him. The man said that this boy had broken the rules of the sect and he had to teach him. Sue was with him, and she said that this boy, she is her student, and only she can choose the punishment for him. And Capricorn immediately decided to kill him instead of investigating this case. Capricorn replied that she was just a pathetic puppet who had lost all her influence and support. He did not understand at all what right she had to represent the royal family. Long asked him to follow his words. Then John intervened in the conversation. He called Capricorn an old scum who decided to intimidate the lady. Sue couldn't believe that when the day would come when John would protect her. Capricorn assured Sue that even her status wouldn't stop him from killing whoever stood in front of her. She then took out the amulet and asked if he remembered it. The girl added that if he killed John, she would use it. Even if he tried to escape to the farthest corner of the earth, the imperial court will find him and kill him. Long thought that using the heavenly order was a very reckless decision. Capricorn insisted that this guy killed a sect member and he broke the rules, so he should be responsible for his actions. John said that he was set up by Feng and Mu. Therefore, he saw no reason to show mercy to them. Then Mu appeared nearby and asked them not to listen to this liar. He said that he suspected this guy of conspiring with demons, and Feng was passing nearby and wanted to help. He swore with his life that he was telling the truth. If this is not so, then heaven will punish him. This gave Capricorn even more confidence. In this case, Sue began to demand a heavenly trial. Long pointed out that it had already been 2 years since the last divine trial. John realized that it was then that his sister's trial was held. The mentor announced that the trial would begin at noon. The time came, and the divine test began. John tried to find Sue with his eyes. Capricorn laughed and said that she probably didn't come because she didn't want to watch him die. The judge asked John if he killed Feng yesterday in the courtroom. The boy answered that it was true. John, in turn, asked the immortal what he would do if they tried to kill him right now. He said that if he was attacked for no reason, he would strike back without a second thought. John then pointed out that he knew for sure that the sword he used to kill Feng originally belonged to him. But the immortal tried to find out how he managed to steal it. His innate energy. In this case, the boy decided to demonstrate it. He asked Mu to throw his innate energy into him. The immortal ordered to do as he was told. As soon as he did it, John immediately captured his energy. Capricorn even believed it, but he still killed Feng. He asked Mu to tell from beginning to end how it all happened. After his story, the immortal said that they concluded that John had maliciously killed the second disciple of the Qinyan sect, and they concluded that he should be executed. John began to laugh loudly and said that now he understood how the great Qinyan sect behaved. Then Su appeared in the hall and said that if they have no evidence, then what is the meaning of their sentence? She turned to the immortal and said that he should explain everything to her. He replied that in today's divine trial, he, immortal, did not remember several questions and asked her for forgiveness. She forgave him, but she wasn't sure that John would. Capricorn pointed out that the princess had gone too far for this child. The immortal said that it was all his fault, and he promised to compensate John. The mentor approached John and began to beat him on the head. After she sent him to be tested, he was the only one who didn't come back, and when he finally came back, he brought her a lot of trouble. John wanted to ask the mentor when they talked about the trial 2 years ago. That was his sister. The mentor replied that it was the Yun family. John said that he should learn their names, but Su pointed out that he was still very weak. She called him after her and promised to show him a good place for cultivation. John finally arrived at the place Su showed him. It must be a mystical fish-bottomless pool. John approached the guards and asked for permission to enter. As the guard checked his documents, he was surprised that in their time, the outer disciples had enough money to have access to such places of sect. The watchman said that there are people there now and offered to wait. While the boy was waiting, he saw a man come out of this place. He could barely stand on his feet. A servant ran up to him and said that it was a mistake to go to this place with the sky level. Cultivation. It was Chan, his friend. He didn't know how strong John was now, but he wanted to see how he would do in the pool. John immediately dived into the water and felt how it reduced his initial speed. On his way, he met the first fishman who was heading towards him, definitely not to make friends. Although John dodged very well, he understood that he had no chance of winning in such a place. His movements were limited and very restricted. Since all of his movements were restricted, he decided to try to harness his innate energy by using the speed of the water flow. John fell into a secret fish pond, which was 30 meters underwater. One fishman was rapidly catching up with John. He barely managed to dodge. If he knew it would be so difficult, he would have better asked Chan for help. With his experience, he should know how to avoid fish of people. But all the people who got here, they counted only on themselves, so John followed the same principle. John watched how ordinary fish move for a long time. And then when he understood the mechanics, he decided to concentrate his internal energy in the shape of a tail so that it would be more convenient to move. After that, he decided to catch a fish to feel these movements. John began to move much faster, and thanks to his invention, he went down 50 meters underwater. And there he was unlucky to meet 3 fish people again. Thanks to his invention of internal energy, he managed to dramatically change his direction and evade the attack of the human fish. He managed not only to evade, but also to attack them one by one. He first tore off the head of one, and outsmarted the other 2 and grabbed their spears. The boy was followed by 2 men. They saw that John had already killed 3 fish people and continued to dive into the pool. They could not understand when he became so strong. The boy had already descended 60 meters, but this time, he met a fishman with a metal weapon. He said he could do the same and threw his knife in response. However, he was shocked to see how his normal bone axes were able to deflect his knife. He assumed it was due to a layer of air. If not, then he had no other options. The guy decided to check for himself what was wrong with his axes and caught one. As soon as he took it in his hand, he immediately realized that this axe had a hidden vibration. Since he found out the reason for the knife miss, John corrected the situation and easily defeated the monster. Meanwhile, the men continued to count the number of his victims. Young Master Pei from one of the 7 great families wanted to get into the pool as well, but old Zhao had to refuse him, because that's how man has always been. Pei knew that this guy's time was running out and he had to come back soon. He asked the guards to chase him, but Chan replied that the person inside was his friend, and he was sure that his time was not over yet, and even if it was, it could be extended. Pei did not like this and was ready to physically deal with Chan, but old Zhao asked to deal with this peacefully. At this moment, John had already left the pool and was about to go out. Zhao asked him to hurry because the two of them were already crossing all limits. He asked John to calm down his friend, and he promised to calm Pei down. Pei was very angry with Chan, but when he saw John, he decided to calm down because he didn't know this guy. Chan replied that it didn't matter and urged him to compete as men. Pei shouted that no one could treat him like that, so he started to attack them both without warning. John understood that Chan would not be able to resist such a powerful opponent, so he grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the side. John tried to block this attack, but Pei told him that he would not be able to resist his ice rain, especially with his weak energy. But when the ice drops were already heading towards him, he made his concentrated energy explode. Pei quickly gathered himself and rushed at John with a sword. The boy was also not going to run away and did not retreat, although he did not even have any sword. Due to his speed, John managed to get very close to him and grabbed the sword with his hands. But this time it was a mistake, and Pei used a freeze, and John's body began to be covered in ice. Pei started to laugh and said that he definitely couldn't handle him now. But without another word, John used his demonic energy and destroyed this ice very quickly. Pei was shocked. Pei couldn't afford to lose anyway, no matter what the cost. Chan asked John to be careful, but John kept everything under control and punched Pei very hard in the face. Chan couldn't even think that John's strength would grow so much, but he didn't understand why he didn't get into the inner sect and assumed that someone was pressuring him. But the boy replied that he just couldn't find the time to join. Chan reminded him about the competition in which only members of the sect can participate, and it will be a shame if he does not participate. However, John assured him that he will join the sect before the competition begins. Meanwhile, in the Qin-Yun sect on the mountain near the lake, a Capricorn came to the evening sky and said that he had found John Luo. The man replied that the Luo family was not very big and did not attract much attention until they gave out 2 talents in a row. Capricorn said that if he achieves something in the future, they will have to reconsider their relationship with their family. However, it is not difficult to be a genius. It is difficult to develop your talent. Capricorn said that he had already descended 100 meters into a mystical lake, and he thought that it was necessary to show he has his own place. The evening sky said that they only have one chance now, and that is the sect tournament. And they will be able to use the right opportunity and pair him with someone strong. Meanwhile, Wuhan came to the rocky area to test his abilities, but at best, he could only reach 30 meters. John approached him and offered him to try himself, but after that, John wanted to talk to him. Wuhan wished him success. There were so many members of the sect gathered around him to watch it. When John ran away, they were shocked at his speed. He was as if glued to this rock, and it seemed that he could run to the very top. He did not even push away from the wall. He was considered abnormal because he covered tens of meters with one jump. The boy pushed himself to the maximum and left his mark on the rock. The students were shocked because he broke the previous record. While he didn't even strain, Wuhan came up to him and said that he believed in him and offered to talk somewhere. John came to ask for his help and hoped that he would keep all the details a secret. The boy took out the container that contained the essence. There were 55 drops, and he wanted Wuhan to sell them as often as possible. John hoped that he understood what the secrecy was for. If their family were to sell them openly, there would be a lot of pressure on them. Wuhan assured the boy that there was nothing to worry about, and they always protected the source of the goods. Wuhan was convinced that with so much essence, chaos will surely begin in the Imperial City. John understood that the sect's main tournament was coming soon, and he needed to get a good weapon, because his dagger was only suitable for unexpected attacks. John was immediately recognized in the pavilion. He said that this time, he needed a high-quality sword. The seller said that he did not need normal swords, and decided to lead him to the second floor because all the good items are there. They went upstairs and he began to show the arsenal of the first 3 swords of the highest rank. They were created by the blacksmith Dadozov. This sword was very heavy, and it even had a name, so hard. He then displayed 2 other swords. The next one was called Jade Wave. It was forged from demon wings. Although he liked this sword, he decided to look at the next one as well to compare them. In order to forge the next sword, the ancestor spent almost his entire life. But at the moment when he was about to finish, an accident happened to him, and he left his will in blood. But John did not understand why this sword is here, if it is not finished yet. The seller said that it was almost finished and only concentration and luck were needed to complete it. If all went well, the sword would become immortal rank. John liked it, and the boy chose it. The seller was surprised that he wanted to take this very sword. In this case, he asked to follow him, because this product was not yet put up for sale, and it was intended for a gift to one person. They came to their boss. This girl started to use the seduction technique, and he needed to concentrate. The girl realized that his soul was very strong. She said that Dodozi wrote in his will that whoever could refine his sword to immortal level could take it for free. But without confidence, she can't sell it just like that. She saw that John wasn't an alchemist and didn't have a true flame, so she wondered how he planned to finish this item. If she wanted to test his abilities, then John wanted the manager to leave the room for a moment. He left the room, and the boy began to demonstrate his spiritual flame. Although he didn't know what it was, he was sure that he could complete the sword. In that case, she had to give him this sword and ask the manager to do it. The hostess was very grateful to him and hoped that he would succeed. For all these years, their region had not produced a single worthy master. When the boy left, the seller said that she was breaking the rules with her actions. But the girl pointed out that so much time had passed and the region did not have any genius, and she was sure that this guy was unique. John saw that this woman possessed Dozi's will, and John had to refine this sword so that Dozi's spirit would rest in peace. John arrived at the 17th Institute, but was told that it was currently off limits to outsiders. John said he wanted to use their furnace for purification. At that moment, one of the students lost control of the true flame, and the furnace could explode. John walked up to him and touched the boy to calm him down. It really helped, and the student thanked him. The boy offered John his help, but he replied that he just came here to use the stove. He assured everyone that he would not cause an explosion, and he would just need to improve the weapon. He was offered to help, but he refused and said that he would do everything himself. Given the level of development of these people, they would not be able to see the strengthening heavenly energy while he was infusing innate energy. The battle brother watched the process and did not understand how he was going to strengthen the weapon without heavenly essence. It didn't take him very long to do the job. When John took out the sword, its glow covered the entire region. Even the people from the city saw it and went to see. John decided to call this sword Flying Light. He was asked why he was holding an immortal rank sword. They did not know this boy, although he had such capabilities. John replied that he was a disciple of Rain Peak, and he forged this sword with his own hands. He was told that what weapons are forged in this place must be recorded. While they were walking, the boys asked him to tell more about the weapon. The boy agreed that they would write down this weapon, but he was not going to tell them the method of forging. But then they began to threaten him. But John noted that they did not have enough strength to confirm their words. He could not even imagine that the teachers of the noble sect would be thieves. They were going to kill the boy and take his weapon. One teacher cast a purple dragon, and the other a sky devourer phantom. John decided to test their abilities for now and then counterattack. And so it happened. John gave them the opportunity to attack, but at one point he took all the initiative and wounded the teacher's hand, but did not kill him. The other wanted to help him, and also began to attack the boy. John said that he saved the life of one and was not going to kill the other, but he advised them to keep quiet about what happened today and think about their behavior. John learned that the enhancing heavenly essence sold for 250,000 crystals. But thanks to Wuhan, he shouldn't have any problems with cultivation materials. He wanted to reserve the shining sword platform. But he was asked to wait, and the boy went to explore the area. He saw several queues and went to the smallest one to ask why it was the smallest. One guy said that the strength of the members there was much greater than the others. This queue was for entering the higher levels of the platform. He said that he was now on the 8th layer of the sky kingdom, and it was very difficult for him to get to it. John decided to follow his example and go to the 8th level. He showed his sword and said that it was called a shining dragon. It was a medium-rank weapon. But John wanted to hear more information about the platform of the shining sword. He showed him the spheres and told him that when the illusory formations were activated, a lot of energy beams were directed towards him, and you need to use your sword to repel her. But if the sword is not powerful enough, the beam will simply destroy it. Then the boy noticed that John had an immortal-level sword in his hands. The moment came when the rays began to attack them. The boy believed that the most important thing is not the level of the sword, but how the warrior can cope with it. Then they began to work on repelling the attacks. John warned him that these rays are very soapy and asked him to be careful. The boy noted that he is a good swordsman. His spiritual condition is quickly restored. But he couldn't hold back this volley of rays. The boy knew that if one more hit his sphere, it would collapse. He had already surpassed all his previous results, so he didn't expect to be able to continue. But John told him if he didn't, the guy thought about it and realized that he should really try to continue. John asked him to get ready, so the 21st wave will start soon. The boy very confidently began to reflect all the rays, and John's words were constantly in his head, that only by fully devoting himself to him, he would be able to know the true path of the sword. When it was over, John said that the boy had given it his all. He replied that this was his best result. The next wave was about to start, but he already had his spheres destroyed, but he wanted to see how far John could go. The beams were getting stronger, and they must be repelled by the intention of the sword, not by the sword itself. The rays were getting closer, but John stood still and seemed like he wasn't going to do anything. However, it all started when they were very close. Although John had weak cultivation, he was able to know the sword's true intentions. And finally, it was time for the 100th and last wave. The guy said that for level 8, this is the maximum, but there were not so many who could overcome it. After passing the 100th wave, the platform made an unusual sound. The master tried to find the one who overcame the 100th wave and saw Zhao on the platform. However, the boy said that it was John who blew it. He did some incredible things. After the competition ended, John began to cultivate, and one of the students asked how long he would sit there. Zhao replied that it would not be long. He started it right after the 100th wave ended. It was definitely not a basic sword technique. The manager walked up to John and said that people were still waiting. But without another word, John approached him and applied a protective blade aura. Those students who were waiting outside also felt this aura. Everyone present began to wonder who could have reached such a level, but only Ming guessed that it was John. Zhao did not know that he was friends with Ming. He said that he did not expect to see such an advanced sword and hoped to compete with him in the tournament. But to begin with, John, it was necessary to find instructors to join the inner sect. Ming realized that he too had broken through to the 100th wave. John finally found his mentor. He saw the sadness on her face and asked if something was bothering her. But she said that everything was fine, and she already knew what he came for. Sue said that in order to become a disciple of the inner sect, he had to pass a test, and she promised to prepare everything tomorrow. Sue assumed that there was a possibility that he would be able to reach the Cloud Hall and help her in the battle for the throne. The next day, the test began and the task was to score as many points as possible. The 10 people with the best number of points will go to the inner sect, and the best 7 will get the opportunity to perform in the tournament in the sect. John entered the formation, and the guys immediately began to discuss how much he could score. Van understood that if he got into the 7, then maybe he would not have a place left there. John destroyed the first batch of monsters. Then 26 more enemies appeared on the 6th layer of the heavenly realm. He coped with them very confidently, and he wondered what the opponents would be on the 8th layer. And 10 opponents appeared in front of him on the pizza of the heavenly kingdom. The judge was shocked. His opponents found the heavenly kingdom on the pizza, and he continued to fight. Sue was sure that he would show impressive results in the sect tournament. She was sorry that she would not be able to see how he would fight in the sect tournament, and it was interesting to see which will be the race for the crown. When he finished, he had 55,000 points on his account. Everyone was delighted that there was a new number 1 in their sect. John was greeted and told that he was now a disciple of the inner sect and was given a separate room. The boy noticed that the teacher had left and did not say anything to him. But now he needed to prove himself in the sect tournament. And the most important thing is to save his sister. He wasted no time and started cultivating to become even stronger. Ming happened to see that John had accidentally broken the wall during cultivation. He felt uncomfortable and admitted that he had overdone it a bit. John happened to meet his old friend Lin. He said that Zuo was looking for him and wanted to talk to him. He was already the number 1 in the sect, but to beat the rest, they need to work together. He said that he accidentally took first place in the test and asked take him to a place where you can check the true strength. Lin brought John to the meeting. Zuo said that John had great power, and thanks to him, they could get a lot of resources for their sect. When John entered the room, Zuo greeted him warmly. He congratulated the boy on his transition to the inner sect, and he wanted to discuss something with him. One of the representatives replied that there was nothing to talk about because they were just insects for the other peaks. But Zuo pointed out that they would not be able to become outstanding martial masters, arts, if they have low morale. John wondered how strong the opponents were. Zuo said that it would be a great result for them if they got into the top 100. Each peak would send a certain number of people. Recently, the main members have been occupying the top 10 places. But in reality, Zuo was not sure that he would even be able to get into the top 100. Zuo also added that whoever takes the first place will receive the Ging Shu pill. It helps to break through after entering the divine realm. And the 3 best will get the right to enter the Cloud Hall. John understood that if he got into the Cloud Hall, he would be able to help the mentor. Zuo said that the top 100 would be enough for them to start with. At the meeting, John learned that his sister took second place in this competition, and he could not give in to her. While John was studying the cosmic map, the boy began to have strange visions. He assumed that it was because he had not slept for a long time. In his subconscious, he managed to get close to the sun. But he couldn't do it for very long, because he had just grasped the final map of the cosmos, and imagining the sun was too much for him. After that, he tried to imagine the moon. But John was disturbed by Lin and said that the first day of the tournament has started and he should hurry. Teacher Su took a break, and now some man is in charge of the tournament. The participants were surprised that there were so many people from the Rain Peak this time. Among them, they even saw that kid who had just reached the second layer of the heavenly sphere. But another participant said that although he is in the second layer, he scored 55,000 on the test points. He was the strongest in the pizza rain. But the man did not believe that this guy could do it. A man appeared in front of the participants, but John couldn't identify him because he had a hidden divine essence. It was the patriarch of the Qingyun sect named Shi. He declared the tournament open. The representatives of Rain Peak gathered around Mentor Ven to find out their opponents. Zuo assumed that they would be cannon fodder in this tournament. Wen turned to John and said that his opponent was Tong. He was incredibly powerful, and his cultivation was at the 9th layer of the heavenly realm. Zuo was also upset because his opponent was Ming. All the participants were called to the arena. Shi noticed John in the arena and asked the elder how it was that a representative of the 2nd layer of the heavenly realm got here. Tong couldn't even imagine that his first battle would be so simple. Tong pointed out that the sect's competition rules were not fair. Their peak was honestly competing for the first places, and he believed that Rain Peak should not be among them at all. But John asked to hold his grudges until he defeated him. As soon as the battle began, John felt that his legs simply disobeyed him and simply stood still. If John was a divine realm practitioner, then he would be able to fly, and this attack would be a normal thing for him. But he is only on the 2nd layer of the heavenly realm. Spheres. About that, he was very easily able to stop the sledgehammers that Tong attacked with. This surprised him, because he did not know that this kid has innate strength, and it really outweighs Tong's strength. The members couldn't believe that John's body was so powerful that it could withstand the blows of such a high-class weapon. The girl turned to Brother Pei and pointed out that this boy could compete with his defense as well. The boy replied that it was possible, but he used a special method cleaning. He has weak cultivation and relies only on innate energy. The girl wanted to make several holes in him and see what was inside him. Tong was no longer laughing at John and wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. Tong wanted to raise his hammers, but he couldn't. However, his earthly spirit armor could absorb the blows of even divine realm practitioners. No matter how strong John was, he couldn't hurt him. Without the help of innate energy, he couldn't even scratch him. John understood all this, but he still continued to strike. Tong was shocked where he had so much energy. It was a real monster in front of him, and Tong started shouting that he was surrendering and asked the referee to stop the fight. At the last moment, John stopped, and Tong was very grateful to him for such generosity. Wen greeted John with a smile and was proud of him. John's next opponent would be Tien, and his mentor asked him to teach this boy. John noticed that Wen was very worried and wondered what happened. He said that Zuo's opponent was also on the Heavenly Realm Pizza and a Formation Master. Formation Masters have incredible fortitude and drive. Zuo realized that his opponent's Formation Master was already in the arena. Suddenly, Zuo used the spear that he had hidden from everyone for so long. But the disciple and Rain Spades asked Wen not to rejoice so quickly, because Zuo started with a trump card, and it does not mean that it should be underestimated Ming's matrix. Ming easily dodged the spear strike, and then Zuo realized that he was trapped. That flag was not a formation, it just blocked his field of vision. Ming didn't like that he wanted to destroy his flag, and so he decided to teach him. In his matrix, the boy could not distinguish reality from illusions, and so Ming could easily kill him. But Zuo managed to find the real Ming among all the clones and wound him. Ming realized that he did it due to his sense of killing lust. After all, this guy can't see through the formation. Zhuo had developed a fighting sense, but Ming was sure that he would not be able to resist the next attack. One of the participants said that he was very unlucky to run into a formation master in the first fight, and he urged Zhuo to just give up. John noticed that Zhuo has the heart of a true martial artist, and he will definitely not give up. He will use all his abilities to not be ashamed. He decided to do it for him and shouted that the peak of the rain would admit defeat. But Ming said that there is no such clause in the rules and he cannot speak for Zhuo. However, one turned to the spade mentor Zhang to stop this beating. And when Zhuo lay powerless, the judge announced the winner. The mentor came to Ming and said that it was a good job, but asked him not to waste so many crystals for such garbage from the rain peak. John came to Zhuo and wanted to help. He took out a level 5 pill and gave it to him to eat. He couldn't even think that John is so rich. Wen asked him not to worry about his defeat, but rather to concentrate on his recovery. John said that he would not let their peak lose. The third round began and John was happy to finally see Tian in battle. Although he was very strong, but still PR is not the main student. While John was watching the fight, Wen admired this boy. Although he was born into a poor family, he had already reached the peak of the heavenly realm at the age of 18. He had even defeated divine realm practitioners before. Tian had to compete with Xiong from the Zhuge family. He asked Tian to expose his sword, but he replied that he did not need a sword for such an opponent. In this case, Xinu planned to force him to use the sword, but Tian simply took one step to the side and Xiong's attack failed. Tian was so nimble that he was able to dodge the attack and touch his forehead with his fingers. Xinu just gave up after that. Tian won, and the crowd just chanted his name. They admired his talent. Next up was the group stage where John would fight Ho-Hai. They hoped to beat John and knock Rainpeak out of the tournament. Ho-Hai was very confident, and he promised to beat this garbage. He said if John could withstand 3 of his blows, then he would give up. When they were standing in the arena, Ho-Hai asked not to hide his trump cards, but he really didn't care because he was all one loses for 3 attacks. John expected an attack from the enemy. He attacked him with flying discs, but it was not a threat to John. Ho-Hai admitted that he had dodged this blow skillfully enough. But now he wanted to see how he would dodge the wind spirit's murderous polymerization. However, John sharply closed the distance between them and attacked Ho-Hai with his fist. The boy said that he only had 1 chance left, because he had already used 2 attacks. The crowd chanted John's name, and they wanted him to win. Ho-Hai decided it was time to use his trump card and summoned the Mad Demon. John realized that he was using sword intent, but he noted that it wasn't enough to defeat him and parried the attack. Although he was broken, he didn't even have time to understand what had happened. John punched him and told him that he had lost, but Ho-Hai said that he didn't lose because he hadn't used his true power yet. But John didn't expect that he wouldn't keep his word. The whole crowd shouted for him to give up because he used 3 attacks. But his mentor told him to forget it about 3 attacks and urged him to give it his all. The people began to shout that they are liars and all their sects are liars. Ho-Hai agreed with the mentor, because at the tournament he must show himself to the maximum, and he was not going to give up on this because of some promise. It was a pity for John that his opponent's words were worthless. He had already hit 5 times. As a result, he hit 100 and could not win, and John said that he only needed 1 attack to do so. After these words, John delivered a blow with his bare fist, and Ho-Hai flew to the very edge of the arena. After that, he surrendered, and John was the winner. Zhuo was surprised at how strong John was. He had incredible speed and wanted to see his next match. While John was waiting for his turn, he overheard some guys talking about Rainpeak not showing up well, except for John. The next fight was against Ming from Dang Peak. Wen told him if he felt he couldn't win, he better stop. Ming considered himself the Rainpeak's punisher after defeating their strongest representative, and he suggested that John surrender. He thought that all John was doing was just purifying himself, and decided to attack him immediately. He planted his flag as usual, but John had a bad feeling about that flag. It was most likely a magical array. He was going to destroy it and see how Ming would continue the battle then. But Ming was sure that John would not be able to destroy his star banner. But without further ado, he was going to show him how he was going to do it, and started just hitting him with his fists, and cracks appeared almost after the first blow. As a result, he fell into small pieces. Ming was outraged that he had dared to destroy his weapon and was going to take revenge. Ming used the Fiery Sky formation. Even Formation Master Zheng was surprised by such a formation. He never thought that any of the students would be able to use the Fiery Sky formation. Zhang believed that if he continued to develop at this pace, he would be able to become Formation Master #1 in the Qinyun sect. Ming had planned to hold the Fire Sky formation longer, but now it didn't matter. Wen was annoyed because he could even kill John with this formation. But if they break the formation, then John's soul may suffer. Ming wanted to see John's face writhing in pain. The boy thought that if everything around him was an illusion, then he assumed that Ming was also an illusion. This array was strong enough. John had planned to go through the group stage much faster, relying on his strength alone, but it seems he underestimated the opponents. There were ordinary golems in front of him, and he even had enough fists to deal with them. But they were very hot because they were an illusion created by Ming, and he imagined them created from a meteorite. But John was resistant enough to the heat, and he easily destroyed the golems. This brought a lot of pain to Ming. John then noticed that these golems were mentally linked to Ming. He wanted to see what would happen to him when he destroyed them all. He had already destroyed 4 golems, and Ming decided to end it there. He noted that even practitioners in the divine realm could not break this formation. He set John on fire and hoped that he would turn into ashes. But Ming didn't understand where the fire went. And most importantly, why did John stay alive? He ordered the golems to attack. John felt that the meteorite fire was very strong, but he was still far from the demonic holy fire. His body released a small part of the golden Sanskrit to protect him from the fire, but unfortunately, he could not absorb this fire. John continued to destroy the golems, and Ming still hoped that this guy would burn in his fire, and so Ming finally did it. He couldn't think that in order to destroy someone who was in the second layer of the heavenly sphere, he would need to use the meteorite flame. But suddenly John came out of the fire and said that only Ming was constantly attacking, and now he wanted to take the initiative in their own hands. This battle turned out to be too difficult for Ming. The difference in their strength was enormous. He asked not to be told that John had already broken through above the heaven realm. But the judges would definitely notice. Then Ming used hundreds of his clones. He had hoped that they would detain John, but the boy deftly broke through their defenses and attacked Ming. Zuo believed that the sect's competition should teach them, even though he lost. But he stayed alive, and that means he can continue to develop. He wanted John to win, otherwise he would be punishing himself for the rest of his days. The audience has yet to see the results of the fight, although Ming's mentor had already made him a winner. But when they were shown the fight, Ming was lying in the arena almost unconscious and without his front teeth. John continued to beat him because he still hadn't given up. But as soon as Ming wanted to say that he surrendered, John started beating him, and his words came out slurred. Tian considered him so cruel that he didn't even give Ming a chance to surrender. His mentor said that Ming had lost and John should stop. But the boy raised his head and said that when Ming was beating Zuo, for some reason he was not in a hurry to be stopped. The mentor said that he was a disciple of Zhang Peak. But John didn't care because he did not consider them higher than others. John stepped on Ming's face and said that he would look forward to someone coming from Zhang Peak to take revenge on him. Wen hugged John and congratulated him on his victory. The students of Rain Peak watched John's battles carefully, and he was their hope in this tournament. The next battle between Feigu of the Heaven Realm and Tian of the Peak of the Heaven Realm. Feigu asked him why he didn't bear his sword. Tian replied that he was not worthy of it. The audience waited for the time to come, and Tian would be forced to draw his sword. Feigu said that they will be able to see after the fight who is worthy and who is not. Tian said that he did not expose his sword because there are many disciples who are stronger than Feigu, and he decided to leave it to them. Feigu used a Cloud Dragon strike and was sure that Tian would not be able to dodge it. The audience was convinced that he could lose if he didn't use the sword move. John also believed that he should use this ability. John watched the fight and then decided to climb into the arena himself. No one understood why he was doing this, but they immediately recognized Tian's swordsmanship ability, which John was currently using. Feigu used his strongest attack, killing Shadow, but Tian also dodged it. It was very difficult for him to attack Tian because he didn't know where this guy was right now. By the time he thought, Tian was already behind him. Therefore, Feigu had to surrender. John wanted to use the sword move in real combat as well. The audience was shocked that Tian still did not expose his sword even at this stage. This year, the inner disciples were very strong. John's next fight was against Yuge Shi. She had heard John's name in her family more than once, but John said if he wanted to fight, then let him start. But if not, he suggested that she just give up. In this case, she wanted to demonstrate the difference in spiritual forces between the celestial sphere and the sphere of the heavens. John decided that now was the time to try using the sword move. The audience had mixed reactions to this. Tien also watched as John copied his sword move. Although John had recently understood the intention of the sword, he was already able to use the sword move. Tien thought it was a talent. Shi asked the elder if he knew about it, but he replied that he had seen as much as he had. John was able to copy Tien's move, and he was not in the arena yet, but the elder was sorry that with such talent, he would still not be able to defeat Shi. In fact, Shi did not agree with the elder's words. He believed that this child could enter the top 30. Some students were not surprised that he copied this technique, because Tien did not create it, but just learned it. Observing from such a distance, they said that he copied this technique not perfectly. Shi asked him not to run away, because then he would not be able to call himself a real warrior. John was becoming more skilled with his sword while dodging Sai's attacks, but she was trying to provoke him into at least some kind of attack. Wen guessed that she might be cultivating 2 streams of Zhen Yuan. Although her physical strength is not great, she possesses 2 dantians. Wen was afraid that she was preparing to do something terrible. But Zhuo asked the mentor not to spoil the mood, and he was sure that John would be able to handle it. She waited for him to start running away again and hoped to see how he would dodge another blow. But he didn't understand why he had to run away now. His body was getting lighter. She used the Chaos Twin Cyclone ability. Although the Chaos Twin Cyclone won't deal much damage, as long as John is in it, he will constantly get hit. But John moved along this cyclone as if on waves. Only those who have reached the realm of the heavens can fly, and no one understood how he managed to do it. She noticed that he was flying to where the wind was blowing, and at the same speed. He used the power of the cyclone to fly up. Now it became clear to Shi how he managed to kill Feng. Now she is in the eye of the cyclone, but if she changes the direction of the wind, it will also shift. But she must take risks to win. John was shouted at to give up sooner or else he would just die, because he just stood still. But he understood that if his goal is to reach the top, then he cannot hesitate. He will not give up because it will destroy his entire path to the top. He thought that his cyclone was not so strong and his body could withstand it. There was absolutely no clothing left on his body, but John survived. Everyone was shocked. A girl turned to her brother and said that it seemed his golden bell technique was weaker than John's body hardening. She became more and more curious and really wanted to know what was inside him. Pei did not understand at all how he managed to purify his body, but it was very strong indeed. He assumed that even his younger sister would not be able to hurt John. C's situation was dire because the core of the cyclone was unstable. John was beyond her reach. Now he no longer retreated, but on the contrary tried to attack. She was not ready for such a thing. She had a choice to either dodge John's fist or the air blade. She decided to dodge the wind blade because it could really kill her. However, John's fist was not much nicer, and as a result, it helped him win. Wen was delighted. He did not yet realize that the Rain Peak disciple had managed to defeat Zhuge Shi. Meanwhile, in the bookmaker's office, talks have already begun about who will bet on whom in the match between John and Tien. Some people bet on John all the time and made a lot of money. Zhao also liked to bet, but recently he was unlucky. But he promised that he would only bet on his matches in the future. The doubles stage had already ended, and there were only 13 players left who had never lost. He told John that the next thing would be only more difficult. But the boy replied that he knows his maximum, and asked the mentor not to worry. Wen said that he had seriously injured Ming before, and Dan would most likely try to kill him. John replied that no matter who he had to face, he would use all his strength to win and would never back down. Wen apologized to John and said that he should believe in him more. When they entered the arena, Dan advised John to surrender. He added that his mentor had ordered revenge for Ming, but John did not understand then why he was asking to just surrender. Then Dan replied that he did not like Ming very much, and believed that this boy had received merit. John said that he respected such people, but there must be one winner. He hoped that if he lost, Dan would let him surrender with dignity. He didn't think it would be necessary after all, but he was ready to begin. Dan's innate energy began to change its structure, but there was really nothing unusual about it. Joe wanted to punch him, but at one point Dan grabbed his limb and he couldn't move. John had already used all the available scales, but still couldn't break through. He tried to do it again and again, but there was no result. This is the technique of 5 words of defense, and Dan did not care what his blow would be. And John would need at least 5 hits to break it. Thanks to the seal symbol, he froze his hand. He is able to shut down the power and innate energy. Now he is unable to move normally and use his left arm. John was surprised that Dan was explaining his techniques to the enemy. He added that if John couldn't break the seal in 2 hours, it would no longer work. John listened carefully and destroyed the seal immediately afterwards. Dan pointed out that it was a good trick and he underestimated John. However, simply destroying the seal is not enough. Now John understood why he had not sensed the killing intent from Dan. Because he had put the accumulated intent into this symbol. After one of Dan's attacks, he just fell to the ground. The crowd started saying that this technique is very powerful, and John will most likely lose and it won't be a surprise to them. Dan said that John couldn't go on anymore, and asked him to finally give up. But the boy stood up, and Dan noticed that John's body had reached the level of his soul, and his chances of winning were reduced because of it. The audience once again favored John. He showed his true strength. They did not notice that since the beginning of the competition, he had not used his special techniques more than once. Shuri assumed that demonic energy had formed in John's hands. The elder could not believe that this kid had mastered the technique. Demonic energy. It only meant that when he entered the library, he chose the fist of a demonic god. It has been in the Heavenly Library for more than 100 years, and during all that time, only 3 students were able to take it. But 2 of the 3 could not recognize it. There were rumors that due to the peculiarity of the body, people are not able to develop it. Dan was forced to use the technique he had left for the core disciples. But he can't give up just to conserve energy. John had nothing to hide anymore, and used the demon god phantoms. Dan analyzed the situation. If this array is capable of breaking a spirit-level weapon, then the Demon King's phantom is at the level of a holy weapon. When creating a duplicate, the copies will always be weaker than the original. Dan said that John was only in the 2nd layer of the heavenly realm, and he would not be able to defeat him. Considering the power of 13 kills, he had to use 3 killing words to match the power of 1 divine phantom. He had 10 killing words left, and the power of this technique was directly proportional number of words. Dan was shocked that his innate strength had a tendency to regenerate. 3 of the strongest appeared near the arena. The elder asked Hua what he thought about it. The boy said that he had only seen him once. Then he asked Se-yun the same question. They understood that Wuze is trying to learn something from them. Se-yun replied that even their talented brother doesn't know anything about him, and he even more so. Hua thought that John was using high-level techniques. The eastern province is relatively small compared to the 5 continents. Their world is huge, and there are techniques in it that surpass heaven and earth. And only by leaving the eastern province can the truth be revealed. Hua's goal was to rise to the very top of the sect, and therefore he will have to compete for the post of elder. Meanwhile, Dan could only draw 1 blocking word. Dan began to think more and more about giving up and saving his strength for the next battles. But he can't give up on his words and give up. Dan didn't think he would have to use this technique so early. He was still able to write a protective word. John was confused that Dan still dared to reveal himself. He began to destroy his copies and said that he did not believe that he was capable of creating immobile copies using only innate energy. He planned to destroy them several times so that they could no longer regenerate. The number of John's phantoms had indeed decreased a lot, but first he needed to deal with the seal. Dan didn't understand why he was trying to destroy the seal if it was impossible. Meanwhile, Dan finally destroyed all the phantoms. But in the future, Dan decided not to be distracted by the phantoms, because when he destroys John, they will disappear by themselves. A fierce hand-to-hand battle began between them. The judge asked all the spectators to move away from the arena. John understood that he would have to use the full power of the flying phoenix crystal. So far, his plan had not worked. Dan admitted that John is indeed very fast, but that's all he has, so he has nowhere else to run. Dan never thought that he would be so difficult to beat. After one of the blows, Dan used up almost all of his energy. John noticed this immediately and decided to use this chance for his counterattack. Dan understood that he had no way to defend himself and closed his eyes. However, John stopped at the last moment and gave Dan a chance to surrender. Then he said that he respected this act and admitted that he had lost. The crowd cheered because it was a great fight. Zhao was happier than everyone else because he bet on John and won 10,000 crystals. Wen approached John and said that he was their peak star. Zuo was more and more convinced that he will be able to raise their rain peak in the rating. The 2 disciples from Yang Peak had surrendered even before the confrontation with John. Therefore, a new stage was now starting. The next confrontation will involve the main disciples. In the first round, Wang and Blue should compete. After the last confrontation, Wang disappeared, and many would like to see a confrontation between him and John. Wang approached John and said that he wanted to fight him, but Zhuo told John not to react to it and not force himself. The boy said that now was not the right time for him to fight. Wang assumed that he was scared. He promised even suppress your development to the level of the celestial sphere, but John said that he didn't need to do that. When they met in battle, he would defeat him anyway. Wang said that if he didn't get eliminated from the next stage, they would definitely fight. Then Blue entered the arena and said that now he is his opponent. He took out his fan and began to activate abilities. Blue, due to his arrogance, Vanin was trapped, and all his internal energy was closed. He assured the opponent that even if he had a god-level weapon, he would not be able to damage his net. After that, something strange began to happen to Wang's body. But Wang used a demonic technique. His sect was not restricted in using demonic techniques. But still, no one can learn these techniques without killing others. The path of a demonic cultivator is not easy, but once he learns them, he will become much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Now Wang began to counterattack. Blue understood that this is a very important stage and he cannot lose because it greatly affects the final result. Then he decided to use his trump card. Blue asked Wang not to blame him if he hurt him. After all, it was his own fault. He activated the ability of the divine golden color fan. But Wang was smiling because he always had something to answer. He used the demonic skeleton convergence technique. Blue was shocked because he didn't even know that these techniques could evolve. Blue had to admit defeat because even his strongest technique couldn't damage them. The crowd didn't appreciate this confrontation because it was over so quickly, and they didn't even have time to see a real battle. The fifth round came and John had to meet the main disciple of Wanmo. John already wanted to beat someone. All the girls adored Wanmo, but not his younger sister. When they met in the arena, Wanmo promised that he would not be too cruel to John. The boy laughed and said that it was a very good joke. John replied that firstly, there is no need to hold back because he is not qualified for it. And secondly, he is crazy if he wants to win his sister Yan's heart. Wanmo said that John had managed to annoy him, but he asked him not to hope that he would make a mistake because of it. For some reason, Patriarch Sure thought that his role was unnecessary here, because in front of him was the very talented John and his sister Yan Luo. And he, as the Patriarch, had not even heard of it. Shuri had many questions for the supervisors and asked to know everything about this boy. Wanmo was going to attack first because he wanted revenge for this behavior. But John was not afraid of using his lotuses because he had the ability to use the demonic sun and absorb all the lotuses. Wanmo said that he knew that his innate energy was very strange, and in their last duel in Purgatory, he tried to absorb his lotuses. He noted that John would not be able to defeat him with his strange energy. From the beginning, Wanmo had no intention of using this skill, but he wanted John to feel real pain. But John said that he hardly felt any change because he just increased the gravity by 10 times, and he was ready to destroy this spell. But as it turned out, that was not all. Wanmo used the flower collection on his finger, and John seemed to have the ground disappear from under his feet. Wanmo pointed out that John is incapable of resisting gravity. He can't even get Wanmo to use his weapon. The audience was shocked by this fight. They were sure that Wanmo could destroy John with one finger. Wanmo wanted to see where John's vaunted strength had gone, and why he couldn't even handle his finger. But John was actually disappointed that he had hoped to smother and kill him, just by gravity. Although it looked like John was just running away, he was actually looking for an opportunity for a profitable attack, and planned to use a curse. John now controlled Wanmo's lotus. But it was constantly increasing, and it would be difficult for John to absorb it. Wanmo had already seen his innate energy, and besides, he was learning from the mistakes of past losers, so he wasn't going to repeat the same mistakes. Wanmo assumed that he had nothing left, but even if that was the case, John said that there was nothing he could do to him. Wanmo took out the master blade that was used by the ancient Yulan dynasty. He wanted to see how John would block the blow of this blade. What Wanmo said sounded quite wonderful. He was interested in ancient divine weapons. Wanmo didn't understand how he managed to do this while only being in the second layer of the heavenly realm, and how he could possess such speed. The elder asked the patriarch if they shouldn't help John. He replied that there was no need, even though this guy is being chased by Wanmo. But there was no trace of panic on his face. John was going to defend himself with his fists against the sharp sword. The audience held their breath because it might cause him to simply lose his arms. Wanmo guessed that he planned to direct the flow of power into his fists, turn around, and let it flow to his right hand, and John thought that it should work. But such a trick couldn't change the situation. Patriarch Sure pointed out that this boy still had a way to turn the tide of battle. John began to close the distance, and due to this, Vanmo was unable to strengthen his lotus. John then took advantage of this opportunity and began to beat Vanmo, but he said that he still wasn't scared when he had to fight with his bare fists. What's more, he still hadn't used his lotus armor. Then John gave him time to prepare so that he could use any lotus battle armor. John asked Vanmo to just surrender. After all, he had told him before that they didn't need to wait 3 years, and he was not his opponent at the moment. Vanmo was in the heaven realm and couldn't defeat him, so he had no right to call himself a genius. Master Vanmo could not do anything in this situation and just watched. John gave him a chance and said that they could meet in 3 years. But even if they did, he still wouldn't have the willpower to pursue him. So John advised him to die right here. His master asked John not to intimidate his apprentice, because he already defeated him. Something very strange and incomprehensible began to happen. John used words to provoke him. He wanted to get him back on track to start all over again. Vanmo said until he met John, he thought he had reached all the peaks. Then he couldn't understand why he lost to him, but now he knows. At first, he thought that this battle would be easy for him, but in the end he lost like that. He thanked John. He went back to the teacher and said he needed to go back and start training. Tian-kun thought that John was progressing very fast, and if they didn't get rid of him now, it might cause them more problems. But his comrade replied that they didn't have any strong members left to knock him out. Shili was still left. But the man asked Tian-kun if he is not afraid of his revenge if John kills his apprentice. He still agreed, and Sheila was ordered to kill John. The judge announced the next match. Pei's sister, Mo Yuxin from Xiaoyan, should meet in it. However, Mo Yuxin did not like to fight with girls because they are very weak. Gan thought that Mo Yuxin was much stronger. However, his friend said that Xiaoyan was also talented, and it only took her 2 years to go from layer 1 to layer 9. Gan thought that it didn't matter who was stronger. He wanted them to break up one by one, close, and showed them something interesting. At that moment, Mo Yuxin came down from the arena and headed straight for Gan. The boy was afraid that she had heard his words, but that was the case. He tried to make excuses, but it made no sense. Mo Yuxin offered him to fulfill his request, but of course after that, you will have to tear out your eyes. Then, Han began to shout that he did not want to see this, and specially closed his eyes. In this case, the girl said that it would be enough for him to bite his tongue for such words. His mentor quickly approached and asked Mo Yuxin to forgive his student. He apologized and said that he shouldn't have said those terrible words, but the girl asked him to choose what he wanted to get rid of, his tongue or his eyes. Han deserved it, but Ven asked John to intervene. Then the boy approached them and asked them to forget it all. The more Han apologized. Mo Yuxin noted that if everyone accepted the apology, they would be kind to each other. John pointed out that an apology is simply a method of addressing the weak to the strong. The boy asked her if she could not do anything about him, then would he be considered right in this situation? However, if he lost to her, he would be in the same conditions. She wanted all those who offended her to be punished. John didn't have time to stop her, and she decided to teach Gan a lesson. At least John could see that she knew what prudence was. Mo Yuxin said that it was much more interesting than leaving several holes in it. After the fight, she promised to punish John. The girl returned to the arena and said that Xiaoyan had a lot of potential to face her, but was still not strong enough. From her face, Mo Yuxin could tell that she hates men, so at least because of this she will lose. Xiaoyan trained from morning to night for these 2 years, so she could not lose. She used jade swords of the colors of 100 maidens, but Mo Yuxin noted that these are completely ineffective tricks. But she actually really liked that Xiaoyan was so fierce in battle. However, with one movement, Mo Yuxin had already put the dagger to Xiaoyan's head. She was willing to give her another chance, but if she lost, she would invent a new punishment for her. Xiaoyan immediately gave up. John was surprised. Now there was a lot of competition, and even the girls were very strong. Meanwhile, the referee was announcing the next match, John versus Sheila. Everyone really wanted John to last in this round. Shili is considered a valuable disciple of an immortal, and he falls into the top 5. Shili showed his innate form, but his technique was more like a combination of assassination and illusion techniques. Wen knew that people like this guy in the clan were trained in sophisticated killing. They had killed a huge number of people in the past 100 years. Zuo assumed that John was in danger. Shili said that others were afraid of John, but definitely not him. John said he didn't know Shili could laugh because he thought the guy was dumb. The boy admitted that his technique was strong, and if he hadn't spoken, he most likely wouldn't have been found. However, Shiley believed that even if he knew his location, he still wouldn't be able to match him in strength. But in that case, John did not understand why he was constantly hiding and not attacking. He turned to the judge and asked if he could rest if the opponent did not want to fight. The crowd began to think that Sheila was some kind of liar. Pei watched the fight and noted that John was very cunning, and asked his sister Moyasin what would happen if she lost to him. She was annoyed by such questions. However, she still answered and said that in that case, she would do whatever he wants. Finally, Sheila dared to attack. The audience heard a lot about him learning the art of killing. While Sheila approached John, the latter sat and rested. Sheila could see that Vanmo had lost because of his spirit attack, but his Shadow Clan specialized in spirit attacks. But unfortunately, his spiritual attack could not affect John. After that, John used a divine strike and then threw his blade at the enemy. Shiley was sure that his old piece of metal would not be able to stop his sword. However, things turned out differently. Everyone was shocked by what was happening in the arena. The patriarch guessed that Shiley was determined to kill John, and thought that they had quarreled before. The elder brought him information about John, as he requested. He was able to grasp the sword's intention by first visiting the 7-star platform of the brilliant sword. The two elders wanted to send a report on John's potential, but were intercepted by the immortals Tiankun and Jiking. This meant that they dared to interfere in the tournament. Shiley was Jian's disciple, and it was no wonder that he used the killing technique from the very beginning. The elder offered to stop the match, but Shi replied that there was no need. He asked to just follow the match, and he was sure that Shiley would lose. John realized that this guy no longer possessed any killing techniques except one. Shiley began to think that if he did not surrender, he would simply lose and die. But Master Jiking ordered him to continue fighting. Although Shiley pointed out that if he didn't surrender, he would surely die from John's next attack. Jiking said that he was in control. They were going to attack him, but it was necessary for Shiley to help. This should look like as if it was an attack by Sheila. The boy was worried that the patriarch was watching them, but Ziking said that he would not even notice, and as a result, the two of them struck as if it was Sheila's name. John immediately felt something strange and a different thirst for blood. The audience believed that this was Sheila's counterattack and assumed that he was just hiding his strength. John understood that something was wrong because this attack was compared to the power of a cultivator on the Heaven Sphere pizza, and he immediately guessed that it was Ji King and Tian King. But even if so, he will not be able to retreat. He used maximum cloning to repel this attack in any way he could. But this attack turned out to be very strong and even stronger than he imagined. Therefore, he will have to take a risk. The audience assumed that John would not be able to block this attack, but it seemed that the patriarch intervened in the confrontation. John did not even think that he was so strong. This attack was not aimed at him, and someone helped him. Then Patriarch Shi appeared in the arena. He ordered Tian King and Xia King to quickly approach him. He was surprised that these two decided to break the rules and attempt to kill the disciple. The audience wanted them to be severely punished for this, in order to preserve the dignity of the sect. Xiaotsin replied that he did it only because Tianxin ordered him. But Tianxin, in turn, said that Shili was a disciple of Xiaotsin. But as a result, Tianxin understood that the patriarch did not spare anyone and decided to simply run away. However, it was a bad idea and Shi was able to hit him with one punch. The patriarch agreed to spare Xiaotsin's life, but as a punishment he would be locked up in a pit of suffering for the rest of his days. Then he looked at John and said that he had done well. When the audience heard praise for John, they were delighted. Although he controlled the sound wave, it still affected the boy a little, and he gave him a pill, because he wanted to see John's true power. The elder said that this blood pill could not only heal any damage, but also damage his blood and qi, and he was lucky to be able to get such a pill from the patriarch. John definitely tasted this pill. Meanwhile, the judge announced the start of the next fight. After him, it was time for John to show himself again. But then he noticed that John was still taking the pill, and it would be a shame if the patriarch's gift went to waste. And so the referee suggested that the opponent prepare for the next match. But suddenly John came to the arena and said that he is ready. But as soon as he got into the arena, his opponent said that he was giving up. Everyone was shocked that the main student just gave up before the fight. Moyasin was annoyed and asked to give her a confrontation with John. Her brother took part in the next battle. He ranked second in his sect, and the fans were convinced that he would destroy Seiyun. Seiyun pointed out that the main disciples are not that powerful. He believed that they were high-dimensional and they would never change. Seyun planned to destroy him and prove that the main disciples are weak. Pei decided to convince the enemy that he was not high-dimensional, and said that he only needed 3 moves. Seyun started to laugh, but he agreed and wanted to see how strong these 3 moves were. But he wasn't going to give him a chance to attack first, so he struck with the Heavenly Tyrant Blade. Pei used the golden cocoon cover, and he still had 2 moves left. Seyun was annoyed that he looked down on him, and even counted the defensive formation as a separate move. Seyun used the Heavenly Tyrant Blade and 100 devastating blows. However, Pei's defense easily withstood this attack. Seyun said that he had already defended twice, and he only had 1 move left. He couldn't attack when he was defending, and so Seyun wanted to see how he would defeat him. In one movement, Seyun threw another punch, and asked Pei to take this fight seriously, or he would lose. Pei used Buddhist reincarnation. The intention of Seyun's blade seemed to freeze in one place. The boy didn't even know how Pei did it, but that was the end. The Asura/Seyun sent at him had somehow changed direction and was now flying at him. It was even stronger than it had been since the beginning. He tried to just run away from him, but he couldn't do anything, and this cut achieved its goal. Pei ordered him not to be condescending to the core disciples. He even used half a move to defeat the elite of the 33 peaks. A verbal spat began between the sects, and they began to argue over who would take first place this time. But the judge asked everyone to keep quiet, because they are measured by strength, not words. Finally, the confrontation Moyasin was waiting for came, but John was not very happy. He began to think about what he should do with her after the victory. The girl noted that he would not be able to win. At first, she thought it would be easy to punish him, but now she changed her mind. And if she wins, she plans to make John her horse. The audience was surprised by this choice. Moyasin moved very fast and she used a feather of thousands of clones. However, her technique was not as stable as Sheila's, and therefore he could easily understand where she was among her clones. The clones began attacking John with their daggers, but he had no problem dodging them. John said that her attacks are ineffective, and he is much stronger than her. She lost a lot of strength to those attacks, and so she decided to use her trump card, because she has no other choice. Pei started to dissuade her sister from using this technique, but the thing was, if she didn't use it, she would definitely lose. Pei replied that it didn't matter, and he was sure that John wouldn't touch her. He himself said that he wasn't going to make her life difficult. But Moyasin was stubborn, and wanted everyone prove yourself right and show strength. She decided to use the Green Phoenix spell. The audience did not know this and assumed that it was because she had phoenix blood. The girl did not understand why, but she really hated John and wanted to teach him a lesson. The boy understood that now everything became much more serious and he took out his sword. Tien now understood that he was a swordsman, so he had to gain enlightenment in the intention of the sword, which is why he was able to learn his sword stroke. The patriarch did not understand why this girl used the green phoenix so early, but he also did not expect John to turn out to be a swordsman. Shari asked the elder who he thought would win. The patriarch believed that John could perform a miracle. The elder agreed that there were many miracles associated with John, and no one could repeat what he did. John decided to ask the girl why she hates him so much. Moyasin replied that it was for no reason and she just wanted to beat him. He eagerly checked at this moment. The girl used a phantom jump and appeared behind him. John was forced to defend himself from the blows at close range, but he still received a small wound as a result. It was really a very powerful force. At first she thought of making several holes in it, but changed her mind. But if you make holes in it at least 10 times. But it made the boy laugh. The girl said, "The more he laughs, the more holes she will make." Everyone thought that John had gone mad after the last blow. He took out his sword but only used basic sword skills. It was assumed that he had just started learning the way of the sword and was only using it for defense. Tien also didn't understand how he was going to fight the Green Phoenix, only using basic skills, but Zhang noted that even if you learn the basic skills as perfectly as possible, there will still be no result from them. Then they waited for John's first sword attack, and it was absolutely not basic. Moyasin had to defend herself very carefully. When they collided in a fight, a very strange noise suddenly arose, which pressed on the heads of the spectators and began to make them sick. As a result, the phoenix's claws broke, and it turned out that John's sword was stronger. Will he be able to win because of the sword? Moyasin was in the heavenly realm when John was only in the pre-heavenly stage. The patriarch noted that John's reception was perfect, and there were no unnecessary movements. The elder suggested that Moyasin could win him, but not with the help of techniques, but with the help of the difference in cultivation. Pei begged his sister not to continue. He told John that she was going to burn her Phoenix core essence, and it would cause her irreparable damage. He asked John to stop her. John didn't know what kind of essence it was, and he didn't care how long she lived. But if it could make her stronger, then he wasn't going to let it happen. She began to cry from hopelessness. John asked her not to make anything up and just give up. She did it anyway, and said that she was giving up. She was very unhappy after the fight and did not want to talk to her brother. However, Pei himself was very grateful to John for helping him. Wen had always dreamed that Rain Peak could be in the top 100. When Zuo lost, he lost all hope, but John was able to bring it back. He was sorry that Sue had more important things to do now. He wondered how she would feel if she was around. Wen hoped that it was John who could help her. If things continued like this, he would be able to get into the Cloud Pavilion. Finally, what everyone had been waiting for happened for so long. John met with Wang. Wang advised him not to even try to escape, but the boy replied that he did not even think of doing so. He might not have intended to run away, but deep inside, Wang was sure that he was afraid to fight him. John reminded him that he had promised to limit his cultivation to the Heaven Realm level when they entered the arena. Wang pointed out that he really said that, but John himself refused, although he gave him a chance to use such an opportunity. The boy said that he really didn't need his help. He just wanted to say that he could easily defeat him even if he didn't limit his cultivation. Wang pointed out that he had a sharp tongue even in the face of absolute strength. Wang asked why he wasn't using his sword. John replied that he simply didn't need it. Wang added that if he didn't get it now, there wouldn't be another chance to swing it. John successfully repelled his first attack. Wang didn't expect this guy to be so cruel to him, but he had something else going for him. Wang was heading towards John, but he used a cloning technique, and after Wang was surprised, the boy realized that he had not been following his previous matches. Almost 30 minutes had passed, and Wang's plan of attack seemed very simple. This couldn't be his only strategy. Wang was already tired of destroying the spirit clones, and John was resting as if nothing was happening. After Wang finished, John decided to face him head-on, although it was unclear because Wang could easily suppress John with just one of his skeletal armor. It was unclear where he had such confidence to attack so openly. The boy activated all the dragon's scales. Wang shouted at the top of his voice that he would smear John on the wall, but it turned out the other way around, and he himself flew into the wall after colliding with John. Wang completely flew out of the arena. Zhang noticed that it was dangerous, because he could kill several students like that. Tian did not understand how the boy had managed to purify his body to such a level. Wang admitted that John was definitely a guy with character, because he wanted to beat him out of his element. John approached him and said that he could go on like this all day. It seems that Wang really underestimated him and probably won't be able to defeat him with one force. Now he got the right to feel his true power. This spear was forged from the spine of a wyvern, and John would be the first to experience its power on his own body. Although it is a spine, it may not be worth comparing it to the true power of a dragon or even a green phoenix. But Wang was in full control of his power. The fact that his spear was made from the spine of a wyvern surprised John greatly. He did not understand how he could absorb this spear without attracting suspicion. Wang urged him to bow before the true power of the dragon. The patriarch was surprised that the surprises did not end. This battle was really unusual. The elder had said 3 years ago that Wang had good luck, but still, Sure could see that John would be more successful, and he was sure that the boy had something to surprise them. The elder went to help the disciples because the dragon's aura was pressing on them. Wang demanded that John get on his knees, but he was confident enough to stay on his feet. He exceeded all of his expectations, but he wondered how long he would last. Wang was very strong, although the elder blocked the roar, but the audience's knees still wanted to bend. Wen said that it was very strange. Mental attacks only hurt the mind, but not the body. John said that Wang was not worthy to bow the knee to him. Wang noted that he had surprised him again, because his mind had been severely damaged. He said if he started attacking him with something powerful, John would simply die, so he urged him to surrender. John admitted that he had enough power to show off, but it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. In this case, Wang asked not to blame him in the future. John used the demonic god Phantom. Wang began to destroy the clones one by one. A fog formed around him, but for some reason, he did not disperse. And most likely, John does this on purpose. This fog prevented even watching the duel. If John still did not surrender, he must have hidden something. Wang had heard that his inner energy could absorb the inner energy of others. Although Wang did not know what John wanted to achieve with this, he assured the boy that it was all in vain. John smiled and said that now no one would see what was happening on the stage. He used the dragon thorn. After that, the audience did not even expect that the boy would survive. They were already waiting for the announcement of the winner. Zuo asked the mentor not to listen to these people, because John always performed miracles. He hoped that John would also be able to do something amazing this time. Suddenly, near the arena, the students felt sick. The elder noticed this and quickly reacted to it. He went to the arena to fix it. The patriarch asked the elder why the dragon's roar was so powerful. He replied that Wang was simply striking this time, and he assumed that the winner was obvious. But Shi disagreed with this, because such a power could not be created by a wyvern spear. He assumed that it was a real dragon. The elder said that this cannot be, because real dragons exist only in legends. Moreover, among the 5 provinces, only wyverns were seen. The patriarch noted that he saw a wyvern 10 years ago during the battle for the Cloud Hall. But the dragon's cry is completely different. Its aura is similar to the one in Wang's spear. The patriarch's assistants helped the students come to their senses and gave them special pills. But Ven was only interested in where John had gone, and finally the demonic chi dissipated and he saw John there, who was still standing very confidently on his feet, while Wang was lying on the ground. While there was fog over the arena, John used a special attack, and Wang saw a dragon in front of him. If it wasn't for the purple light that restored Wang's soul, he would have most likely become inadequate. John took his spear and used the purple light to strengthen his soul. As a result, he won. The patriarch noticed that the boy's aura did not deteriorate. The elder asked the boy to explain what had just happened and how it happened that Wang ended up on the ground. Although his question was very impulsive, he still wanted to know what happened. John himself did not really understand what happened, but Wang attacked him with his spear. Then several rays appeared, and then he saw Wang lying on the ground. And the strangest thing was that when the beam hit him, his soul became a little stronger. Shi assumed that it was the light of the 7-colored grass, but it was impossible, because there is no such kind of grass in the western province. The boy said that everything that happened had already passed, and he asked how Wang was feeling. He was fine, but he had not yet regained consciousness. The elder decided to help Wang wake up and ask him what happened. When he opened his eyes, his body immediately jumped and he began to panic and ask where his spear was. He didn't understand how his spear could just disappear like that. The elder wanted to know what happened during the battle with John. All he remembered was a very loud scream from the dragon, and after that he lost consciousness and didn't remember anything. The elder assumed that maybe the spear the wyvern simply collapsed and caused this cry. This option was the closest to the truth. Although his spear disappeared, he felt that his body had become stronger. And finally, it was time for the final match. The fans were more inclined to the fact that John would win this tournament, because he defeated even Wang himself. Previously, John's sister was able to pull Yun's Rain Peak into 2nd place by herself, and no one could believe that after 2 years, John will be able to repeat this miracle. The instructor could not understand what the mentor Su had given him. If he had known it, he would have done everything to lure him to her. In the final battle, John will meet Tian. John finally got a chance to face him in a duel. He wanted a duel with him since they were killing monsters. Tian wanted it too, but noted that John became much stronger than he expected. The audience realized that they had known each other for a long time. John said that the audience wanted to see his sword, but he assumed that Tian wasn't going to use it until the end of the competition. Tian reminded that he was going to get it when the time came. And that time had come. The boy slowly began to draw his sword. The audience did not understand why he always carried this rusty sword with him. John said that his sword was made in Lianka, and its traces of blood cannot be washed away even in 1,000 years. The boy said that the name of his sword is the current light, the lowest rank of the immortal level. As far as he could remember, this sword was Master Darza's last work, but unfortunately it was not finished, and Tian wanted to know who helped him finish it. As it turned out, he made it himself. As it turned out, John was also a master of purification. The audience assumed that he was just lying, and they would not be surprised if he said that he was immortal. But the patriarch knew how it was very easy to check thanks to the students of John's spades. However, he believed that it was not necessary, because it won't change anything. This guy had already shown so much, and Shi was ready to believe not only that he had finished this sword himself, but also that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. But then he said that it was a joke, and asked the elder not to take it seriously. Tian said that before he was able to break through to the heavenly realm at the age of 16, there were few people in the province that he paid attention to. He began practicing sword arts when he was 10 years old. When he turned 13, he was able to achieve enlightenment in sword intent, and he wants to show his skills in this fight. John had to admit that Tian was much better with a sword than he was. They moved very aesthetically. The audience believed that if they had mastered the movement of the sword, then no one would have been able to defeat them. They exchanged a few blows, and after that, Tian used a celestial sword that lends its power to the heavens. He was so strong, but it was only borrowed strength, not true. Therefore, John expected to handle it. The audience felt that just by watching the battle, they could learn a lot and break through in their sword arts. Tian had already dealt 100 blows, but he still couldn't defeat John, although he hoped that he could do it with one blow. Tian began to say some kind of long spell. He tried to borrow the power of the heavens, but in 800 years, there was not a single person who could finish it. This technique is from the Heavenly Sword Book, and there are many copies of this book. This blow was very powerful, and he must find a way to counter it, even if it is a borrowed power, but he can release so much energy. John then thought that by combining star energy and basic sword movements, an incredibly strong sword thrust could be created. They faced each other in battle, and each of them wanted to win this confrontation, this final. As a result, John's one move was able to knock down Tian's attack. The audience again preferred John and his abilities. Tian did not understand where he got the power of the stars, and it is not just borrowing, it is the visualization of innate energy. In the Western province, there was definitely no such thing. In the entire province, his only opponent was Pei. Right now, Tian had a 50% chance of defeating John. But how only if he broke through to the divine realm, it would mean that he would be more likely to defeat him. Western province was too small for Tian, and he wanted to take over the whole world. But he was surprised that before leaving the province, fate allowed them to meet John. He felt that this boy was sent to him by heaven, so he must win. One of the blows he prepared for Pei, but it looks like he'll have to use it sooner. He began to demonstrate the ability of his sword. A very strong wind rose. John said that his strength is not inferior to him, and he also wants to reach the top of martial arts. Something strange began to happen. The onlookers thought that they might just be bluffing. Pei said that her guesses were correct. These two were able to fully grasp the sword's intent. Pei understood that they would meet him sooner or later, and he should not rush. The patriarch was also surprised that these two were able to grasp the intention of the sword. They not only removed all the sounds, but also changed the space around them and absorbed all the noise. But then, they surprised everyone even more. They just sat down to meditate, and no one understood if they even going to fight. The elder asked all the disciples to be quiet, because now they are reaching enlightenment. And if anyone starts making noise, he will expel him from the sect. John opened his eyes and couldn't understand where he was. He immediately imagined what would happen if he could transform all the swords around him. Maybe he could completely ignite the dragon's scales. He liked one sword and decided to examine it. Suddenly, he heard a voice that said that this is the city of all swordsmen, a mountain of various swords, and he was very lucky to get there. The swords in this place are the projection of other swordsmen. Even if he tries to take a mystical level sword, he will not succeed. It was the one that had been in his subconscious for so long. John asked the green dragon what he should do in this place. He replied that the sword can be used not only for evil, but also for good. To take one sword, he must leave the other. The world is much bigger than he thinks. If he managed to get to this place, then others can also do the same. But how far he can go depends only on his abilities. The green dragon said that the further he went, the better the reward he would receive. He sensed that a very strong intention was coming from the low-ranking mystic level swords. They only learned the intention of the sword at the refinement stage. John wondered what those shiny things around him meant. As it turned out, these sword soul particles are why the sword has its own personal mind. They are the embryonic form of the sword body. Once he can obtain a certain amount, his sword will grow into a sword body. He had already received a lot of sword spirit essence. This mountain was not as difficult to climb as he thought. The green dragon clarified that he was saying this because his sword intent was at a high level. He believed that the boy would reach the limit about halfway to the top, but John didn't want to leave his sword here. John was suddenly attacked by a spirit girl, but the dragon said that it was not just a spirit, but a mature sword spirit. He asked to kill her, and then he would get even more sword spirit. He had no other choice. He struck her several times and the girl was scattered into many small pieces. After that, he defeated several more sword spirits. The dragon said that he was moving confidently and had already gone halfway. All he had to do was stick the sword into the ground, and then he would become one with the mountain and receive a special reward. But he planned to keep his sword higher. The dragon replied that it was impossible. Force in this world is the law, and it didn't matter how strong his determination was. John climbed high enough that he was able to reach the mystic-level sword. Therefore, he didn't want to leave his sword below, because someone was able to reach this peak with the mystic sword. It was the people from the Yao clan. The dragon pointed out that they were very powerful. John learned that the children of the Yao clan were born with the power of the heavenly realm and also possessed innate energy. As the dragon had already said, the world is much bigger than John thinks. He could feel this boy's will, and he had the feeling that he wasn't listening. John said that he wasn't going to flaunt what he had achieved. He wasn't going to stop to look back or rest. He was going to keep going forward. The dragon thought that this guy was interesting enough. If everything is as he thinks, then he should wake up the third brother. But first, he was going to watch him for a bit. As a result, John touched a sword spirit that takes human form. John did not understand why this spirit suddenly began to take the form of a person. Before him appeared a girl whom he had never seen in his life. Moreover, he did not understand why this spirit turned into this strange woman. The dragon said that this girl was the owner of that Yao-class longsword, although she was very different from the generals and soldiers. Moreover, she was more beautiful than most people. The dragon said that every sword owner from this mountain was still alive, and their blades would perish in the depths. Mountain, if her sword is here, then she is alive. If this sword belonged to someone from the Yao clan, then he decided to call this girl the same. On the other hand, an immortal-level weapon owner appeared. However, his spirit was much stronger than ordinary divine swords. This spirit could speak, and he asked how the boy of the second heavenly realm was able to get to this place. It meant that there was a fragment of his soul left in this sword. The spirit tried to chase him away, but John was not going to stay in this place. He wanted to break through. The spirit pointed out that John's sword technique was very simple, but it was very well honed. John said that he had his own sword spirit, and he had his whole soul, so the boy was convinced that the spirit had no chance. The spirit used an ice flash and was about to watch this guy turn into ice. Then John decided to finally test what Yao's sword spirit was capable of. The spirit believed that he could not have such a powerful thirst for blood. After that, his body disappeared into space. John did not understand whether he should leave the sword here or not. After all, the chi of one of the swords is really strong, and it will greatly help him on his way to the top. The dragon said that he has already done a lot on the way to the top, and his strength is amazing. However, he recommended that he complete his journey, because he was certain that John would not be able to defeat the next sword. John assumed that he would not be able to defeat the next sword, but he swung and threw his sword. The dragon noted that the mountains have different rules, and he can be punished for breaking them. The dragon did not expect that he would be able to place his sword so high at all. So from that moment on, he allowed John to use the advantages of the sword mountain path as he wished. As a result, John opened his eyes, and the audience could not believe that he had reached the blessing of the perfect sword. Tien continued to meditate. John thought about where Tien had such a driving aura from. It was so powerful that it seemed like lightning was shooting from the sky. But compared to the fact that Hu had also achieved enlightenment, Tien decided to use a shorter path. But if so, he already had to return. It was at this moment that he woke up. Tien had put everything into this attempt, but even so, he couldn't pull it off. He admitted his defeat to John, but he still wanted to compete with him. John immediately agreed, and in that case, he said that the fight will determine the winner. The audience said that they would have bet on John before, but Tien looked much more confident now. Suddenly, a beautiful girl appeared in the arena next to John. The patriarch saw in front of him a not simple sword spirit, but possessing a human form. Moixin asked her brother what it was, because she did not sense anything human from her. Pei replied that it was a sword spirit. Tien thought that being blessed with lightning was already a great gift from heaven, but he could not even think that he would be able to summon the spirit of the sword into human form. He asked John what he saw there. The boy replied that he had nothing to hide, and he admitted that he had been on the mountain. Swords are different. Tien admitted that he was the first one to make him feel far behind, but he also understood that he could handle it if he worked hard. Although he understood that the battle was already lost, he was not going to give up. John turned into a demon in front of everyone. Some members fell off their feet. He had a very powerful killer chi. No one could even imagine what he had to go through. After the first encounter, Tien hid his sword and conceded defeat. Everyone was delighted with John. But he did not consider himself the strongest. He was sure that Tien was much stronger. It would be good if Moixin revealed Pei's potential. But then he realized that she only behaved so defiantly with John. John hoped that Tien could defeat Pei. The battle began. Pei's body was very strong. It was even more powerful than John's. But that was because he used a big palm technique. Every punch that was deflected could not go without a trace. It's as if they haven't started a real confrontation yet. They're all walking around. Tien was also able to learn a few Buddhist techniques. But it was something unusual because of the nearby temples. Only Tian Shan was there. Tien suggested to start fighting in earnest. Pei used this technique in his battle with Lin. Tien used the heavenly sword, the swift polar lightning, and attacked Pei. Pei responded by using Atalanta reincarnation. This explained why he had so many techniques associated with Buddha. The crowd did not really believe that Tien could win. Now Tien felt his true power. But he had only two options. Either he would win, or he would lose and die in the arena. However, he decided to admit his defeat and end this fight. Objectively, he had no chance. Pei pointed out that Tien forced him to compete seriously. He was the first one who could do it. Tien was reserved and said that maybe they would have opportunities to meet again in the future. Pei believed that Tien did not have such a powerful warrior mind after all, to deal with it easily. Pei approached John and said that he could only use the Atalanta uniform in 3 days, and asked when he wanted to compete. The crowd was shouting for him to fight now, while he had the advantage. But John thought it disrespectful to force him to fight at less than full strength, and was willing to wait 3 days. After the battle, John came to the patriarch and said that he had one request. He wanted to see his younger sister. He hoped that Shur would agree to release her in exchange for 1,000 years, 100 million points, and 200 million crystals. But he was interested. How was he going to get so many crystals? But what was important to him was whether he could trade these crystals for his sister's freedom. But the patriarch pointed out that there was no way he could free her under any conditions. Although she was the patriarch's most favorite student, he cannot allow her to be taken away. However, if he can reach the divine realm, or become even stronger, then maybe he can protect her. John tried to find out what the real reason was. He replied that Yan possessed a special purple mark and a special power. When cultivators break through to the next realm, their abilities are always higher than those of their opponents of the same level. They cannot take this mark, but people of the same level can do. There was a ruler in the central province who is trying to create a heavenly devil array, and he needs 3 girls with this mark to do so. However, John pointed out that Yan had not yet reached the mystic realm. It was true, so they were using cultivation as an argument to keep her on the mountain, but in reality, they were protecting her. John understood that he needed to become stronger. The only thing Shur could do for him is to allow him to see her. He took him to the elder and they were to go to purgatory on a leaf. John had wanted to meet her for a long time. The elder said that he understood that John was her brother, but asked for respect until he was stronger. Meanwhile, Yan couldn't even imagine where John was now, because today was the day of the confrontation. She assumed that he might not have passed it because he didn't have enough strength or something. She thought that because he was at a low level. Then she noticed that a leaf was approaching her. This meant that visitors had come to her. As soon as the girl saw John, she rushed to him and started hugging him. She just silently hugged him, and that was it. When she calmed down a bit, Yan asked how he got here. John replied that he had participated in the competition, but the result had not been announced yet because there was one battle left. The girl was shocked by the fact that he had one more final fight left. After all, she always thought that he was on the second layer of the heavenly sphere. In fact, it was so. Yan always knew that her brother was the best. The girl really wanted to watch the final battle. The elder was in an awkward position and didn't know how to respond. And as a result, he still allowed her to attend the battle under cover. On the day of the fight, the girl was shocked at how many people wanted to see her brother fight. John greeted his sister, and now the audience really wanted to know who he greeted. There was nothing strange about the beauty of those standing next to John. They met in the arena, and Pei thanked John for letting him rest for 3 days. John replied that it wasn't him who chose to fight to the max, but his infernal heart. In fact, Pei had never seen a guy as ambitious as John. John decided to start this duel and immediately activated the dragon scale. Pei put up a golden shield in time to block John's blows, but this barrier did not help Pei fully defend against this attack, and it crumbled. Zhao said that he didn't care who won today, because he already had all the money anyway. He wasn't going to bet today, but he really wanted the guy who made him the money to win. Pei admitted to himself that this was the first time he has not been able to keep calm since he joined the sect. He asked John how he could be so strong, because innate energy has its limit, but he had obviously exceeded his threshold. John didn't want to answer, but in that case, Pei wasn't going to protect his strength. When Pei's body turned golden, John realized that Pei's true trump card was not the Burning King, but something else. After that, John removed his sword and shocked the audience. Yan watched her brother and admired how powerful he was, and if he decided to compete with his bare fists, she wished him only success. Just madness began between them. It was difficult to understand who was striking and at what point. Yan clearly saw that her brother's punches were much stronger than the opponent's punches. He was absolutely not afraid to miss a punch. Pei noticed that with each of his blows, John only became stronger. John's body was incredibly strong, and he was not afraid of hand-to-hand combat with anyone. It seemed to Pei that he still overestimated himself. From the very beginning, he had hoped that he could handle John in hand-to-hand combat, but he was wrong. Pei decided to use the Atalan formation. This time it was different. The Buddha statue was smiling. In reality, not everyone understood it, but this time he was much more powerful than last time. Pei found a good opportunity and launched an attack at John. The blow hit the target and John fell to the ground. He understood that he could not go on like this anymore, and that he had no strength left. However, Pei was not going to stop and continued to attack. The sword spirit prepared an attack and attacked Pei at the most convenient moment, but the Buddha simply grabbed her with his hand and squeezed it in his fist so that the girl would not go anywhere. Everything was not so simple, and the spirit of the sword simply tore his hand into small pieces. The audience was very jealous of John that he had such a spirit of the sword. They were ready to worship his spirit. Pei tried to concentrate. When he encounters difficulties, he must keep a pure heart and not worry about the outside world, and not think about other things. The Demon Knight's aura has its limits, so she is unable to hold on for long. John urged her to turn back. Many people have not seen what Buddha's fire looks like at all. It can limit the spread of fire and burn certain places. Because of this, the fire does not disperse, but is all concentrated in one place. John had big problems. Everyone was wondering what John felt when he was on fire. Yan could not look at it and headed to the arena. But the guard could not let her into the arena. Spectators immediately focused on her and even assumed that she was his girlfriend, and she wanted to save him. At this moment, John's body appeared from the fire. But no one understood why his body had a golden hue. It could only mean that he had mastered the golden body technique. Pei did not understand how this could be. Meanwhile, John noticed a new spiritual channel in himself and was very happy about it. Then Pei realized that there was no point in him competing anymore, and he gave up. John said that Pei's strength was not weaker than his. He just managed to withstand all of his strength. But Pei thought that it was better to accept the fact that he lost in order to he could improve in the future. The judge announced the winner of this confrontation, and it was John. But suddenly the boys in the arena noticed that something was falling on them from above. John was the first to notice it and asked everyone to be careful. Fei Yang fell to the ground and he asked to wait for him because he had not competed yet. Fei Yang looked at Pei's disfigured face and realized that he had most likely lost this battle. Pei told him that it was okay to not be strong enough and lose. Fei Yang came closer to him and said that it was a shame to lose to a child from the heavenly realm. But Pei replied that they were here to become stronger, not to become enemies. Fei Yang said that he had successfully broken through from the 3rd to the 6th layer of the heavenly realm. The elder said that since he had broken through to the 6th layer, his name would be removed from the list of participants. But he insisted that he be included in the list. The audience begged the elder to let them watch this fight. Then Fei Yang saw a girl in the crowd and immediately recognized Yan. He did not dare to say her name and bowed to her. Yan said that if he wants to compete with John, then they better do it with swords. After all, he is currently at the 6th layer of the divine realm, and even if he wins, it will look like beating a weakling. The elder said that it would be right, and he announced that the last match will be a sword duel. John pointed out that the sword technique is different from normal strength. That way they can test who has grasped the sword technique better. It is time to test the minimalist sword technique, and he will just test how it can handle the Fei Yang swordmaster. Fei Yang didn't like that John planned to use only standard techniques, but John told him if he didn't want to compete, then he better give up. Fei Yang laughed and said if he forced him to use a sword in battle, he promised to call John his master. The audience was not so sure about Fei Yang's victory because he had not seen any of John's previous fights. Therefore, he did not expect to see such attacks from John and was forced to retreat and dodge. So far, he was getting away with not using his sword to defend himself. But John wasn't going to stop and was only increasing his pace. Fei Yang began to complain to the judge that John was cheating and using not only standard techniques. The elder said that they had agreed not to use force, but did not say anything about sword techniques. John never said that he was using standard techniques. Fei Yang began just jump to conclusions. The elder once again repeated that the competition continues. Fei Yang understood that he could not count on the loyalty of the judge, but it was not surprising because he simply fell from the sky on their heads and began to tell that he was the strongest. And so Fei Yang was forced to draw his sword to have at least a chance. The crowd began to chant that he should call John his master now, as he himself had promised to do so. He immediately blushed, but still called John master a few times. Yan started to laugh at him. He found out that he had underestimated John and now decided to fight seriously. He added that John's standard technique was strange enough, but such a simple technique could not be invincible. Fei Yang decided to use his hardest technique to break his standard technique. John realized that his technique was really very complex and strange. He needed to think hard to break it. Fei Yang cornered him and ordered him to surrender because he had nowhere to retreat. The difference was so great that John could not even follow the movement of Fei Yang's sword. The elder believed that such a battle could not be considered fair. John thought he couldn't parry all the blows and couldn't believe it would end there. But as he defended himself with his sword, Fei Yang broke his weapon. Yan started to laugh at him again. Fei Yang then began to ask the elders to borrow his sword, but he replied that he did not use a sword and could not offer anything. Then the boy began to ask anyone for a sword. He was very annoyed when no one responded to his request. He promised that when he got to the Cloud Pavilion, he would definitely take revenge on them. The last option was to ask the housekeepers for his weapon, but the only thing that bothered her was that he was calling her sword his. Then he admitted that he was wrong, and he lost his sword to her. Now he wanted to borrow it. She refused, but John himself asked to give him the sword so that he would not have there were excuses. Now that Fei Yang had a new sword, he wondered how John was going to fight it. Fei Yang said that he will lose. After all, he thought that during this time, he had invented a way to counter his technique, but it seems that he can only use the same moves. Yan began to get nervous, because his brother was being cornered again. John was only defending himself and had to keep retreating to save his life. And as they neared the horizon, Fei Yang decided to be more careful because he suspected John was up to something. Fei Yang couldn't keep his distance because he couldn't use the energy. The situation changed and John gained momentum. The spectators were satisfied with this match. Fei Yang was annoyed and asked John to let him make at least one move. In this case, John had no choice but to use his trump card. The guy used the Mountain Destroyer technique, but John knocked the sword out of his hands, thanks to the defensive ability splitting movement. As a result, he was left without a weapon for the second time. After that, John said that he had lost. Fei Yang assured everyone that if he could use his entire arsenal of abilities, he would easily defeat John. The boy himself also agreed with this, but he promised that he would become stronger soon. The elder approached John and Tien and said that the patriarch wanted to see them. However, before going to him, he asked them to change their clothes for this meeting. Yan laughed at Fei Yang because he was not invited to the meeting. He lost a great opportunity. Next time he will know to come on time. When they got to the patriarch, he turned to John and said that everyone who takes first place can choose any magic item for themselves. John would like them to have some demon items. He should have chosen a medium-level weapon, considering that there were only 3 types of medium-level weapons. One of the swords he was looking at contained the power of healing spirits. Then he went to another sword, but it turned out to be very heavy, and it is suitable for those who have great physical strength. Then he went to the next item and asked what was the name of this sword. Shi knew he would be interested in this particular sword. It can drain blood. The sword was made exclusively for killing, and the fee for using it is very high. So the patriarch asked him to think. Tien understood that the master does not know that John was on the Mountain of Swords. John took all the risks and still chose the blood-sucking sword. The patriarch promised to respect his choice in any case. Although Tien also wanted a sword, they had all already left. The second reward was the Chingu pills. After reaching the divine realm, he might have trouble moving, but with this pill, he would be able to bypass any obstacle. Shi wanted to talk to the 3 prize winners. He noted that the Qingyun Road was not that difficult. They were much stronger than those at the same level of development. He was sure that they would achieve great results. Tian decided to ask if it would be a real road, but he replied that it would be something like a trial. It is also called the Road of Torture. If John is so successful, he will have the same status as the dynasty emperor, but he said that he could not take part in the test right now. After all, he had one urgent matter. The patriarch was delighted. He was sure that John would not forget about Mentor Sue. But he pointed out that the boy would only be able to help her after when the road of torture will pass. The patriarch said that while he was away, he would look after his mentor. His task was to prepare for the next month. John was confident that he would be able to become strong enough to protect his mentor. When John returned to his rain peak, he was literally carried by his members. Yan had to go back to purgatory, but she was completely happy after seeing her brother take first place in this tournament. A very strange face appeared in the sky. Everyone began to worship him. But John did not understand why they were doing it, because it was not a god standing before them, although he must be very strong if he can project his face into the sky. As it turned out, this big face wanted to find Master Shore. He repeated his name over and over. The master came out to him. The face asked why he hadn't seen Yan in purgatory and why she wasn't cultivating. It was the same power as the medium demon lord. John wondered what he was talking about with Master Shore, because they were far enough away. He said that they have a month to send her to him, because he found a way to help her break into the mystical realm. The girl rushed to her brother and began to cry. The face said that if she did not come in a month, the entire Qingyun sect would disappear from this land. She asked her brother what she should do next. She didn't want him to take her away. John reassured her and told her that he couldn't do anything to her until she reached the mystical realm. And all she had to do now was wait for him to kill her. John told her to believe him. After all, when he went to the competition, she believed, and now she should. However, the girl refused. Then he looked into her eyes and said that he swore on his martial arts heart that he would kill him. A warrior cannot make a breakthrough if he breaks the oath of his martial arts heart. The patriarch joined them and hoped that they wouldn't blame him for not being able to protect Yan. But John didn't even bother to blame him for that. But Shur wanted to remind that there are several people in the average demon who are as powerful as John, but no one can kill them. John assured that he can do it. The road of trial will soon begin and John must hurry. The boy replied that he could cultivate on the mountain of purification. When they left, the patriarch scolded himself for not being able to protect his disciples. Yan constantly watched John's cultivation, but he said that it was not enough. The sister said that it was the same before. He liked to do kung fu, and she watched his training. But John pointed out that she was much more powerful than her. Although the girl did not improve her abilities as she was busy stopping guys, he took her by the hand and urged her to train with him. Right before the blow, the sister rushed to hug John and said that she was used to watching him train and forgot to dodge. John must go through the trials and protect her. A month later, they gathered again in front of the patriarch. He said that the three of them were chosen. Although the Qingyun sect is the most powerful sect in the Western continent, only 3 can take the teaching road test. This is much less than from other sects. Therefore, their performance is very much related to status. The Qingyun sect in the Cloud Temple, and they should work more conscientiously. Yan was still happy that they were finally able to meet after 10 years. And now again she didn't understand when they would be able to meet again. The trial road was a strange circular space. There were a lot of runes there, but they couldn't read them. John asked to pay attention to the platform on the side. This stone contained very pure innate energy. It was a selected, indivisible energy stone, the best of its kind. The value of these 6 gems was equivalent to 6 millions of square crystals. In fact, 2 million square crystals as a condition for Yan's release, equal to the cost of Qingyun. John assumed that these stones were used to start a magic circle, but it was not a magic circle, but a teleportation circle. He could transport them to a distance of 100,000 kilometers, because the transmission required a large amount of innate energy. In fact, the teleportation circle was very widespread, and they can see it later. He asked them to come closer to the circle to better acclimatize. True energy is used for the circle, and you can become stronger if you absorb it. But here the choice was either to enter the trial road or become stronger. Although John would have liked to try to absorb her, he was too embarrassed to say so and decided to remain silent. While they were heading through the space passage, they were suddenly caught up in a cosmic storm. The trial road platform was somewhat reminiscent of the sect tournament, But the level of this trial was completely different. The Cloud Temple was late, as always. Elder Han said that the Qing-Yun sect encountered a storm on its way. Yulong replied that Shi was always unlucky and wondered who he would bring this time. After all, no one from the Qing-Yun sect was in the top 10 of the Trier Road for the past 100 years. The disciples of the Cloud Temple were really strong. The most powerful of them is ranked 8th. The patriarch asked the students to stay behind him so they could survive this cosmic storm. But John was looking in a completely different direction. But he didn't respond to their appeals at all for a while. They even started to worry about him. However, after a while, John said that it seemed to him that all these space storms and their rules and their placement, Shi couldn't believe that he had reached the cosmic storm rule. Meanwhile, the Green Dragon tried to wake up his brother and said that this guy is really a genius and he should wake up, but he could not wake up his brother. In this case, he decided to see how John would stand on the road of trials. As a result, they managed to get out of this unpleasant situation and they got to the test. There were a lot of people there. Yulong said that they were just talking about them. He also asked why there were so few of them this year. Shi replied that although their people are few, they are among the top 3 in their sect. They will work hard in this competition. Yulong noted that only one of them is at the divine level, and everyone started laughing at them and discussing. Yulong said that even his disciples knew that the patriarch lacked talent. Tian started to get annoyed by this and became aggressive. Shi said that the warrior of the 3rd heavenly layer ranked 1st in their sect. He learned the laws of space while they were in the space tunnel. Yulong didn't believe that this stupid boy had learned the laws of space. But it didn't matter to them. After all, John had just learned the laws of space through the storm. John suggested that they come over and check it out on their own. One of their students could not allow themselves to be spoken to like that and threw a blade at John. But Tian deflected the blow and said that he was not worthy of being John's opponent and decided to deal with him himself. The disciple said that the flying blade was just a small gift for them in honor of their acquaintance. But the disciple pointed out that that sword was only of medium level and gave him to try a spirit-level sword. Tian didn't understand how he dared to flaunt a spirit-level sword. Such a sword is not easy to obtain. Even the Cloud Temple will support such people. But Tian also became stronger. He used the blood-engraved lightning sword ability. The disciple then decided that he would have to use the unique water sword technique. However, Tian began to use the heavenly sword. The boy was shocked that he knew the full technique of the sword. As a result, the boy was defeated. This person was only ranked 3rd in his sect, and he was able to grasp the full intention of the sword at the heavenly level. In this case, those around him assumed that the first number was incredibly powerful. The boy stood up and said that he had lost and noted that Tian didn't just possess the intention of the sword, he had the attribute of holy lightning. Tian said that when he understood the intention of the sword, he bathed it in the sword pool. He combined the sword with thunder and lightning to create a lightning sword. The boy noted that he was lucky to be near the sword pool in the Sword Holy Land. Shi began to applaud Tiana. Now he hoped that their enemies had noticed what they were capable of. Khan noted that it was just sparring and asked him to end this dispute. He announced that the 3-year competition would soon begin, and the rest depends only on the participants. He asked to hold back his anger until the road of trials began. John noticed the highest quality energy stones used by the master for the transfer circle, and it was already a luxury for him. And there were at least 200 holes in this door, and it could be compared to the cost of 400 million koi stalls. The Cloud Temple is truly something special. The trial road looked like a completely different world. John had heard that this place was left over from an ancient sect, and there were many mysteries in it. The Cloud Temple uses it to examine their adepts and disciples from second-rate clans who obey it. When Tian entered this place, he felt that he was very lucky. He said that he would wait for his partners at the end of the road. Pei also left John and asked him to be careful and just disappeared after that. One of the students fell asleep during the test last year. Yulun wondered if anyone could repeat something like that. Han asked them to stop bickering. He noted that Shi's disciples were very strong this time, and he was sure that they would not make such a mistake this time. He heard that the one who achieved perfect sword technique was only in 3rd place, and Han wondered who then on the first one. She replied that this is the student who is in a trance. Although he is only on the 3rd layer of the heavenly sphere, and he really occupies the first place. However, he not only achieved perfect sword technique, but also got a chance to visit the Mountain of Various Swords. Han admitted that he was really lucky if he managed to visit the Mountain of Various Swords. Grandma Long believed that it was just talent and luck. Xiao also found it difficult to believe it at once, so he simply suggested that they continue to watch the trials. John finally began to move. He noticed dense lines in front of him. They could be used for space travel. And then thanks to this, he would be able to move faster. Shi asked if Grandma Long now believed his words after what she had just seen. Han thought that this guy was incredible. If he could make it to the top 5 on this road, then he might consider giving him a pill. But the final result was still unknown. John realized that there are many different roads with different challenges, and he chose one of these roads for himself. There was a thick fog on his road, and he did not understand what was happening. He did not yet notice that there was a monster behind him. His body was tied with branches and a tree tried to eat him. However, he easily got out of this rapture. First, he destroyed all the branches that surrounded him, and then he dealt with the tree itself. Something very strange was really happening there. There are many different unusual things on the road of trials, and he should be careful. He had to face some more vegetation, and only after that he was able to continue his journey. Then he approached the infernal lava and began to think about how to get to the other side. Suddenly he heard a voice from the side, and he was called to come up. John turned and saw that 2 girls and 2 boys were standing near the horizon. John didn't understand what they wanted from him, but one of the men told him to just walk up to them. The girls were discussing him, and they didn't think he was very bright. To John, these people looked like the most arrogant people in the world. But he understood that the road of trials is not easy, and he should not create problems for himself. The boy approached them and asked what they wanted from him. The man replied that when the flames died down, he should leave first. But he still did not understand how he should do it. The girl asked Peng not to be so cruel to the boy, so as not to scare him. But Peng replied that he just wanted to make him obedient. He added that if he becomes an elder of the Cloud Temple, he will immediately cancel the rule that allows people on the 3rd layer to participate in such tests. The girl turned to John and asked him not to pay attention to what Pen was talking about. After the flames subsided, Pen pushed John and told him to move. He noted that this kid was very agile. John understood that there might be something dangerous in this magma, and so they sent him to go first. He was right, and on some part of the road he was met by fiery demons. John used his cloning and decided to engage in a fight with these guys, and he actually handled them easily enough and very quickly. Peng pointed out that it was not for nothing that they sent him first to scout. Although he is not as strong as them, but this greatly simplified their task. But suddenly a red fiery snake appeared in front of them, and then everyone stopped and froze in a stupor. No one expected to see such a monster here. Pen did not understand why they faced her, because they almost passed through the magma. The girl offered to fight against her altogether. Although the snake is aggressive, she was sure that together they would win. Peng pointed out that she was completely right, but he still wanted to give John a chance to compete with her first. But she stopped him and said that he was only in the 3rd layer of the Heaven Realm, and he couldn't be allowed to compete with her alone. Peng pointed out that he was stronger than him when he was on the 3rd layer, and therefore wanted to let him die with honor. It didn't look like this snake wanted to make friends, and John understood that it wouldn't be so easy. While he was dodging her, he remembered that he had a wonderful item that would help defeat her. He began to move very fast, and the snake could not keep up with him. The man said that if he continued like this, he would overcome it, but Peng still thought that it was impossible. It seems that the snake is moving slowly because it is big, but in fact it wasn't like that. He can use the secret method, but it won't change anything, and he'll still die. John picked up a good opportunity between attacks and tried to just run away from it instead of killing himself. He jumped very high, and now the snake was approaching them and they had to fend off it in order not to die. But John had no intention of pushing these people to certain death, so he immediately began to think about them as soon as he pulled away. However, the level of the bench was rising again, and he had very little time left, and he needed to make a decision now, what to do next. While he was thinking, he saw a place to rest nearby. This could help him gain more time. When he got there, he noticed that everyone there was either crippled or completely exhausted. One boy asked him how he was able to pass the snake without a single wound. John said he was just jumping all the time. But the man thought it was impossible, and how could a person on the 3rd layer do it? And then he saw that those participants who remained to fight with the fire snake still saw, and John tried to call them. They had to hurry if they didn't want to die. Pen was annoyed that this guy was smarter than them. As a result, they were still saved and managed to climb to a safe island while the magma rose. However, Pen was not going to put up with John's superiority in the test and attacked him. Peng said that they had suffered greatly because he had angered the red fire snake, and now he was going to punish him. But John replied that they had completely ignored the fact that he was in danger. He managed to escape, so the snake changed its target, and he not guilty of this. Peng said that in the warrior world, the law of the jungle applies. Because he is weaker, he will not be able to leave here. But if this man thinks that he is weaker than others, then he decided to show what he is really capable of. When John used his sword technique, Pen was shocked that he had it, but they were asked to calm down because the platform was only supported by one pole, and if they continued, they would all fall. The girls tried to prove to Pen that they were not enemies. John noticed that these girls were much smarter than Pen. Then they noticed that the lava started to shrink, and they had to hurry to get to the next platform. This time, another surprise awaited them. On their way, fiery flying demonic mice appeared, and now they needed to kill them. They began to kill these creatures. John also joined the fight and covered one boy so that he would not be thrown into the lava. At first he thought that John was attacking him, but in fact he was finishing off the tails. This man did not even know that tails could move, so he thanked John. These monsters were terrible, and they decided to unite and deal with them together. After that, they became much more effective in battle. Everyone used their abilities. They dealt with the monsters, but the lava began to rise and they had to hurry to the next shelter. They noticed an island ahead, and now they can finally rest. When they climbed onto the island, it was clear that it was the middle of the fiery location, and they had already gone halfway. The girl heard that there is a hidden test here, and if they pass it, they will receive a generous reward. But she still decided that it is better for them not to go there, because they may all die. When John heard about this test, he was going to pass it right away. The other participants laughed at him and were sure that he would die. But it didn't bother him, because he was used to being judged. The guards told him that he could not enter there now, because the people of the Cloud Pavilion were there. But as far as John remembered, this trial was open to everyone, and the participants had no privileges. In fact, they were not guards, but students of the Cloud Pavilion. John was already tired of meeting high-minded people who think that everything is allowed to them, and he decided to teach them a lesson. The guy grabbed one of them by the neck and told them not to think that everything is allowed to them, and that they can do anything they want, and they won't get anything for it. They demanded that he let the boy go, but John wasn't sure they really wanted that, because there was a bench right below him, and if he let him go, at best, he would just die. John then said if he could defeat their Almighty, then he should get permission to attend the trial, and they agreed to let him pass. But as soon as John put one of the boys on the ground, they immediately exchanged glances and attacked John sharply. The guy was almost sure that this would be the case and therefore had to resort to extreme methods. He didn't want to touch them at first, but they decided otherwise, so now they had to sleep a little. Their elder was annoyed because they shamed him. Shur approached him and began to calm him down. Fei replied that John was very high-minded. After all, he had only met the lowest-ranked disciples. If he met the elite ones, he would face significant problems. Long didn't like what this elder was saying and said that John couldn't even be compared to them. Buffon was Long's daughter's future fiancé, so Fei asked to end the conversation so as not to provoke the grandmother further. Meanwhile, John needed to go through the passage to start the test. When he got to the sunny clearing, after a little inspection, he realized that someone had already been there. He heard some strange noises nearby and then saw a spider. But for some reason it was very large, unlike normal spiders. But in any case, John simply destroyed it with one standard sword strike. Fortunately, this spider was not so strong. But after that, a bunch of the same spiders started approaching him, and then he really had problems. In order to destroy so many spiders, John was forced to use abilities. But he could not follow all the spiders at once and decided to run away. But in one moment, all those spiders simply turned into ashes. Then John noticed that behind him was a disciple of the Xiaohua Cloud Pavilion. He was a young master of the Zhao family. John thanked them, but Xiaohua was in an aggressive mood and asked who let him in here. After an unsatisfactory answer, Xiaohua decided to reprimand the kid for his arrogant nature and used a killing wind. It was strange for John that he would use such a strong formation to fight him so immediately. John managed to block their attack and thought that these men of his were very foolish. But the boy got really nervous when he saw another blow that could destroy him. And he realized that he had to run, because Xiaohua can direct the flow of air wherever he wants. They began to catch up to him, and John was forced to use the sword walk technique he had recently copied from Tien. In this way, he managed to disappear from their sight and hide in a safe place, at least for a while, until they left. But Xiaohua was not going to leave it alone. Moreover, he was sure that John did not have time to escape far, so he ordered the assistants to regroup and find him. They did not just look for him, but began to destroy everything in front of them thanks to various techniques. But one of the walls they attacked didn't even have a scratch left. Xiaohua assumed that it had been enchanted. He began to think that it could be, and then he remembered that it was another secret passage. Then they realized that the spiders were probably here to divert their attention. And the real test is right here. Red, blue, silver, gold, and black chests are placed from bottom to top. The higher the chests, the fewer the chests, and the prize in them is much more valuable. One of the chests was already opened, but it was logical that someone had already opened them. But Xiaohua heard that in one, a person has only one chance to take the treasures. They didn't know that opening the chests was so difficult. John knew that a huge number of people were trying to pass the expensive test, but only a few chests were opened here. In this case, it was easy to guess that opening the chest was not as easy as it seemed. One of Xiaohua's disciples was about to jump to the red chest, but he just moved down as if some unknown gravity was pulling his body. He was very close, but also very far away at the same time. Now Xiaohua and his subordinates were even more cautious. But everything was fine with this boy, and he was ready to try again to get this chest. A real excitement woke up in him, but the wall simply did not allow him to even get close to it. Xiaohua repeated that a person only has one attempt. He turned to everyone and warned that everyone had only one try. He asked them to take their time and asked who would be the first. But everyone hoped that someone else would try first. While they were talking to each other and adjusting, some guy jumped on this wall and headed for the chest. It was some strange movement. Xiaohua said that they should be ready to stop him. He was sure that this guy would not be able to take the treasure chest, and he warned that only one person could climb in at a time and asked everyone to be patient. This guy was amused that they were going to stop him. He hated people who were annoyed because they couldn't get anything, and it was not for nothing that he was so confident, because he managed to get to one of the chests. Han asked the assistant which sect he was from, because this guy had done very well. The man replied that he was Red from the Xianyun sect. He was able to get the red chest, and that was commendable. Even the Cloud Pavilion Master was only able to take the silver chest. The people around were surprised that the master of the pavilion was able to take away only the silver chest. Khan replied that no one took away even the silver chest after that. Therefore, talking about the golden or black chest did not make any sense. The similar contents of these chests are really worth it. After Red took the red chest, his goal was the blue one. He only needed to pass one cave to do so. He moved to a cave and it seemed that there were no traps. Therefore, he decided to rest there. But suddenly this cave started to burn and Red fell out of it. The people from the pavilion noticed this and ordered everyone to get ready to beat him. But Red managed to cling to the rock. Now he couldn't enter the cave and didn't know what to do. Then he remembered that he had received the Xuanyu pill. He decided to see if it could raise his true energy. He climbed back into the cave and tried to walk through the fire. Thanks to the pill, he managed to do it without any problems. Pavilion also understood that he was able to get through this because he had received true energy. But Xiaohua understood that sooner or later this boost would disappear, and he wanted to deal with it on his own. But John overtook him and started to climb the mountain first. He invited Xiaohua to join him if he wanted to catch him. Red still got to the blue chest and noticed that a competitor was approaching him. It was dangerous, so he decided to let him scout the way. He took his time and decided to laugh at him. Red yelled at him that there would be air blades and a strong current of air ahead. Red offered to worship him as his mentor to teach him easy passage. John thanked him for his help but said he had his way. By using a shield made of true energy to clear the way, he managed to reach the red chest. Red tried to find out from John what he got from the red chest. The boy assumed that he was just trying to distract him. Red heard what John was saying, and he reached out to him and offered to be friends. John was surprised but decided to agree. He pointed out that they could be friends, but they needed to get through this first. Red agreed to wait for him for the sake of justice. Red warned him that he had made a mistake in this cave, and said that he would have to go through fire there. Red had already resigned himself to the fact that his new friend was gone so quickly. However, he was wrong, because John passed the fire without problems and without additional pills. Red was shocked when he saw that he was not afraid of fire, and when John approached him, he began to ask why he was not afraid of fire. But John replied that it was his personal secret. He added he would catch up with him soon. However, Red noted that he was not worried about it. After a while, he did catch up with him. John knew that he had stopped here to give him a chance to scout the way, and there was no problem with that. John said that way he would be far behind. They continued moving, and when they reached the next pass, Red showed John the way forward and said that it would be very slippery from here on, as if there was ice and it was impossible to climb. John said that they could go through this cave and take the silver chest. Red pointed out that they better get a torch because a monster might pop out of the hole, but John replied that they would just kill him, and that was it. As soon as they left the entrance, they saw a strange monster. Red immediately suggested that it was better to go the other way. John said that they were warriors, and asked him not to be such a coward. Although this monster was a puppet, it radiated bloodlust. He was not going to wait until he was attacked and did it first. That's why the guys had to dodge. Red told John that they need to get out of this place, otherwise they will be turned into pate. However, John did not seem to hear this, and on the contrary, rushed at this monster. He was sure that no matter how perfect the mechanism was, it had its weaknesses. John wanted to see what would happen if he cut the chain around his waist, but unfortunately he couldn't break through it with his Xian level and the robot was preparing its attack. Red managed to save John at the last moment. He thanked him for that, and asked why he didn't run out from the beginning, because he was scared. He replied that from a fighting point of view, he would not fight someone who was stronger than him. But he had faith in his skill. Running away and saving people were his strong points. John thought he was the strangest guy possible. They began to think that some other chest with treasures would be suitable for them. Because if this continues, this cave will simply collapse. But for John, this chest was very important, and if they don't take risks, they will never be able to succeed. But Red thought that it is not worth risking life for the sake of a test. They had to quickly get down on the ground to dodge the attack, but Red still didn't know what to do next, so he asked John. Then John saw one very interesting thing. The tail of this monster was tied to a silver chest, meaning it was guarding it. And then he decided that the chain connected to the chest might be his weakness. Red understood that, but they couldn't get around this thug. But then Red had a plan and he voiced it to John. The guy liked the idea and agreed to fight against him. The assistant elder noticed that the boys were in trouble. It is a murderous puppet that is made of the best red-purple iron fairy material. It cannot be turned off directly. Patriarch Shur knew that the only option was to cut off the connection between the assassin puppet and the silver chest. But it was very difficult. Long could see that they were confident that they would be able to take this chest, and they actually deserved it. Han could see that Shur was worried about them. But everyone has their own path, and they have to deal with it. And they can only hope that they will return safe and sound. They began to implement their plan, and the first thing John did was to use the demon god's phantoms. And while the iron monster was distracted by the clones, Red quickly slipped behind him. John said that the weakness of this monster is the wire that connects the chest and the monster. If you cut it, the puppet will stop. But while he was busy cutting the wire, the monster noticed Red and threw a sharp iron disc at him. John had to get through somehow, because otherwise he would simply be crushed by the puppet. But it was not yet clear how he could get around his attack. Red thought he could go to any dangerous place as long as he knew how to run, but this time he couldn't run. John clearly understood that he had to save him, but he had to find a way out of this situation. But then he noticed a temporary crack and rushed to Red's aid, the iron disc almost reaching his neck. But when he opened his eyes, he saw John in front of him. Red was on crazy emotions and did not understand how he managed to get here. Now all that remained was to disconnect the chain from the chest, but it was not an easy task. John also failed to do this and broke his sword. It was urgently necessary to come up with another plan. But then, suddenly the iron monster bowed to the boys, and the wire connecting it to the chest fell off. Red couldn't understand what was happening. But John said that she must have a living soul, and for eternal life, some warriors turn their soul into a doll. But they don't know that their souls and dolls will be used for another purpose. Suddenly, John asked her if she didn't want them to free her. And if she had a method to free her soul, they would be happy to help. Red was very glad that he was still alive. John told him that he broke his sword when he tried to cut the chain, and he only used a dagger, and it was as stupid as possible. He hoped that this would be much easier. Moreover, he pointed out that his sword was very fragile, and he promised to get something better for it. John thanked him, but said that he had a better one. Red then pointed out that he was in his debt, and in the future he could ask anything from him, except hand. Then they finally decided to see what was in the chest. It was like a scroll of arcane arts, the evil spirit of the Wheel of Life and Death, a holy level technique. With his life experience as a Blood Devil Emperor, this technique could subdue the evil spirits to destroy the Buddha. John was happy, because this technique would be very useful against the evil spirits. However, Red thought that he was exaggerating. Red said that as a thank you for saving his life, he wasn't going to take anything from that chest, and John could take everything for himself. The road of trials is like an adventure for him, and if he takes the treasures, he will have to continue the trials, which he does not want. Red did not plan to continue this competition anymore. John immediately asked why he made such a decision. As Red already said, this is an adventure for him, and if he just dies on this test, he will not be able to see much else in this world. John laughed and said that he was a very interesting person, but he wanted to see the test through to the end, so he began to move on. Red expected him to say that, and was sure that he had a bright future ahead of him. They agreed to meet after the test. They said their goodbyes, and I went my separate ways. John decided that now the best solution would be to practice the new technique, because the next level will definitely be more difficult. As soon as he opened the scroll, something very strange began to happen to John's body. He was in great pain. The green dragon said that evil spirits come from the curse of living beings. He added that this technique was capable of subduing evil spirits. John used a jade slide that would carve out all the knowledge of the technique in his soul. As soon as he opened the scroll, the secret knowledge would flow into his mind, and he would possess it without memorizing. John was no longer in pain. His body just started to itch very much. The green dragon said that the evil spirit of the wheel of life and death is one of the strongest techniques of the Devil Emperor. It can activate the Spirit Hydra blood power that John has and heal him very quickly. John learned that the power of the Spirit Hydra is in the blue chest. While the boy was climbing the mountain, he suddenly saw a golden chest there. For a long time, he could not understand why this level was so easy. But then a terrible monster appeared from a nearby cave. It was a wolf, and it was very strong. John studied its physique for a while. His cry could be heard all the way to the very foot of this rock. John began to tremble when he heard it. Xiaohua ordered his team to use energy to protect themselves. He immediately understood that it was the cry of the Shadow Wolf King. His roar had a destructive power, and it only meant that this guy had opened the golden chest, but had angered the wolf. Xiaohua ordered everyone to get ready to fight everyone. They were going to kill them both. The green dragon understood that John was weak enough to look for his weak points. Meanwhile, John noticed that Xiaohua had also started to act, so he had to do something anyway. They began to use their ranged attacks. The first was a killing wind attack. John used an energy shield to survive this attack and move on. This wolf stopped this attack altogether with just one paw. The green dragon began to laugh very loudly. He said he was laughing because John underestimated himself. He noticed that John wanted to use the others to kill the wolf. But he didn't notice that his strength was already far greater than all of them put together. In this case, the boy decided to defeat him with his own strength. Even though he had practiced the Wheel of Life and Death evil spirit technique, he still couldn't use it. He needed to find a solution. He made a spontaneous decision and used the demon god phantoms to attack the wolf unexpectedly. The boy attacked his eyes, and he succeeded in leaving him without sight. Now it will be very difficult for him to stop John. And the last move he needed to make was the finishing sword. On any evil beast, this attack would be effective from behind. But the wolf unexpectedly tracked his location and, thanks to his voice waves, was able to push John out of the horizon. Thanks to his sword, he managed to cling to the rock and not fall to the very foot. He climbed onto the nearest rock and realized that he needed to do something else to defeat him. Then, John met his friend Red. He said that the hidden passage had a time limit, and looking at how he was shaking, time was running out. The barrier was almost gone, and Xiaohua would catch up with them soon, so they had to retreat. But John didn't want to give up. Red said the fire was out and they had to get out of here. The patriarch himself did not know that the hidden passage had a time limit. It was no wonder that the Lord of the Cloud Pavilion could only get a silver chest. Han said that John had quite a good potential, but because of Red and John, Xiaohua was left empty-handed, and most likely he would not let them go so easily. Xiaohua was still downstairs with his team. John said that there might be a fierce battle, and he was their target, so he ordered Red to go first. But Red refused and said that they would only go together. He had a secret weapon that could help them escape. Xiaohua noticed that they were finally descending and ordered everyone to get ready. At one point, Red said that they needed to jump. When they were in the air, Red threw something at their feet and said that he had prepared presents for them. These were stones of true energy, and they began to emit tear gas that completely flooded the entire foothills. As it turned out, Red made this lightning bolt look like real energy stones. In addition to gunpowder, it also contains chili powder. John noted that this guy is really good at creating traps. They were about to leave, but they were chased by Xiaohua, who managed to get out of this smoke screen. After a while, they still managed to break away from him. Red was glad that he could finally rest. And while he had such an opportunity, he decided to ask something. He asked if John knew what the time limit was in the hidden passage, because he hadn't personally seen a timer anywhere. He also wondered if he was able to get anything useful from the other 2 chests he managed to grab. Red speculated that John thought that it was the Cloud Pavilion that left this Wheel of Life and Death evil spirit technique. But in fact, it is not so. And it is possible that the secret is hidden in the Blood Devil Emperor mentioned in John's technique. It seems that when the Lupin sect was destroyed, the Blood Devil Emperor left your knowledge on the road of trials. And if you think about it, the things in the black and gold box must be the relics of the highest level of the Lupin sect. Everything related to this sect intrigued Red, and he offered to continue this research together. Suddenly, some large fireballs started flying out of the bench. John used his protective ball for protection, and Red used his cloak. But it was not the end. After that, a huge whale monster appeared from the bench. The boys were shocked by what they saw. This thing was really very big, and they didn't know what to do with it. But they were lucky that this monster just ignored them. The test road was interesting enough. John noticed that Red's behavior was changing a lot. John said to move on because the next platform was nearby. They saw enough people on this platform, and Tien was also on it. They had not seen each other since the beginning of this trial, and John was glad to meet him. The boy asked why Pei was not with him. Tien said that Pei and Zhao went down the road of death, which is one of the most difficult roads. Because of this, the road of life is now inaccessible, and they have no choice but to follow them on the road of death. Meanwhile, the stone pillars were destroyed. Due to the fact that they were destroyed, no one could go further. Now it was clear why so many people had gathered on this platform. Red checked, and there were still rocks on the right side, but it wasn't clear where they lead. Tien said they lead to the road of death. Red assumed if they chose that road they would die. Tien said that was definitely not a fact, but yes, very dangerous. Red said that in that case it wasn't a problem. He offered to go with John. Tien realized that Red was John's new friend, and noted that he didn't look strong, but he definitely didn't need to borrow courage. Red didn't like this speech. A boy approached them and said that even all of them would not be able to pass this road together. Only the elite of the Cloud Pavilion can do it. The more Tien listened to this boy, the more he wanted to go there. Tien still decided to go there. Red immediately asked to go with him, and as a result, John had no choice but to go with them. Sometime into their journey, the magma began to rise and they needed to speed up. John couldn't understand why Red had started jumping like a monkey so suddenly. They were moving very fast, but the road seemed to have no end. Red assumed that this dead end and this road led nowhere. John said that they were right, but it upset the boys even more. They didn't know what to do, but none of them wanted to die either. Then John noticed runes on the pillars. He was so surprised because there were no such marks on the previous pillars. As he stepped on them, something began to happen. John then called his friends to come to him. Every time a wave of magma hit, Red started to scream very loudly. Tien couldn't stand it and grabbed him by the collar and carried him to the horizon. He told him if he screamed one more time, Tien would throw him into the lava. While they were fighting, the boys did not notice where John went. But then they looked into the bench and saw some movement there. Tien assumed that John had activated some mechanism and created a vortex that was the passage to the road of death. Red was sure that this was the case. Tien assumed that this vortex was created with the help of runes on the pillars, and he decided to try to create it again, and he managed to do it. He went first and asked Red to keep up, but for some reason he could not pass. He really cannot go through someone else's mechanism and needs to create his own. But nothing came out of him, only bubbles puffed above the lava. He assumed he was just not fast enough to activate the mechanism. Then Tien yelled at him that some poles shouldn't be touched at all. Red understood this and actually managed to do it on another pole. Now they were finally safe. But Red began to worry that his clothes had burned. However, John asked him to calm down. Tien threw him an ice pill for the burns because he was sick of this guy whining all the time. They found themselves in the forest, and suddenly Tiana felt as if someone attacked her with an invisible weapon. He had a deep enough wound and no one could understand what was happening. But they did not have to guess, because there are a lot of small bats hiding in the darkness. Their wings were like blades, but only Red could see them. He has had night vision since childhood, and as long as there is even a little light, he can see everything. After that, Red shouted that they were coming again. Everyone began to defend themselves with the help of their defensive formations. And the moment came when they finally ended. A flame appeared in front of the boys, and John assumed that it is the fire of the Green Lotus. It belonged to Pei, which meant that he was somewhere nearby. John remembered that he only used this skill in emergencies. It was logical to guess that he was in trouble, and so they finally found him. Pei faced a very scary and powerful monster. He turned to the boys because he heard some rustling of leaves. He was surprised to see them here. But unfortunately, at that moment, he was grabbed by a monster. John did not have time to warn him, and the monster grabbed him by the hands and threw him very hard to the ground. They weren't going to just stand by and watch Pei suffer. That's why they joined this confrontation. While Zhao distracted the monster for a while, the boys ran over to Pei to help him regain consciousness. He was fine, but noted that this beast was terrifying. Then Red asked John why he was watching the match so closely, and Joe only now found out that it was Zhao. Red pointed out that he was the elite of the Cloud Pavilion. He reminded John that all the members had been talking about him throughout the journey. The boy on the platform had told them that only the elite of the Sky Pavilion could pass the road of death. He attacked the monster very intensely and constantly changed his techniques to confuse it. He fought not only with strength, but also with his mind. Ning's girlfriend was also there. She always supported him. Red thought they were a very good couple and admired them. Suddenly the monster switched on them and very purposefully approached the boys to attack them. There was another guy with them. He said that this monster was a flying Yasha and his power increased after transformation. John did not understand where this guy came from. Pei replied that he was with them. Zhao said that he did not know him, although he introduced himself as a student, the pavilion. He began to transform, and after that he will be even stronger. John suggested that Zhao fight together as a team, but he asked them not to interfere because they would only get in the way. Tien was irritated by this guy's attitude. John pointed out that even his fiancée wasn't helping him, so they were sure they could handle him. John offered to watch them for now and then decide whether to help or not. Zhao decided to attack this monster with a spear, but Red started shouting that this monster is impenetrable. John watched his movements carefully and realized that he could use a perfect spear technique, and so he applied the finishing blow with the help of one of the techniques. After that, a huge hole appeared in the monster's body and it fell to the ground. Red said that it was amazing that he was able to defeat the flying Yasha so easily. This girl who had been watching with the boys the entire time said that he was well done and he deserved the title of Cloud Pavilion Elite Disciple. But the flying Yasha is not the most dangerous monster on the road death. A much more difficult test awaits them ahead. They tried to find out who she was, because she said she came from the pavilion. But Zhao had never seen her. John noticed that she acted like she was very familiar with the road of death. His fiancée approached the girl and said that he killed the monster and protected her, but she behaves ungratefully. But the girl was just telling them the truth. Khan watched the progress of this confrontation and noticed that something strange began to happen. This had never happened in the trials. He also never saw that girl, and she broke the signal with the platform. None of those present knew who she was. Khan accompanied all the students personally and did not know who this girl was. It only meant that someone had entered the test secretly. The aide suggested that maybe someone else from the sect entered after the transfiguration. But Han thought it impossible. The road of trials will not allow practitioners above the divine realm. He will simply be thrown out. And also he can know any person who has undergone transfiguration in the divine realm from the first look. Everyone began to worry. Han asked the elder if there was anything she could do about it. He replied that this disciple was planning something abnormal. This road itself was dangerous, and he did not want anything. Ning and Zhao were in danger, but even in that case, they won't be able to get there, and he hasn't encountered such a situation yet. Long asked how he could be so incompetent. If something happens to Zhao, Han will be in big trouble. Patriarch Shi approached them and asked them to calm down. He had just said that one cannot participate in the test if the cultivation is above the third layer of the divine realm. Then he thought that everything was normal. And this boy is at most on the third layer of the divine realm, and all the rest are the elite of all sects, and they should trust them. Khan agreed with him, and in such a case, they can only rely on themselves. John asked Pei what he thought of this heavenly pavilion disciple. It seemed that he was familiar with the road of death. Pei replied that she was really strange. She followed them without revealing herself. Zhao asked Ning to forget her and move on, but he was hiding to pass the test using them, so it was important to just not give in to her provocations. But John believed that this was not the case and she tried to avoid their questions. She had a penetrating look and John guessed that she was strong. Zhao suggested that they just continue on their way and ignore her. Then another guy appeared next to them. Pei said it was Chung, and he kept behind them all the time and never helped them all the time. John saw the herb that Chung was holding in the purification technique. It was very expensive. As it turned out, so far the boys fought non-stop. He was able to collect all the valuables. And they still don't know that the flying Yasha came because he pulled out the Hanin grass, the treasure they are guarding. They needed to prepare for the next passage. It was very quiet there, and it was really suspicious. Red thought that this dimension was just horrible and he didn't like it. Meanwhile, Cheng fell behind the group and found an unusual herb and wanted to pluck it because it should be worth a lot. But behind him, a huge hand was coming towards him, wanting to grab him. This monster began to squeeze Chung, and after a few minutes threw the remains of his bones to the ground. They noticed that this thing had eaten Chung. Someone said it was a demon of horrors and warned them to watch their feet. They needed to flee urgently, so as not to become a pile of bones, like Chung. Red did not understand why they were being chased, and as a result, their group was surrounded and they were everywhere. John said that they had to fight to the end anyway. Zhao applied his technique, but he noticed that it didn't work at all. John said that the horror devil is an evil creature. Physical attacks have no effect on him at all. He asked Tian to use his lightning sword. The green lotus flame might be useful, but Pei can't use it. But John said that everything is fine, and asked Tian try to cope. He began to activate his heavenly sword, technique 4 swords in 1. Red really liked this perfect sword technique. Zhao told Pei that his younger brother was incredible. Pei said that was true, but John was even stronger. But it was difficult for him to believe these words, because he was only at the 3rd layer of the heavenly realm. John also joined in the attacks and used the heavenly devil phantom. John urged everyone to go forward, but they didn't understand what happened. After all, he said that normal attacks don't work. Zhao couldn't describe what he just saw. The horror demon turned purple. Red could see that the horror demon had been absorbed and transformed. Tian was once again convinced that John was very good at controlling the energy of the Sky Devil. John only regretted that they could not use him. Ning said if they had a cup of pure energy, they could keep it. John said if they didn't need it, he would just blow it up. He asked them to close their eyes, because they might go blind from this light. The unknown girl began to admire John. He knew the heavenly devil technique and was interesting enough for her, and she hoped that he would agree to cooperate with her. On the ground after the explosion, there were fruits that were similar to those that were in the chest, and they have the property of strengthening the spirit. Therefore, Red decided to try them. A girl came up to him and told him that it was the essence of a horror devil. It was so toxic that it could burn all his organs. Red began to wish she hadn't told him this sooner. Nevertheless, she clarified that if it is purified, it can be used to strengthen the soul. They need to use a special method to get rid of the toxins. John decided to take them with him and then purify them. And then they started arguing about who made the biggest contribution to the victory. But only that girl stood aside and waited for them to finish. John asked why she didn't take anything. The girl answered that she didn't need anything. She seemed strange to him, but he was convinced that she knew a lot. They saw a whirlwind in front of them and had no idea what could be waiting for them behind it. The girl said that they would be able to find out when they entered it. John thought there must be something wrong with her. She said if they didn't want to go first, then she would. But as a result, they decided to jump all together. After that, John understood that it was necessary to somehow take the situation under control, and then came up with a plan. He understood that he would be able to get out on these stones, and thanks to this, he would be saved from the strong current. This girl said that they were thinking correctly, and if they wanted to get out, they should consider these stones as the key to the exit. They understood that if they continued to climb these stones, they would be able to pass the road of death. Red was a master in this matter, and it was very easy for him. He was very clever at jumping on these stones and moving up. But the most interesting thing was ahead. A flood dragon was waiting for them from above. However, he was chained, but these chains allowed him to advance for some distance. And John's group was just within the permissible distance. John decided that he could not show his weaknesses to this suspicious girl. Suddenly, she decided to test John's skills and pounced on him. She threw a punch to provoke the boy. But when he decided to strike back, she caught his sword with 2 fingers and was able to block it. She had only reached the divine realm, but she was already able to catch this sword with her fingers. After that, the girl continued to strike, and they, along with John, began to fall down towards the dragon. John could not understand the logic of this girl's actions at all. Does she want them all to die? John was only able to understand during the fall that the girl was in front of him all the time. Meanwhile, the dragon was already waiting for the prey to fall into its mouth. John lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he thought that he was already in the monster's stomach. It was soft enough there because in the worst case he could be seriously injured. Since it was very dark there, John accidentally started touching a girl who was also there, and because of that she hit him. The guy started apologizing because he really didn't notice her. He asked her why she pretended to be a boy all this time, but she did not want to answer him. John said that it was because of her that they fell into the dragon's stomach. He wondered what kind of move she used to stop his blow. He doubted that she was in the divine realm. He demanded an answer to at least why she dragged him here. At first, the girl did not want to answer him, but then she promised to tell everything later. But first she asked him to follow her. John looked around and realized that the place where they were was very spacious, and it did not look like the stomach of a living being. The green dragon answered John that the monster was already dead. People pump out all the blood from the dragon's body so that their bodies never rot and they become puppets. John noted that his green dragon was usually asleep, and he asked him what was so important that he woke up. The dragon replied that he had found the dragon's spirit and wanted to absorb it. But the boy did not understand how he was going to do that if the dragon was already dead. He said that the Li Ping sect had conquered the dragon spirit and locked it inside this puppet. They use it to control the puppet. John guessed that this was the Blood Devil Emperor's power. The probability was high, but after a certain number of years, the seal that restrained the spirit, the dragon, has become weaker and they must use it. John said that it sounded good enough, but it would be very difficult to do. He didn't even know where to start his search. The girl began to ask John who he was talking to. The boy did not know what to answer, and asked her in response what her name was. The girl said that he could call her Adalia. John noticed that after she showed her true colors, there was a big change in behavior. John wanted to address the dragon again before it fell asleep. He asked the dragon to look at Adalia, because he didn't believe that this girl was in the divine realm. She looked much stronger. The dragon noted that she had long since broken through to the divine realm. He assumed that she used a special method to hide her level of development. John began to think about what kind of technique can hide the level of development. The dragon replied that some special techniques, for example, the ninefold rebirth or the woes of the 12 tortures. However, such a technique must be constantly practiced. For example, the rebirth technique must be practiced 9 times, and only then the power of practice will increase significantly. But she had returned to the first level of the divine realm, and as for her true level, the dragon had no idea. She was unreachable. They continued on their way, but on their way they encountered a hissing snake that began to attack John. The boy parried this attack, but although the snake flew away, there was not a single scratch on it. It was made of the same material as the murderous puppet. The girl grabbed this snake with her bare hands and simply tore it in two. John was amazed by her strength. The material of this snake was unusual, and John decided that he would need it for his research. But Adalia said that he didn't need to take it. If he helped her, he could collect a lot more of this garbage. John couldn't calm down until he found out who this girl was. At that moment, a bright light appeared in front of them. Adalia said it was the key, but he didn't understand what key she was talking about. It was more like a big cauldron. She said that it was the key to the inheritance of the trial road. Before the destruction, the Luiping clan left their treasures on the trial road, and as long as they had the key, they could retrieve them. The boy assumed that it was the inheritance of the Holy Devil Emperor. Adalia wanted to know how he knew about it. John decided to act like a girl, so he refused to answer. She said if it was that easy, she wouldn't have brought him to this place, and she had been there many times before. Now it was clear to John why she is so familiar with the road of death. The key was close enough to them and he offered to take it. Adalia said that this tripod was strong enough, and besides, it was enchanted and she couldn't remove it. She just wanted to find a helper on the road of trials. At first, she was going to cooperate with Zal and destroy these enchantments with the spear technique, but then she saw John's heavenly devil fist and changed her mind, because he had more chances to destroy them. John said that she was strong enough to destroy them by herself, but she just kept silent in response. She said enough talking now, and she asked him to follow orders and accept the fight. A dragon spirit fire appeared in front of them, and Adalia asked him to be careful, because it is strong enough. The girl said that she can control the fire, but he needs to break the spell. He threw his punch, but it didn't work. Adalia was upset because his power was far below the required level. These charms are created with the power of space. Even the thinnest layer of these charms is a large space. John concluded that he needed to break the layer of space, but he didn't understand how that was possible. The girl explained that compared to real space, it was very compressed, and if it was real space charms, she wouldn't even be standing in this place. because it would be impossible to break it. She asked him to try using the Heavenly Devil Fist again, and she was going to enhance it with innate energy. John used the Heavenly Devil Phantom. The girl finally hoped that she would be able to get everything she always wanted. She really wanted John to succeed, but at the last moment, John stopped for some reason. The boy asked her to answer one of his questions before he delivered this blow. He wanted to know what he would get in return if he helped her. The girl replied that they are now in such a situation, and he only thinks about his own benefit, but the guy was not ashamed of this, and said that he was not going to help her just like that. Then she asked what he wanted to get for it, and she promised to do it everything in her power. In this case, John asked her to marry him, and began to laugh. He then said that he was just joking, and said that he wanted the inheritance, and he was not interested in her at all. Then Adalia swore that she would share the inheritance with him if she got it. But John pointed out that they would have to split everything. She said it was too much for him. But he asked her not to worry because his pockets were big enough that he could take it all with him. But if she didn't agree to those terms, he wasn't going to help. Adalia already was not happy that she met such a student, but she had no other choice and she agreed. She said if things continue like this, all their efforts will be wasted. They need to break the barrier to end this. John demonstrated the power of the blood jade. She couldn't believe that he possessed such power, unless there was a blood jade core hidden in him. But the power of the flesh and the core would repel each other. Because of this, the power of the blood jade is usually hidden. She did not understand how he was able to awaken the power of blood jade within himself. Cracks began to appear in this barrier and John was close to breaking through. The green dragon noticed the flood dragon and asked him to catch it. That dragon was going to get the inheritance of the sect, and then he could unite his body. He wanted to return everything that belonged to him. The dragon began to run away, and Adalia wanted to catch him, but John asked her to wait so that he could help her. The green dragon told the boy to follow the flood dragon, but to remember that they are very evil creatures, and you need to be very careful with them. But unfortunately, the girl could not catch up with him. She decided to use the frost crystal of the sacred beasts so that it would give her strength. John was surprised to see that Adalia had merged with the phoenix. The girl was still able to attack the flood dragon so that he could not escape. This blow of hers could not be blocked, and the flood dragon was forced to hide in a gap where the girl could not reach. Suddenly, the cave began to fill with smoke. However, John could calmly walk into the gap where the dragon hid. The flood dragon hoped to absorb his soul and take his body. The green dragon asked John to let this spirit into his body, and he wanted to see what he was capable of. When he got inside, he immediately thought that this guy's spirit was not protected at all. His cultivation level was not high, but he still had a solid foundation. After the dragon took his body and inherited the sect, he planned to become the ruler of the world. But while he was looking for where to start, he suddenly noticed a huge green dragon. The green dragon just grabbed him with his teeth and didn't even feel it. John felt that he destroyed this spirit. Now he needs to find the key and save Adalia. But the key was in the middle of the unknown charms. After Adalia got the key, she needed to go back. But they met another dragon spirit and she was going to stop him and asked John to hide behind her. Thanks to the feather of the ice phoenix, the girl used an ice wall. Now the dragon spirit could not reach them because the wall stood between them. John hugged the girl and told her not to be afraid of him, and that he would protect her. Something strange happened to John. The green dragon warned him that the flood dragon is very cunning. Actually, the yellow powder he inhaled is the dragon's bladder, and it has a special effect. Although John was immune to poison, but it was not poison, but acid, so he was not immune to it. John said that the most important thing was that he brought him to his senses in time. Adalia grabbed John's hand and asked him not to leave her and that she wants to be with him. John realized that most likely she also inhaled this powder. John tried to wake her up, but he himself began to lose control of himself again. The ice wall was destroyed, and John needed to wake Adalia up immediately because the dragon was approaching. He did not understand what was happening to her, because recently she was perfectly fine. John realized that he would have to deal with this situation himself. But in order for her not to interfere, he might even have to knock her out for a while. He decided to compete against fire with black fire, and he used a bird. As a result, the black fire was even more powerful than he thought, and he managed to defeat the dragon. John sat down to cultivate, but Adalia came to him again and lay in his arms. He tried to chase her away, but then realized that she was really very cute. But at one point she came to her senses and just started attacking John without explanation. She began to ask what he did to her. The guy replied that he didn't do anything, and he wanted to ask what she did to him. This girl was quite aggressive, and John even assumed that she wanted to kill him. John decided to tell her that he just got the key for her to soften his attitude. He said he helped her, and now she wanted to kill him. He didn't understand how she could bite the hand that fed her. The girl swore with her martial arts heart that she would not kill him. She hoped that he would forget what had happened here. She asked for the key to open the treasure chest. John replied that he had not planned to mention this situation anyway. But such words offended her and she began to scream. They finally reached the very head of the flood dragon. John said his mouth was closed and he didn't know what to do. But Adalia had a 100% decision. They began to shake very strongly in the middle of the dragon because it flew up and broke the chains. This puppet is a sacred beast that protects the bloody devil emperor. It was logical that with the help of the key it can be controlled. They flew completely outside. The rest of the participants could not understand what was happening and where this big dragon appeared from. Han understood that it was an adult flood dragon that had lived for at least 50,000 years. But it was not known why it appeared on the test road. If things continued at this rate, they would all be in big trouble. The expensive test was a relic of the looping sect, and they suspected that one of the members might have released it. Adalia took out a mirror, and John immediately grabbed it and said that it would help them see what was happening from the outside. But then he realized that he had annoyed her with this behavior and left. By controlling this dragon, they had the opportunity to head straight for the bloody devil, and finally they arrived in the same blood demon dimension. Adalia asked John that he better stay closer to the platform. He did not understand why he needed to do this. Adalia explained that she was going to insert the key and he needed to be more careful. She was right, because immediately the ground began to shake under his feet. Xiao Hua had already almost obtained the blue chest, but all the chests suddenly began to be attracted to the sky. He could not understand anything because he had spent so much time to overcome this path. Meanwhile, on the test road at the exit from the path of icy death, a very bright beam appeared in front of the participants, coming from the icy water. They wanted to get the flood dragon's blood because they might need it. But all the blood began to gravitate up that beam. Absolutely no one could understand what was happening. Han's assistant assumed that it was some kind of anomaly and he advised Han to inform the master of the heavenly pavilion about it. But the elder thought that there was no point. The master's location was unknown because he was alone. Long immediately started asking what will happen to the students who are there. If they die because of this anomaly, it will be a great loss. Han replied that all they can do now is hope that they are all right. All these things began to fall to where John was with Adalia. This was exactly what they were after. There were all the rewards from this ordeal. But Adalia noticed that a silver chest had disappeared somewhere. John replied that he was able to take one such chest. Adalia could not even think that he was so strong. Even she had a very difficult time getting it. Now all these things belong to them. This is the Blood Devil Emperor's legacy. In this case, John already wanted to open them as soon as possible. But the girl asked him to take his time, because the most interesting thing was ahead and looked at the sky. Then they came to the heavenly Bodha tree. Adalia did not know that it was on the road of trials. John understood that if she was so happy, then it was really something valuable. Then suddenly something similar to a huge star appeared in the sky. It was the sword of the Blood Devil Emperor. But John pointed out that the Emperor was also human, and how could he use such a sword? Adalia replied that he did not need to use it personally. He was helped by the spirit of the sword. Ever since John's sword broke due to the puppet, he could only use the blood-sucking sword, but his sword spirit was left empty-handed. John wanted to use this opportunity to take the sword. The girl asked if he wanted to use the Blood Devil Emperor method. John wordlessly summoned his sword spirit and surprised Adalia, but she was more surprised that his sword spirit was a girl. After all, they take shape depending on the owner's mind. This sword spirit showed how dirty his soul was, but his spirit seemed to be really strong. If he knows the sword technique, he can use this great sword with ease. John threw the sword to his spirit, so that it could demonstrate its skills. But Adalia pointed out that in order to use it, you need to combine a part of your sword spirit with the Emperor's sword. John followed all of Adalia's instructions and did so consistently. After that, the sword spirit jumped up and grabbed the sword with her fragile hands and was able to pull it out. John was delighted with him and said he would choose him to start. She accepted his choice, and she herself paid attention to the whole garden of herbs. There was a lot of valuable things there. Adalia stated that she needed this garden completely, and asked John not to even think about it. She slapped him and told him that he had better bathe in dragon's blood. When he landed in it, he was very hot, but after a while he became comfortable and he would need it for cultivation. He felt that pure energy was passing through his veins, and this could only mean that he had broken through to a new layer. But the green dragon, for some reason, started to laugh at him. He said that John bathed in the blood of the dragon and made his way to a new level. If John does not need her, then the green dragon would like to absorb her remains. But the boy replied that she belongs only to him and Adalia. The green dragon replied that the garden she had chosen was absolutely no match for this dragon's blood. The 8,000-year-old herb in her hands was worth as much as the entire pool of blood. And if she asked, John would find something to answer. However, the boy said that he does not agree because she is very own and can kill him. But John didn't even have time to agree, as the dragon had already begun to consume her. The boy wanted him to make up for it, because it would be difficult for Adalia to explain it. The green dragon hoped that John wasn't going to blackmail him just now, and that he just felt like it. He asked if John wanted him. Most of the techniques he had were not John's own, but he could teach John how to create runes. Runes can be used to create magical forms. They can also be used to purify pills and strengthen weapons. If you learn how to create runes, then John might really need it. The green dragon pointed out that this method is the best for creating runes in the clan. Then John still agreed. But then Adalia approached the pool of blood and began to ask where all the blood had gone. John had to quickly come up with an explanation, and he said that he absorbed everything himself. As expected, she got angry and reminded him that they had agreed to share everything in half. And if he took the whole pool, then she would take all the chests. John expected her to be difficult to deal with, but he had to try. He said that she had taken a garden of herbs. Even one flower from it was worth as much as a whole pool. Then she said that in that case, they would also share the sword. John suggested that she calm down, and better see what was in those chests. There was a lot of everything. Spiritual essence, the blood of the 9-headed dragon. But unfortunately, he could not take it all. Then Adalia threw him the ring and said that there was a lot of room in it. Although it was a woman's ring, he could not do without it. The girl saw that he was not very pleased and said that if he had not given her all the spiritual jade from the chest, then she would not have been so kind to him. However, John knew, who gave him only because he already has the evil spirit of the wheel of life and death. It's time to check only the gold and black chests. There was some incomprehensible scroll lying there. Adalia said that he would not understand what was written there, but in fact, the girl understood that he was studying the law of space. In that case, it was not surprising that he was able to kill the fire dragon spirit. He had unlimited potential. She would not even be surprised if he became someone important to the whole world in the future. She approached the chest and said that it is very good because it is such a protective barrier. Such treasures can be used to protect against enemies, and the heavenly pavilion may need it. Only the most expensive black chest remained. When they opened it, Adalia was delighted, although John did not understand her emotions. After all, there was just a lamp there. But Adalia said that it was the lamp of the tomb of the immortals. He did not know what it was, but there were rumors that there was a tomb of the immortals far in the star sea. After experiencing the 5 marks of decomposition, the immortal died at the moment of reaching the desire realm. Despite the fact that immortals have tens of thousands of years of life, even they cannot resist the erosion of time, and it was somehow related to the tomb of the immortal Tian Miao. It is said that in the days when Tian Miao was an astronomical being of the world, after 10,000 years in the upper dimension, he returned and built a tomb. The tomb of the immortals is filled with treasures. Many wars went there regardless of the cost, but none of them could go inside and many died. But 2,000 years ago, several small lamps appeared in the central region of the country. The lamp looked like an ordinary one, but with Chinese characters. Tian Miao was written on the bottom, and there were 9 marks on the sides. Later, people realized that these lamps were guards from Tian Miao's tomb. If you light 9 lamps at the same time, the passage to the tomb will open. Because of this, the warriors began to fight over the lamps and were able to collect 6 of them. These lamps were kept by the masters of the Sipin and Wupin sects. The location of the other lamps was unknown. There were rumors that they were with unknown masters. The masters of the sects decided to appoint a day of lit lanterns. They hoped that, regardless of the owners of the rest of the lamps, he could also light them on that day. They would know the exact number of lamps that were lit thanks to the marks. 30 years ago, the sects thought about the fact that the 8th lamp was lit. In order to enter the tomb, it remained to set fire to the last one. Adalia couldn't even think about the fact that the Blood Devil Emperor had the last one. If they didn't find his legacy, then the entrance to the immortal tomb was closed to them forever. John wondered if there was a connection between the immortal tomb and the immortal court. Despite the fact that he is the temporary owner of the yard, he cannot do anything yet. The girl immediately said that she would take it for herself. However, if she had the opportunity to light it, she would definitely take John with her. John asked what she meant when she talked about someone from the heavenly pavilion. John didn't even know if she was really in the pavilion, because she didn't even properly introduce herself. But the girl assured him that she wasn't a bad person. He began to list that she was pretending to be another person, hiding her identity, somehow secretly got on the road of trials, and he wondered how she would take it in his place. If he did not trust her, then the girl threw him some object. She said it was a communication device and he could use it to contact her in the sky pavilion. John thought Adalia was really not an ordinary person. She not only got into an expensive test, but also knew about the inheritance. And instead of revealing her identity, she gave him some object. She asked him to gather all his things and then she would lead him to the exit. John was surprised that everything was visible from this place. Xiao Hua alone was lagging behind everyone and was very worried about this. A few more members were stuck on the ice road, but there were no treasures. But then they noticed that the flood dragon had come towards them. Adalia showed John the exit and said that if he went through this passage, he could finish the test. He hoped that the girl would go with him, but she simply asked him to remember to keep their secret and flew away. All the masters hoped to see someone who would finish the test, although they did not believe in it. But suddenly, the exit was activated and someone began to appear. Han thought that maybe it was Zhao who passed the road of death, but it was John, and Elder Shur was very happy to see the disciple. Han did not expect that a disciple who was not in the heavenly pavilion would come first. Long saw that John was alone, and she assumed that he could have killed everyone else. She picked him up with a hook, and asked where her disciple Ning of the Kaiyun sect was. John replied that he didn't know because they didn't go all together, but Long pointed out that he went in there with them. But the boy said that they parted halfway, and he thought it was wrong to blame him for their weakness. She did not believe his words and was going to teach the boy and teach him proper manners. However, Patriarch Shur was also not going to stand silently and protected John. He asked what she was letting herself do. Long was shocked that the Patriarch dared to attack her. But then Han intervened in their argument and told them not to cause trouble on equal ground. Long told Han that this guy might be the one who killed Ning. But Han asked her to calm down and pointed out that she hasn't changed after all these years. And he promised to teach her manners if she didn't calm down. Har calmly asked John where the remaining 7 disciples had gone if they entered the trial of death at the same time. John said that he fell into the abyss, and when he woke up, he was no longer on the road to death. Meanwhile, Red was already close to the exit as well, but Zhao couldn't let him overtake him at the last moment. Red was already fed up with this guy, who was constantly getting confused under his feet, and he decided to use a layer of thunder. This explosion really stopped Zhao and allowed Red to get ahead. Red even took the time to taunt Zhao, but while they were arguing, everyone started to overtake them one after the other. Tien managed to tell Red that he should be smarter, otherwise he will be left behind. They all left the road of death. Zhao said that because of his carelessness, Tien overtook him. However, Tien replied that it didn't make sense, because John was the first anyway. Zhao couldn't understand how this was possible. He assumed that John used some dishonest methods, and Zhao wondered where that strange girl who was with him had gone. Han didn't understand what was happening there at all. Zhao replied that he actually had doubts about John because he was supposed to die on the road of death. There was a flood dragon in the abyss. They saw the heavenly pavilion disciple pull him down, and after that, the dragon ate them. But he not only survived, but also managed to finish this test. The appearance of the dragon was in doubt for Han, but the main suspect was considered a disciple of the heavenly pavilion. Han asked him to tell them about the disciple from the heavenly pavilion. However, John replied that he could not do that. He swore to keep everything a secret. Han understood that a man should keep his word, but if he is an imposter, then the entire heavenly pavilion could be in danger. John said that he had proof that she wasn't an imposter, but she didn't reveal her identity either. Han decided that he wouldn't bother him with questions this time, but hoped that he would explain everything to him in the future. Zhao noticed that Han was very polite to John, but maybe he was afraid of angering the others in the heavenly pavilion. The boy decided that he should know the truth. Suddenly, Zhao's father appeared on the platform, who had an average degree of doubtful misfortune. His name is Deo. Zhao immediately approached him and asked why he appeared here. Deo asked his son which place he got. Zar immediately started apologizing and said that it was only the 3rd place, and he pointed his finger at the one who took the 1st place. He saw that John was only in the heavenly realms and did not understand how his son could lose to him. Zhao replied that there is a reason for all this. Deo approached John and said that he found out that something went wrong on the road of death, and it was related to him, and he wanted to hear an explanation from John. The boy replied that everything that happened to him on the road of death was only related to him, and he should not tell anything. Deo yelled how dare he talk to him like that. Han approached John and advised him to tell everything. John assumed it was someone influential in the pavilion, if not even an elder dared to annoy him. John then remembered that Adalia had given him the item and said that he would be able to contact her if something happened. He believed that this was the moment and decided to contact her. If John did not want to tell him anything, then Deo was going to ask his soul. But the patriarch said that he had no right to do that, and forcefully reading the memory could damage his mind. Deo asked him to keep quiet and not meddle in his own business. And then he saw the communication mark on John's forehead. After that, Deo let him go and told him that he was lucky. Han couldn't understand what had happened that he let him go so easily. John didn't even understand how Adalia made him back down. The green dragon laughed in his mind and said that he could ask her himself, because she was hiding among the disciples of the heavenly pavilion. John turned his head and saw her. Using her thoughts, she asked John not to look at her, because if she was seen, she promised to scratch his eyes out. In that case, John wanted to know what she told him that he had run away. Adalia told him that John belonged to her, and that he don't get into your own business. The boy did not understand what this meant, but Adalia promised that he would find out everything himself later. John thought logically and realized that her position was higher than even Master Deo's. Then the patriarch approached John and said that he was very impulsive. Although he also has his principles, he did not advise him to be on bad terms with Master Deo. Khan added that it was true, and when he entered the heavenly pavilion, he would cause him trouble. John said that he had no other choice. He had sworn and must keep his word. While the rest of the students rejoiced that they made it to the top 10, Han noticed that one student was missing from the list, except for Chung, who had died in the challenge. At that moment, Xiaohua appeared. He was broken. The boy entered last in order to prepare well for the road of trials, and as a result, he got stuck on the road of life. Fortunately, when the flood dragon flew by, he was able to grab his tail and get out. Otherwise, he would have died. It was annoying that none of his accomplices had waited for him. Han was now ready to announce the list of disciples who would be able to enter the heavenly pavilion. It was John, Tian, Zuo, Pei. He asked all the new members of the elite hall to follow him to the heavenly pavilion. When they went inside, they felt that the vitality of heaven and earth was much higher there. Khan was about to introduce them to the members of the heavenly pavilion. After that, he greeted everyone and said that the dean of the heavenly pavilion would take care of the rest. Some of the new members knew that all students would receive a heavenly sign. There are 5 colors: purple, yellow, gold, blue, and red. Ordinary students do not have such signs. In fact, there are many secret places for cultivation in the heavenly pavilion. The 5 colors of the sign represent different levels of tolerance. Since they have just entered the elite hall, they will have the lowest tolerance, and it is red. John was surprised that even the dean was in the mystical realm. He gave them the heavenly signs, and with their help you can enter the heavenly pavilion. They will also be needed to open the secret places for cultivation. This celestial mark looked the same as the one Adalia had given him, but he didn't know what tolerance the icy blue one had. But everyone was shocked that John got the purple mark. Not even all the elders had purple marks, but John just got the first place on the test road. The disciples didn't understand how the heavenly pavilion could make such a mistake. But the elder confirmed that John should get the purple sign. Everyone immediately began to ask why he received this mark. The elder replied that it was the decision of the heavenly pavilion, and it was not subject to appeal. If they continued to doubt the decisions of the pavilion, they would leave this place very quickly. In fact, even the assistant managers themselves did not understand why he was given such a sign. They assumed that he was somehow related to the lord of the pavilion. Now it's time to announce the rules of the pavilion. They will also talk about how to cultivate enclosed and secret areas. The leaders asked that no one be shy and ask any questions. After their introduction ended, Tien called John to look at the map of the entire central region in detail. As shown on the map, the eastern region they were in was very small compared to the central one. Red also approached them and saw that this map had everything. Almost every grouping in the central region was listed there. John could see that there were still many sects in the central region. Besides the heavenly pavilion, there were still many different sects. Among them was also the Ling sect. It is located in the center of the region. This sect, more than the heavenly pavilion. There were rumors that their master had reached a level that was simply unattainable for a normal person. The names of strong martial arts experts who are not in the listed sects were also written there. Some masters are simply lone wolves by nature, so their names are written separately. The name Feng was written there, which attracted John's attention, and he asked Red how strong this master was. He answered that Feng was not bad. John did not understand what he meant. Red explained that no one in the central region would even come close to him. Even the sect masters were not as strong as him. John did not expect this. Red asked John why he was interested in him. He said that this guy was really very famous. He heard that Feng was going to create a giant structure, catch 3 beauties for double cultivation and share a bed with them. He called himself the king of the god realm. For 1,000 years, no one can achieve what he has achieved. The boys started to leave, but Red said that he was not done yet. Tien asked him to shut up, but Red couldn't understand what he had done wrong. When they were a little further away, Tien shouted that Feng was indeed the strongest in the central region. But John shouldn't give up, at least because Tien had a hunch that John could surpass him. Pei supported these words and said that he thought so too. They pointed out that they were not going to encourage him with words. If other people heard their words, they would think they were crazy, but they believed in John. John said that he would not let them down and would soon make Feng pay for everything. Meanwhile, Feng was hunting in the heavenly mountains, which are located in the eastern part of the central region. Xiaomi turned to him and said that he had promised to let her admire the snow and taste the taste of the snow dragon's heart. Now she did not understand how she should appreciate the beauty of the snow if everything melted because of him. It was his student Xiaomi, and Feng said that she had a lot of demands lately. At first, she said that she wanted to see the snow, and he brought her to this place. Then she said that she wanted to try the heart of the snow dragon, and he took it out. Xiaomi said that there was too much blood on it, and she would not be able to eat it. Feng did not know what else to do, but bring the cook to the heavenly mountain. The girl asked to understand her. She does not refuse. To create the room of the heavenly devil, he must first collect 3 girls with the body property of the purple passive, and she has been saving herself for him for 30 years. If he didn't find the last one, she didn't know how long she would have to wait. He replied that they already had Yan, and her talent was no worse. The only thing left was to wait for her to reach the mystical level, and as for the last girl, he already had information, which means that her needs will soon be met. But Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. He felt an urge to kill, but Xiaomi pointed out that no one would disturb him in the central region. He understood that, but he wondered where this anger was coming from. The girl laughed and said that it must be some kind of ant. She asked him not to think about nonsense, but to think only about her. Then Feng calmed down, because there were really many people like them, but no one could kill him. But he understood that this feeling was very weak, but it was not known where the anxiety in his body came from. John finally finished learning the new technique. Despite the fact that the evil spirit of the Wheel of Life and Death is one of the most difficult techniques of the Blood Devil Emperor, and despite the fact that John is still far from the full mastery of the first level, but he has learned the standard form, he wondered what would happen if he combined her with evil spirits. In terms of strength, his research could be considered successful. He had indeed punched a hole to the bottom of the heavenly pavilion. The elder called all the disciples in the cultivation area. He said that it is better to confess who did it. John apologized to the deacon and said that he could not calculate the strength and stop in time. The deacon realized that it was the same guy and decided not to contact him. In this case, he said that the protection in these rooms was not strong enough, and he suggested that he pass to a safer place above thanks to his purple mark. The rooms above were made of very strong materials, dragon iron. They are capable of withstanding even the blows of masters of the mystical realm. Suddenly, someone broke through the floor even in the safe hall. The deacon immediately asked the student's name. He said his name was Tien and he apologized for destroying the cultivation room. The deacon said he should pay for all the damage, and if he didn't have any money either, he would write it into his account anyway. But John approached the deacon and asked him to write everything down for him, because most likely he caused Tien to break the flow. It was difficult for him to make this decision, but he said that this time he would close his eyes to it. But he wanted everyone to remember well that nothing can be broken in the cultivation rooms. Tien said that he didn't expect John to have such abilities. John assumed that Tian had broken through to a new layer after that explosion. Tian replied that it was true, and he had problems with it. However, now he couldn't believe that finally reached the divine realm. John greeted him, and Tian immediately asked John how he learned how to drain spiritual energy from a nightmare devil. The heavenly sword technique requires a lot of spiritual energy, so the pressure on his body is very high. John promised he'd try to figure it out soon, but first he asked Tian to look at something and handed him the chest. When the boy opened it, he was delighted, because now he can strengthen his soul with it. Tian thought that this was a very generous gift. For their friendship, John thought that it was nothing. After all, they should help each other. Then suddenly, John heard a voice in his head. It was Adalia, and she said that he has been in the pavilion for so long and still haven't visited her. He said that he should really be grateful to her, but for some reason he only remembers that she took away the heavenly Bodhi and many other treasures. Adalia understood that he was very spiteful, and said that if she gave all these treasures to a boy with such low cultivation, then it would just be a waste of materials. But still she decided to give him a present. Meanwhile, in the ice castle, Heavenly Pavilion Lord Juliana was receiving guests. It was the elder of the Heavenly Pavilion, and she told him that it was necessary to punish this boy a long time ago, and asked him to do what she told him, although the elder saw that she was too young to make such decisions. Meanwhile, John tried to find out more specifically what kind of gift Adalia had prepared for him. He gradually lost control over his body and began to run somewhere. Tian did not understand what was happening to his friend. Meanwhile, the elite disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion were training in the arena, and John burst into them. The students immediately thought that he had no respect for those around him. Moreover, he was only in the heavenly realm, and they did not understand what such a weakling wanted. John couldn't understand what kind of place this was. His hands began to move by themselves, and he began to simply humiliate everyone present and challenge anyone who wanted to fight. He actually didn't want to say it, and after that, he was able to control himself again. John apologized to the boys and said that he opened that door by accident, but one of the disciples told him not to even dream of leaving so easily and closed the door in front of him. He couldn't even believe that this brazen boy was one of the disciples of the elite hall of the Heavenly Pavilion. John kept apologizing and said that he was out of control. The boy told his brother that it was the same boy who won first place in the test. Now Ling understood that it was this boy who had annoyed his father. The boy asked his brother for permission to deal with John himself. He assumed that nothing would end without a fight, and therefore he prepared to fight back. But his opponent said he was not strong enough for that. John was the first to attack him with his sword. His attacks were as always very fast. He also successfully dodged the enemy's blow, but he convinced the boy that from now on, he would not be able to leave in one piece. The students discussed John's strength, but they were still sure that he would not be able to withstand Buffon's attack, because he began to use his secret weapon, and when Buffon uses his spear, it would be difficult for anyone to fight. John understood that things could not be like this, to continue, and he needs to invent something. When Buffon began to attack John once again, the boy activated a death wheel to defend himself, and Bufana began to be sucked inside this wheel, and he could not do anything about it. As a result, it completely sucked his body. The deadly wheel can suck everything in its path. As John expected, this technique turned out to be very useful. His elder brother Ling asked to let Buffon go or threatened to attack him as well. John replied that he had arms and legs so he would be able to get out on his own. John suspected that the members of the Zhao family liked unequal matches, so the boy said that he would let him go. No one understood how this boy could be so strong if he was only in the heavenly realm. Buffon was all tortured and beaten, and he swore revenge on John, whoever was behind him. This situation made Buffon very angry, and he decided to use the Spear of Doom. The Elder and the Lord watched this match, and the former was very worried about John. Although this technique was not yet perfectly learned by Buffon, it could cause enough damage. Lord asked not to be nervous. She did not think that it was inferior to the Wheel of Life and Death technique. Buffon wondered how John would take this blow. This guy decided to show his true strength. John then decided to summon 3 evil spirits in response to this attack. John's ki changed dramatically. Evil spirits began to appear out of nowhere. He was even able to enter the path of others. They were surprised that he was not afraid of being absorbed by spirits. For protection, John used a deadly evil spirit wheel. And at the first collision, Buffon's spear began to crack. As a result, not only he, but also the boy's hand turned into real meat. Ling immediately started giving his brother the pills. This impressed him. Not only was he able to stop Buffon's attack, but he also left him without an arm. John replied that if he hadn't given his all, he could have been in his place. Ling didn't care what he said because he would have to die from his sword anyway. However, John just soared into the sky to avoid the clash. He was shocked that a disciple in the celestial sphere could fly. But he also had this ability and began to catch up with John. John said that they were all a bunch of garbage here, and he promised to test their strength every day. They promised to wait for him every day, although these words were spoken by Adalia, not John. Adalia told him to stop there so that he could rest, and then they could play with him again. John said that now he understood that she was in charge, but asked him not to use him as a toy that could be thrown away so easily. She told him to rest and they would start again tomorrow. The next day, Adalia woke him up very early. She didn't even let him go to the toilet. She brought him to the arena again, and John said that it was amazing that the guys even lined up to beat them. They were surprised that this guy really came back as he promised. He was showing the utmost disrespect. This time the students sent Liba to him, so that he would deal with John. Liba said that it is not difficult for him, and when he wins, it will not even be prestigious for him. John said that everyone cannot compete with him in a row, and only he decides who to fight with. Liba offered everyone to listen to what he will say next. John said that he will compete only 3 times a day, and only he will decide with whom to compete. The students gave him such an opportunity. Adalia chose Meng as his opponent. He went to battle and hoped that John didn't choose him because he thought he was weak. John said that he was right. After all, in order to defeat Meng, he didn't even need a weapon, and only his fists would be enough. The guy was annoyed and was ready to kill him. Meng had very strong chi, and the students had even heard that he used the gauntlets as a weapon even before he became a practitioner. John guessed that Adalia wanted to test his body. Fortunately, he ignited all of the dragon's scales. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to do so. Opposing John counterattacked Meng and gave him only 1 blow, after which the boy could no longer continue the fight. Everyone was shocked, and John shouted, "Who wants to be next?" Everyone was silent, and only one of the students asked for a fight with John and wanted to take revenge for Meng. However, John reminded that he would choose his opponents himself. John chose Eugene next, but he didn't want to fight at all. He just walked by and asked to choose someone else. But he was shouted at not to be afraid and just fight. But as soon as John put the sword to his neck, the boy began to shout that he had lost. Then John said that there was one more left. Everyone thought that he specifically chose the weakest and could not call him a real man. But he repeated that he promised that he would fight 3 times a day, and he was not going to make exceptions for anyone. Meng was surprised how this guy could fly, and he moved very strangely. John applied spiritual essence and was able to increase his spiritual power by 25%. He turned to the dragon and reminded him that he had promised to teach him the techniques for creating runes when his spiritual power was strong enough. And John believed that time had come. The green dragon decided to clarify what he was saying was that it was like runes that people use, but in reality it is very different from ordinary runes. It is called a divine pattern. The divine pattern is the creation of runes, only with a wider knowledge of the world. It is not something that the runes of the middle world can match, neither in power nor in creation. John was happy and thought that it was even better, but the dragon said that his power is still not strong enough. In his case, he can only create runes of the lowest level. John said that all great feats begin with a single step. The dragon noted that it was well said. To paint a divine pattern, John must first direct his spiritual power into the tip of the brush. Of course, they need a brush to paint the divine pattern. John already knew how to turn his spirit into a thorn. Therefore, channeling spiritual power into the tip of the brush should not be a problem for him. The most important thing is resources. They will need black rhinoceros horn, green tree stone, heavenly linden, stones golden and fiery aura, gold leaf, 3 star stones, pure gold, crane armor. The next day, John had his last match against Yang. He wanted to finish it as soon as possible if he wanted to buy the materials in time. But he did not expect that there would be so many spectators. Even Khan came to watch. He felt something strange in John's aura, as if someone was controlling him. But there was only one person who was capable of this, the immortal Dream Assistant Lord. So the Lord was involved in this. As a result, John won this battle as well. Every day there were a lot of people who wanted to defeat John, but no one could do it. After the battle, John went to the Heavenly Pavilion Market. He heard that even the largest private organizations opened their stores there. John went into the store and said that he wanted to buy materials and a brush for runes. The seller was surprised that this guy was going to create runes. He pointed out that the creation of runes is taught by masters. It is not something to play with. John asked to listen to him and said that he was serious about it, But he needed practice first. He handed the seller a list of things he needed. The shopkeeper said that he couldn't need that much for practice, and so he started kicking John out of the store. These materials were needed to create 4-star runes, and an ordinary boy wouldn't be able to use such. John said that he would pay for everything, but asked to give him everything on the list. But the seller flatly refused. The Green Dragon said that he knew how to get him to sell them the materials. He had an ancient Phoenix clan jade in his hands, and he seemed to have trouble recognizing it. He knows these characters, and if John could help translate them, maybe he would agree to sell them. Materials? John said that this was a great idea, and he began to walk around the counter and translate what was written on the jade. Then the seller asked him to translate everything to the end. But John said that he was not selling him materials and he had better leave. But the man asked him to stop and offered to drink tea and calm down. He treated John to tea and apologized for his rudeness. He needed to know what was written on the jade. John said that he could help him only on one condition. John said he wanted a 30% discount on his purchase. He agreed, because he decided that he still wouldn't be able to earn all the money in the world. He decided to ask how he knew the hieroglyphs of the Phoenix clan. After all, as far as he could remember, this clan had no living heirs. He said he couldn't tell, but if in the future there were hieroglyphs he couldn't understand, John would be happy to help. The Green Dragon asked him not to go too far, because he didn't know all the hieroglyphs in the world. However, John asked him to calm down and said they will address issues as they arise. The seller got everything he needed, and all that remained was to choose the right type of brush. The Green Dragon said that it should be made of metal. He pointed to the one made of hematite iron. The seller said that only experienced rune masters could use it, but he couldn't object. Including the discount, it would all cost him 560 stones. But even that amount was too much for him. John bought everything he needed, and late at night they started working with the dragon. John was having trouble, and asked the Green Dragon to try it himself. But the Green Dragon replied that he would never draw a divine pattern. It was the same as asking the best chef to make porridge. In that case, John said that he would have to watch his terrible attempts. However, the dragon had a better plan. The dragon gave him a small part of his soul, and said that it would help him in creating runes. It united with his brush, and it was possible to start working. John dipped the brush in paint and ran it over the sheet. As a result, he got a very nice line. The dragon said that this time things turned out much better. An ordinary master would need at least 6 months for a line like this. John liked it and became excited. It was a perfect writing style. The dragon said it was like swordsmanship. Other people tried to achieve it, but it is very difficult and few people can achieve it. A perfect writing style can only be achieved by ideal use of the necessary materials. This boy had grasped the perfect writing style of the divine meditation pattern very quickly. He seemed to have a perfect aptitude for runes. John asked how he should use the divine meditation pattern. The dragon replied that runes were usually used with phantom structures, but he did not need them. John can activate it with pure energy. John decided to put what the Green Dragon said into practice. And it worked. John began to feel great. All tiredness disappeared. This 1-star divine pattern was wonderful. He wondered how much it could be sold for. The next day, John quickly won 3 times again and ran about his business. Adalia couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Why would he want to learn rune crafting? She thought he should pay more attention to cultivation. Immortal Dream said that he thought it was normal for John to try different things. He was sure that he knows his limit. He will realize it immediately after meeting the obstacles. But she replied that they didn't have that much time. John needed to reach the divine realm as soon as possible, and she believed that he needed to put the study of runes aside. And it seems she figured out how to do it. Adalia summoned Zong. Immortal Dream assumed that she summoned him to teach John how to create runes. Zong arrived, and the girl asked him how the construction of the shelter was progressing. He replied that the calculation of the necessary finances and materials had almost come to an end. She wanted him to help her with one thing. She said that there was one very self-confident boy who wanted to learn the rune arts, and she asked Zong to make him lose his will to learn runes. Zong decided to ask what the boy's name was and what rune level he could draw. Adalia said his name was John and his rune level should be entry level. Zong remembered that this was the same guy who was challenging the entire elite hall. Adalia said that it was him, and said that he was going to the store now, and Zong could meet him there. Zong found him and saw that his level was the 4th layer of the heavenly realm. Zong was about to destroy his confidence that he would never think about drawing runes again. John came to his familiar seller and he what John wants to ask this time. As soon as John began to tell his story, Zong came into the store and asked how his business was going. The salesman replied that things were not going well, but he was always glad to see the elder visiting. Zong asked John to show what he was capable of. He gave him a look at the rune he had created last night. The salesman was shocked at how confident John was because he only started practicing yesterday. Zong said he was very interested to see his first work. Adalia was right that this guy was very self-confident, and he didn't believe that a novice guy was able to create a rune from the first time. Zong began to laugh and said that they must be connected. It is very easy to draw a single star rune, but his work is not even like that. He explained that runes are the same as small structures. Zong wondered who this guy was. The merchant said that his name was John, and he was one of the students of the elite hall. The seller told John that he was the best master in the heavenly pavilion, and he should learn from him. John replied that he did not want to bother the master now. After all, he is just having fun like this, and his intentions are not serious. But if he has any questions in the future, he will definitely ask Master Zong for advice. Zong advised him to quit this job and find something that suits him better. John asked the seller to look at the drawing as well, but he refused because Zong had already said everything. John turned to the dragon and asked why they were talking like that, but he asked him not to pay attention to them, because they are just two idiots. Zong advised the boy to throw away this garbage and practice martial arts, but before leaving, John said that he hadn't even activated his rune, and it was unclear to him how he decided it was bad. And John decided to personally demonstrate the effectiveness of this rune to them. Its glow completely filled the room. Zong was shocked because it was the perfect writing style from the legends. It was the first time he had seen it in his entire life. He had been searching for it for half his life, and until one moment he didn't even think that anyone in the central region could possess it. He had only heard that a master runes, Feng, once managed to reach her, and Faith was recognized as the Prince of Runes. His best work is the protective construction of the Huling sect itself. Because of this, the Huling sect has survived many troubles and was able to grow from a poor sect into one of the most influential in the Middle region. Zong began to ask who created this rune, but John repeated that it was him, but he didn't believe him. It's a pity that John sneezed at it and took his rune. Then the boy asked if the seller wanted to take a second look at his rune, but Zong said that he couldn't sell that rune. He said that not every line could be activated, and it was about his terrible line. John realized that they really didn't know anything about the divine pattern. Then he activated every line in his hands. John then asked why he couldn't sell it. Zong said that what he meant was, if he wanted to sell it, it was better to sell it to him. The seller said that it was very rude of him because he was stealing a customer from him, but Zong said that he didn't care because it all belonged to the heavenly pavilion, and he could do whatever he wanted. John asked them not to argue, and he had an idea. He said that whoever offers him more money, that's why he will sell. They liked the idea of an auction. Considering how much he had spent on it for materials, it was about 10,000 low-quality pure energy stones. So he decided to double that amount and named it 20,000. They were shocked that he would give it away just like that. Even a normal rune cost more. The seller thought that, if it wasn't for that guy, the rune would already be his. So he decided to scare Zong with a large sum and called 500,000. Zong interrupted the sum and called 1 million pure energy stones and another pure energy stone of the highest quality. John laughed, because one top quality stone was worth 1 million. He didn't even expect that the divine pattern was worth that much. And Zong managed to win this auction. He was extremely happy that he managed to buy this rune. He did not even expect that he would be so lucky. But the seller still interrupted his bid and named 5 stones of the highest quality. Zong named 10, and the seller was forced to give up. If he continued, he would definitely go bankrupt. He believed that the person who created the rune should still be alive if it was possible to activate it, and the price of 5 stones was the maximum for him. The seller wanted to know where he got this rune, but John did not understand how many more times he had to repeat that he had made it himself. He reminded the man that he had bought the necessary materials from him yesterday. But the seller continued to ask to be introduced to this rune master, who made this pattern, because he wanted to purchase more runes. The guy replied that he can buy them from him without any problems, because he still has 7 of them left. In this case, the man asked to sell him everything for the price he offered 5 energy stones of the highest quality. And in the future, he will be able to buy things from him at a low price. Zong felt that this was extremely unfair to him. John said that he himself offered the price and he did not force him to pay anything. Zong came to break his will, and as a result, he himself became a victim. Then Zong grabbed paper and a brush and asked John to draw a rune with them now. If he really draws them himself, And if he cannot do this, then it will turn out that he is deceiving the buyers and then Zong will take all the stones back. John asked what would happen if he drew the rune. Zong replied that then he would become his student. The boy said that he could not afford to become a master elder, but he had only one request. If he proves that he really painted these runes, then he will take his brush for himself. His brush was made from 1,000-year-old fire bamboo. It has a stable tip that never bends when writing, and he will need it to create a protective structure. John said if he doesn't want to, he has more important things to do. But Zong called him and said, if he shows him what the perfect writing style is, then he will give him the brush. John showed him the perfect writing style and said that this brush now belonged to him. The seller believed that this guy's talent was not from their world. Their organization should get him. Zong should have reported to the Lord as soon as possible what happened here. Meanwhile, Adalia was already approaching the last step of the mystical sphere. Zong was forced to interrupt her cultivation and ran into her room. John told the seller that he hoped the man would keep his word. He brought him the ink used to create 3-star runes. In fact, it was unfamiliar to John, because he had just started learning runes and he could only create a 1-star rune. Adalia hoped that he was in such a hurry to her because everything went perfectly. But he did not look well, and she asked what happened. Zong said that usually a beginner can't even hold a brush correctly, but this guy was able to achieve perfect writing style overnight. He said that John has talent and he sees no point in hindering him, and one day he may surpass the legendary rune prince. Although he was a novice, he was able to achieve a perfect writing style. In addition, his patterns are completely original. They are different from other styles. Adalia thought that the elder was joking. She believed that he made it all up because he simply could not complete the task. He gave her his work and asked her to see for herself. Lord was surprised that this guy had really drawn it. The elder believed that it would be better to use his talent for the defensive construction of the sect. Adalia agreed to leave the boy alone and see what would become of him. John liked to cultivate freely. He still couldn't match the practitioners of the high realms, but disciples with little cultivation still hide from him. And Adalia finally broke away from him. Then John remembered that the dragon had talked about a 4-star rune that could double the speed of cultivation. He was going to buy her materials and paint. Master Shano told him that the materials for such runes were scarce. He suggested that he buy from the World Trade Alliance store. Now, with the help of the 1-star divine rune, he can control the wind and fly. When John arrived at the scene, the guard said that the outsiders did not have access to the World Trade Alliance. But then John showed them an invitation from their alliance. Molej approached the entrance and invited John to come inside. He apologized for not meeting him in person. The guards were shocked that Molej personally met this boy. The head invited him to drink tea and talk. The guards assumed that John didn't even understand who he was talking to, despite the kindness of their head. If he found out how they met this guy, it would be bad for them. The head gave him a special plate. Thanks to it, he would have a 20% discount on anything in the organization. And he promised that the selling price of his runes with them would be higher than anywhere else. John got the runes that he made. Despite being first level, they worked the same as second-level runes. Molej asked why he came to them. John said that he wanted to sell runes, but he also wanted to buy materials. Molej looked at the runes and said that they were really unique and could be sold for a good price. He also asked what John wanted to buy. Molej also said that he had information about the thunder purple bamboo. John asked what he wanted in return for the information. John also said that he needed a bottle of Heavenly Dome Spirit Liquid. 5,000-year-old purple bamboo. 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. But Molez interrupted him and said that he really wanted to help him, but these materials would be impossible to get, even if they searched for 10 years. But he promised to definitely contact him if they received information about them. This information is not secret, and he will tell it just like that. He is on a mountain in the western region, where it is very dangerous, but it is better for him not to go there alone at all. John thanked him for the information and said that he should go alone. The students did not understand about what is the pavilion thinking when it lets such a rune genius travel on his own. And finally, John reached the western region of the continent. But for some reason, when he walked into a local cafe, he thought that the manager and the waiter had a look as if they were up to something. After that, the waiter approached John and asked if he would like to try their popular dishes. John asked him to bring each dish separately. The waiter said that they would do it without any problems. The boy continued to wonder what they might be up to. But for now, he didn't care because he was getting very hungry from the road. It was very tasty to him, but it bothered John that they kept looking at him. Then John realized that they were surprised why the poison they had put in the plate didn't work on him. Then their manager ordered to capture him. They bound his body, but John did not resist yet. He wanted to see what they wanted from him. It was surprising that the poison did not work on him. The boy knew that the food was poisoned but continued to eat anyway. He added that this rope with which he was tied had a special property. It stopped the flow of true energy. The manager was satisfied that this day they got another piglet. The manager told John that he was in big trouble, and he looked so calm and it pissed him off. John was thrown into the territory with other prisoners. John did not understand why everyone called him a pig. The other prisoners began to ask where he came from. The boy did not hide this and answered that he was from the heavenly pavilion. But they began to mock him, because they did not believe that the boy with the celestial sphere had been taken into the celestial pavilion. John did not care whether they believed him, but he asked to be told what was going on here and why they were called pigs. One of the men said that they will use them as pigs and want to feed them to monsters. John asked to tell more about this, and maybe he could help them and save them. But they considered him very weak and that he would not be able to save even himself. However, he was told that this hotel is a trap for those in the heavenly realm. These ropes have something that stops the flow of energy so they can't escape. John called it just trash and tore them apart without a problem. Everyone was shocked because he didn't even need true energy. They didn't understand how his power could be so great. But the guards came in and tied him up again with ropes. When they left, he released himself again, and those around him asked to release them too. John asked them to be calm. He asked to tell everything in detail, and he would be able to help. One man started talking about the purple bamboo that is on Yang Mountain. In fact, John came here to infect him. True Yang Mountain was very dangerous because there were many monsters there. Martial artists hired locals to catch people as bait for monsters. The purple bamboo is very unique. It has been growing underground for tens of years, but only by a few millimeters. But as soon as they break through the ground, they begin to grow at a great speed, and in a few weeks they reach 12 meters in height. Some purple bamboos can be underground for hundreds of thousands of years. Such bamboos can be very large after being underground. And at this moment, the sky is covered with lightning. The man said that a few days ago there was a purple lightning in the shape of a dragon. Because of this, some thieves invented such plan. Those who knew about True Yang Mountain immediately connected this phenomenon with the appearance of a 1,000-year-old bamboo. If they encountered monsters, they would use the captives as a diversionary maneuver. John understood everything and freed the boys from these shackles so that they could escape. The guards noticed that the pigs were running away, but the captives managed to find a way out and escape. The leaders could not understand how these criminals managed to escape, but one of them promised that they would not be able to escape. A very serious hunt began for them, because it was not so easy to collect them in one pile. The leaders themselves joined the process and surrounded the fugitives from all sides so that they could not run away. They caught them, and it just so happened that they had already collected a sufficient number of prisoners. John didn't understand if all these people involved in such a crime wanted to get the purple bamboo. John looked at the mountain and saw that the master had approached the leaders and wanted to somehow escape unnoticed. Master Hui asked if they had already gathered enough people. The leader replied that they had gathered 1036 people. Master praised them and said that he would order to reward them for the work done. Now it became even more difficult for John to escape in front of the eyes of an early-grade mystic realm expert. They arrived at their destination, but John didn't understand why Hui left first if he was going to use them all as bait. John was in a very unpleasant situation, but for some reason the green dragon began to laugh. But he said that this is not a problem, but rather a great opportunity. The dragon said that it had to do with him and asked him not to think only of escaping. They weren't going to let them in first, just because they had something else in mind. And if John could get there, he could reach the mystical realm. John wanted to know what they were plotting, but the dragon said he didn't need to know just yet. And the dragon turned out to be right, because they weren't going to use them to fight the monsters and killed them all along the way. John asked the dragon what they were going to do, then he told the boy to look ahead. Hui said that they had finally reached this place. People thought that the unusual sky was caused by the purple bamboo, but it was actually due to the dragon platform. And Hui was convinced that no one would be able to stop him now. All his assistants began to congratulate the master on the fact that he had finally found the sphere. But unexpectedly, a dragon interfered with their celebration. And it was at this moment that it was clear why they had taken so many people with them. Huya ordered to dump everyone on the dragon's feed. John saw what was happening, and asked the green dragon to finally explain to him what to do, so he wouldn't die here. He asked the boy when he was there to just concentrate on getting through the door, and he would do the rest for him. And finally it was John's turn, and the sentry came up to him and threw him to the dragon. In flight, John first broke the rope, and then a green dragon appeared behind him. Hui couldn't believe that some boy made the dragon retreat. He specifically hid among the people of the Sky Realm to sneak onto the platform. But even if he was able to dodge the dragon's attack, without the dragon form Jade, he wouldn't be able to open the platform door. John ran to the platform door and it was locked. However, the green dragon asked him not to worry. The dragon sent a piece of his soul and the door opened. No one could understand what was happening. John wanted to know what the name of this place was connected with. But the green dragon asked him to go on, and he would figure it out himself. The boy got into some incomprehensible place. The dragon ordered him to get out of it as soon as possible, otherwise he would throw him out. The floor began to crumble under him and some incomprehensible beasts appeared. They were monsters from extreme lands. John took out a spiked sword to face them, but after he cleared his path, John was surprised that he could absorb evil spirits. So they were not an illusion, but the real world. The dragon said that it was a construction of a divine pattern. All he had to do was just get to the top. John didn't understand why his dantian was filled and what kind of particles were around him. Suddenly John reached the 5th heavenly realm. Now the green dragon told him that it was the natural light of the dragon clan that could greatly increase the light of those in the lower realms. It was really incredible, and it meant that the boy in purple would surpass the mystic realm. But the dragon said that it only works on those who are below the mystical sphere. This platform has just appeared, so the light does not have much power. John heard someone approaching and assumed it was the same boy. The dragon asked him not to worry and to concentrate on his business. The power of the illusion directly depends on the person who entered it, so those behind will be competing with stronger monsters, and they will need more time to progress than John. He assured the boy that he will find out everything himself when he reaches the goal. Meanwhile, it took them a lot of effort to feed the dragon and let the master through. They hoped they wouldn't have to do it again. But suddenly the lady of poisonous blood appeared in front of them. She already knew that the purple lightning was caused by thunder bamboo. Huya was frightened and could not say anything. But the blood lady asked not to worry about her, because this dragon is not her level. She scared the dragon with just her look. Now she was going to go inside. Black ravens appeared on her way. The lady knew who it was, and it annoyed her that this old man always wandered under her feet. It was a black raven, and he was laughing at the lady because someone had already overtaken her. But she didn't care because she came here before the raven and said the platform was hers. The black raven pointed out that she was the strongest in the middle region, and he could not understand how long she had been saying such nonsense. The lady saw the lucky flood dragon, but the raven replied that he did not feel its life force, and most likely it was a puppet. She assumed they were from the Hui family, and asked if their master had already passed inside. They replied that only their dragon-shaped jade master could enter this platform. So they declared that the platform belonged to them, and their master was inside. Adalia suddenly appeared next to them, and said that she would love to argue with them, but first she wants to get the flying dragon platform. Little did the Blood Lady know that now the people from the Heavenly Pavilion were also interfering, and the situation was becoming more tense. But that was not all, because the Huling people were also near the platform. Black Raven thought that they were overestimating this dragon platform. Then the Blood Lady offered him to surrender or fight. Raven replied that if they fight, it will turn into a sect war. The Raven saw that the old master had not come, and Huling had appeared instead. He could handle each of them individually, but if they united, they would have problems. They looked impressive. The title of a great sect was really justified. Most of the sects in the middle region have more power than some countries. If a war breaks out between them, it will be worse than a war between countries. At one point, the central region was in decline due to the war. Everything was resolved only after the creation of some large sects. Raven assumed that the peace in the central region was due to the balance between the sects, and if war broke out, there would be dire consequences. Adalia believed that they would have to sit down and talk. Meanwhile, the green dragon ordered John to move closer to the circular divine pattern. Huey tried to stop him, but it didn't work and John overtook him. And the Blood Lady thought that it was Huya who had already gone to the upper dimension. Adalia thought that it was very important for big sects like her to get the dragon platform because it could greatly increase their strength. But the most important thing was that she could send them to the upper dimension, and only there you can achieve special success. The green dragon laughed and said that he had slightly replaced the divine pattern. Hyuya did not understand why that boy was sent to the upper dimension even without a badge, and he was not sent. However, as a result, he still managed to go after him, but unfortunately he rejoiced in vain, because he was sent not to a higher dimension but back to his servants. However, then everyone wondered who had gone to the higher dimension then. Huey replied that he did not know that boy, but he was from the heavenly realm, and he stole his chance. Adelia immediately remembered John, because he was in the heavenly realm. John didn't understand where he was. There were a lot of teleportation platforms. It took a lot of energy stones to even create one. The green dragon replied that only their clan's teleports were there. Each portal was connected to a different dragon platform, and these were only for people with dragon blood. Such people are considered clan members. They have dragon essence in their blood, which allows them to use the strongest techniques of their clan. They exist in many places in the lower dimension. In order for people with dragon blood to enter this place, a platform has been created. Dragon. John was met by the guards and told that outsiders were not allowed to use the dragon platform. They were going to catch him and throw him in prison for 1,000 years. John noticed that the people in this place were not very friendly. The green dragon said that there was no dragon blood in him. Anyone other than their clansmen who would use the dragon platform must be severely punished. This rule was accepted by the green dragon himself many years ago. John believed that with his cultivation, he could only live for a few hundred years old. The dragon asked him not to worry because he was on his land. Even though he couldn't take a physical form, he still wasn't going to let him be hurt. John saw runes on the walls that were similar to those that the dragon had taught him. However, the dragon replied that this is a small town, and such a place is not worthy of his runes. And even big cities are not worthy of it. John was thrown behind bars. There were even experts in the area of dubious trouble. He assumed they didn't have dragon blood either. John hoped that the green dragon would tell him what to do next. He asked him to get some paper and prepare some ink. Suddenly, a prisoner from another cell spoke to him and said that he did not expect that John was also a rune master, but he did not understand what a boy with such little cultivation was doing in this place. The dragon asked John to give the pattern to the guard and say it was for the Castellan. John did so. He handed the rune to the guard and said that it was for Castellan. The guard began to laugh and assumed that this boy did not even know whose name he was calling. He had just gotten to this place, and there were already such demands. But John asked him to at least look at her first, and this really shocked the guards. The man immediately asked where he got it. The dragon asked the boy to do as he said. John said that he got this pattern from a stranger in the lower dimension. His name was King, and he said that with this he would be able to enter this city. The guy in the next cell was also surprised that this guy was able to master the perfect writing style. As a result, they released John and asked him to wait until they reported everything to the Castellan. During this time, John decided to ask the dragon what was special about this pattern. The green dragon replied that he just left traces of his spirit on it. The guards couldn't realize it, but they understood the meaning of the pattern he left. This was not a city for measuring true dragons. It is a simple station where people with dragon blood meet everyone who gets here from the lower dimensions. But they wanted to use this place as a cultivation field for the elite of dragon-blooded people for their clan. But even people with dragon blood had to go through trials in order to enter the dimension of true dragons. The dragon also asked to let John train in this place. John understood that the dragon had already helped him in many ways, but he could not do anything for him in return. The boy asked why the dragon could not take his true form if he had already returned. The dragon replied that even if he took his true form, nothing would change. Right now, John could only receive his help and remain in his debt, but one day, he was going to help and thank him. The guards came back and said that Castellan had received information. He allowed him to train like the rest of the dragon blood. They asked him to follow them. The elders immediately saw that this boy was not one of them, and did not understand why he was brought. He had the remnant of the flood dragon's energy. They assumed that he drank his blood, but that did not change the situation, and he was a stranger. The guard noted that Castellan handed him a badge. In this case, they could not object, and asked John to go through training, but only after he received the blood of a true dragon. Each of the people with dragon blood after reaching here has the right to receive 1 drop of true dragon blood. And if John received permission from the Castellan, then despite the fact that he is a foreigner, the boy will still receive his destiny. John thought that it was very generous of the dragon to give away his blood like that. But the green dragon replied that there was nothing like that. A full-grown dragon can grow to tens of thousands of meters in size. The amount of blood they possess can drown everything. City. When the blood was brought to him, John looked at it for a long time, but the green dragon asked him to give it to him better. The elder said that there were a lot of cultivation chambers and asked him to find a place for himself. When John swallowed this drop of blood, his body began to feel like it was burning. He was very hot. When the boy finished, the elder complimented him and said that he looked much better, and now he was one of them. He was shown the spiritual obelisks. All kinds of laws were written there. He needed to imagine them in his soul and he would possess them. But to begin with, he must place his soul in them. This obelisk contains the power of space, and he will be able to learn more about the law of space. But John did not understand what was happening to his body. His soul began to be sucked. He could stick to the wall and not fall. This meant that he was stuck to the obelisk of his spirit form. He assumed that he just needed to climb up. Some incredible force was pulling him to the obelisk and trying to keep him from going up. It must have been the force of the law of space. He thought that his power should not be strong enough to drop him yet, so he decided to try to go even higher. The elder asked one boy to stop because he climbed too high. He was injured only because he was too high. John understood that the higher he climbed, the more difficult it would be to understand. But he no longer felt any resistance at some stage. Fortunately, he had the opportunity to look at the law of space with one eye before this in the cosmic storm. He needed to bypass the force that resisted him. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. To begin with, he needed to understand everything. The elder noted that this guy was very fast, and he supposed that he even had the opportunity to grasp the law of space a little, but his speed was really staggering. But in that case, maybe after he stopped, he would no longer be able to progress. Meanwhile, the opposition again began to increase. Meanwhile, Deacon Zheng approached Elder Wei and asked how many elite novices he had received this time. He replied that he had asked Zheng the same thing this time. He replied that there were disciples from the largest dragon blood sects standing behind him. Wei congratulated him and hoped that they were indeed elite. Wei began to dream of having at least one martial arts expert with potential. Then he noticed that John started to climb again. He understood everything at this level and decided to continue. Wei said if he achieved all this by himself, then he was worthy of being considered an elite. In fact, what Wei had been looking for so long was right under his nose. Zhang sent his students to experience the power of the laws in the obelisks. He noted that his student Kurgan would easily defeat this boy with his talent. He said that Kurgan was able to understand the first layer of the law of space, even in the lower dimension. Kurgan immediately rushed to the wall and was going to catch up with John. When Kurgan caught up with him, he advised John not to be as slow as a turtle. He added that John was too weak to be his opponent. John paid no attention to him and continued to pump understanding. However, John began to move much faster, and Kurgan thought that the boy had accepted his challenge. And the boy did not understand how he accelerated so much and allowed that at such a pace he might even lose to him. In order to catch up with him, Kurgan learned half of the information instantly, and because of this, the resistance only became stronger. He wanted to catch up with him, even if he had to endure this pain. John reached the spatial barrier and realized that overcoming it with the help of the Force would not be so easy, and he had better continue at the same pace. Kurgan managed to overtake John, but the boy was not going to waste time on him. At the moment, the most important thing for him was to learn the law of space. Wei noted that this boy's blood was not of the highest quality, but his understanding was unmatched. He was glad that he would finally be able to add another elite disciple to his side. Zheng watched Kurgan and guessed that he had reached his peak. He told him if he couldn't go any further, then he could stop. Because if he fell, it would be much worse, and he would be their disgrace. But Kurgan was persistent, and as long as he lived, he thought he could win. But John's victory had to be recognized. Time is the Lord, and space is the king. The laws of space are the foundation of the space jump. Now John wanted to try and see if he could pass through this space barrier. John guessed that there was a layer of space inside. Wei admired this guy. He had gone from scratch to full mastery of the first layer of the law of space in 12 hours. He was something more than an elite. No one believed it or understood what dimension John came from. Wei also wanted to know. And now John finally reached the end. Now he needed to connect all the dots related to the law of space. Wei did not understand what was happening. He was going to urgently take the boy from there. John moved on and tried to find the true essence. and then Wei watched as John got to washing the space. Washing the space with the law can increase the cultivator's adaptation level to the laws. In the future, he won't have any trouble learning the laws. He is incredibly lucky. Zheng couldn't even remember the last time he saw the washing of the space. Adalia thought that the martial arts competition was a great opportunity for new students to show themselves. Because of the fact that the competition was decided to be held earlier, John lost the opportunity. She would have been happy to watch him surprise the whole world. Kurgan understood that John was getting all the attention now and wanted to find a way to turn a blind eye to such humiliation. John had the feeling that those obelisks were calling him. After the test, Wei approached him and asked what his name was. Zheng heard that he did not even know his name, which meant that he had not yet joined the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Therefore, Zheng suggested that John join the Fire Dragon Temple. There are a total of 936 temples and 1,300 pavilions. Their temple is in the top 200, and Zheng remarked that if he joined them, he would have a bright future. Wei shouted that he was very rude and said that this boy had swallowed a drop of the blood of the Abyssal Dragon Pavilion. Now Zheng was not surprised why this boy had so little blood, because the Abyssal Dragon Pavilion only gave him 1 drop, and he remarked that if the boy joined them, he would give him as much as 10 drops of blood. Wei asked not to listen to him and said that they are not as he described. Moreover, more than 10 drops is nothing special. Wei will also be able to give them to him after providing the information to the management. John didn't understand what was happening, and he had no intention of joining them at all. But the dragon's blood was really impressive. Only 1 drop could change him so much. The boy said his name was John, and he accepted Wei's offer. Wei then said that now he could continue to study the rest of the laws or take part in another trial. John said that he was going to study the other laws, and the boy immediately turned his attention to the fire law obelisk. Meanwhile, on the lower dimension of the dragon platform, everyone was just talking about the fact that the platform belongs to them. The Blood Lady became very sad and wanted to see some kind of battle to make it more fun. In this case, everything is always decided by force. Adalia noted that their pavilion would not yield to anyone present. The Black Raven understood that they would not be able to come to an agreement, and war would not be avoided. Suddenly, the World Trade Alliance appeared, and their leader said that it is stupid to create hell in the entire region just for the sake of the platform. He offered to sit down and discuss everything instead of fighting. As a result, everyone agreed, and in this case, the Commerce Alliance offered to move the platform to the territory of their alliance, to the City of the Apocalypse, and they will hold a competition in 2 months. The Master proposed to hold the competition 4 days earlier. The platform will go to whoever takes the first place. The second and third places will also receive not bad gifts. The alliance was always impartial. One sect agreed to such conditions. The Blood Lady pointed out that this was a competition in which anyone below the mythic realm could participate. The Master noted that it was an important event where their alliance established ties with other sects. But Adalia, as always, was critical. She doubted that their shameful alliance would be able to help them in this, because they had already tried to come to an agreement a bunch of times, but nothing worked out. One of the members of their sect could not stand it, and started shouting at the girl, and noted that without trust, they definitely won't be able to solve anything. Master calmed him down, and reminded the audience that their alliance held a martial arts competition every 10 years. Meanwhile, John had already completed 9 obelisks in 3 days. This was beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Wei thought about the fact that he needed to train to a new level. The elder said that now they will start training his soul, and asked to follow him. John had already cultivated a spiritual thorn. He had absorbed enough spiritual essence with the help of a monstrous devil, but he had never trained his soul specifically. This was a very good opportunity. They came to a place where his soul received simply incredible pressure on the soul. Wei pointed out that the martial soul describes the stage where the soul is worthy enough to compete. But for that, it is clear that a lot of competition is required. But after he progresses, he will be able to use not only his spiritual power, but also his soul, in confrontations. John asked how he can reach the stage of the fighting soul. Wei told him that in front of them was the revenge spirit of the monster bird. His soul had reached the battle soul stage. Wei assumed that given his cultivation level, he probably didn't know anything about it, and he was going to tell him everything. He asked to transfer his soul there and find out for himself. Wei pointed out that he wasn't kidding, and said that they didn't invent this method to kill someone. Other martial experts also train like this. John agreed to this adventure, and still he counted on the help of the dragon if something went wrong. The pressure on the soul was simply as strong as possible, and John did not understand what to do next. Then suddenly a light appeared there, and John saw a lot of cultivators in front of him. John felt better, and assumed that this lamp was restoring the soul. The boy approached one of the men and wanted to know how to train the soul. He replied that in the center of the stage, the large soul of an expert bird is enclosed. It emits strong pressure and can attack the soul. This stage is divided into 6 circles. In each of them, the pressure is doubled. Cultivators train by simply maintaining their spiritual strength. If they can no longer hold, then they go to the lamps for recovery. But the closer they get to the center, the number of lamps decreases, and the training becomes more difficult. It was something similar to the training he underwent. Through endless trauma and restoration of the soul, it becomes stronger. He tried to get close to the bird's soul and tried to hold on. The other cultivators thought he was crazy. As it turned out, Kurgan was also there, and was already thinking about how he could take revenge on this boy for the humiliation. But there were a lot of people there, and he doubted that he would be able to do anything to this boy. But when he moves to another sphere, it shouldn't be a problem for him. His clan was known for all of their spiritual techniques, and this level of pressure was an easy ride for him. John also continued to move forward. He was a novice, but he progressed so quickly. But the cultivators were even more excited about Kurgan, because he had reached the 2nd ring without cultivating. John said that there was no enmity between them, and he didn't understand why Kurgan kept following him and bothering him. He replied that he didn't need a reason for it, and he just didn't like him. John replied that there were a lot of people who hated him. They all died horrible deaths. But this only added to the fire in his eyes, and he turned his soul into a sword. Everyone watched as Kurgan once again competed with the new one. It was not the first time he behaved like this, and he does not know how to compromise at all, and everyone who stood in his way died as a result. They believed that John lost his mind after taking all glory to Kurgan. He was catching up to him and was about to use a punch that John wouldn't be able to dodge. John got fed up with this and stopped to fight back. He also had the skills to use spiritual technique. John used a spirit spike and simply strung Kurgan at him. Cultivators considered John to be cold-blooded. He waited until the last moment. He was 2 steps ahead of his opponents. This made Kurgan look like a fool, but he wasn't going to forgive him for that. He tried to understand what kind of strange trick John used. He turned his soul into a thorn, and he understood that if he had been more careful, he would not have been hurt. He remarked that he wouldn't fall for his tricks a 2nd time, and decided to give John a taste of his war spirit sword. But after Kurgan struck, the boy simply disappeared. There was an assumption that he took out his soul and left this sphere. Kurgan was very angry, but suddenly John appeared nearby and waved Kurgan's hand. This hurt Kurgan's pride very much. The guy lunged at John, but he asked him to stop for a second, and asked him if he really wanted to fight in this place. Then the guards appeared and said that no one can compete physically in this place, and the violator will be imprisoned for 1,000 years. After that, Kurgan reached the Black Realm. The pressure there was too great even for his spiritual technique, but even in this realm, he met John again. And he called Kurgan to follow him further, if he is not a weakling. This guy was not far behind, but his pursuit provided additional motivation. Kurgan understood that his soul would last until the next lamp. But John went even further than the lamp. Kurgan could not understand since when he had such a strong soul. He was going to hurry because he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But eventually even John's silhouette disappeared on the horizon, and the boy didn't understand how he could be so fast. John suddenly approached him from behind and asked where he was looking. Kurgan was annoyed that he was mocking him so easily. John ran away from Kurgan in the 4th ring, but Kurgan was still in the 3rd and said that even if he dies here, he will take John with him. But in reality, he understood that if he continued in the same spirit, his soul would be destroyed, and he would not be able to return to his physical form. He could not believe that the difference in their strength was so great. John couldn't believe that he finally got rid of that annoying boy. Now he was going to concentrate and get to the end. But everything was not quite as he imagined, and some eyes appeared in the darkness. It was a big monster. John had already reached the maximum, and he understood that he would not be able to withstand such pressure. He assumed that he would have to use evil spirits, but maybe he needed to wait by the lamp and think. The green dragon began to laugh again. He said that when John entered the 6th circle, he would absorb the spirit of the monster bird. But it seemed impossible for John. His soul had already reached the green jade battle spirit stage, and in that case, it would be difficult for him to even come close. John wanted to know if it was beneficial for him, or if he was not going to go at all. The green dragon replied that he would take part of the soul for himself, and he was going to use the other to strengthen John, and use the rest to wake up his brother. His seventh brother, one of the cauldron dragons, specializes in body cultivation. John has reached the spiritual level body after cultivating in the cauldron. If he continues further, he will be able to reach the immortal level. After reaching the secret layer in the heavenly realm, his body will be hardened. It will also be purified, his dantian, and he believed that it would be a great loss if he refused to take advantage of this opportunity. The green dragon pointed out that the soul of this monstrous bird was bound by the yin-yang lock, so it was very weak. John needed to suffer a little longer. The rest would be handled by the dragon. John asked what he would do if the lock was gone. The dragon replied that if it happened, then he can figure it out on his own and do whatever he wants. John immediately thought of cultivation. There are not many body practitioners in the eastern region. Their development is completely different compared to them. They cultivate gang energy, which has more explosive power. Using it, you can fight in a more brazen manner. It was very difficult to train both methods, and not everyone is capable of this. In order to defeat Hui, he must do this. His cultivation speed will increase, and he will be able to reach the 6th ring. 3 days later, John found himself in the 5th ring. As he had expected, the pressure there was even stronger. But his soul was also becoming more resilient. After 5 days, John told the dragon that they were ready to enter the 6th ring. But he asked the boy to be more careful after entering there, because once he broke the lock, the pressure would increase greatly. As soon as John took a step there, the spiritual pressure really increased very much. Jing couldn't believe that John was already at the 6th ring, because just a week ago, he was at the 4th ring. Most practitioners stay at the 1st or 2nd ring. Only a few, such as Kurgan, reach the 3rd ring. And John was the only one who entered the 4th ring. Jing couldn't just stand there anymore. He needed to do something. He felt that he needed to ask a more influential person to convince John to join his sect. Wei understood that the cunning Zheng was going to lure John to him. Finally, the Lord, whom Jing was waiting for so much, appeared. He immediately asked where the boy he was talking about was. Yang pointed out that John looked very young and unremarkable, and was only in the heavenly realm. The Lord had already begun to doubt. Before that he had activated the obelisks. But Zheng assured him that he would never deceive the Lord. If the other trainers were to be believed, then he reached the 4th ring in a short period of time. And now, most likely, he is on the 5th ring. John got very close to the monster, and something strange started happening all over the platform. Except for John, there was no one left there. Because the seal was destroyed, no one had the right to stay there. The Lord did not understand how John's soul could be so strong if he was only in the heavenly realm. He was able to reach the inner circle in just 2 weeks. The moment he approached the beast, everything began. But even despite the fact that he has great potential, he did not believe that the boy was able to survive. Lord was convinced that he died. Elder Wei said that this guy is in the heavenly realm. But at this stage, it is impossible to reach a martial soul. His development should at least be in the mystical realm. And the girl decided to check one way. Then Jing suddenly appeared. This is the Lord of the city. He came to help them. He said that the evil beast was at the stage of green jade martial spirit and would be quite difficult to deal with. They spent a lot of effort to capture and shut him down. And suddenly, Jing seemed to see the same dragon. Not so long ago, he was given the pattern. He was able to understand that it was created by Qing Huang, one of the 49 true dragons. To them, people with dragon blood, these creatures were simply gods. Due to the sudden disappearance of 9 dragons, their number was reduced from 49 to 40. And they did not have even the slightest idea where they had gone. When the divine pattern was handed to him, he thought that he could finally learn at least something. And if he was lucky, he would be able to learn where Qing Huang is located. But when he looked at the pattern a second time, something strange happened. It said that John was not of their kind and that he had met him in the midst of his travels, that he should be treated the same as the rest. He warned that he must not tell anyone about it, or Jingle would die a horrible death. He didn't want any extra trouble, so he decided to keep everything a secret. The Dragon Rift Lord asked why they were just standing there. She asked if that boy John was still there. The girl found John, but did not feel the spirit of the monster. He was close to the stage of fighting spirit, and as a result, he still reached the stage of the martial soul. Everyone was shocked that he succeeded in this in the heavenly realm. The green dragon asked John to calm down because this Lindsay pill would only strengthen his soul. Jingle pointed out that there is something strange in this guy's soul. Another lord came to John and said that Lindsay's pill is very expensive, but there is nothing special in it. And if he joins the Fire Dragon Temple, he promised that John will definitely have light future. John asked who he was and why he was entering the Fire Dragon Temple in the first place. The man replied that it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that thousands of people dream of joining them, but only 1 in 10,000 manage to do it. And if he joins them, he will immediately get 50 dragon drops. The Lord was sure that this amount would definitely be enough to convince him. John thanked the man but asked him to keep those drops for himself, because he did not plan to join the Fire Dragon Temple. The Lord was shocked that this guy did not even have 50 drops of blood. Dragon. John said that there is no blood here and it's all about his manner of speaking. The Lord asked him to watch his tongue. He decided to teach this boy a lesson, but he was covered by the Lord of the Dragon Rift and pointed out that he was right. If John was disgusted by this man, then he should not join his clan, and that is normal. John then thanked the girl for being able to make his way to a new lair, but she started laughing after he called her a young girl. John replied that she looked even younger than him, which is why he mistakenly called her that. Everyone was shocked that John would allow himself to call the Lord of the Dragon Rift his sister. They believed that he had no respect for the elders. 100 years in the nether dimension is considered a very long time, but their lord had already lived for more than 10,000 years. She was able to keep your youth with a lot of precious pills. Despite the fact that John was a little rude, she was still happy. After all, women like to be considered young. She said that he did not need to call her sister and asked to call her mistress. The girl gave him 20 drops of blood and asked him to use it to increase the blood concentration. The man was surprised because it was much less than what he offered. Also, the girl gave him the essence of dragon blood. It is different from normal blood, and it can save his life. Zheng was shocked by such a gift. After all, there was so much blood of a true dragon in the world that it could flood a continent. Because of this, they gave it as a reward. But the true dragon's blood essence was simply priceless. Even the temple has a maximum of 100 drops. Each essence is equal to 1,000 ordinary drops of dragon's blood, and even lords value it very much. Jingle asked the girl if she really wanted to reward John with such a valuable item, but the girl replied that the most important thing is the result, not the price. Jingle assumed that she also found out that this guy was related to Qing Huang. Wei once risked his life for the Dragon Rift Pavilion and was rewarded with a drop of true dragon's blood essence. And this guy hadn't done anything yet, but he still got it. John decided to ask the green dragon if she really learned something. He replied that it was possible she noticed something when she was inside with him, but it's okay, if she's smart enough, she won't do anything yet. Jingle approached the boy and said that only he could decide whether to take her or not. But he only had one question. John was close to the monster spirit when he reached the fighting spirit stage. But when everything calmed down, the spirit seemed to disappear, and he was interested that actually happened. John again turned to the dragon for advice. He asked him to calm down and said that the boy had done nothing wrong. He told that when the lock broke, the power of the monster bird poured into him, but he could barely stand it. His soul was almost torn apart. Fortunately, the green dragon managed to activate the sunlight of the mystical furnace. Thanks to this, he was able to reach the stage of fighting spirit. The dragon pointed out that Jingle would not put much pressure on him because he knew that John was somehow related to him. The Lord said that she could make up for the loss. Jingle did not expect her to protect John at all. Jingle pointed out that catching the monster bird was very troublesome and he didn't want her to stress. He understood that John was somehow related to Qing Huang and decided it was better not to cause him any trouble. Besides, he didn't want to annoy the Lord of the Dragon Rift. Jingle said that he would take all spending on yourself. The hostess pointed out that even though he had a great foundation, his cultivation level was still very weak. This transfer platform leads to the human world, and their training methods could be useful to John. She said that he could absorb blood essence, and then return to the Dragon Rift Pavilion with his help. But John had an offer. John thought that training there would be very beneficial, but he wouldn't be able to stay there for long. He still had important things to do in the central region. With Jan's talent and Adalia's resources, it was only a matter of time before she reached the mystic realm. He had to save her before it happens. John unexpectedly ran into the Lord. He apologized and said that he couldn't stay here. He got to this place by accident, and he has unfinished business in the lower dimension. She replied that she understood him, and until he dealt with the problems that were bothering his heart, then he will definitely not calm down. Therefore, she allowed him to develop in his direction. She also decided to give him a talisman. With it, she will be able to save his life, but she will not be able to help him very often. Jingle was almost sure that the Lord of the Dragon Rift must have found out something. He was very interested, but he understood that if he interfered, he would get into a lot of trouble. The girl blew him an air kiss and left. Wei heard from the master that John wouldn't stay with them for long. He learned the laws and strengthened his soul. Now, he only had to improve his cultivation. And he gave him what all disciples were given. It was a sword, lower saint level, and body protection equipment of the same level. These things were difficult to find in the lower dimension. But in this place, they were issued to ordinary disciples. But unfortunately, John was not yet strong enough to use them and decided to hide them for later. Wei asked John to follow him, and he would show him a place where he could develop. In 2 months of work, John managed to reach the Divine Realm layer, but it was time to return. In the Commerce Hall, the boys were discussing the award for the martial arts competition. It was a dragon platform, and because of this, all the prices in the city went up, and the city itself was crowded. Suddenly, some beam pierced the tower. They assumed that it was an immortal who came down to Earth, but it was actually John who came back. They were going to capture him and learn all the secrets about the dragon platform. For so many days, they could not understand how the boy from the heavenly realm was able to ascend to the heavens. But unfortunately, no one could find the answer. Therefore, one of the guys decided to figure this issue out on his own. But when he came out, everyone froze in place. After all, when he went inside, he only had a heavenly sphere. But now the boy returned with a divine sphere. But they were still going to capture him at any cost. Timbai from the Huangwin Pavilion also claimed him. Timbai attacked him, but John dodged and asked what he was doing. Timbai replied that if he wanted to live, he had to follow him. Unexpectedly, Liba started to defend John and attacked Timbai with Taizu's fist. While they were arguing, Yunfei came up to John and said that he had better go with him. Yunfei planned to cut off the boy's legs so that he would not be able to escape and die. But he underestimated John. The boy broke all his plans with one blow. He was able to defeat the guy on the pizza of the Divine Realm. Liba couldn't even notice his movements. He didn't understand when John managed to become so strong. Timbai was grateful to Liba for stopping him, because he was facing the same fate as Liba. Liba greeted John, and said that he didn't even expect that it was John who ended up on the dragon platform. During these 3 months, he noted that the master of the pavilion was looking for him. John asked where they were and why the platform was moved to this place. Liba said that it was not important now, and suggested to go away from this place. Everyone looked at John very suspiciously, as if they wanted to eat him. He understood that they would not rest until they were all humiliated. Then the dragon lady appeared in front of him and said that no one would help him except himself. When John looked at her, he felt a powerful seduction technique. But fortunately, his soul had already reached the battle soul stage. The lady was surprised that he was able to destroy the seduction technique so quickly. John shouted that his business was none of her business, but she said that he had just injured one of her students, and now John just wanted to leave. She said if he went with her, he would have a great time. Her seduction technique was really terrible. If he went with her, she would suck out all his essence and blood. He still didn't understand how to deal with her. He said that her smile was really attractive and she was very beautiful, but there was one caveat. She had been practicing her attraction technique for 1,000 years, but he was not attracted to old grannies. She was very angry and tried to be polite to him, but he had better not anger her. She wanted to kill him, but the Black Raven stopped and said that he must answer his question first. Raven said that he belonged to whoever caught him and offered John to go with him and tell the secrets of the dragon platform, or he promised that John would regret coming back. Liba said that they were both from the realm of Dubious White from Sect 4 class, and they will definitely have problems. John said that everything is fine because he has already sent a letter to the master of the pavilion, and she did not make them wait for a long time and appeared next to them. Adalia noted that threatening the disciple of the heavenly pavilion was a very brave decision. Raven said that he wouldn't fear her when she regained her power sphere, but especially now that she was no match for him in strength. Adalia replied that of course her cultivation had not fully recovered and they should not be afraid of her. But she asked if they were afraid of her master. The Blood Lady was not afraid of Adalia, but her master was another matter. Thanks to the master, the heavenly pavilion reached the level of a 4th grade sect. She can even direct her sect against fifth-class sects. But she was told that even if her master intervened, she still wouldn't be able to take John with her. He was very important, and had a lot of information about the platform. She replied that in addition to John being connected to the dragon platform, she also had to protect him. And she assured everyone that she would not back down from her position. John was shocked that she had transformed into a battle form to protect him. They asked her if she really wanted a war with the Huling sect. She replied that she did not want a war, but she had to protect her disciple. The boy said that she was too self-righteous and promised that she would have to pay for it. It didn't matter to her. Although the Heavenly Pavilion is weaker, after this war, losses will not be only for them, and they will both be losers. The Trade Alliance intervened in their dispute and asked them to wait before starting a war. The master had already mentioned that they had discussed this matter, but they still continued to argue about it. Adalia said that John was a student of the Heavenly Pavilion and that she would take him away was fine. The Blood Lady replied that if he refuses to tell the secret of the dragon platform, then the competition there will be no martial arts. All the members agreed that they didn't need the dragon platform if they couldn't climb it. John was the only person who knew how to climb it, so he was the key to the platform. Master Shur then said that everyone would be satisfied if John told the secret. Adalia ordered him not to tell anything, and to simply continue to obey her orders. Black Raven asked Adalia not to be so stubborn if she really didn't want to put the pavilion in a hopeless situation. The Heavenly Pavilion would not be able to withstand all the sects. Adalia suspected that John was up to something. He asked her not to be so stubborn and let him figure it out. Adalia was outraged that he was calling her a child because she was the master of the Sky Pavilion. He had no respect for her. John noted that if they asked just like Master Shur, he would be happy to tell them. In fact, the dragon platform was back to normal. Blood Lady was shocked that it could now be used as normal. The master asked John to explain more clearly, because until now, the platform could not be used. He replied that the day the Mystic Realm Master ran after him, he had to change the rune in the platform so that no one could climb up after him. And now, he restored all runes. Black Raven shouted that this was a lie, and even the best rune master in the central region would not be able to replace the platform runes of the 6th level. John replied that believing it or not was their personal problem. He added that perhaps the World Trade Alliance could confirm his words. If they were told, then Master Shur must know the level of rune creation. Then the master remembered everything. A few months ago, the head of the World Alliance told him about John. He had mastered the perfect writing style. He was right. In the entire central region, only Fang could compete with him in writing runes. Everyone was shocked. But it was hard to believe that this boy could match Feng's achievements. Master Shur's brother said that they were telling the truth, and whether to believe it was up to them. The master said that they would see for themselves when he showed John's runes. But the boy replied that they did not need to worry so much. After all, he had already said that the dragon platform had returned to its former state, and he offered to send someone there. In this case, the Black Raven sent Juan there. This was a very rare opportunity. The crow had Juan's fate, Jade, and if he dies, the Jade will break instantly, and John's lie will be revealed immediately. So much time has passed, but the Jade was still intact. Then Adalia asked if John really fixed the platform, but in fact, John deceived them. The platform leads to the world of true dragons. They appear in the gathering place, and all people without dragon blood will be locked in prisons for 1,000 years. But in that case, Adalia didn't understand how John managed to return. Even though John couldn't tell her about the dragon, he could tell her something else. John replied that he would tell her later when they were safe. John asked the master if he could go now. The master replied that he could. Since the secret of the dragon platform was revealed and everyone was satisfied, no one in the city would cause him any problems. John and Adalia moved away from the others, and she immediately asked how he was able to return. The boy said that according to the rules of the dragon clan, those with dragon blood in their veins are automatically considered members of the clan. Before sending him, he managed to absorb a drop, and he gave her a capsule that presented to him on the platform. In their world, the dragon clan flourished, but gradually they disappeared. It was all because of a battle that took place 160,000 years ago on the other side of the Star Sea. At that time, the 7 divine clans united against the dragon clan. Despite the heritage of true dragons, the clan was defeated. When the dragon class was cornered, they sacrificed many people's lives. They forcibly opened the portal and summoned the true dragon. According to the stories, The true dragon was enormous. When the dragon stuck its head out, only its breath caused terrible destruction. After that, it disappeared into the passage. Just because of his breath, 3 of the 7 divine countries were destroyed. Only 4 could survive. The power of a true dragon was limitless, but John was able to get it. He gave her the dragon drop. Now she only had to wonder if she was lucky or if John was just crazy. The boy saw the strange expression on his face and said if she didn't need it, he would take it back. Adalia said that of course she wanted it. However, she felt that she had no authority in this conversation, even though she was the master of the heavenly pavilion. John said that he heard them talking about the martial arts competition, and he asked if it was because of the dragon platform. The girl said that it was true, and the competition was postponed this year. The winner would get the dragon platform as a reward, but it would not give them anything. John then asked who was participating in these competitions. She replied that it was the 4th-class sect, Huang Pavilion, and some independent warriors. He was more interested in the independent warriors. Adalia said that almost all the famous warriors came, and they all brought their best disciples, Liu, Confucian, Taoist, and Hui from the east. The girl saw that John had become very aggressive and assumed that it was because of King Hui. But it turned out that this reaction was because of Yan. John said that he took Yan in the heavenly pavilion, sent her into Hui's hands, and he believed that she should apologize, because if she protected Yan, then maybe she would be safe. She could not find words and simply apologized, but John asked her to forget this conversation. Then Adalia's master appeared in this room, and he said that the king of the east had taken her away himself, and John could take revenge on him, and he advised him not to blame the pavilion for this. He said that John was just an elite disciple of the heavenly pavilion, and he didn't understand how the boy dared to talk to his master like that. He also blamed Adalia for allowing him to do this. She lost her honor as a master and apologized to the disciple. She noted that John was different from the other disciples, but she couldn't tell about it. The master began to tell that Hui wanted to create a large heavenly devil structure. To do this, he must gather 3 girls who are in the mystic realm and possess the purple passive body quality. And he found only 2. One is his sister and the other is Ling. He needs another body. Ling will be participating in the competition, and he will have the opportunity to kill her. John thought that this was a great opportunity. A body with the quality of purple passive is very rare, and if he can kill her, it will definitely delay Hui's plans, and he will have more time to save your sister. John asked what the conditions were for participating in the competition. Adalia was surprised that he wanted to participate. After all, it is a competition of life and death. Every time many warriors die. John ignored what she said and said that he would still participate, but she said that he didn't even know the strength of the other participants. There would be warriors even higher than the mystic realm. There will be warriors from 4th-class sects and geniuses cultivated by independent warriors. Adalia assured him that he would not be able to compete with them as he was only in the divine realm. Moreover, the heavenly pavilion had already chosen its candidates, and if he wanted to die so much, then he would have to participate as an independent warrior. He apologized but said he would still participate. He was going to get the dragon platform and kill Ling. He did not listen to Adalia at all. However, the master called him a very responsible warrior. The girl noted that it was very dangerous for him. The girl ordered him to stop and cast a spell. However, John didn't even stop and just walked past them. Adalia did not understand how this is possible. After all, she is already in the mystical sphere. The master answered that the boy used the law of space. He noted that even an immortal dream cannot do this. He added that this boy has abilities. If he wants to participate, the master asked not to interfere with him. But the girl replied that he is a student of her pavilion, and she cannot let him die. But the master said that if John was afraid of dying, then why did he become a warrior at all? He asked her to calm down, because everything will be decided by fate anyway. The ticket for the exam cost 1 stone of true energy. The manager asked to come to him to register. The first was a big and strong guy. The manager asked him to hit the stone with all his might. John didn't know what kind of stone it was. He decided to find out something about it through his spiritual sense. But something completely blocked his spiritual sense. If he cannot see anything through his spiritual sense, then he had better see what others can. This big guy hit a rock, but there wasn't even a scratch left on it. The manager called the next in line. And for this, you still need to pay with a high-quality stone of true energy. The Alliance of World Commerce really knows how to make money. Because of this, there were not many applicants, After all, one high-quality stone is compared to 1,000,000 low-quality stones. Even if there are 100 participants, the alliance will become significantly richer. The independent warrior Hyang wanted to try his hand next. This person has the power of the peak of the divine realm. Maybe he will at least succeed in something. Nothing was clear yet. The two warriors on the peak of the divine realm had already failed. Now John understood that it was Yuan magnetic stone. To pass this test, he needed to change your color. A strong gust of wind was heard from this warrior's blow. The stone changed its color after his blow, and it passed this test. His name is Hyang, and it was he who killed thousands of Shadow Wolf Kings. Warriors who can change the color of a magnetic stone are very rare among fourth-class sects. Then John came up to the manager. He had the third layer of the divine realm. But the disciples must be at least on the divine realm pizza. The audience started to laugh at him and said that if he wants to spend his money, it is better to give it to them. John approached the stone and saw that it has special powers of laws. It is difficult to find the law of metal, water, fire, earth, space, and electricity in it. John believed that the law of space alone should be enough. But he wondered what would happen if he combined all 7 laws. The green dragon laughed and said that he had a good imagination, but he thought too much. After all, combining the laws is very difficult. This stone has an unusual origin. If he can do it in the future, then he will be able to get the magnetic Yuan mountain. But now he needs to act carefully. John wanted to understand what the Dragon Clan, the 9 true dragons, and the magnetic Yuan mountain have in common. The audience had already started shouting for him to go away and not waste their time. When John activated the lightning, people began to laugh at him. John understood that it was truly no match for Ming's lightning sword. However, John was able to destroy doubts about his strength with one blow. And after his blow, the stone changed its color. Everyone was shocked, but convinced that although it had changed color, it would not last very long. However, it had not faded for 20 seconds. People began to think that the stone had simply broken. After 30 minutes, the stone finally returned to its original state. Then the judge announced that John passed the test. But people shouted that if the judge missed it, then the Commerce Alliance would lose its reputation. He called them fools, because the power of lightning is very weak, but nevertheless very pure. It contains a strong law of thunder. But because the judge cannot explain it, he decided that it is better for him to remain silent and take more money. After all, he will receive a part of income. He yelled if they all thought the stone was broken, then suggested they check it out for themselves. Then people started crowding the manager to try it. After that, John headed to the next martial arts competition. Hyung was there, and he was surprised to see that John also passed the first test. The others did not understand at all that the boy in the divine realm had forgotten, but they assumed that he was gifted with something. The boy wanted to humiliate him even before the competition began. Although the other asked him not to create unnecessary problems, the boy stood in John's way and prevented him from passing, but he asked him to leave and not disturb him. However, he became interested in how John managed to pass the first test. The boy replied that it was none of his business. This annoyed the fighter, and he promised to teach John a lesson. At the last moment, the master appeared in front of them and said that if they start competing now, they will be disqualified. The master congratulated all the participants on their successful registration. Now they will start the next test, and only 3 will be able to pass further. It will be really difficult, only 3 places. The chance of success was very small. The test will be held every day until the start of the finals, and only 3 people per day will be able to pass to the finals. John understood that if he couldn't take first place, then he wouldn't need to perform in the finals. Ling is in the middle stage of the mystic realm, and she has a body with the quality of passive purple, just like Yan. In addition, she was a disciple of Hui, and she will be hard to deal with. This was just the beginning, and he needs to get stronger to kill her. The master was going to tell them the rules of the test. It consists of 2 stages that will take place in a magical building. Since everyone already knows about the rules, he allowed them to proceed and opened a portal for them. In the first stage, you need to defend the tower and accumulate a certain number of points. Only the best 3 will pass. The number of points will be written on the tower, and the crystal will count the number of attacks on the tower. The first round of mystical construction was the 4-eyed spiders. John knew they couldn't be let close. The shooter only kills 1 shot per shot. He cannot rely on it completely. But in fact, the first round was so easy that he didn't even have to use strong attacks. And the round went on for a long time. However, others in his place had enough big problems already at this stage. The masters assumed that today should be a great battle. Everyone agreed because the strength of the participants today was much higher than yesterday's. One of the masters asked to give an image of the fighter John. This warrior was completely in the divine realm, and no one understood how he was able to pass the first test. It seems that his strength was low because he was in the last place. But one master recognized him. This guy was a rune master with a perfect writing style. He was from the Heavenly Pavilion. But they thought that Elder Mo was wrong. After all, the Heavenly Pavilion already had contestants in the finals. Their contestants are not competing for the right to enter the finals. Even more so, he is a rune master. He is not strong in battles. The elder said that he knew him and couldn't be wrong. But he didn't know why he was participating in the competition. He was very slow in the first round, and it took him 30 minutes to kill all the spiders. The elders didn't think he could survive all 5 rounds. After all, even the next round will be much faster. They were telling Elder Mo that he was overestimating this guy. They were giving him 7 or 8 rounds at most. But one of them said not to talk about it at all because he wouldn't pass anyway, although they were actually wondering how he passed the first test. Mo said he would ask the master of the first test to bring the registration results. As soon as they talked about him, Master Julio appeared in the room. He came to ask about John and what results he had shown, but they did not understand why he was interested in his results. When he was told that he was on the 392nd place, he was very surprised. Mo pointed out that there is nothing strange here, because he is just a rune master. Mo asked him not to be upset, but Julio said that he did not believe in this and that it was impossible. With such results, he was sure that the boy would make it to the finals, and he asked to look at him. It said that John's result was 30 minutes. But Mo was inclined to believe that Julio was simply mistaken. John took first place in the test stage. He lit the stone for 30 minutes. The magnetic stone was found in the depths of the Star Sea from the magnetic mountain Yuan. He can withstand anything. The World Trade Alliance did a lot of research, but they were unsuccessful. Finally, they found out that he can identify the power of laws, so they chose him for the first test. Even one of the leaders of the Alliance, Yang, using his fire palm technique, can only ignite the stone for 20 seconds. The elders could only change the stone for 10 seconds. But Julio said that there was no point in him lying. Mo asked not to be offended by his words, and this is very hard to believe. It seemed that John did not practice the thunder skill, but his power is very pure. Even the stone Yuan changed color. This was something they could not understand. If he is the owner of the power of thunder, then why does he not practice his techniques? Despite this, Julio was sure that he could make it to the finals. After completing the first round according to the rules, John can use his points to strengthen the tower. This is the key to entering the finals. Now the most important thing for him was to strengthen the tower. He used all his points to improve the tower defense. The second round of magical construction has begun. These are demonic throwers. It became more difficult because they could use ranged attacks, and they compete by covering each other. Speed didn't matter to John. He just needed to pass the test. He felt that this place was perfect for him to improve his sword technique. He got distracted for a moment and was very lucky that his archers covered him. He could have gotten into a very difficult situation. After this round, Mo laughed and told Julio that if they had placed bets, he would have lost. Moreover, in the third round, the turtles have a very strong defense, and the elders assumed that he would be able to reach the fourth round at the most. Julio was definitely convinced that he had the thunder technique, but he did not understand why the boy only used a sword. Meanwhile, John had already earned 3,000 points. He was told that already in the second phase, the warriors would attack each other, and he needed to prepare and strengthen the tower. If he continued to strengthen it at the same pace, then it would be very good. In the third round, as the elders said, the opponents of the participants will be Juan Turtles. Mo watched one fighter and was sure that with that kind of strength, he would definitely make it to the finals. If that happened, he would be the first to make it to the finals from the divine realm. Julio admitted that his speed was really impressive. Then they decided to check what John was doing, and were shocked as a result. John killed all the turtles. They did not understand how he managed to kill absolutely all the turtles in such a short period of time. But then they looked closer at the screen and saw something standing next to him. And then they began to understand that surely John was talented not only in runes. Mo pointed out that there was a sword spirit standing next to him in physical form. The other elders confirmed this, because a materialized sword spirit is definitely not seen every day. Besides, it was also an unusual case. The elder showed his sword spirit and there was a total difference between them. Mo said that they were really very different. The elder did not understand how they could tell the difference so quickly. Mo laughed and said that it was obvious because his spirit was terrible. Julio also agrees that he is really not handsome. The elder agreed with them, but he wanted to tell them something completely different. The bottom line is that the sword spirit is strongly connected to the master. Their materialization is a very long process. It took him 40 years to form his sword spirit, even if they will not think about how he managed to achieve this at such a young age. Even the external, the appearance of this spirit is very detailed. For such a result, it is more than 100 years old. Everything, including appearance, facial expressions, and even hair, is incredibly detailed. He was convinced that such a result could not be achieved in such a short period of time. Julio said that such a statement should not be made. Huye's strongest warrior is only 40 years old. There are a lot of scattered strong warriors and independent forces in the central region. They need even more time to develop. But Qi Hui is a real monster. He has reached the peak of his abilities in a very short period of time and has become the strongest person in the central region. No sect will be able to provoke him. They say that he wants to unite the entire central region, and when he starts to do it, a river of blood will be shed. The elder thought that Julio was insisting that John could become the same as Qi Hui. This was not a fact yet. Although John was stronger than his peers, there was still a huge professional gap between him and Kui. Mo reminded him that he was a student of the Heavenly Pavilion and has nothing to do with the Alliance, but he was convinced that he should definitely be recruited. In the 4th round, an aerial attack was expected, but this did not cause any sense of anxiety in John, and he began to destroy them together with his sword spirit. The ravens began to use poison, but there was nothing dangerous for John either, because his body had reached the spiritual level, and he was immune to most poisons. They actually managed to kill all the crows that attacked them in 20 breaths. They didn't even have to use the archers. John noticed that someone was competing with the ravens near the other tower, and he decided to go see what the other contestants were doing. But Mo still couldn't understand what this guy was up to. This boy, who joined John, was trying to escape from the poison of the crows, and it was very difficult for him. But John unexpectedly began to help him, and together with the spirit of the sword, destroy an additional batch of ravens. While the others were surprised, Julio understood. John was destroying other crows in order to earn more points. But according to the rules, the Battle Royale starts from the 2nd stage of the test, and that means he is breaking the rules. But Julio pointed out that it is not forbidden by the rules. But the elder said it was like cheating. Julio replied that it wasn't exactly like that. The others don't do that because they don't have the opportunity for such a thing. They didn't even know what to expect from him if he continued in the same spirit. But the boy asked him not to meddle in his business. But John said that he just wanted to help. The boy said that he didn't need his help and ordered to get away. But John dodged his blows and said that he still wouldn't be able to catch him. John flew into a poisonous cloud, and then the boy realized that he was out of reach of her. The boy was in the mystical realm, and John was only in the divine. However, he was still stronger than him. He accepted that there was nothing he could do about it. John collected part of the reward and left. He let the boy take the rest. John accumulated 10,000 points from his part, and another 6,000 from someone else's. He again spent everything to strengthen the tower. This strategy worked very well. He should accumulate more points by killing crows. In the 5th round, the stone giants were waiting for him, and he decided to leave this job for the sword spirit. He was confident that she would be able to handle it on her own, with the addition of the tower being improved by 4 times. When this guy found a similar method, he started using it in the following rounds. Mo thought that he was confident enough if he only left his tower under the supervision of the sword spirit. His thinking is very different from the other contestants. At this rate, he will be able to raise his tower level to 11 or 12, and it will be unfair to others. But Mo knew that there are only 10 tower levels. Then the elder confessed when they were developing the tower plan, then they planned to use more difficult levels. That's why they left 12 levels. But usually people didn't have enough points for it. And there was one more nuance, that the tower of level 11 was equated to an expert with a late stage of the mystical sphere. And as for level 12, it is strengthened to the level of an expert of the sphere of doubtful trouble. The specialty of the attacks of one of the participants was the destruction of spirits. But these stone giants had immunity. Therefore, he needed to deal with them only by brute force, which only made things more difficult. John suddenly joined him. The boy was confused and did not understand why he had come. Without another word, John began to destroy the stone monsters and collect the loot. But the boy was annoyed that John was stealing his points, and he promised to take revenge for this. The elders noticed that Haeyang was about to use some evil technique. For some reason, it looked very familiar to the elder. Mo said that he was familiar with it because an evil old man had used this technique 30 years ago. Then he went crazy and started killing innocent people. Only after that, the Huling sect, the Heavenly Pavilion, and the World Alliance united and defeated him together. He used his evil tricks and was able to save his soul. But a soul without a body is the same as an oil lamp without oil. It just won't last long. This time, Heian inherited the techniques of the evil old man. Now John didn't have his spirit around the sword, and the elders were sure that it would be difficult for him. Despite the fact that he is a rune master, the power of his soul cannot match the power of the hatred attack. He used a transparent claw to destroy John's soul. Julio could see that John was in serious trouble. Heian hit him right in the head with his attack, and John didn't even have time to dodge. Mo said that if he died in the magical structure, his body would be thrown out immediately. But for some reason, it happened that before Heian suffered much more from his own attack than John. The elders admitted that such a power could not be compared even with Kurgan. John's soul was already in the battle stage, and this claw attack was a small thing for him. John accidentally destroyed Heian's soul. Heian couldn't understand what kind of monster it was. After all, when he achieved the hatred technique, he was only able to destroy an entire sect with it. He competed with many fighters but lost to him. John said he had to go, but promised to be back when the next round started. His spiritual sword also worked to glory. He had already accumulated 36,472,000 points and used them again to strengthen the tower. John constantly had the feeling that he was being watched, but he couldn't do anything about it. John pumped the tower, and now it was an equivalent practice from the divine realm. Now he can leave the sword spirit with a calm soul. Julio did not expect this at all. He thought John was incredible. At first glance, he was an ordinary guy from the divine realm, but he had already surpassed the experts, which were already thrown out after 5 rounds, and his tower was the highest. The 6th round was about to begin, and it involved an attack by purple jade centipedes. The elder pointed out that doubling his tower completely destroyed his test balance. He was going to kick him out of the structure. But Mo asked him to wait, because they didn't have such a rule. Julio asked to let him do what he wanted. It was his job, and Julio suggested just watching. The elder still didn't like John's behavior and wanted to show him the real rules of this place. But Adalia suddenly appeared and asked who he was trying to contact. The elders immediately bowed to the hostess and apologized for not being able to meet her properly. Adalia assumed that being in this place and following everything was very exhausting. Elder Yang introduced himself and said that he was in charge of the magical construction. Mo planned to find out from the master how John managed to participate in the martial arts competition if he was a rune master with perfect writing style. The girl said that John was a disciple of the elite hall of the Heavenly Pavilion and inquired about his progress. Mo said that he was doing well enough and advised him to ask Elder Yang for more details. He had just wanted to expel John, and now he was in this situation. Adalia heard that he was going to lecture her student. Yang apologized and said that he just wanted to kick him out of the building. She asked why he wanted to expel him among all the participants. Yang asked her to pay attention to the screen and she would understand everything herself. She looked at the screen and asked what was so strange about killing a purple centipede. She was completely confident in her awareness of the rules of the test. Yang pointed out that he was stealing points from others, and that was not normal. John was using his spirit to protect the tower, and he himself was stealing other people's points. Yang asked to pay attention to his tower. It was 1 level higher than the others, and if he continued at this rate, he wouldn't even feel it. Test. Adalia listened and smiled. Young believed that John should be disqualified for violating the balance of the test, and asked what Adalia thought about it. The hostess asked if they had similar rules. Young replied that there were no specific rules, but the way he was passing the test was like cheating. And this only the first phase, and he is already behaving like this. And if everything is left as it is, then there will simply be no other chances. But the girl said that he can do anything that is not prohibited by the law, and the rules do not say anything about this, so he used this opportunity. And she believed that only Yang was to blame, but it was unclear why he should receive punishment John. She understood that he wanted to do it for the common good, but in this way, he just transfers his mistake to the Ings. Julio was completely in agreement with the hostess. Even if John upsets the balance, it is only their fault that they did not foresee it. Next, once you just need to warn all participants. Heian was sure that he would easily pass the test and get a good place. But John is still going to steal points, and he thought he was just a psycho. John had finally pumped his tower to level 12, and now he was ready for his final attack. The 10th stage was the giant turtles. John immediately activated his archers and ordered them to work on the targets. He was shocked, because now even his archers were much stronger than him. He was sorry that the rest of the participants had already been defeated, and he was getting sad. Yang promised that he would not allow such a thing to happen again. The 10th attack is over. There are only 22 contestants left, and only 3 of them will go on. It's time for the second phase of the test. John did not understand where the towers began to appear around him, and they were quite powerful. The other members were shocked that John in the Divine Realm was able to pass to the second phase. They began to think that the Alliance itself was helping him. They were just going to kill him and take his tower. John didn't understand why everyone was negative towards him. John assumed they were jealous. The participants were going to defeat John in the first place, because they believed that the Alliance was helping him. But John was not going to give up and ordered the archers to shoot. They thought that if they all attack together, they definitely won't be able to lose. Moreover, they can't die in this structure. Since the Alliance is engaged in fraud, they planned to teach him a lesson. John did not understand what he should do. After all, the tower could not be turned, and this meant that it would receive a lot of damage. But his archers simply shot at him and thus managed to stop the arrows. Thanks to this counterattack, 12 more participants were knocked out. The rest of the participants began to doubt that they had a chance to overcome this guy. John understood that he could handle even all the contestants at the same time. But he didn't need to take all 3 first places. One of the contestants turned to John and said that if he gave him trouble, he would get a lot of trouble in return. John said that they are not in a position to threaten him. He will still go to the finals. John could have just eliminated all of them and decided who gets the last 2 spots. But he gave them the opportunity to buy their spot. The participants were outraged. Yang was shocked, because this is the maximum display of disrespect for the Alliance. Adalia assumed that this amount would be very large, because after they received so much treasure, John simply could not be poor. He said if no one wants to buy, then there is no problem, and he will just do his job. His archers were in the realm of doubtful trouble, and they should all be careful. After all, such a person will definitely become incredibly powerful in the future, and they should kill him if they meet in the final. John decided to ask one last time if anyone had any interesting offers. Then 2 of the Wutansh sect offered him 50 high-grade energy stones for each seat. John asked if anyone wanted to offer more. He decided to hold an auction. Adalia noted that it was a great idea on his part. As a result, John said that if there are no more applicants, then he will sell the seats for 50. But then Chuang appeared and offered 80 crystals. He was sure that he would go to the finals without problems, but he could not even think about such a thing, although his behavior was justified. After all, his tower was of doubtful trouble, and Chung believed that he had a 30% chance of defeating him in the final. But another contender appeared and offered 100 crystals for 1 place. Then Cheng called the amount of 150 crystals, and all the participants just opened their mouths at that amount. His competitor gave him a place and said that he still had no chance of beating John. So 2 places were sold. John received his funds, but in reality he was not going to hold back against the others, and after handing over the money, destroyed them all at once. The test ended, and Adalia left the elders. But she asked them not to tell John that she had come here. When they began to ask her why they needed to do this, the girl answered that it was none of their business. Yang went to announce the results and named the 3 prize winners. They were John, Gao, and Xiang Cheng. They made it to the finals, and the others would receive awards from the Alliance. Yang understood that if he kicked John out, Adalia would definitely cause him trouble. For the sake of Heavenly Pavilion Master, he is ready to turn a blind eye to it. Before the final confrontation, John walked around the garden and dreamed of renting a room in this place. After all, it was very suitable for cultivation. It would all begin soon, and if he wanted to kill Ling, he needed to prepare very well. He was very close to the 4th layer of the Divine Realm, also the spiritual breath runes. The green dragon noted that these 2 patterns looked like a tattoo on him. 2 days later, John broke through to the 4th layer of the Divine Realm. These runes were truly a godsend for him. The dragon said that it was a good job, and he was going to awaken his brother. When he absorbed the spirit of the evil bird, he told the boy that he would use 1 part to restore himself, another part to awaken his 7th brother, and the rest to strengthen his soul. Then John remembered everything, and prepared to do it now. John needed to get into his mind for that. The dragon said that this black layer was made from the energy of an evil bird. He hoped that this would be enough to wake up his brother. But nothing happened after he released that black ball. The green dragon had already lost hope. Suddenly a big red dragon appeared from the cauldron. He asked who woke him up and assumed that the ninth brother did it. Green said that he did it, and his powers were limited. They were only enough to wake him up. Red was surprised that John was able to forge a spiritual level body. He even said that it was almost impossible to find such a body among hundreds of thousands of worlds. John had no idea that his body was so unique. Red asked if Green hadn't told him about Hong Meng. In fact, his Hong Meng body is an entry-level spirit-class treasure. It's just a shame that John didn't know how to use Hong Meng, except for purification. It was all because he practiced the techniques, cultivation with true energy. Because of this, his Hong Meng simply vanished into thin air. Unfortunately, John did not know her price. Red supposed that he had given up a lot to wake him up. In return, he could teach him body-strengthening techniques. But the process wouldn't be painful. The dragon asked if John could endure it. The boy said he could without a problem. For the sake of his sister, he agreed to anything. Then the red one asked him to get ready, and he would help him with body cultivation. John said that he was able to reach the divine realm thanks to cultivation. And this is all about purifying his body from other impurities and strengthening it through all stages. Red replied that the method he is talking about is just child's play. He has always hated human cultivation methods. After reaching the heavenly realm, the Hong Meng in his body simply becomes useless. A small part disappears, and the rest is simply distributed in the body. Because he uses it to purify his body, Red showed him where it was concentrated. He was going to send Hong Meng there to recultivate his body. He also repeated once again that the process would be very painful, and he should prepare himself psychologically. As they began the process, John began to gradually freeze, as did everything around him. Then John began to feel warm. When he was beaten, he constantly felt warm, and now it was clear to him that it was Hong Meng then. But the red dragon said that this was only the beginning, during which all the energy would be distributed evenly in his body. And after that, he already will not be so comfortable. The warm current turned into an aggressive one. It felt as if his body was being filled with acid. A girl who used to live in this house was passing by. Mom and Dad told her that this place was rented by a master of martial arts, and she became interested in what he actually does. They told her not to disturb him, but she decided to see with one eye what was there. Happens. She saw John and couldn't believe that all martial experts had to go through such pain. The red dragon noted that John was even more persistent than he thought. This guy's spirit has reached the fighting stage, so it'll be difficult to knock him out. But in reality, Red said that it would be better to lose consciousness. After all, this level of pain was too great for a person. The girl's father noticed that his daughter had suddenly disappeared. He started looking for her. Meanwhile, she climbed into John's yard and saw that he had lost consciousness. He was still their tenant, and she decided to look after him. That's why she went to fetch water. Ninth was sure that if they cultivated this boy wholeheartedly, he would definitely bring them fruit. This boy could really change the world. He just had limitless talent and luck. Shervoni replied that he still lacked the element of fate and luck to make a difference. The world. This guy definitely has talent, but Red couldn't see his destiny. Green replied that he wouldn't be able to do that because his destiny is not connected to him. Green began to tell his brother that he had a younger sister, Yan, and he thought that it was she who was guiding his destiny. Red thought and answered that if everything he says is really true, then it is really possible, but it is too early to say. If it turns out if that was true, then he believed that Yan would not limit him to the central region. Green said that was why he didn't want to jump to conclusions. They first needed to see if John could save Yan. If he succeeded, Yan would be the direction of fate. Will be taken from him again. Unfortunately, they could not wake up their older brother. They were convinced that he would definitely be able to predict John's fate. Meanwhile, John woke up in some room. That girl came to him and offered him tea. She saw that he was in a lot of pain and offered to bring a doctor. John thanked her, but said that he had such a condition that doctors could not help. But the girl said that it was not a fact. And she told John about the Dr. Wang who lived at the end of the street and suggested that he visit him for help. But she warned John that they would not pay for his treatment. He also damaged the house next door and half their garden. John apologized for this. He left a bunch of crystals on the table and asked if it would be enough to compensate for the damage. The girl said that it was probably a lot and asked to take some of it. But John asked her to take everything, because in the future he might break something again. As a result, she took everything and decided to bring lunch. John collected his thoughts and needed to get up. The girl also noticed the broken ceiling, but John asked her not to worry and said that he would fix everything. John didn't even understand how it happened. He felt a strange energy inside his body as he jumped up, but he couldn't control it and punched a hole in the ceiling. Red Dragon pointed out that the independent production of gang energy during the first cultivation of the body is what Hongmeng can do. He said that body cultivation and true energy are two different systems. Usually they have body hardening at the beginning, then 5 layers of the same states, and after that they choose a system. And for true energy, he starts from the hidden layer of the heavenly realm, then the divine realms, the mystical realm, the realm of doubtful trouble, and even higher. As for body cultivation, after the 5 layers of the body, he will start hardening the acupuncture points. After training 108 points, he will obtain a body without weak points. Then he will be able to go to the 8 layers of the Tao state and even reach 9 stars of divine state. Because body cultivation is also a large and significant part of cultivation, it is even more refined than true energy. If John wants to work on both, he will have to try harder than other experts. Only then will he be able to succeed. John understood what he means and promised to be persistent. If he is permanent, then one day he will definitely be able to become the ruler of the whole world. Usually they use the power of thunderfire to harden the acupuncture points. Despite the fact that he does not possess a technique with similar attributes, he received the washing of laws. After mastering the first layer of the law of fire and thunder, it is best to use pure thunder fire. For many people, Manhwa tempering takes several years, but John managed to finish it in an hour. The thunder fire power that John possesses is the purest law power. In addition, his body has evolved since Hongmeng's last cultivation, so the tempering he is currently doing will be excellent effect. Next in line for acupuncture, Yantan Temple, Tiangong, and Yuao. Adalia didn't expect John to progress so quickly. The girl brought John food every time. John always offered her to sit down and eat together. And so it was time for the finals. John had already prepared and finished hardening the acupuncturists 3 days ago. He was fully prepared for the confrontation. Sales of tickets for the competition have already begun. 1 ticket cost 1 stone of high quality. John believed that this was an absolutely unjustified price. It was very expensive, and the Alliance seemed to want to rob people. At first, the guards didn't let John in and blocked his way to the arena. But he explained to them that he was a participant and showed his nameplate. But they still didn't believe him. The guard said that every 3 tries to deceive him. The more he is in the divine realm, that's why the guard chased the boy away. He called his partner and said that there is some weakling here who wants to enter the arena and asked him to throw him away. This big guy started to attack John, but he was very skillful in showing his skills and evading the blows. While he dodged the blows, the boy had time to talk. He said that if they interfered with him, he would clean them up himself. The elders of the Alliance behaved very dignified, but for some reason, low-ranking people are the complete opposite. After this ostentatious fight, the guard was all sweaty and started to get nervous. He asked to show him the sign again. At the next stage, the master who checked the lists was also surprised that he passed all the tests. When he went inside, no one could understand what the boy from the divine sphere was doing there. They were interested in how he passed the test. Then one of the participants said that he participated in the test with him. In the second phase of the test, he appeared with a level 12 tower. This means that he had 12 warriors of doubtful trouble. He could pass this test even if he just fell asleep. The guy spent 150 stones and he was determined to open it at any cost. If they don't believe, then the boy suggested asking Chung. He said that there was indeed a level 12 tower, but he wasn't sure if the Alliance was involved, because this boy can't be that weak. Gao met John and said that he ate him to the bone in magical construction and promised that he would take revenge for it. He planned to pounce on him right there, but all the sects had already gathered, and the master appeared to announce the beginning of the finale. Blood Tree Rock, Heavenly Pavilion, Black Mountain Sect, and Huling Sect. The Taoist Void Priest appeared in the arena. Usually Huling did not appear at the competition, but this time he decided to come in person. Even this fact shows the importance of the competition. Finally, John waited for Qi Hui to appear. His sister Yan was also with him. He did not understand what had happened to her. The green dragon asked him to calm down and said that they just stopped her six senses. It's a special technique that won't hurt her. With this technique, all six senses of the martial sensation expert are disabled. Now she can't see, hear, speak, taste, and feel touch. Kui wanted her to reach the mystic realm as soon as possible. But what surprised John the most was that Kui still found the third girl. The red dragon did not understand why there were so many people with the purple passive body quality in the small central region. John had no idea that there would be so many talented people in the competition, and that everything had become so complicated. But despite all the difficulties, he must kill Ling. Master Shi announced that today they are holding a martial arts competition in Oracle City. He thanked all the martial experts for their participation, and in order to thank everyone, they prepared a special gift. Small points of light began to fall from the sky, which have the property of prolonging people's lives. These were the slaves they arrested. These people have committed many sins for which they must be executed, but they will receive them as a gift on this day. After that, Master Shi approached their life drum. John heard him talk about the age of their energy and wondered what he meant, and every time he beat that drum, he took away all their life force. John said that martial arts experts live in a very harsh world. He assumed that theoretically these people could be experts in the eastern region, but as a result, they are just prey for these predators. Before the start of the competition, the master wanted to say something else, and he wanted his speech to spread. After long calculations, they noticed that the ninth lamp of the immortal appeared. The audience was shocked. After all, the last lamp of the immortal had not been lit for almost 1,000 years, and now it actually appeared out of nowhere. The master said that the person who receives it will be able to light this lamp, and they will all be able to enter the tomb of the immortal and get everything they want. Then he appeared. Kui Hui also said that he also had an announcement. He also had a lamp, and he hoped that they would be able to light all the lamps in this festival. He publicly admitted this, and was not afraid that he would be killed, but no one would dare to do this. Then Kui noticed John, and did not understand why his thirst for blood was very familiar to him. If John remembered everything correctly, then Adalia possesses one lamp of the immortal. But John needed to concentrate on his goal, and he would think about the lamp of the immortal later. Then the masters announced the beginning of the martial arts competition in the city of Oracle. The judge asked to throw away all their plates in the container that stood in front of them. Thanks to this, the couples will be determined by drawing lots. And as for those who won the qualification tests, the elders themselves will distribute them. Ling approached the capacity, which meant that she was also participating. The draw determined that Dong, the independent expert, and Yu Fei would compete in the first round. Dun had the speed of a god who went to the Star Sea by himself. Even the strongest experts in the field of dubious trouble do not go there alone, but he went and got something valuable. The master sent Yu Fei to the arena and said that this match is an honor for him. He needs to shed blood to attract luck. And now the barrier between them was removed and the battle began. Dun immediately rushed to attack. The reason why Dun was called the god of speed was his silent steps, the technique he possessed. He moves with the speed of the world. Thanks to this, he can catch the enemy by surprise and attack him. The master told Yu Fei that for the sake of luck he must shed blood in the first match. But he was going to shed the enemy's blood, not his own. Dun said that he should know about his cultivation of the earth attribute technique, and because of that, he has a good defense. But he didn't even finish saying how his body was trapped. Yu Fei only managed the ropes and mocked his opponent. As a result, he simply fell to the ground and did not move. Yu Fei from the Huang Hall won. When he returned, the master said that he had earned 10 years of freedom. People thought he was cruel, because immediately after the start of the match, he revealed his opponent. Huang Hall has very strict rules. They are very cruel even with their students. All students are instilled with the corpse rune in their bodies from the first day. Because of this, yin energy will pass through their bodies. They will begin to decompose and die in agony. This can only be cured if you reach the realm of doubtful trouble. To weaken the effect, the Huang Hall gives students a yan pill once a year. Each pill can only protect them for a year. Because of this, they rarely go outside. They have to return in time before the rune starts working again, even if they have a mission. Because of this, to them, the yin pill is the same as the medicine for freedom. By winning matches, they are both pills and reputation for of his sect. Compared to the usual competition, everything here was much more brutal. But thanks to this, John has the opportunity to kill Ling. It's John's turn to go up against the independent expert Gong. All the spectators were confused because John was only on the 4th layer of the divine realm. Then one of the participants turned to his master and said that master had a lower cultivation level than him. The master replied that one should never judge an expert on his cultivation. His disciple was a good example of that, and no one had the right to underestimate him, despite the fact that he is only at the peak of the divine realm. But this guy did not think that John could be stronger than him. The teacher laughed and said that he would be able to test it when he became his opponent, although they didn't know if he could even last that long. Meanwhile, Zong asked Yuan why there was another disciple of the heavenly pavilion and who John was. The girl replied that he was never trained in the pavilion. That's why he doesn't know that they have a self-confident guy. When he was just in the heavenly sphere, he could beat all the students of the elite hall. She couldn't even imagine that he would reach the divine realm in such a short period of time, but she doubted that he would be able to become even stronger. Zong hoped that he would make it because he didn't want to see their junior lose in the very first match. Gong laughed and said that he was lucky today. He happened to have a boy in the 4th layer of the divine realm. Gong had undergone his family's special training and was a real genius. John immediately realized that this guy possessed a pair of swords. Gong was surprised that John had not achieved anything in cultivation, but he still understood something. But Gong asked him not to even think about mercy, because they had to give their all regardless. Who their opponent is. John was surprised that he understood this compared to the others, and it made him a worthy opponent for John. But Gong was irritated by such self-confidence and planned to kill him with one blow and show his true swordsmanship. The boy used Gong's swordsmanship, but John deftly dodged all the blows. Gong noted that he would not be able to escape so easily. He continued to use all his techniques in turn, but there was no result. But with constant pressure, Gong was able to corner John and applied a full moon. John caught his swords with his bare hands and simply destroyed them as if they were toy swords. Everyone was shocked, as these were immortal-class mid-level blades. After that, John punched him in the stomach, and Gong's body flew to the other side. With one punch, John was able to win. Gong didn't even have time to understand anything. Then the boy turned to his elder brother again and said that John was even better than him when he was at the 4th layer of the divine realm. The brother did not expect that this boy was a body technique cultivator. It seemed that he had used some kind of technique against Gong's swordsmanship. Then the boy wanted very much to challenge him if he survived. But then a master approached them and told him to follow his tongue because John was older than him. Adalia was shocked that he had trained his body techniques to such a level in just a few days. The judge approached John and offered him to take any card from this box, but he didn't even know what it was. He was dealt a refusal card. That is, if his tablet falls out in the draw and he does not want to participate, then he can use this privilege. But John actually dreamed of a summon card so that he could immediately summon Ling to battle. But then his intentions will become clear to everyone, and he decided to wait and see what happens next. Adalia yelled at John that he was from the heavenly pavilion and shouldn't be going there. John replied that he was here because of the qualification test, and he better get back. Yuan said she wouldn't hold back against this guy. Zong didn't understand how John dared to talk to the master like that, because he was ruining her reputation. Julio didn't understand what was going on. At the qualification test, Adalia asked not to tell John that she was there, and now they had a small argument and it seemed that they did not get along with each other at all. However, he had to continue doing his job and not pay attention to it. Spectators noted that so far only the first 2 matches were interesting, and compared to the others, the rest were very boring. The guys from the 2 matches showed their strength from the first second, but usually the experts don't do that, and they hide their strength until the end. But they assumed that if someone gets a challenge card, everything will become more interesting. It was almost unreal, because the elder said the chance of drawing it was 1 to 5. In the 7th match, Zong and Sito will fight. People had very high expectations for this fight. Local bookmakers have already started accepting bets. On this issue, the opinions of the audience were divided. Some people bet on Shido, some on Zong. However, one fan noted that despite the fact that Zong was only in the mystical realm, he was able to complete the task from the sect to help Hebi, a small country in the central region. King Hebi even built a statue of him, worshipped as the god of war. The result of this match was difficult to guess. The younger brother was already jealous of Sita, because he had already had a chance to fight, but his turn did not come. Sito calmed him down and said that the best is always saved for the end. Then the kid started shouting. If someone pulled out a challenge card, he asked to choose him. Sun Hui asked for permission to fight this boy because he looked very confident. He replied that he planned to win this competition, but he couldn't wait any longer because he was very bored. Yun said that he also couldn't wait anymore and agreed that they need to fight. The master ordered Jay to sit down and not start a fight just like that. Huya turned to the priest of the void and asked to give the children an opportunity to play. He could see that Yan had something special. He was only 15 years old, but he was already at the peak of the divine realm. He was even more than just a genius. The master was going to observe him and find out what was so special about him. Before the battle, Sito said that he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, because he knew that Zong had mastered the thunder technique, and as cultivators of the same law, he wondered what the difference between their abilities was. Zong considered him to be a really strong opponent, but he was not going to give way to him. They both used thunder laws. Zong used more thunder laws, and Sith had a stronger momentum. But Zong still had a better chance of winning. They only possessed half of the first layer of thunder laws, but John already possessed it completely. Zong hoped that his understanding of the law would be deeper. He suspected that something was wrong and he wanted to end it as soon as possible. Sito noticed that he wanted to give his all from the very beginning. In that case, he was going to do the same. John didn't understand what was so unusual about Sith's thunder law, that even he didn't understand. The green dragon said that it was the effect of the second layer of the thunder law. It was called purification. The first layer is called destruction, the second is called purification, and the third is destruction. When a person reaches purgatory, the thunder that strikes him belongs to the third layer. John has mastered 9 different laws, but each of them still has 3 layers, and each of these layers is different from another. He still has a lot to learn. But Dragon said that actually the boy who was competing only got half of the destruction layer, but he accidentally got a small part of the second layer. But even that is enough for him to win. As a result, Sito won. John knew that the second layer does not exist in most of the laws of the central region. If someone wants to learn it, then he will have to enter the higher dimensions or enter the land of the gods. Zelani said that in the near future, he will not have to pursue the goal of mastering the higher layers of the law because he has received ablution. But if he can combine 2 or 3 of them together, then the power will be simply incredible. Kresveni added that the power of the laws appeared in the world, but the body cultivator will only be stronger if his body is in the perfect phase. When he opens the 8 layers, Red promised to teach him the powerful technique of the gods, and it will be able to destroy any force of the law. Green asked his brother to calm down, but John remembered it and said that he must teach him after he discovers the 8 layers of Daotai. Green Dragon replied that his brother has the desire to teach him, but it's just that this god technique is very powerful. But it may be his time just hasn't come yet, and maybe he will be ready after the discovery of the state of Tao. John wanted to know what an unprecedented god technique was. Green replied that it was the strongest technique in the world of martial arts. It is called unprecedented for a reason. It means that no one has been able to master it. If someone masters it, they can become the king of this world. Dimension. John was motivated by this. He had already gone through all the points of acupuncture, and now it was time for the Tao. But Red decided just in case to remind John that discovering the state of Tao is not so easy. Especially in the central region, it is several times more difficult than reaching the mystical or dubious realm. Meanwhile, the judge announced the next battle where John will meet with Buchu. Buchu hoped that this was his chance to prove himself. This was the first battle of the Blood Tree and he had to glorify them. The Blood Lady called him to her and said that last time John humiliated her, and he needed to take revenge. She made a wound on her finger, and asked him not to worry, because it was the poison blood of a murderous soul. She helped Buchu reach his maximum potential for a while, and she promised to restore the lost energy to him later. But to do this, he needed to kill John. Buchu was convinced that for this he does not even need any increase in strength. She knew, but decided to play it safe just in case. Buchu asked the master not to worry and promised to destroy him. The audience thought that this guy in the divine realm was just lucky, but now he will be defeated by the guy from the Blood Tree. Red pointed out that the price of a ticket for these competitions was very high, and he had to give away a whole stone of high quality. But Tien replied that they were already inside, and there was no need to complain. They saw that there was one guy from the bloody tree in the arena, but they saw another one. Could not see. But they were shocked when they saw that John was standing in the arena. He was not here as a spectator, but as a fighter. Red was really convinced that it was John. But then he thought about it and said that in his opinion, it was suicide. Pace said that John is really incredible. He reached the 4th layer of the divine realm in 6 months, and now he's competing. Red said that John was much better than Pei. But then the boy put a sword to his neck and said that he would give him a chance to say it again, but he must think very carefully before doing so. Considering the difference between the mystic realm practitioners and him, it was not clear how he was able to reach the competition. But Tian recalled the fact that when he was in the heavenly realm, he could easily defeat the divine realm practitioners. Now he is in the divine realm, and logically will think that now he can cope with practices in the mystical sphere. But the audience noted that he is just lucky, and this will be his last fight. Things were looking bad for John, and he had a strong bloodwood opponent. Although they didn't believe that he could win, Tien always had the feeling that he could pull out the victory in the last minutes of the fight. Tien asked Red to give him all the money he had. He explained that now everyone was betting against John, and the odds were very high. At first Red refused to give the money, but then Tien put a sword to his neck and he agreed. Wu Chao said that he had mastered the 3rd part of the fire, and that he would soon burn John to ashes. John replied that he was very confident, but it was just a simple trick, and John demonstrated that he could do exactly the same and showed the perfect form of fire. Master Shi's brother looked at this and thought that he was cultivating the law of fire himself, and even his master had only mastered 30% of the 2nd layer. But he would never be able to complete the layer because they do not have a perfect form in the central region. But John has completely mastered the 1st layer. After all, Master Shi told his brother that this guy was just a rune master. Adalia saw that John was really unpredictable. She wanted to give him good training methods after seeing the good results on the trial road. But he just started studying runes. When he came back, he started to cultivate the body technique. And now she saw the law of fire in general. But then she thought, if the fact that there is no form of burning fire in the central region on the 1st layer of the law of fire is true, then it means that he learned it in the upper dimension. Wu Chou noted that even though John possessed the perfect form of the law of fire, he would die by his hand. Hui pointed out that John had a perfect fire form. This young fellow was interesting enough and he seemed familiar to him. Yang said that they had not been to the central region for a long time and he did not understand how father could meet this boy. The more so, he's still a teenager. Huya was sure that he had met him somewhere, but he did not remember exactly where. Jan asked to remind them all that he would overcome all opponents and become the only one whom everyone would remember. Wu Chou's blood fire was blocked. If that was the case, then he could no longer do anything in response. He used poisonous blood and smeared the sword with it. And after that, he rushed at John and wanted to at least injure him. But at one point, John fixed his weak point and began to attack in return. As a result, after many attacks, John won, and it was amazing that he mastered the law of fire. Red was very happy that John won, otherwise he would have gone bankrupt. Pei saw that John was interested in the championship and predicted that he would get into the top 10. And finally, John pulled out the challenge card. Now he can challenge Ling. But if he does it now, his intentions will be revealed, and he decided to wait for a better opportunity. As expected, most independent warriors cannot compete with sect disciples. After all, it cannot be denied that becoming a good martial arts expert without a teacher or sect is incredibly difficult. Of course, there are special cases, such as Xiang and Fuhi. They performed excellently. Therefore, the question arose as to whether the sect's support or individual talents were more important. But the battles between sect disciples and independent warriors made the competition much more interesting. The next match would be between Sun Hui and Yuan of the Heavenly Pavilion. But it didn't matter to John because his target was Ling. Yang approached the elder of the Commerce Alliance and wanted to say a few words to him before the battle. Adalia said that he should fight with her student and asked what he forgot here. The boy replied that he just wanted to show something. It was a precious Arctic purple ice. If it was made into an ice bed, the cultivator would be able to double his development speed. The Arctic precious ice was not enough to be considered a gift, and he simply broke this ice into pieces in front of everyone. But under it was a real gift for Adalia. No one even had an idea of what it was, but since it was stored in Arctic purple ice, it must be more valuable than ice. In fact, it was a heavenly crown, a saint-level relic from the northern heavenly pavilion. In the past, the lady and the pavilion that was fully equipped competed against 4 divine countries. In that battle, she was wounded and defeated, and all her relics were distributed among the countries. Of all those holy artifacts, only the heavenly crown was missing. The 4 divines tried to find it, but nothing happened. It was strange that it ended up in the hands of Kui Hui. There are a lot of immortal-level artifacts in the central region. Sect masters possess high immortal-level artifacts. Quality. But the number of relics of the holy class is very few. At the moment, only a few saint-class artifacts were known in the central region. The Huling Sect Heavenly Soul Banner, the World Trade Alliance Copper Coin, and the Kui Hui Buddhist Monarch Knife. All of the owners of these artifacts are the rulers of their territories. In the Huling Sect, there are many banner owners. Young talents. The World Trade Alliance is not a sect, but it is developing very quickly. With the knife of the Buddhist monarch Kui Hui, the king and independent warrior became the #1 in the central region. Even if the artifact is simply stored in sects, it will bring her good luck and a bright future. The Blood Lady considered herself much more beautiful than Adalia, but for some reason Yang did not give her such gifts. Ling also thought, because she has served him for several years, and he did not reward her. Adalia asked why he was doing this. Yang replied that the Huling sect has a saint-level artifact. The Alliance of World Commerce is stronger than the 5th-grade sects, and it ranks 3rd in the central region. And the sect's heavenly pavilion is only 4th grade. He did it so that they would not felt humiliated by the lack of a saint-class artifact. Adalia said that saint class is very important to the sect, but they don't have one. But Yang is not a member of the heavenly pavilion, so she was unclear as to why he was giving such gifts. She thought it was a very expensive gift. He noted that they did not need to follow the formalities, and he wanted to use this opportunity to propose to Adalia. And he wanted them to get married. But the audience began to show dissatisfaction. After all, at the wedding of martial experts, their talent is taken into account, not the person behind them. His father was #1, and he is just an ordinary expert in the divine field, while Adalia is in the field of doubtful trouble. The girl suspected that this was his father's plan. They took Yan, and now they are asking for more. She did not allow them to look down on them. Moreover, Yang was no match for her. The boy was upset that he was rejected only because of the difference in cultivation. However, even if so, he decided to admit that he had a divine talent. And when the time came, he would be in the realm of doubtful trouble. The people shouted for him to stop praising himself. Jay turned to his elder brother and noticed that Yang was talking about divine talent. But he remembered that Sito said that it was a very rare phenomenon. Yuan jumped up and said that they were at a competition and asked to show off their talent in the arena. Adalia suspected that Huya had given such an idea to Yang. And if she refused, then the heavenly pavilion would have problems. She did not know what to do. John then approached Yan and told him not to even hope to take his master with his saint-level artifact. And he pointed out that she was not a child who could be lured with candy. Yan replied that he had no right to condemn a saint-level artifact. John called him pathetic if he was flaunting some ordinary crown. John threw a protective cloak over Adalia and said that it was also saint class, though not as attractive as the crown. The girl did not expect that the raincoat would have such an effect. She was very comfortable in it, and it seems that her strength increased by 4 times. Besides, in the central region, artifacts for defense are always more valuable than for attack. Adalia said that this protective cloak is very good and truly holy class. Although it is not so much good, but she can take it. John asked not to pay attention to the appearance. He planned to give her a more beautiful gift in the future. The audience could not understand who John really is. He did not even obey Adalia's orders, as if he was just her close friend. John was only at the 4th layer of the divine realm, but he could already offer such an expensive gift. This cloak was indeed more precious than his crown. But Yang wanted to understand where he got it from. Master Shi's brother also understood that the cloak was much more precious than the artifacts they kept secret. Master Shi said that he had no idea who this guy was, but in any case, the heavenly pavilion was lucky to have him. Hui couldn't remember where he met John and kept thinking about it. Yang said that if Adalia does not want to accept this gift, then she will not insist. But he hoped that she would think about it again after he became stronger. Hui said that he was proud of his son. Yang replied to his father that his dreams surpass him, and if he cannot cope even with such a task, then he will definitely not be able to become stronger than him. It's time to finally have a battle between Yang and Yuan, the representative of the heavenly pavilion. John noticed that he began to emit a murderous aura. That was what he was hoping for. If he succeeded, then John would challenge Yun. He had just provoked him as a disciple of the heavenly pavilion. If he challenged him now and won, after that, he would be able to challenge Yun, challenge Ling, and in this case, Hui should not suspect anything. Yuan said that Yang was very arrogant when he proposed to her master, and she was going to reprimand him for it. Yuan decided to combine the powers of the sea god with her body, and combine the energy of pure water with her will. But Ian pounced on her and said it was too late. Ian managed to use the air curtain. During the confrontation, Yuan was wounded and said that she was giving up. But Yang did not accept this answer, because in these competitions, you cannot give up, and he was going to kill her. Yuan knew she needed to use Bloodburn to try and stop him. And Julio suddenly appeared between them and declared Yan the winner. He ordered them to leave the arena and wait for the next match. Yang drew another card, and there was a rejection. He was very annoyed that he was not given the opportunity to destroy Yuan and simply broke this card in his hand. When he came back, his father said that he couldn't control his anger again. However, Yang reminded him that he himself told him not to hold back, and that his techniques would work better with anger. Hui hoped that John would use anger as a locomotive, but if anger gets to his head, it will be a big problem. Ian must learn to use his anger. Ian thanked his father for his instructions. Meanwhile, the referee was announcing the next fight, but he was stopped. It was John, and he said he wanted to use his challenge card. The judge asked who he wanted to challenge. Adalia assumed that John wanted to challenge Ling, but John said that he was challenging the independent warrior Yan. The kid thought it was a good opportunity to punish him. It was strange for the audience that a divine realm practitioner would challenge a mystical realm expert. They were sure that he would die. The Heavenly Pavilion wanted John to avenge them. Adalia asked if he was sure of his victory. He replied that he was sure. Adalia tried not to worry about him. Using her thoughts, she said that if he could kill Ling, then she would do anything to restrain Hui. Tian expected John to challenge this defiant boy. After that, he went somewhere away from the boys. He was going to make another bet in favor of John, but Red asked him not to do it, or at least to give a part of it. However, Tien showed him that he should not behave like that. They talked in the arena, and Ian said that John was indeed brave, but not enough to match him. His arrogance equates to stupidity. John replied that he also overestimated himself, and his abilities were completely inadequate. Yang already wanted to check if he could answer for his words, or if he could just talk a lot, and that was it. Yang took out a Buddhist monk's knife. It is a sacred class weapon. John noticed that something was wrong with the wind around him. The boy did not understand how he was able to combine the two laws. The green dragon told him that it was not a fusion. He just combined two laws very well, and John could do the same. True fusion of laws is very difficult, and he assumed that humans were not capable of such a thing at all. John decided that it was a good idea. There was nothing like that, and John could also do it. It was a simple combination of laws, but the power became several times higher. People began to think that John could copy others, because last time he just used the law of fire. But no one understood how he managed to possess the three laws. Master Shi assumed that he had achieved this thanks to the dragon platform. He knew that there were very few people who had fully mastered the power of the law. On the dragon platform, he had most likely obtained all of this. He was strong enough to learn the three laws in the upper dimension. But Julio assumed that he possessed more than three laws. In the first test, he showed the true law of thunder. Maybe he had mastered all the laws. Yang said that he shouldn't have underestimated him. That's why he was so confident. But Yang said that he was very naive if he was going to defeat him with just this. He decided to show him the true power of the Saint-class weapon. After that, John demonstrated his weapon, which also belongs to the spiritual class. John repeated to him that his crown was nothing. After John entered the state of fighting spirit, identifying the enemy became much easier. The audience felt as if John had robbed a bank. Yang also did not expect him to be such a strong opponent. Even though he was in the divine realm, he still earned Yang's attention. Father believed that it was still too early for him to activate the knife. Moreover, it was too early for him to show his true abilities. The ground under his feet began to crumble, and John did not understand what was happening. Now it became clear what Kui Hui meant when he talked about Yan's true form. In front of John stood a real monster. He summoned Yasha from hell. John recognized that the Buddhist monk's knife was indeed very powerful if he was able to summon Yasha. John then began to figure out what special effect the iron sword from the upper dimension had. Meanwhile, John said that even if he possessed the three laws, John would die soon. Since it wasn't a fair 2-on-1 fight, John said that he also had an assistant. John didn't know if the iron sword had any special effects, but he decided not to deal with it now and concentrate on the match. The boy summoned the demon of the night. The sword spirit appeared and immediately began to repel Yasha's attacks. She was very good at it. The audience can conclude that now Yasha is not coping with his task. Ian did not understand what kind of girl was next to him and why he had so many tricks in his arsenal. Ian attacked John and asked him why he didn't use his defensive abilities, because he wouldn't last long like that. Aerial assassination passes through physical defenses. John was injured, but he thought it was just a scratch. John turned his attention to the spirit sword and realized that something was wrong. Yasha kept getting stronger. He had the same trait as John. He took damage and became stronger because of it. John said if that's all John was capable of, then he was a corpse. The boy smiled and said that he underestimated him, and so that he won't even have to try. And then John decided to switch places with the sword spirit, so that she would fight with Yan while he dealt with the great Yasha. John decided that he would be better off defeating him in one blow. He wanted to try to exceed his tolerance limit and activate 500 dragon scales. John struck this demon, and even the barrier that separated the arena and the fans was broken because of it. The stage was made of the strongest material, and it was further reinforced with metal. The iron panels contained divine energy. They are as good as a spiritual grade weapon. As for the barrier, it was created by the best rune masters who had drawn more than 400 runes. Then these runes were placed in 6 rows and were adapted to have a repulsive effect. It is said that in 70 years, no one was able to break it, but John was able to break it with just one blow. This guy's physical strength is very powerful. Yang asked to attack his warrior even more, because this way he will become even stronger. John didn't care. Even if physical attacks didn't work, he could use other methods. Thunderbolt is designed to control monsters, and John decided to see how it would perform in the process. Now everyone saw that John possesses the 4 laws. If John has a divine talent, then John can be considered something more. Thanks to this ability, he tore the monster into small pieces and destroyed it completely. John saw a strange rune. Perhaps it had a strong restraining effect. The green dragon said that this rune was connected to the lake of hell. With the power it contained, even the strongest person in the world could not possess it. John decided not to think about it yet, and join another battle. John watched Yan's battle with the spirit sword, and asked him to show what Yan himself was capable of. He had a holy class weapon, his father's influence, talent, and many chances to master the power of the law. But he still couldn't withstand John's blow, even after Yasha's call. Yang said that his mistress just helped him, but John replied that it was not his mistress, it was his sword spirit. She was the embodiment of his training, not his Yasha. John said that Yasha was in the mystical realm, but John was only in the divine realm. The boy did not understand how he would now claim his talent if he lost to John. Right now, he had the maximum talent of a mortal, maybe even lower. Yan was distracted because he wanted to attack John, but the sword spirit caught him and delivered a precise sword strike. As Ian lay wounded, John approached him and told him that he was not worthy of Adalia's hand. Ian's father began to shout that this was enough, and emphasized that he knew all of John's intentions. But John replied that he was just telling the truth and nothing but the truth. It was too late to stop John. Yang couldn't understand how this was even possible. He was the son of Kui Hui, #1 in the central region. His father had spent a lot of resources and effort on him. He thought that no one his age could defeat him in the central region, but he was wrong. It was unclear to him how such a seemingly ordinary boy could defeat him. He began to believe more that he did not have a divine talent, but an ordinary one, like other mortals. John seized the moment and began to remove his martial arts spirit. Kui Hui wanted to deal with John, but Adalia came to his defense. However, she would not be able to withstand his attack unless she completed the 9th Heaven Deity Heart training and reached a realm above the Doubtful Trouble. All she could do now was to use secret techniques to protect herself. But John asked her not to climb and said that he would not hide behind a woman. In the past, he remembered that he was so helpless that even girls protected him. But he no longer will allow this. Adalia didn't understand how he dared to grab her hand in front of all the people, and she was even more stressed by the fact that he was going on his own. Withstand Kui Hui's attack. Huey said that if John wanted to die heroically, he would gladly help him. Such a powerful oppression can destroy John's soul. His body will become just a walking dead, and after 3 days he will completely die. The audience thought that he should not flaunt his superiority over his son. But John came out of the smokescreen and Hui was just shocked how he managed to withstand the spiritual oppression if he is in the divine realm. Adalia really liked the feeling of being protected. She had childhood memories. Then her family moved from the northern region to the central region. It was very cold, but her parents covered her with their blankets. Looking at the icy world from home, she was happy. But after that evening, no one ever protected her again. That night, her family was mistakenly killed by the third-grade sect. Later, she was saved by a student of the Heavenly Pavilion who was passing by. After that, her talent became part of the Heavenly Pavilion, and after conscientious efforts, she became a Heavenly Pavilion master. The Pavilion. As a result, she managed to get the opportunity to take revenge on that sect, but her childhood happiness never came back. But John just helped her get that feeling back. After that, Hui simply turned around and walked away. Master Shi was surprised that he was able to retreat so easily. It was incredible, because any other person in his place would have received spiritual trauma and started spitting blood. Holio told everyone that the competition would have to be postponed. It wasn't what John expected, but it made his plan come true faster. After Yang was eliminated, only Ling could fight on Hui's behalf. He assumed that she would try to compete with John as soon as possible. Then he could kill her without any suspicion. Holio pointed out that they would have to stop the competition because the magical barrier was broken, and it would take time to fix it. The audience was outraged. Some had collected 1 million stones of low quality over many years, and they believed that they had every right to demand a continuation. The barrier was created for their benefit, but people ignored its importance. Julio remembered that 70 years ago, because one layer of the barrier was broken, 1,000 experts were injured, and several hundred died. And if he left the barrier in this state, then he was convinced that they will regret. Mastermaid appeared at the competition. He came to fix the barrier. Julio said that they had an emergency, and the audience hoped to continue the competition. He hoped that the best rune masters would restore it as soon as possible. He didn't even expect the masters from the rune tower to arrive so soon. The rune tower in Oracle City is the home of all the rune masters in the central region. Almost all the masters went there for cultivation. These 3 masters control the tower. They have the best understanding of runes, so their request will definitely be fulfilled. Maid pointed out that the impact force was so strong that the barrier simply burned away. Each of the 6 layers reinforced each other, so the impact was very powerful. He did not understand how a master in the mystic realm could do this. Holin admitted that this impact actually delivered participant with the divine sphere. Maid thought that he was joking. But Holio was always as serious as possible. The master decided to miss the moment that he was not interested in his personality. He would need 3 days to restore the runes. Holio noted that they only have 6 hours, and otherwise the audience will be unhappy. Maid began to answer in a raised voice. If they were so confident in their competence, they were offered to repair it themselves. Then Master Shi joined the conversation and asked Maid to calm down and restore the barrier for them. But he said that he could not offer anything for less than 3 days. He said if they find someone who can fix the barrier faster, then he will change his last name. Master Shi was confused. John then came up to them and said that he could repair the barrier in 2 hours, but he was wondering how much the Alliance was willing to pay for it. He remembered that this boy had a perfect writing style. However, he was more interested in whether he could really handle it. In the past, the Huling sect was the authority on the subject of runes, which had Feng, known as the Prince of Runes. However, the sect abused Feng's reputation and did not pay the necessary attention to the rules of the runes, so she could only reach the protective house. Centuries later, when the runes of the Huling sect were no longer needed, the Rune Master Tower was built. All the rune masters went there, and there they studied and competed with each other. Master Shi could confidently say that these masters were true experts in their field. Maid noted that the repairs would take 3 days, and thought that this guy was just showing off. The masters didn't understand what was wrong with the youth, because they all like to say things that are impossible. Master Shi asked John again if he was sure he could do it in 2 hours. John asked to let him try. Even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't cost him dearly. They didn't have any other options anyway. Maid said if they let a guy like that work on the barrier, it would humiliate the Alliance. And if he couldn't restore him, then they will stop their cooperation with the Alliance. People began to shout, if they can't repair the barrier themselves, then it would be right to give others a chance. Master Shi said that John shouldn't cause them much trouble if he just tried. Master Shi said that if John can fix the barrier in 2 hours, he will reward him with 50,000 high-quality stones. John was silent, and Shi thought that it was not enough. But then the boy said that it was definitely enough. As expected, The World Trade Alliance is very rich, and this offer is equivalent to 50 billion low-quality stones. With such resources, he will be able to buy himself an empire. Maid observed how John applied ink and mixed materials in a very careful method. But he was convinced that John would not be able to reveal the full potential of this brush. The most important thing is to feel the materials in the ink with your heart. Then everything will be perfect. When the maid noticed John's perfect handwriting, he was shocked and lost the gift of speech. Master Shi wondered how much spiritual energy John would spend on drawing at such a pace, and he asked him to give him something. Master Shi handed John a high-quality enrichment pill. It should restore his spiritual energy, which he uses while painting, but the boy thanked him and said that he didn't need it. John's spiritual power was accumulated after he reached the martial soul state. Therefore, for him, the creation of runes of the third class is trifles. An ordinary rune master would need to take this pill after painting half of the runes to protect his soul, not to mention the process of creating many runes in a row. Master Shi was satisfied because with John's help, he managed to humiliate these three. The 126 small parts are ready. The rest larger parts need to be restored with class 4 runes. After 30 minutes, the 4th grade rune was ready. Master Shi returned to Maid and said that he would most likely have to change his surname. John should finish soon, but Jan was still motionless. She can't feel or see what he did on the stage. He promised that he would definitely save her this time. Killing someone in front of Huey would not be easy, and John had to prepare everything. Fortunately, he has a divine pattern, so they should not notice the changes he made. And so John said that everything was ready and asked to check his work. Maid thought that if the runes were ineffective, chaos would begin, and this guy would have big problems as a result. After activation, the 5th and 6th layers were restored, and the competition will continue. Master Shi said that John had done well and gave him the promised reward. Sho suspected that John would not be bothered by the nutrients after creating 100 runes, so he gave him an additional reward. Everyone was shocked that Master Shi was willing to give the treasure that he had been looking for a lot years. It was a soul-enriching jade. It was as precious as an immortal class artifact. The competition continued and Hyang won the next match. Hyang was a member without a sect, and he was really very skilled. He had already won 3 times in a row. Hyang was dealt a card and had the right to choose. And then he challenged Ling, which shocked John. John immediately began to wonder what the connection between them could be and why he challenged her. Even though he had to kill Ling, all the boy could do now was sit and wait. Ling suspected that Hyang just wanted to kill her. She knew that his surname was Shadow Wolf King Slayer. Yiling knew that the 3rd girl Hui found was his lover. Hyang said it didn't matter. He was a martial arts expert, but he still did not realize that he was too weak to protect his beloved. She also knew that he had a divine talent, but there was no endurance. In his place, Ling secretly began to cultivate and did not think about revenge until it became strong enough. But Hyang told her to shut up and said that he was not so pathetic compared to her. She asked him to calm down and said that she would give him a chance to kill her. But the problem is that he won't be able to save her even if he kills Ling. A body with the quality of a purple passive is very rare, but one day it will still appear. Xiang said that he will not be able to save her, but he will be able to buy time. Now she understood that he wanted to bide his time until he was strong enough to kill Hyo. But she decided to upset him and told him that he would never be able to defeat him. The boy began to attack her. The girl skillfully dodged and said that he was not strong enough to kill her. The master watched the fight and said that this boy had the same talent as Hyao and still had a strong will, but he was in a hurry. Then Joy turned to the master and asked if this girl was really worth it, because he believed that martial arts are more important to him than any girl. The master said that love cannot be measured in such a way. He is not old enough to understand that. Martial arts experts compete with others to become stronger. Hyang was willing to sacrifice for his beloved. There are few such experts in the world. John has not expected Hyang to have the same goal as him, but he suspected Hyang wouldn't be able to kill her. If she got hurt and refused to fight, John would be in trouble. Hyang applied the transformation into a monster. He has the blood of a leopard of heavenly penetration, and its concentration is very high. Thanks to this, he can transform into half a beast and half a human. He pounced on Ling and managed to catch her. The girl did not understand how he became so fast. At first glance, it was very painful and difficult for the girl. But in fact, she managed to get out of the ecstasy very quickly. She seemed to be mocking the boy and said that it was time to get a little more serious. She dodged every blow from Hyung. But at one point she decided to counterattack and use some plant. This plant can eat flesh. These are carnivorous flowers from hell. They grow only on the body, but it was not clear where she got them from. She said that everything was decided in advance. He could not bear the pain of losing his beloved, and he will not be able to take revenge. Hyang's last chance was the parasite he used against her. His determination really surprised the girl. He risked using the parasite of the wooden corpse. Once the parasite enters the body, all potential will be closed, and then the person turns into a zombie. The parasite absorbs even the soul, and after death, it will no longer be able to reincarnate. His soul will wander forever. Everyone felt sorry for Hyang, because he had put in a lot of effort. Ling said that she would not kill him. She wanted him to see how Huey would use his beloved for construction. Such a sight would be worse for him than death. Dealing with Ling is much more difficult than Adalia thought. She thought about possibly giving John advice through telepathy, but she assumed that he wouldn't listen to her. Right now, Ling was showing off her tactics, and because of that, John had a chance. If John succeeds, the moment he tries to kill Ling, Hui will attack him. If that moment really comes, then Adalia will have to help him. Ling went over to pick a card, and she really wanted it to be a challenge card. John wondered what her summon card was for. If she was going to summon him to a fight, that was great. But unfortunately, he won't find out because she got a rejection card. Holio announced the next fight in which Hayao and Long will meet. As soon as the audience heard that Hiao would enter the arena, they immediately ran to place bets on him, because they considered him a genius. John did not participate in this match, so he could only observe and draw certain conclusions. Meanwhile, the masters tried to save Hyang and asked him to suffer. John saw that things were bad and asked him to wait until he returned. Hyang saw that John went to Adalia to take some pills. But he did not understand why the boy was doing it, because they had nothing in common. They saw each other only once in their lives. Although John had taken a large number of high-quality stones from him during the test, and it was unclear to him why he cared about his wounds now. The boy brought him a Class 6 pill that could save his life. Hyang knew that such pills were very few, and not I understood why he was doing it. John gave him the pill and told him that they had the same goal. Then Hyang began to understand. When he investigated everything about Hui and Ling, he found out that there was another girl with a purple passive. Her name was Yan, and her last name was Luo, the same as John's. John asked him to rest while he achieved their common goal in the meantime. Meanwhile, Joy won and was lucky enough to draw a challenge card, and he challenged John at the same moment. But John refused thanks to the refusal card. He thought Joey was very talented and would love to compete with him, but now he has a different goal. Joey was very annoyed and thought that John was afraid to fight him. Then the judge announced the next match in which John should meet against Meng, but he refused again without any explanation. John continued to give up all the matches while he had the cards. Ling, on the other hand, won all the matches. She took out the summon card and understood that last time was the last time John could refuse the duel. Therefore, she summoned him. She was pleased that she had managed to challenge him to a duel, but in reality, John had wanted it himself since the very beginning of the tournament. John rushed to run to the arena, but he was stopped by a familiar voice. It was Adalia, and she asked John to be more careful. Adalia had no idea what was waiting for John. Hui asked Ling not to give John any chance. She replied that she would take revenge for Yan anyway, and this person must die. Ling didn't understand if he had used up all his rejection cards to fight her. John replied that he had failed to get the summoning tablet, so he needed to wait for her turn. She was surprised that he was calmly going to his death, but she suspected that he had some kind of purpose, maybe even the same as Hyang. Ling knew that John had the same last name as one of the Hui girls, and she was sure it couldn't be a coincidence. But in reality, she didn't care what reason he wanted to fight, because he still wouldn't be able to win. Ling began to use some kind of incomprehensible mist. It was the area of the purple passive, but everyone was convinced that only strong experts in the divine sea realm possessed it. Ling said that in her purple passive territory, he was an ordinary child waiting to die. He had no chance to escape. John was limited and needed to somehow turn the situation around. She asked where his sword spirit had gone and suggested that he summon that beauty. Without her, he wouldn't even be able to defeat Yan. But she said right away that even if he called her, nothing would change, and he wouldn't be able to get out of the purple passive's territory. But John got tired of her talking too much and started attacking her. He activated the power of 300 dragon scales. Even an expert in the field of dubious trouble cannot withstand such a thing. He wondered what she would do now. But she imperceptibly moved behind John. Ling could not believe that he had mastered one of the most complex laws of space. The audience concluded that John possessed all the laws. If a person was able to master the laws, then he was considered a genius. But according to such logic, then who is John? John didn't understand why Ling could dissipate like smoke during his attacks. If this was her false form, then he needed to find her real form. He decided to use his spiritual sense to find her. But nothing came out of it, and he couldn't even feel her pulse. Ling understood that he wanted to use his spiritual sense to find her. And she thought it was a good idea, but it was nothing to him won't help. Because with his knowledge and abilities, he does not even know what the territory of the purple passive is. She pointed out that it was an immobility barrier for him. John still couldn't find a way to detect her true form. The green dragon said that this is why the body with the purple passive quality is the strongest. This girl has fully activated her body quality, and now she's completely in the world of purple passive. The world of the violet passive is a small dimension. All organisms that have the ability to activate the violet passive can connect to this dimension. This can be compared to John's connection to Mount Doom, but in his case only he can send his energy there, and it is directly hidden in the world of the purple passive. Besides, the world of the passive is not very big. At the same time, someone there has created 990 billion swords. Anyone with the body quality of the purple passive can use those big swords for self-defense. John was shocked by her capabilities. Now he realized that it is very difficult to kill a person who has a purple passive. The audience also did not understand where these purple swords came from. They continued to appear as if endlessly. John understood that if she was hiding in the passive world, then he would not be able to do anything. But the green dragon said that there was one method. The red one added that his brother was very slow, and he had better tell him everything. People with the purple passive quality could create a spatial system to communicate with the passive world. He just needed to find it. They didn't know where she was exactly, but in any case, she was on the battlefield. She was hidden, and if he used the law of space, he could find her. John began to dodge swords in search of a system. The audience also began to suspect that he was looking for something, or just wanted to buy time. Adalia saw that things were going badly, and could not think that she would have to use the naked eye of the beast. 13. The master of the heavenly pavilion found it in the northern glacier 4,000 years ago, and kept it inside the crystal with the help of secret magic. It can only be used 3 times. A naked beast is not a sacred creature, but it is an enemy of real dragons. If the eye is activated, it will easily destroy a practitioner in the realm of doubtful trouble. Killing Hui will not work, because he is already above that, but Ling is another matter. However, because of this, the pavilion can be very badly damaged. John had been looking for a system for a very long time, and could not find it. But when he raised his head, he saw something strange above him. He realized that this was exactly what he was looking for and rushed to this system. Thanks to this, he managed to find the real Ling and attack her. The girl was badly injured. John was smiling because she told him that the violet passive was unbreakable. But she couldn't imagine that he would be able to find the system with such a stupid method. But he didn't care. He just wanted to kill her. It seemed that she underestimated him. But still, Ling said that it was not enough to defeat her. This method was not completely stable. Even she could not fully control it. Now she wanted to show John what true fear looked like. The green dragon said that John needed to kill this woman as soon as possible because she had started to summon spirits from the purple passive. Even if the weakest spirit came, he would still die and no one would be able to save him. John could not waste a single second and therefore immediately rushed to finish her off. She tried to put up a barrier and defend herself, but the barrier was broken over time and all of John's attacks reached the target. Holio thought about declaring John the winner already, but Ling didn't give up yet. The audience didn't believe that John could kill her because Hui was there. Hui turned to the boy and said that if he backs down now, he will forgive him. But if not, Kui Hui will kill him. Adalia decided that this was the best moment to use the exposed eye and protect John from Huey's attack. The onlookers were shocked that they had managed to stop the attack of the king of the central region. They saw that the girl had used one of the treasures of the heavenly pavilion. Kui Hui was very angry and said that they would not be able to stop him the second time, and he was determined to kill him. After another attack, no one knew if John was alive, but the boy came out of the smoke with a smile on his face. No one understood how this could happen and how he stopped the strike of the Purgatory Realm practitioner. Was the barrier that John repaired able to protect against such an attack? Then Master Shi began to understand that John must have replaced something in the runes when he repaired the barrier. Most members of the mystic realm. The barrier was created so that strong practitioners could not injure the spectators, even if John had rewritten all the runes using perfect writing style. The maximum, The barrier would be able to stop the practitioner of the sphere of doubtful misfortune. But it seems that he changed something in the runes and it saved his life. Moreover, although the defensive structure consists of 1,000 runes, John's 100 runes have the same effect. The green dragon said that people are very naive, and in the world of true dragons, the 1,000 dragon defensive structure he created can even protect against the attack of supernatural beasts. But there was a shortage of materials in the central region. John does not yet have the skills to create 9th or 10th grade runes. For now, his current skills should be enough. The Blood Lady admitted that John was really talented, but she didn't know how it would end. Huya turned to John and said that he usually doesn't negotiate with ants, but this is a special case. He asked what John wanted from him, because he assumed that he decided everything before he started acting. John asked to let Yan go, and then Hui realized where he had seen this boy. He was in the Qingyun sect. Back then, he was just a kid that he quickly scanned. Hui couldn't even imagine that in just a year he would become so strong that he could threaten him. Hui laughed and said that he didn't understand how 2 women he needed could cause so much trouble. But John said that it was all because he took his sister away. The audience thought John was crazy that he could allow himself to say such things in the person's face as strongest in the central region. Hui then asked what would happen if he didn't want to let Yan go. John said without hesitation that he would kill Ling. But Hui was sure that he wouldn't dare to do that. Black Raven turned to Huey and told him not to be so aggressive and just give him his sister to end it all. The Blood Lady agreed and said that the Raven was right. It's not a matter of life and death, and if John wants to take his sister, that's understandable. But Huey asked them to shut up. Hui then said that if he let Ling go, he would give Yan back to him, only after using her to create a heavenly devil. Otherwise, she would die in terrible agony. John laughed and killed Ling. The situation was gaining more momentum, and people started running away from the stands because it was very dangerous. Hui came down to John and said that he dared to interfere with his plan of the great heavenly devil structure. If he killed Ling, then he now vowed to kill John. Master Shi asked Hui to think carefully, but he simply pushed him away with his attack. Adalia suddenly appeared in the arena and she said that John is a disciple of the heavenly pavilion. Huya advised the girl not to interfere in their affairs because she is too weak for him to compete with her. Then Adalia's master appeared and said that if her disciple is not enough, then she's ready to defend herself. Then one of the heads of the alliance appeared in front of Hugh and said that in martial arts competitions, fate takes precedence over all lives. This rule the alliance has followed for 1,000 years. It was Tessie, one of the heads of the World Trade Alliance, who had lived for more than 1,700 years. Although he was older, Hugh disagreed with his opinion. Pei pointed out that John was very impulsive, and he shouldn't have killed Ling. Red agreed that he was very aggressive. He believed that there was no one in the world who would take more risks than him. But Tian had a different opinion, and said that he would too kill Ling. After her death, Hui's plan will lose one person, and it will take more time. By the time Hui finds the person he needs, John will have the opportunity to defeat him, and in general he was in a normal situation. Tessie said that even if he wants to take revenge, there is no need to solve his problems in Oracle City. If he is outside the city, no one will say anything to him. Hui said that he is interested in destroying the heavenly pavilion. Tessie replied that it is his right. Hui was not afraid of this old man, but if he started fighting now, he would definitely have serious problems. John turned to Hui before he left and asked what he would do with Yan now and if he would kill her, but he didn't answer him absolutely anything and just left. Holio was nervous because he didn't understand how to continue the competition after such a thing. The master did not understand how Adalia could be so calm. After all, Huya is not a good soul, and the heavenly pavilion will definitely suffer at his hands. She did not understand how the girl could be so calm, and how she was going to reach the peak of martial arts. John pointed out that she told him herself that Ling would be performing, but she wouldn't let Adalia risk her life for it, and she wouldn't let her risk the heavenly pavilion either. The Blood Lady came down to them and said that John did what he had to do. The master said that she was punishing the disciple of the heavenly pavilion, and did not understand why the bloody tree appeared in front of her. Master Shi approached John and asked him to explain what happened to the barrier. The boy said that he managed to inherit the runes from the elder, and luckily, he was able to block the blow. John couldn't tell him about the divine patterns. Maid looked at the runes, and did not understand how the pattern could split in the center. This style of runes was very different from the ones they had in the central region. Holio didn't understand what they should do with the remaining rounds of the competition. Master Sure said that they should give the Heavenly Pavilion time to figure things out. The master couldn't help but be angry, because she didn't know what to do if Huey came for them, what to tell the millions of students. Adalia began to apologize and said that she was definitely not suitable for the role of the pavilion master. The master knew that the girl was emotional, but she is also very talented. If she can master the ninth heaven goddess heart technique and reach the purgatory realm, then the pavilion will be able to become a 5th grade sect. John turned to the master and said that he had a method against Hui. She replied that if he hadn't been helped by the alliance, he would have been ashes now. If he had no ability and only luck, then he would not have a chance. John pointed out that luck is also an ability and asked to let him finish his thought. He said that he would stop participating in the competition right now and help the Heavenly Pavilion create a defensive structure. She asked if he was sure that he could create a structure that would stop Hui. He replied that he was 80% sure. Despite the fact that he was actually 100% sure, he decided to leave a little space for himself. In such a case, the master said that it is impossible to delay and must act. After all, if he can create a protective structure for the pavilion, he will need a lot of materials. Master Sure told the brother that they are done. They need to restore the platform and continue. The competition continued, and everything was as if nothing had happened before. Joey finally pulled out the challenge card he had been dreaming of for so long. He was about to use it against John since he had no more rejection cards left. But Adalia said that the Heavenly Pavilion was stopping the competition. Joey was shocked. Adalia noted that they had very important business and were leaving the competition. John handed Holio a piece of paper and asked him to hand it over to the leader. Joey ran up to John and asked if he could stay and go after the confrontation with him. He apologized and said that if the opportunity arose, he would definitely fight him. As John requested, Holio handed over a note to Master Sure. It said that whoever climbed the dragon platform without dragon blood would be imprisoned for 1,000 years. Now she understood why people did not return from this place, and if the brother had not stopped, his Master Sure himself was also caught in this ambush. Due to the large number of people who ascended with the help of the dragon platform, no one has yet returned. Some have even been threatened with killing their families to make them return. But after that, no one has returned, which is why Master Sure wanted to personally investigate. His brother said that John was full of secrets. If he didn't tell them, a lot of people would get hurt. When Adalia returned to the pavilion, she said that from this moment on, the pavilion was on high alert. No one understood what exactly happened. Adalia noted that a very strong enemy was approaching them and asked to tell Zonga to come to her. The elder approached Meng and asked what happened there, because he was present at the competition. The boy replied that the strong enemy Adalia is talking about is Huya. The elder shouted why they are so unhappy. Meng replied that it is a very long story. The elders began to express their displeasure with Adalia's rule. They considered it unacceptable that the pavilion should be destroyed by some guy in the divine realm. According to Meng, Hui is after John, and so the elder suggested that he just give the boy to him in order to preserve his integrity. Everyone agreed with Zhao, but it was well known that Adalia would not agree to such a decision. If she agreed, then she would not protect him in Oracle City. Besides, John's potential is really worth it, and the master is most likely aware of it. Everything depended only on Adalia's decision. Meanwhile, she had already waited long enough for Zong, and she didn't like it very much. John told her that she was very stressed. But really, John should be stressed. The boy replied that he felt great. He just needed time. He asked her to just trust him that he would create a protective space. All the elders entered Adalia's room and immediately said that the best option is to give this guy to Hui Kui, and in this way they can get forgiveness and save the pavilion. After all, it was this guy who angered Hui, and the elders believed that the whole pavilion should not suffer because of him. She replied that she had her own personal reasons for doing so. The elders asked to think again about the millions of students studying in the pavilion, and if their pavilion was destroyed, it would be John's fault. Adalia pointed out that if they gave John away, it could not guarantee safety. The elder said that John had angered the Lord of the North, and he felt that the pavilion should not be responsible for it. Therefore, they concluded that the best solution would be to expel him. And thanks then. For some reason, Adalia decided to ask Zhao how old the pavilion was. 15446 years have passed since the time of the First Lord. She pointed out that the pavilion has already existed for so long, and it will not be scary if it disappears in a couple of years. The elder began to shout because he did not understand what she meant. Adalia said, if John hadn't killed Ling, then most likely Hui would have already created the heavenly devil demonic construction. And once he reaches the purgatory realm and takes his first step in the divine sea, he will become the king of kings. Then he will create his holy land and the entire central region will be destroyed. The elders said that if this happens, the Huling sect and the alliance will be even worse. But even if the world ends, they are still here. Adalia understood that Huya was the best expert in the central region, but she believed that he should not be so afraid of him. After all, if they were so afraid of him, then each of them should think about whether they are worthy of the title of elder. But they replied that it did not matter, and the only thing that is clear is that they should give John to him. Everyone except the one elder supported this decision. Adalia used her ice ability and said that they must have forgotten who they were talking to. She said that she would deal with the king of the north and they didn't have to worry about it. The chapter was no longer going to be loyal to them. This was not enough for them, and they continued to argue. However, when the girl used the spirit beast, they decided that the best solution would be to retreat. When the elders still decided to concede in this dispute, on their way back they met Zong, who was heading to Adalia. She said that she called him to ask him to do something for her. Adalia asked how the deciphering of the 6th grade sect's defensive structure was progressing. He admitted that everything was difficult. Zong added that it would probably take him a few years to fully achieve it. In that case, she asked to forget about him. And from that moment on, she ordered him to help John in building a protective building for the sect. All the materials available in the Heavenly Pavilion would be at their disposal. John pointed out that they needed to hurry, because if this is not done, Huya will soon start knocking on them. Zong said that he couldn't start so suddenly, because he didn't even know where to start. John replied that everything was fine, and he had already listed all the necessary materials. Zong took a piece of paper, and the list included the horns of a rhinoceros that splits the earth, 4 purple trees, 200 grams of black pentylene, golden thread leaves. John asked if he could buy them. Zong replied that it would cost them half the treasury of the Heavenly Pavilion. He could buy them, but it was very expensive. John said that he had to choose between spending the treasure or destroying the sect. He replied that he would try to find the necessary materials as soon as possible. Zong immediately went to the market to start buying the necessary materials. Many people noticed that he was spending a lot of money, and understood that the sect was planning something serious. Zong understood that whatever he could not find in the market, he would need to buy from the World Trade Alliance. When he got all the materials, Adalia asked Zong to make way for John to paint the runes. Since all the materials were ready, it was possible to start. John took the brush and got to work. He was going to create a defensive structure using the blue dragon design, with 4,901 divine pattern. He planned to start with the first grade 3 divine pattern. His perfect writing style still shocked everyone. They barely had time to endure all the runes that John draws. Adalia noted that everything was progressing well enough. She had heard that spiritual energy was needed to draw runes. John had worked very diligently and had been drawing for 12 hours straight. Zong had told her before that when creating runes, the spiritual energy weakens during the first 2 hours, and after it takes several days to recover. But then, the question arose, how does John do it? The elders tried to convince Adalia and pointed out that the sect could not rely on John alone. They were not ready to die for some boy in the divine realm. Zhao thought that this was a good opportunity to turn everything in his favor. After all, if not for Adalia, then the next lord he should become the one. If he can gain Huya's trust, then he can easily kill Adalia and the grandmother. In any case, he believed that Huya's goal is to create a holy land, and the Heavenly Pavilion is not important to him. Adalia understood that these people wanted to create chaos. The girl asked if there was any news on Hui's account. Meng said that everything was not that bad. After Hui left Oracle City, he was busy rebuilding his martial arts heart. And at the moment, there is no time for them. Adalia ordered to continue following him. John had been drawing non-stop for 3 days. His soul was a little tired. In addition to the pills, he also used jade to increase the tone of the soul. The crisis was approaching, and he needed to finish as soon as possible. The green dragon said that everything is going well, and this is a sign that his soul will move from the fighting state to the green stage in the future. Difficult times are needed to make great progress. John could also handle it, but he still decided to give this opportunity to the dragon. It was the last day, Everything would be ready the moment he drew the top grade 5 patterns. The final water brightness pattern would be able to combine all 4,900 divine patterns for a protective effect. Grade 5 runes could be powerful enough. Zong couldn't even imagine how powerful it would be once activated. John quickly continued. He started the next pattern with the name Thunder Fury to attack. It should act like thunder. The elders couldn't calm down. Adalia is in seclusion and they thought she was just hiding. They wanted to catch him. But Zong stood in their way because it was the last stage. Zhao said that he respected Zong because he was a heavenly elder. Pavilion, but he ordered him not to stand in his way. Zhao ordered to capture him, but suddenly something began to happen in the room where John was creating runes. The elders could not understand where this lightning came from. John said that everything was ready, and there was only one unfinished part. If it weren't for Zong, the elders would have thought that he was practicing some kind of powerful technique. They began to speculate that such a defensive structure would indeed be able to contain Hui's attacks. Zong noted that he had done a great job, and there was only one rune left. 3 grade 5 divine patterns called Chaotic Trap. If he touched the structure, it would activate the divine pattern. John got into some unknown dimension and Adalia was naked there. He did not understand what was happening. The green dragon told John to recover. The boy replied that he was fine and knew it was just an illusion. His will was strong enough to dispel the illusion, and he continued to draw the last runes. The people around him were afraid of how strong his soul was. Zong could barely stay on his feet, although he was at a fairly large distance. After John sealed the runes, Zong's assistants began to distribute pills to those present, because they needed to protect their souls. John asked why all the elders had come, and asked what he could do to help them. The elders replied that everything was fine, and that they had only come to see him. But Zhao said that of course they had problems, and began to blame John for the fact that the pavilion was now in danger. And if he had any conscience left, then Zhao wanted John to take Hui as far away from the heavenly pavilion as possible. The boy asked what would happen if he refused. Zhao shouted that he was only in the heavenly realm, and he should be honored that Elder Zhao was talking to him and he still dared argue with him. John said that in that case he didn't need such an honor and let him go. He added that all the elders had seen the power of this grade 5 rune. The 4,903 runes together form a defense structure. If it couldn't kill Hui, it could at least protect him. The elder asked John how sure he was about this. John replied that it was 80%. Zhao began to laugh and pointed out that the youth really liked to exaggerate. John said that if they didn't believe him, they could check it out for themselves, but only when he was done. The elders understood that in any case, if the structure didn't work, then they could turn John in, and they decided to see what will come of it. John knew all this time that Adalia was following him. She believed that he should be grateful to her in any case, because they finally convinced the elders. John pointed out that Adalia should be more careful with Zhao because he is too ambitious. He can ruin everything at a crucial moment. John said that there was little time left, and he decided to continue building the structure. The Green Dragon said that the defense structure was built according to the principle of the big construction of the 3 murders, and John's version is just a little smaller. It can be called the small construction of the 3 murders. It is one of the 3 miraculous structures. It can be compared with the construction of Zhongyan and Yangyang. The dragon pointed out that the large structure of 1,000 pearls is of course strong, but the miraculous structures protect. And the small structure of 3 murders is just an imitation of the original. Its strength is not even comparable to the 1,000,000th original, but it will be enough to protect against the sects of the central region. John assumed that the dragon doesn't even talk about it yet. Zong began directing people to place all these runes correctly. John noted that they had been trying for a month, and all that was left was to check if everything was working well. John said he was ready and the stones to activate the patterns were in place. In that case, Adalia ordered to proceed. Wrath of Thunder was activated. Everything went well in the first region, so John ordered to continue. The Chaotic Trap was also ready. Only the glow of the water remained. For the small structure of the 3 murders, this rune is the most important. And as a result, he succeeded, and the heavenly pavilion was enveloped by a large protective ball. However, the elders were not going to praise John. They believed that such a ball would peel off very quickly with one touch. Zong pointed out that they had just finished the construction, and they started again. Moreover, they decided to test this structure. Zong shouted for them to stop, because if they start testing before the structure is fully activated, all their efforts will be in vain. But even in this case, they didn't succeed. The direction of his attack changed, and the impact force was distributed over the entire protective surface. John said that everything was fine, and as long as it was activated and everything was in place, no extra tests were needed. However, the rest of the elders also wanted to test this structure and began to attack it. But their efforts were also in vain. Up to this point, no defense structure in the central region could withstand the blows of 7 experts in the domain of doubtful calamity at the same time. Not even the Huling sect's structure could compare to this. But even in spite of this, there were doubts as to whether it could withstand Hui's attacks. Then a master grandmother also appeared next to them and said that she also wanted to test the construction. She prepared her attack and struck the structure. However, it was unsuccessful. The elders began to consider it something impossible and compared it to a miracle. She used 10% of her power, and this structure held. According to Qizhong's grandmother, he had a great purpose. He brought good luck to the people around him. Zhao watched this action and understood that his plan was broken. After 2 months, John finally broke through to the 7th layer of the heavenly sphere. It was strange because so much time had passed, and nothing had been heard about Hui. But the Lord of the Pavilion called him to her today. He was curious about what she wanted to talk about. John came to her, and Adalia gave him a piece of paper to look at. There are 5 days left until the Lantern Festival. The World Trade Alliance will enter the Immortal Tomb during the festival. That is why he recruited people during the martial arts competition, and then sent out these lists before the festival. It contained the treasures that can be found in the tomb. If you believe this list, everything was calculated by the Alliance Tycoon, but she did not know the details. She is not interested in the Tomb of the Immortal, his jade bone and 9 lanterns, but she must get them. John saw the flower of purgatory in the list, and understood that this flower helps the cultivators of the divine realm to break into the realm of purgatory. It should be useful for both Adalia and Grandma. The red dragon told John that the jade bone would be useful for him. If he wants to master the technique of the gods, then he should definitely use the jade bone. John pointed out that all the listed treasures were very interesting, but there was one problem. It seemed very strange to him. Why would such a large amount of spiritual light fly out from there? He doubted that Tian Mao wanted uninvited guests in his tomb and in general as a tycoon could know about the existence of tombs. He assumed that it was a trap, and such a possibility really existed. The immortal Tian really has a lot of secrets. It was unknown why people said that if you could collect 9 lamps, you would be able to enter the tomb. It was unknown who created these lamps and sent them to the central region. Even if it is a trap, it is done very interestingly. In the world of martial arts, everything has its own opportunities and risks. Even though this tomb may be a trap, they still have to go there. Suddenly, the whole earth around began to tremble. Adalia decided to go and check what happened. Everyone guessed that it would happen sooner or later. This was the day when Hui came to take revenge. The grandmother asked what the king of the north had forgotten in the heavenly pavilion. He replied that it had only been 3 months, and he doubted that she could have forgotten about it despite her age. Everyone in the central region knew about them, and it was not only the heavenly pavilion that was to blame for what had happened. Hui pointed out that he did not say that the pavilion was to blame for anything. His son was to blame for having his martial arts heart broken because of his weakness. And Ling was very weak. That's why she died at the hands of John, and she can only blame herself for her death. But regardless, Yang was his son, and Ling was his wife, and he was going to avenge them. If he didn't pay for his actions, Huey promised that the entire pavilion would die with him. But John doubted it very much. Huey said that he should not even hope for his barrier. That day he made only a few weak blows. Grandma turned into a very beautiful girl and used a special ability to stop Huya. But he said that it didn't make any sense, and he attacked them through the protective barrier of 3 kills. The elders were shocked to see that this barrier could withstand such a powerful attack. Hugh thought, and was really surprised. He didn't expect this. John started teasing him and asked if this was all he was capable of. Huya was really incited by this, and he couldn't seem so weak to those around him. Therefore, he attacked with the nameless knife along with the force. The elders held their breath because they believed that the barrier would definitely not withstand. But he failed again. Huey couldn't break the barrier with several of his attacks. He wondered if there was any other way to get John. However, John wasn't just going to watch Huey attack. He also attacked him with lightning, but Huey managed to dodge the blow. He didn't think that this guy would be so smart. Grandmother suspected that he had absorbed the power of many to achieve this kind of strength, and it will be quite difficult to kill him. Hui said that John was worthy to be his opponent. John shouted for Hui to let Yan go, and then he would pardon him. The elders were shocked and didn't understand if this guy even understood what he was saying. Adalia couldn't even hold back her laughter. It was obvious that Hui also laughed very hard and said that he should not worry about his sister now, but about himself. After all, he was sure that John would not be able to hide in the heavenly pavilion all the time. John ordered Zong to attack Hui because he was resting too much. But suddenly the gates of the pavilion began to collapse, and everyone had to take cover because Huyo was approaching. But he retreated and stopped attacking them. Everyone began to praise his protective structure and said that they had never seen anything like it in their lives. The grandmother returned to her past old body again, and Adalia noted that it behooves her to be beautiful and advised her to stay in her past body. Zhao wanted to see how long John could hide behind them. Meanwhile, the lamp festival had started, and many people wanted to attend it. One of the heads of the alliance asked to light the lamp, because according to his calculations, 9 lamps should already be found. The head simply did not know who exactly got it. Because of this, he asked to send everyone a list, so that everyone would light the lamps. Master Shi hoped that this year they would definitely succeed, and he was going to gather all the elders. Hui's men swore to serve him and help him achieve his goal. Hui also lit his lamp. Meanwhile, an old man lived in the depths of the swamp. He noticed that the lamp festival had started again. He had lit his lamp 7 times and was wondering if something would happen this year. 8 signs had already appeared. The last one remained. The elders of the heavenly pavilion could not even dream that the 9th lamp would be in them. But this may be a trap, because many brave people have gone to the world of chaos, but no one has yet returned. Even in this case, it was a great opportunity. In addition to the master and her elite students, 6 other elders, who are on the edge of the purgatory realm, must also go. Elders assume that this is the essence of martial arts. If you do not take risks, you will never be able to reach new heights. Adalia decided to give John a chance to light the last 9th lamp. Everyone was shocked that after so many attempts the 9th lamp was finally found and lit. Tian himself in the tomb did not expect that it would take so long. About 2,000 years have already passed. After 9 lamps were lit, a portal for teleportation appeared in front of each owner. As soon as John stepped into the portal, they almost immediately met a deep-water coon there. Its massive mouth could swallow everything in its path. Her strength was comparable to a purgatory realm practitioner. She was one of the reasons why many could not enter purgatory. Fortunately, they were protected by a barrier. There was only one tomb ahead of them, and they should be very careful. The elder created a puppet to check the safety of the passage. It was smart enough. The marionette came out and everything seemed to be in order, so they began to gradually make their way down the aisle. A girl asked her elder brother if this was the same tomb that everyone was talking about. She heard that the remaining 8 lamps were not in the territory of the 4 divine countries. She thought that they were lucky that no one in their homeland knew about it except them, found out. The brother answered that no matter who they meet, they will be just insects for them, and the main thing for them is to focus on their goals. Adalia suddenly felt that something was suppressing her powers. She could only use the power of the mystic realm. If her powers were suppressed, the same thing would begin to happen to John's powers. However, he felt nothing. It seems that everyone started to lose their power, but John didn't understand why he was fine. Then he noticed that his finger started to burn, and then he assumed that it was the effect of the ring. But it wasn't, because the ring was given to him by Adalia, and she would have told about this property. Maybe it was something inside. Then John saw that in his ring was the symbol of the residence of the immortal that Afu had given him in Yulong Valley. Based on what he told him, John just owns the residence, but he can't control it, and he can't use what's inside. John didn't even pay attention to him because he thought he wouldn't need it. He didn't even assume that he could nullify the suppression power. John then began to think that there might be a connection between the immortal residence and the immortal tomb. The grandmother said that someone was approaching them and asked them to be ready. The elder asked no one to panic, and to start he would send his puppet to scout. And he began to fight this creature that was approaching them. It was a hardened zombie. He grabbed the puppet with both hands and just in front of everyone tore it into 2 identical parts. After that, he threw it on the floor and continued his way to the pavilion. One of the elders said that he would deal with him himself. After that, he took 1 accurate shot and destroyed the enemy. In the central region, there was nothing special about the zombies, but they needed Zhao's help against them. That is, the other monsters would be stronger. Then they noticed that they were surrounded by zombies from the very beginning. But they were lucky that they were in cells, and so they didn't have to worry. After these words, the grate began to rise, and absolutely all the zombies began to run towards their group. They had no choice but to destroy them. The elders considered John weak and offered their help, but he showed his abilities and tore off the head of the zombie that attacked him. No one even had time to understand what happened. They had already destroyed most of the monsters, and they needed to move on. But suddenly a huge monster appeared in front of them. It was just a huge demonic energy coming from him. It was a demon lord who turned into a zombie after death. Grandma said that she would deal with him herself. Adalia said that this is an ordinary zombie lord and she wants to deal with him herself. She rushed at him with great enthusiasm and attacked successfully. The monster failed in the first fight. The elders didn't even guess that this girl was so powerful. To some, she might seem small and fragile, but no one thought about her potential and skills. At the end, she put him in the ice and said they needed to move on because it was the last one. Meanwhile, the Trapanta clan was also facing these zombies. The leader of the Feng clan believed that these zombies were very dangerous. If they didn't want the Lamp of the Immortal, which was passed down to his ancestors by all those treasures, of which he was offered a part, then he would not have come here. He was the strongest in their family. If he dies here, his whole family will fall into chaos. He thought about the fact that it is not too late to retreat and the exit is near, but a voice said that whoever entered would not be able to exit. When he turned around, the entrance was blocked by a tombstone. Feng shouted that he would not be intimidated. He activated a fire sky strike and attacked the wall, but there was not a single scratch left on it. The voice kept repeating, "The one who entered will not be able to leave." Meanwhile, the heavenly pavilion found itself in an unusual place. There was a pleasant aroma. As it turned out, it was a gift, but it was strange enough, because a few minutes ago they were fighting zombies. Then one of the elders noticed that there was a dragon's saliva in front of them, and he concluded that they were in a garden of herbs. The elders immediately ran to collect the precious flowers. At first, Adalia tried not to let them go, but then she realized that it was not like a trap. Adalia decided to find the legendary flower of purgatory. John also wasted a lot of time and still decided to collect some herbs. The green dragon pointed out that there was nothing special about most of these herbs, but there was one expensive flower. In the center of the garden was a patch of soil, and it was the most expensive. He needed to dig it up. But this was no ordinary place. It was the breath of the soil. Meanwhile, Adalia could not find the purgatory flower. John found the spot on the ground that the dragon spoke of, and he told him to dig it up because he would need it in the future. Thanks to the sword, John dug it out and retrieved it. When he took it in his hand, he did not understand why it was so heavy. Zhao saw that John had found something and immediately rushed at him. But John just as quickly hid it and asked what he wanted from him. Zhao replied that he was just curious about what he found, and therefore decided to come over. After a short stop in the garden, they continued on their way and came across a large number of gates. It was definitely not wise to part, and that's why they decided to go down the same aisle together. But first, Adalia decided to check it out herself, but as soon as she took a few steps inside, the gate closed instantly. The grandmother made attacks on this gate, but nothing came out. It was all in vain. John quickly made a decision to enter the gate that was nearby. His entrance was also closed, but John was still going to go forward. After some time of his walk, he was able to meet Adalia. However, he could not get very close to her because there was a barrier between them. This barrier separated everyone, and it was impossible to pass through it. There were 9 seats on this platform, just as many as there were lamps. Other participants of the pavilion began to join them. Suddenly they saw the Huling sect in front of them, which was also located on the same platforms. Their leader said that he didn't even know that there was a lamp in the heavenly pavilion. The grandmother replied that she also couldn't imagine that one of them was in the hands of the Huling sect. Joy shouted at John and reminded him that they had to compete alone, with one. He said that John had promised him. John replied that he would be happy to face him. And suddenly, someone said that they had finally met. It was Kui Hui. The boy was not afraid of him, and said that he was also very happy to meet him. Master Shi and Master Yang were also here. The Huling sect and the tycoon were also there. Therefore, Hui would not allow himself to do rash acts. It seemed that all the lamp owners had gathered, and on one of the platforms stood an all-alone old man. He was asked where he was from. He replied that he had to flee for 8,000 days when his head was being hunted by millions. He wondered if Hui, the Huling sect, and the heavenly pavilion remembered him. Everyone watched him very carefully, and when he raised his head, it became clear that before them was the poison King Wu Hei. In those days, he was completely in the realm of dubious Bado, but because he was given the leadership of the 5 poisons, the World Trade Alliance and all the rest of the martial arts experts began to hunt him down. But he still managed to escape. Adalia couldn't join the hunt, because she was very young. John was surprised and asked how old she was. While the girl was shy, Hui said that he could not even imagine that Wu Hei could reach the purgatory realm. He recognized him as a person with a good character. Wu Hei was annoyed because he had to hide in the swamp like some kind of beast. He swore that he would kill each of them when he inherited the immortal and created his own dimension. At that moment, a girl with her brother appeared on the platform. They roughly understood that all those who are there are experts of the northern region. When Adalia heard this, she immediately understood who they were. The northern region is what people from the divine countries call the central region. For them, they are just a small part of the north. Huya began to talk to them, but the girl asked who gave him the right to talk to by her. Huya became very angry and asked them to repeat what they said again. He did not understand where they had such courage if they were only in the first and second spheres of doubtful trouble. They called the northern region pitiful insects. John understood why they were so bold because they had warriors from the purgatory realm next to them. Since everyone has already arrived, it remains to be seen what will happen next. Suddenly, the gambling cube froze in the air. Something very strange began to happen. The participants began to be separated and simply destroyed. The bottom line was that the one on whom the beam would be pointed would be killed. Everyone was nervous and hoped that they would be lucky. Only John was completely calm. He was just the next person the beam pointed at, and now he must die and disappear into the air like a mirage. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't believe that this ray would kill him now. Even if the amulet that the Dragon Pool Master had given him would make him okay, he couldn't just stand still and wait for something. John couldn't understand if the essence of this beam was to kill everyone. But there was no logic in it. The tomb was created very thoughtfully. It could not be an ordinary death trap. John used his skills, and thanks to this, he managed to change the direction of the beam. John's action gave a hint to the others that they needed to hit the dice. But there had already been many deaths, and all of them could have been avoided if they had known earlier. John was right. You need to attack the cube and move forward as many steps as the dice roll. Joey followed John's example and also attacked the die. He rolled a 6 and was very happy that he had better luck than John. Adalia got a 4, but she wasn't completely sure that everything would be fine with her, because there were still deaths. Unexpectedly, Adalia received an additional gift of 500 years of life. As an expert in the field of doubtful misfortune, her life expectancy is at least 1,000 years. With this help, she will now be able to live for more than 2,000 years. John did not miss the opportunity to find out how old Adalia really is. Thus, Tien's tomb was filled with a lot of dangers and opportunities. Not only luck was important there, but also strength along with bravery. Huya landed on a black square, and black always meant something bad. John was already curious to know what would happen to him. The black enemy also wondered if he could survive this punishment. If he could, he would become a real terror for everyone in the future. The brother did not even know that there were such strong warriors in the northern region. But his sister was not surprised, and still considered them insects. Huya still managed to survive. It was time for the sister to make her turn, and she rolled a 6. Thanks to this, she got 1 turn. She was the first participant who got 6 twice in a row. Other participants also noticed that there was something different about her. They began to think that people from the divine realm knew things that they did not. But in fact, this tomb was created by an immortal, and the head of the alliance doubted that this was the issue. The brother answered their doubts. He said that she was a saint from their family and her luck is no match for theirs. The green dragons said that he understood what was going on there. It looked like a game, but it was actually a wheel of fortune. It may seem strange to martial arts experts, but it really exists. Usually, when students are selected in the central region, they are evaluated according to 2 categories. The first is talent, and the second is determination. John needs talent and determination. Without them, he will not achieve anything on this long journey. And if you add a little luck to these 2, then you can reach the realm of doubtful trouble. Finding someone who will have both talent and determination is easy, but it will be difficult for them to reach the realm of purgatory. This requires luck. The Wheel of Fortune for true dragons is just a game. It seems that Tien is looking for someone with a good fortune, and the fortune of that saint from the divine country is just unbelievable. She was able to make it this far the first time. The green dragon said that he is wrong, because going all the way without stopping is not a sign of good luck. Many have had to overcome many challenges and still succeed. That is true luck. Those 2 steps John took can be a sign of incredible luck. Everything was normal when John was young, but in the end, after the death of his father, he became a slave. Despite the fact that he only took 2 steps so far, the future is full of challenges. The Green Dragon said that everything is possible because the Wheel of Fortune was created by an immortal by Tien. It was John's turn and he got only 1. Adalia advised him to take his time. He did not know what was waiting for him and took a step. The flame of the stars fell on him. This boy was truly unlucky. Chief Huling was sure that no one but him could withstand this test. Master Shi thought that John had very good luck, but for some reason he was very unlucky this time. The head of the alliance said that he was really lucky, but instant luck meant nothing. True luck would haunt him for a lifetime. Master Shi didn't know if John could survive it. These lights were special. They reminded John of Ming's illusory structures. The most difficult thing in tempering the body with magical fire is finding the fire itself. When John was sealed in the illusory structure in the Yunhai sect, the lights only added new momentum to his body, and this time he also assumed that will be able to use the lights to strengthen his body. But John did not understand what was happening and whether his body wanted even more starfire. The fire began to dissipate, and Huya was sure that nothing was left of this boy except ashes. Adalia also did not even know what to expect. She only hoped that he was okay. But after a while, they all saw for themselves that, in addition to surviving, he also strengthened his body. The sister was shocked how he was able to survive the starfire, despite the fact that he himself was in the divine realm. Master Shi said that this guy is full of surprises as always. The Green Dragon said that it was actually a blessing in disguise. From the starfire, true stars are hardened. It will be very beneficial for John's body. This little bit in his body can reach the sacred class. There were already 3 immortal marks on John's body. They were on the pizza of the immortal class. He can't borrow a lot of power because it causes even more pressure on his body, even after mastery. Gang energy, John can only absorb the power of 500 dragon scales. But after hardening his body, he will most likely be able to use even more power. There is only 1 more step left until his body reaches the saint class. No wonder his body demanded more. John immediately wondered if he would be able to defeat Hugh with such strength. Hugh himself thought that after this, he would have to deal with John on his own. The ear rolled a 4 and his square was red. He had a lot of problems with others, and that's why he couldn't be left alive. Everyone hoped that the punishment would kill him. The red square meant that he had earned the right to challenge. This was bad for everyone in the central region. Wu Hei was smiling and looking for who he wanted to choose for the confrontation. He wanted it to be the one he hated the most out of them. He looked at Hugh, but said that he would deal with him next time. Then he turned to the Blood Lady and asked what she was so afraid of. The girl said that it was nothing, but she was trembling herself. But Wu Hei understood that she was afraid that he would challenge her. The girl said that he was an expert in the Purgatory realm, and she was an expert in the Doubtful Trouble realm, and it was logical that she did not want to compete with him. But he could see that she was afraid of more than just this. She pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Wu Hei reminded him that he didn't want to be indebted to her. When he was persecuted in the past, their only target was him, not his family. But the Lady of Blood killed more than 200 people, including both young and old. She killed everyone, and that's why he thought it was time to pay back. He chose her and said that she had no idea how long he had been waiting for this moment. But the girl wasn't going to just give up and die. Wu Hei noticed that she had risen to Phase 3 of the Doubtful Affliction realm, but her skills had barely improved. Wu Hei used the king's poison and the girl needed to separate it as soon as possible. He said she was very weak. He was going to have fun, but it looks like he's going to have to end things quickly. Wu Hei used the leaf blade and pounced on the girl to cut her throat. Literally, after a few seconds, it turned into a skeleton itself. But in the middle of that ring there was a passing torch, and if someone dares, then you can ask to return it. Wu Hei returned to his seat and it was time to roll Adalia's die. She got a 6. And something amazing happened, because she continued to roll 6, and so it continued for about 5 moves. Master Shi was shocked by such luck. The Raven said that she was a talented girl. He heard that Adalia came from an ordinary family. If she was able to become one of the strongest in the central region, it meant that she was lucky enough. The sister was indignant, because this insect's luck was stronger than hers. It was her turn and she began to get 6 numbers again. Every turn she got 6 and she got an extra turn again and again. But one day she got a 5. Some voice told her that she could choose one participant and put a curse on him, and that person's luck would temporarily decrease. It was obvious that she would decide to reduce Adalia's luck. John did not like such an act at all. She smiled and said that she had no reason to be nervous. After all, he could not threaten her. John asked Adalia not to be nervous, because if an immortal came up with something like this, then he definitely prepared a solution. The green dragon said that nothing could be changed. If an immortal could change his character so easily, then he would not have encountered difficulties in the 5 trials on the way becoming immortal. John asked how it would affect her luck. The green dragon replied that Adalia's luck was strong, so he doubted that this pathetic game could hinder her in any way. It could only affect her luck in relation to the Wheel of Luck. An immortal can't change fate, however. He can affect the game itself, and by doing so, pretend to change her fate. But he even thought that this curse with her character would not affect her, even in the game. She was so strong that her luck only slightly inferior to John. John thought about the fact that he was also very lucky. But even so, it was unclear to him why he only moved a few steps. The next number was 5. After John walked, the immortal said that he could put a curse on someone, and his luck would temporarily decrease. John immediately looked at Hui, but he understood that if this curse was put on him, he would most likely still survive. Then he abruptly turned to the holy girl. She told him immediately that he did not even dare to do this to her. The holy brother said that if John agreed not to put a curse on her, when it was all over, he promised to give him a valuable reward, which would be even better than the one he can find in the tomb. But John said that the holy boy probably had a problem with his head. After all, if they could destroy the entire northern region, they would have done it a long time ago. And all the more, why would they come to the tomb if they already had what much better than the rewards here? The boy told him not to joke with him. However, John didn't care and ordered to curse the holy girl. The curse began to work instantly. The girl ordered her servant Gong to kill this boy. But he said that they can't pass through the immortal barrier. At the moment, they can't kill him. But the girl didn't care. She wanted him to die. The brother asked her not to worry, and promised to kill him when he had the right to challenge. John understood that if they challenged him, it would not be easy enough. Adalia thought that the wave of bad luck was temporary, but not everything is so simple. After that round, her luck is not so great. Even the grandmother received a severe punishment, but was not hurt. Adalia came up with the number 3, and she was unlucky again. She must undergo absolute freezing. The dragon was right, because Adalia's luck was able to reduce the damage from the punishment. Due to the fact that she studies the power of ice, she will definitely be able to cope. The girl felt that her knowledge of the element of ice became deeper. Meanwhile, the holy girl also received punishment from the immortal, but John was sure she could handle it. As a result, everything was fine with her. But the brother was very angry and promised to take revenge on John. Although she used protective charms, she managed to save herself. The next move was Master Shi, and he must stand on a white square. He got the opportunity to remove any negative effect from any participant. He got a cleanup. The assistants began to communicate kindly with the master and asked to remove the curse from their saint, and promised that the divine country would not remain in debt. He thought and asked what they could offer him. John interrupted their conversation and said that if he helps the heavenly pavilion, then John will create a protective structure for them. Master Shi thought for a long time. The saint's brother started shouting at him and called him a fat man. He was outraged by this, and he replied that, who is he to call him a fat man? And in general, only his wife can call him that. After that, he agreed to John's terms and said that it would be a much better deal for them. Therefore, he lifted the curse from Adalia. Adalia thanked him. But the master replied that it is not him who should be thanked, but that boy. The servant of the saints was upset, although he understood that the saints themselves were to blame for this. After all, they looked down on people from the north. Despite the fact that in the central region they quarrel very often, they are still one people. Svayat was the most important person in this trip. If she dies, then they will have problems. The next move was Wuheya. He also had a white platform. He was given the ability to remove any negative effect from any member. Then the servant got a second chance and said that no one was under the negative effect except their saint, and asked for help. Wu Hei replied that he could do it, but for what to him? The servant asked what he wanted, and said that he would do anything for it. Wu Hei then asked to send people to destroy all the sects and help him create his own country on the corpses. He replied that even the divine countries took a couple of thousand years to build. But in that case, Wu decided to spend the purification on someone else. The servant sincerely said that he would not be able to help him create the country, but he could give him the inner guidance for the technique that he practices. After all, the Guide of the Five Poisons has not only an external part, but also an internal part. It is several times more detailed. There it is even possible to find answers to those topics that seemed like complete nonsense in the internal part. Wu said, if he swears by his martial arts spirit, then he would agree to cleanse their saint right now. He swore without a problem. Although it was humiliating to do it for him, they had no other choice. It was still a small loss for them. The next contestant got a black square and he was already afraid because he thought it was a punishment. But in fact, the immortal told him that he could kill any one contestant. The Huan Yuyin sect was the most hidden sect. Fortunately, they had little contact. But if the others had the opportunity to kill anyone, I wonder who they would choose. Most likely, they would choose the one with the most enemies. Everyone was waiting, but he chose to kill old Huang Yuying. This choice was very unexpected. He immediately decided to use a protective barrier, but it was completely useless against the mighty power of the immortal. John wondered what he had done that even people from his sect killed him. Even a warrior in the purgatory realm could not withstand this energy beam. It was John's turn, and it seems that he started getting lucky, because the number 6 started falling out constantly. He was even able to overtake Adalia and become the first. A green square fell to John. He immediately remembered that the green platform is a reward. Adalia received 500 years of life thanks to this one. She received an additional 500 years of life. And John received a clear magical vision. John looked up and the drops from the tree itself fell directly into his eyes. He actually began to wash his eyes with the sap from the tree. Joy hoped that John wouldn't get hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight him. It wasn't as good a reward as 500 years of life, but the saint's servant called them fools, because it a legendary tree from the sacred tree nation. The juice of this tree makes precious medicines when taken directly. The saint asked if Gong was sure that this was a holy tree. He said that it was definitely one. Such a tree appears once every 500 years and produces 1 drop of sap each time. Even after 10,000 years, there are only 10 drops in the holy nation. John had a pleasant feeling. His eyes feel restored, but other than that he didn't notice any changes. The boy wasn't too happy that his reward was an eye wash. The green dragon laughed and said that it was a good enough reward. It would allow him to see through illusions and his eyesight had become stronger. He would definitely need it. It was definitely better than the extra's 500 years of life. He will understand it when the time comes. The saint was annoyed that that scum got a drop of the holy tree in the first place. He wanted to deal with him at the first opportunity. He hoped to overtake him, but he only got 1 point. Moreover, a red panel still happened to him. But this platform gave him the opportunity to challenge him to a fight. He started to laugh, but his sister asked him to calm down and just kill him. He assured the saint that he would simply crush him. For a practitioner who is in the realm of dubious Beidou, surely destroying someone in the divine realm is a trifle. In the arena, the boy told John that he was fed up with him, but this would be the end for him. But fortunately, the tomb reduced the boy's power, and John had a chance. The boy did not understand why John was not afraid of him. The guy decided not to wait and show him the real difference between them. After the first attack, John was already wounded. John was lucky because the wound wasn't too deep, but he was going to destroy him with his second attack. However, he didn't succeed either, because John applied the law of space. Now it was no wonder that he was so confident. It seems that he possessed the first layer of the law of space. Even in a divine country, only 1,000-liter monsters can do that. But he did not think that anyone in the northern region could be capable of this. But he called it just a pathetic trick and planned to show him the difference in their abilities. Everyone present was convinced that the divine country's techniques were really strong, especially after the boy summoned the demonic dragon. Despite the fact that the prince of the divine country is in the early stage of doubtful trouble, he can release the inner strength. He should definitely not be underestimated. John hoped that because his powers were suppressed, he would be able to reduce the difference in their powers. He didn't expect the prince to be so strong. His technique just reeked of evil. And this demonic dragon looks familiar, and there is a blood connection. But he did not understand the connection between their blood. The green dragon said that it was all because he was using techniques that were left behind by those who had dragon blood in their veins. In the beginning, the 7 divine lands coexisted with people with dragon blood, and this area was one of the most important parts of the world. After that, as the dragon-blooded people were destroyed and the three divine countries disappeared. The dragon platform was lost, and many records of the dragon-blooded people were taken away by other countries. This technique is called sacred dragon body. It is a high-class technique among people with dragon blood, but it requires dragon blood. Most likely, he is using a demonic dragon because he was unable to find true dragon blood and had to make do with what he had. John thought that he would be problematic to deal with. He understood that if he uses only a part of his power, he will not be able to win. He needs to give it his all. John always backed up all his words with actions, and this time was no exception. He was surrounded by a large number of spirits. Everyone was surprised how he was not afraid of being absorbed by them. Before this, he had only used 2 evil spirits when he used the Wheel of Life and Death, but for some reason decided to use 4 this time.